I'm innocent, you can't do this to me. Kev's voice cracked as he strained against the guards holding him. His face had gone from defiant to desperate in the 2 hours since they'd arrived at the checkpoint. We were just trying to survive the exam. These kids are lying. The processing area outside the checkpoint had transformed into an impromptu tribunal. Guild officials, city guards, and other exam participants had gathered to witness the commotion. What had started as routine paperwork for completed exams had become something else entirely when John had marched 6 bound prisoners into camp. Please, Mira sobbed, her earlier bravado completely gone. I have a sister. She's only 8. She needs me. Adam watched from a bench where the healers had told him to rest. The aftermath was always the worst part. Not the fighting, not the danger, but this human wreckage left behind. That one tried to strangle me in my sleep, Sam muttered, nodding toward Kev, not feeling particularly sympathetic. Cassandra sat beside them, her notebook open but untouched for once. Ganking carries a death sentence in 3 human nations, she said quietly, including this one. Dane alone remained silent. He stood with his eyes fixed on the ground, not struggling, not pleading, just waiting. Bastards killed 7 people that we know of, a gruff voice said nearby. Adam turned to see a burly guild examiner with a thick gray beard talking to another official. Team Quicksilver never reported in. 4 members, all dead most likely. The girls' friends too, the other official said, glancing at Sonia, who sat a short distance away with Yan. What was their team name again? Rising Dawn. The bearded examiner checked his clipboard. Mikkel Torrent, Anna Selver, and Jace Hightor. Good kids. 3rd exam for Mikkel. Sonia's head snapped up at the names. Her hand found Yan's, gripping it tightly. A contingent of city guards had arrived about an hour after them, summoned by guild messengers. Their captain, a sharp-eyed woman with close-cropped hair and a scar across her nose, was currently examining the evidence laid out on a folding table. These were found in their dimensional bags, she announced, gesturing to an array of items. I need anyone who recognizes something to come forward. A murmur ran through the crowd as several exam takers approached. A tall boy with an obvious Northlander accent pointed to a distinctive amulet. That's Eskel's, from the Azure Hawks team. They disappeared on day 3. A pair of twin girls identified a set of matching bracelets. Those belonged to Pella. She was with Team Stormchasers. So it continued, item after item, a grim catalog of the Gankers' victims. They're replanting evidence. Joss shouted, pulling against his restraints. We found those items. From monsters. From abandoned camps. You expect us to believe you just happened to find items from 6 different missing teams. The guard captain's voice dripped with contempt. Check the logs, another guard suggested. Missing persons reports from the last 3 exams. One of the guild officials was already flipping through records. We've had a spike in disappearances over the past year. 23 examinees unaccounted for in the last 3 exams alone. The crowd's mood darkened further. Someone spat in Kev's direction. Rope's too good for gankers, someone muttered loudly enough to be heard. Mira's sobbing intensified. I didn't kill anyone. Kevin Dane did the killing. I just, Shut up, you stupid idiot. Kev snarled, but the damage was done. The guard captain's eyebrows rose. Interesting. Sounds like we have a potential witness. She's lying, Kev shouted, face reddening. We didn't kill anyone. That's not what you said a moment ago, the captain observed mildly. Dane finally looked up. His expression was unreadable, but something about his posture had changed, like a man who'd finally made a decision after long deliberation. Captain, he said, his voice steady. I'd like to make a statement. The processing area went quiet. Even Kev stopped struggling, staring at his brother in disbelief. Dane, don't you dare. Shut him up, the captain ordered. One of her guards slapped a silencing patch over Kev's mouth. His eyes bulged with rage, but no sound emerged. Go on, the captain said to Dane. We killed 11 people across 4 exams, Dane said tonelessly. Quicksilver team was the latest. Before that, it was the 3 the red-haired girl traveled with. Sonia made a small, wounded sound. Yan's arm went around her shoulders. We didn't kill the others mentioned in your records, Dane continued. Must been different gankers. Whoa, Sam whispered. He's just confessing. Smart, Cassandra replied quietly. He's hoping to trade information for leniency. The captain seemed to have the same thought. Why the sudden attack of conscience? Dane's gaze flicked toward Adam, then back to the captain. No conscience, just practicality. I'm not dying for Kev's mistakes. You participated, the captain pointed out. I did. Dane nodded. But I can give you details. Names of other gankers, their territories. Their methods, the captain considered this. That might be worth something to the right people. No promises. It's all I've got, Dane said simply. Kev was thrashing wildly now, the silencing patch preventing what would clearly be a stream of obscenities. 2 guards had to hold him back. Take them to the holding cells, the captain ordered. Separate rooms. I want statements from each. Does it always feel like this? Sam asked nobody in particular. Like what? Adam asked. Like. Sam struggled to find the words. Not how I expected. Cassandra nodded slowly. Justice rarely feels as good as we think it will, especially when you realize they're just people, Yan added, approaching with Sonia. Terrible people who did terrible things, but still people. Sonia's eyes were red but dry. They killed my friends, laughed while doing it. I don't know what I'm supposed to feel now. You're not supposed to feel anything specific, Yan told her gently. There's no right way to react. A young guard approached their group, looking slightly intimidated at the sight of Yan and John. Excuse me, the captain would like to ask you some questions about your encounter with the prisoners. All of us, Sam asked, sounding exhausted at the prospect. If possible, it won't take long, just preliminary information before formal statements. Adam stood, wincing at his stiff muscles. Let's get it over with. The guard led them to a tent that had been set up as a temporary office. The captain was inside, organizing papers on a folding desk. Ah, the dungeon divers, she said, glancing up. Sit, please, I'm Captain Raina Harker, City Watch. They found seats where they could, Adam and Sam on a bench, Cassandra on a stool, Yan and Sonia standing by the entrance. You're welcome, Sam said, managing a tired smile. Though to be honest, they kind of walked into our camp. True. The captain looked at her notes. I'd like to get your version of events. How you encountered them, what transpired, any evidence you gathered. Captain Harker nodded as they recounted the full story, making occasional notes while they explained everything from the initial encounter to the capture of all 6 gankers. I am sorry for your loss, Harker said to Sonia when they finished, and sounded like she meant it. Your testimony will be crucial in the proceedings. Will there be a trial? Adam asked. There will, though with Dane's confession, it may be expedited. Ganking is a capital offense, but the court will still want to establish the facts. Harker set down her pen. We'll need formal statements from each of you, but that can wait. I'll arrange for an official to meet with you in the next few weeks. Well, be there, Adam promised. The captain nodded and dismissed them. Outside, Sonia stopped in the middle of the path. You don't need to thank us, Sam said, looking embarrassed. I do. She looked at each of them. What you did, most wouldn't have. Dom shrugged, uncomfortable with praise. Anyone would have. No, Sonia said firmly. They wouldn't. I watched 3 teams walk away when I begged for help. Their loss, Cassandra remarked. Your information about the gankers was quite valuable. Yang gave Cassandra a look that said, not now, before turning to Sonia. How's the leg? An awkward silence fell. What else was there to say? They'd shared a week of danger, brought her attackers to justice, and now, when do you head back to the academy? Sam asked. I am not sure. Dungeon divers, a guild official approached, clipboard in hand. You're needed at the main tent. Badge ceremony. Already? Sam perked up instantly. Don't keep them waiting, Sonia said with a small smile. Go get your badges. You've earned them. We'll find you after, Yan offered. She nodded. I'd like that. The official led them across the camp toward the largest tent. Other successful examinees were heading in the same direction, some looking battle-worn, others inexplicably pristine despite a week in the dungeon. Badge ceremony, Sam whispered, practically bouncing. We're actually getting our adventurer badges. Try not to hyperventilate, Cassandra told him, though even she couldn't hide a hint of excitement. It's just a metal pin. Just a metal pin. Sam looked scandalized. It's freedom. It's status. It's a responsibility. Adam finished for him. The main tent was crowded with examinees and guild officials. Near the front, behind a table covered in a blue cloth, stood Samson, eye patch still in place, looking much more formal than when they'd last seen him. Ah, our last-minute arrivals, he said as they approached. Perfect timing. On the table before him lay several rows of badges, each gleaming in the lantern light. They varied in design, some simple, others more ornate. Quick formality before we begin, Samson said, pulling out an official-looking ledger. Your final points tally needs verification. He flipped through pages until he found their entry. Dungeon divers, 382 points from specimens and completed objectives. Sam beamed. Cassandra nodded confirmation. Plus, Samson continued, a substantial bonus for the apprehension of known criminals operating within the dungeon. The gankers have been confirmed responsible for at least 11 deaths across 4 exams. Yan's expression darkened at the reminder. In total, Samson concluded, you've earned 532 points, placing you. He consulted another page, 3rd highest among all examinees this season. 3rd, Sam's eyes widened. Out of how many teams? 46 entered, 29 returned. The implications of that weren't lost on any of them. Now, Samson continued, selecting 4 badges from the table. Based on your performance, skill demonstration, and point total, the guild has assigned your initial rank. He held up the badges. Unlike the simple copper circles most new adventurers received, these were silver octagons with a blue stone set in the center. Rank B, Samson announced, which I should note is exceptionally rare for first-time badging. Sam let out a whoop before quickly composing himself under Samson's amused gaze. Sorry. Please continue. As Rank B adventurers, Samson went on, you are granted access to all standard guild facilities across the Pentos network. That's 158 nations across 10 continents. He proceeded to pin the badges to each of them. John, being a golem, had his affixed to his breastplate with a special magnetized backing. These badges serve as identification, passport, and authorization all in one, Samson explained. Guild halls will recognize them immediately. Most border guards as well, though I'd recommend carrying backup documentation in more politically complex regions. Adam touched his badge thoughtfully. Access to 158 nations. No more waiting months for travel permits or enduring endless questioning at borders. The freedom to move as needed. For what he had planned, this was invaluable. Your material compensation, Samson continued, handing Cassandra a document. The specimens and materials you recovered will be processed and sold through guild channels. Half the proceeds, as stipulated in your exam contract, will be transferred to your party account within 7 days. Cassandra scanned the document with practiced efficiency. Estimated value, based on preliminary assessment. Samson's lips quirked, enough that you won't need to worry about equipment or lodging for some time. Excellent, she murmured, already calculating in her head. A few important points before your aide dismissed, Samson said, his tone becoming more serious. The badges you wear come with significant privileges but also responsibilities. The 4 of them straightened instinctively. You represent the Pentos Guild now. Misconduct particularly serious offenses like ganking results in immediate badge revocation and potential criminal charges. The guild does not protect those who abuse its name. Understood, Adam replied for all of them. Your duties extend beyond dungeons, Samson continued. Adventurers may be called upon for public service during emergencies, monster outbreaks, natural disasters, and the like. Refusing such calls without reasonable cause can affect your standing. So we're like emergency responders too? Sam asked. In essence, yes. The guild maintains its favorable legal status by providing valuable services to member nations. Samson glanced at each of them. Any questions? How soon can we access the full privileges? Adam asked. Your badges are active immediately. Full access to the guild hall network, mission boards, trading posts, it's all available now. Adam nodded, satisfied. No waiting period, no probationary restrictions, just what he needed. If that's all, Samson concluded, congratulations, dungeon divers. May your badges bring you fortune and glory. He extended his hand, and they each shook it in turn. Your badges will be recorded in the guild registry by sundown, he added. After that, you're officially in the books. As they exited the tent, Sam finally let his excitement loose. Rank B, on our first try, he grinned wildly. Do you have any idea how rare that is? Approximately 3.8 of new adventurers achieve rank B or higher, Cassandra supplied promptly, though that figure includes those with prior military experience or special credentials. Which makes us even more exceptional, Sam declared, practically skipping. Think of the missions well qualify for now. Yan looked more subdued. Higher rank means higher risk. Higher pay too, Cassandra pointed out practically. What are you thinking about? Sam asked, noticing Adam's silence. Adam fingered the badge on his chest. Freedom, he said simply, and what to do with it. Outside the tent, the checkpoint had transformed into an impromptu celebration. Successful examinees compared badges, swapped dungeon stories, and nursed injuries that would soon become proud scars with embellished tales attached. Adam, Sam, you guys made it. Zari Voss, a third-year battle mage, rushed over. Her copper badge at standard rank D for first-timers gleamed against her dust-covered jacket. Zari, Sam grinned, clasping her hand. Your team got through okay. Sam clasped a girl's hand. Sam, barely. Lost Marcus to a spider bite on day 3's fine, she added quickly at their alarmed expressions, just spent 4 days hallucinating that he was a teapot. Healers sent him back early. Her eyes dropped to their badges, widening comically. Are those B ranks? She grabbed Sam's jacket, pulling him closer to inspect the badge. Holy shit, how did you? Combination of monster points and apprehending criminals, Cassandra explained with practiced efficiency. Those gankers, Sari whistled. I heard some team caught them. That was you. Before they could answer, 2 more classmates joined them, Elin and Dastin, also third-year battle mages. Elin's left arm was in a sling, but she wore her copper badge proudly on her good shoulder. Did you hear about Gus? Dastin asked without preamble. Rank A first try. A, Sam's jaw dropped. But that's damn right. Elin said apparently he ran into something called a void leech in the deep caverns. No one's seen one in 30 years. Killed it single-handedly. Adam stayed quiet at the mention of Gus. He'd been different since the incident with Gizmo. I heard he didn't say a word the entire exam, Dastin continued. Just handled everything. Didn't even seem to sleep. Losing a familiar changes people, Adam said quietly. It's like losing a part of yourself. An awkward silence followed, broken by another classmate arriving with news about Team Midnight. They failed, Vince Reed announced to the group. Got cornered by cave spiders in the Whispering Gorge. Academy officials swooped in and pulled them out yesterday. Academy officials, Adam frowned. We never saw any officials from Zerks in there. Apparently they were monitoring the whole time, Vince explained, following at a distance. One of them mentioned it when they brought Team Midnight back. Said they never let third years wander unsupervised. Sam raised his eyebrows. That actually makes sense. The Academy wouldn't just throw us into a deadly dungeon with no safety net, not with how much tuition costs. They must have had a dozen senior mages on rotation just keeping tabs. Elin added. Adam said, genuinely surprised. Never noticed anyone following us. That was probably the point, Yan remarked. Would have defeated the purpose if you knew they were there to bail you out. Great, Sam groaned. 7 days in a dungeon and we still have to be in class tomorrow morning. At least we'll be in class as adventurers, Sari pointed out, tapping her badge. That's got to count for something. Eventually, the crowd thinned as people drifted away to pack their belongings or search for friends among other returning teams. Soon only the 4 dungeon divers remained, standing in an awkward circle. Well, Adam said finally, that was fun. Your definition of fun needs serious recalibration, Sam replied, but he was smiling. I found it educational, Cassandra offered. That's one word for it, Yan agreed. Another silence fell, heavier this time. They'd spent a week in close quarters, relying on each other for survival. Now standing in the safety of the checkpoint with their objectives complete, something unspoken hung in the air between them. Cassandra, predictably, was the first to address it. I suppose this is where we part ways, she said. Exam partnership has served its purpose. While Sam winced, cold, practical, she corrected. We formed a temporary alliance for mutual benefit. That arrangement has concluded successfully. She's right, Yan said with a small shrug. We all had our reasons for teaming up. Yurei also. Adam shook his head. Cassandra, has anyone ever told you that you have the emotional warmth of a glacier? To his surprise, she smiled a genuine expression that transformed her usually serious face. Frequently. Though most use less creative metaphors, if it helps, she continued, I found our collaboration exceptionally valuable. My access to dungeon resources as a registered adventurer opens numerous opportunities I couldn't have accessed otherwise. She glanced at her badge thoughtfully. Now I just need to find a permanent party willing to take on a porter. Something clicked in Adam's mind. An idea that had been forming vaguely since their first day in the dungeon suddenly crystallized. Actually. He began. Cassandra tilted her head. Yes, when would you be free this week? To talk, I mean, about something that might interest you, a business opportunity. Cassandra studied him with newfound interest. I'm available 3 days from now, morning preferably. Perfect. Guildhall Coffee Shop, 9 o'clock. I'll be there, she agreed, curiosity evident in her voice. Should I bring anything? Just your calculating mind. She nodded, seemingly satisfied. Until then, Yan cleared his throat. I'd also like to speak with you privately, Adam, when you have time. This was unexpected. Adam turned to the senior mage with raised eyebrows. Everything okay? Yes, just something I'd prefer to discuss one-on-one. Sure, tomorrow afternoon. Works for me, Yan agreed. Sam looked between them with growing dismay. Are we seriously breaking up the team already? After everything we just went through, what exactly are you getting nostalgic about, Sam? Adam asked. The part where you nearly got strangled in your sleep, or when that thing tried to digest you feet first. That's not. Or maybe it was the scorpion stinger that missed your eye by about half an inch. That's a cherished memory, I am sure. I'm just saying. Or was it the 2 days of non-stop rain where your socks never dried and you complained every 7 minutes about your prunty toes? Sam shot him a withering look. Are you done? Almost. Let's not forget your inspiring battle cry of oh gods, it's touching me when that slime dropped on your head. Ian made a suspicious coughing sound that might have been disguised laughter. Fine, Sam conceded. It wasn't all great, but we worked well together. Better than well, we were. He searched for the word synergistic. Sounds painful, Adam deadpanned. Is there a cream for that? Even Cassandra's lips twitched at that one. You know what I mean, Sam insisted. Look at what we accomplished. B ranks on our first try. Plus, you know, he lowered his voice. We stopped actually bad people. Made a difference. The teasing mood faded. Sam had a point, whether Adam wanted to admit it or not. Nobody's saying it wasn't a valuable experience, Yen said diplomatically. We all have our own paths. At least think about it, Sam urged, looking at each of them, before we make any decisions. Adam studied his friend's earnest expression. Sam had always been a sentimental one, wearing his heart so openly it was sometimes painful to watch, but his genuineness was also strangely compelling. I'll think about it, Adam conceded, but I make no promises about future death-defying adventures. That's all I'm asking. Sam brightened immediately, for now anyway. Should head back, Cassandra said, checking the position of the sun. If we leave within the hour, we can reach the main streets by nightfall, and sleep in actual beds, Yan added with undisguised longing. As they moved to gather their belongings, Sam fell into step beside Adam. You're planning something, he said quietly. I'm always planning something. Something big, Sam pressed. The way you looked when Samson mentioned access to all those places. Remember that gold I found in the cave? Adam asked quietly. You mean the mountain of riches you dragged me to see? The one you swore me to absolute secrecy about? Sam replied. No, completely slipped my mind. Adam chuckled. That's the one. I am thinking it's time to put it to use. Actually use it, not just keep it hidden away in some cave. You're going to use cast talents, aren't you? Sam's eyes widened in understanding. She does have a unique set of skills, and a terrifying attention to detail, Sam added with a small grin. Adam's third yawn in 5 minutes earned him an elbow in the ribs from Sam. You look like death warmed over, Sam whispered. Did you sleep at all last night? Not really, Adam admitted, rubbing his eyes. The grand amphitheater buzzed with the voices of hundreds of third-year students. Tiered seating curved in a half circle around a central stage, where a podium stood empty, waiting for the day's proceedings to begin. Morning light streamed through the high windows, illuminating dust motes that danced through the air. Above the empty stage, a paper dragon emerald green with gold tipped wingswooped and dove at a glittering blue paper bird. Both constructs shimmered with magical energy, leaving faint trails of colored light in their wake. The dragon, easily 3 times the size of the bird, snapped its jaws and exhaled a puff of harmless orange sparks. 10 silvers on Vance's dragon, someone shouted from the front row. "Ure on," came the reply from across the amphitheater. Students cheered as the bird executed a perfect spiral, narrowly avoiding the dragon's claws. The magical constructs weren't just folded paper, they moved with lifelike precision, the dragon's scales rippling as it banked sharply, the bird's wings beating frantically as it tried to escape. "Finish it," Vance yelled, his fingers moving in a complex pattern as he directed his creation. The dragon roared a sound like crumpling parchment, amplified tenfold, and surged forward with sudden speed. Paper jaws closed around the bird with a violent snap. Blue magical energy burst outward as the bird was crushed, scattering glowing confetti that rained down on the cheering students. Adam watched the spectacle with mild interest. "Nightmares about the exam?" Sam asked, lowering his voice further. Adam shook his head slightly. "Not nightmares, just thinking about the gankers, the examiners." Adam leaned back in his seat. "Something doesn't add up." Sam nodded, his usual exuberance muted. "I know. I've been wondering the same thing. I asked around when we got back," Adam said. "Talked to a few senior students who've worked as teaching assistants like Hugo and Caius. They all confirmed it. Senior mages are supposed to monitor all Zerk students during adventure exams. Safety protocol. And they only step in if you're about to die, right?" Sam asked. "Yeah, intervening means automatic failure." Adam's fingers drummed against his knee. "But gankers are different. Multiple homicides. That's not part of the exam. Maybe they were waiting to see if we could handle it ourselves," Sam suggested, though his tone made it clear he didn't believe it. "Gankers, Sam." Adam fixed him with a tired look. "Known murderers. If Kev and his crew had been just a bit more competent, we'd be dead." The weight of that statement settled between them. "You think someone wanted us to fail?" Sam asked after a moment. "The exam? No. That was the case, they would have intervened at a random moment without plausible reason." He paused. "I think someone might have wanted me dead," Adam replied quietly. Sam's eyes widened. "Because of the prince?" Adam nodded. "The prince had backers, powerful ones. We still don't know who was behind him." Sam ran a hand through his hair. That's actually pretty plausible. "The investigation is ongoing, but I haven't heard anything in weeks," Adam said. "It's like everything just went quiet." "Have you told anyone about this?" Professor Crowley, the headmaster. "Not yet. I need more than just suspicions." Adam stifled another yawn. "But I will, soon." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of more students filing into the amphitheater. The noise level rose as people greeted friends they hadn't seen since before the exam. Then all conversation was cut short as the amphitheater doors swung open with a resounding thud. The ambient chatter died instantly, replaced by the sound of purposeful footsteps. Professor Crowley entered, his eyes sweeping across the room. Students straightened instinctively as he passed, a few hastily tucking away contraband snacks or pulling out notebooks. Adam watched as Crowley reached the center stage. The professor spent a moment surveying the assembled students, hands clasped behind his back, expression unreadable. Then, without ceremony, Crowley placed an index finger against his throat and it began to glow. When he spoke, his voice carried throughout the amphitheater, magically amplified but still maintaining its characteristic flat tone. "Congratulations to those who passed their adventure exams," he began, reading something on the paper he brought. "Your badges are the result of preparation, skill, and in some cases, dumb luck. Wear them with the understanding that they represent responsibility, not just privilege." Several students exchanged glances, unsure whether to feel proud or chastised. For those who didn't pass, Crowley continued, "You'll have additional opportunities throughout the semester. Failure is instructive when you learn from it. Most of you didn't." Sam snorted quietly. Classic Crowley. Even his congratulations come with a side of brutal honesty. "As for your regular curriculum," Crowley said, "we'll resume normal classes tomorrow. Your exam results will be factored into your practical assessment scores for this quarter." A hand rose from the third row. Adam blinked in surprise as he recognized Mia, her silver hair pulled back in a tight braid. He hadn't seen her much since the semester began, both of them caught up in their separate tracks and preparations. "Yes, Miss Storm," Crowley acknowledged. Mia stood, her posture straight and confident. Unlike many students who wilted under Crowley's gaze, she met his eyes directly. "Professor, by this point in the semester, we should already be a couple weeks into our elective courses," she said. "Instead, we were suddenly required to participate in an adventurer exam that typically demands months of preparation." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the amphitheater. Adam found himself nodding along. Mia was voicing exactly what had been bothering him. "I'm not complaining about the experience itself," Mia continued, "but rather the lack of transparency. We deserve to know why our education was disrupted without explanation, why there's been so much secrecy, and frankly, why the Academy seems to be operating on emergency protocols without informing us what the emergency actually is. She's right, just tell us what's happening. We're adults, not children. Adam leaned forward, suddenly alert despite his fatigue. He wasn't the only one who'd noticed something off about the Academy's recent decisions. Crowley's expression didn't change, but his eyes narrowed slightly. He raised a hand and the room fell silent immediately. Silence, he said, though it was unnecessary by that point. The quiet that followed was almost oppressive. The professor sighed, a rare display of something approaching emotion. He removed his finger from his throat, canceling the amplification spell, then replaced it and took a deep breath. I suppose you deserve to know at least the minimum, he said, his voice lower but still carrying through the amplification charm. He muttered something that sounded suspiciously like, "And I'll be in trouble for this later," before sighing again. The changes to your curriculum were not made lightly, Crowley continued, his tone measured. Neither Headmaster Maris nor the professorial body wished to disrupt your education. We were, he paused, searching for the right word, encouraged to adapt. The word encouraged carried a weight that didn't escape anyone in the room. Murmurs rippled through the amphitheater, students exchanging theories in hurried whispers. Then why did you do it? The question cut through the buzz of conversation. Adam hadn't planned to speak, hadn't even raised his hand, but the words had escaped him anyway. Hundreds of eyes turned in his direction, but he kept his gaze fixed on Crowley, waiting for an answer. The professor studied Adam for a long moment, then nodded as if coming to a decision. "You're all aware of the recent events and the current political landscape of the Empire," Crowley said, addressing the entire room but maintaining eye contact with Adam. "Or at least you should be if you've been paying attention to something beyond your textbooks." More murmurs rose from the crowd, louder this time. "Silence," Crowley ordered, and the room immediately fell quiet. "I'm going to stop treating you like children." "You deserve that much." He paced a few steps across the stage, gathering his thoughts. "Until 15 years ago, students not much older than you were conscripted into the Imperial Army as soon as they became fourth years," he said bluntly. "It was how the Empire expanded, how it secured its borders. Young mages, fresh with power and training, sent to fight wars they barely understood." Adam felt a chill. He'd read about those policies in history books, but hearing Crowley speak of it, someone who had likely lived through it, made it suddenly visceral. "I was 14 when I saw my first battlefield," Crowley said, his hand finding the scar on his face. "Most of my classmates were with me. Some never came back." The amphitheater was utterly silent now. No whispers, no shuffling of feet or papers, just hundreds of students, suddenly confronted with a reality they'd only studied in abstract terms. "That practice was stopped for good reasons," Crowley continued. "The physical toll, the psychological damage, the ethical implications, all of it became too much for even the Empire to justify. But ending that practice had consequences beyond the humanitarian." He straightened, clasping his hands behind his back. "With so many mages removed from the system, the Empire's magical capacity was diminished. Our ability to project power, to be as aggressive as we once were, was reduced. Some would say that's for the better." His expression suggested he might be among them. Others saw it as weakness. Sam leaned closer to Adam. "Where is he going with this?" he whispered. Adam shook his head slightly, not taking his eyes off Crowley. "Just listen. The Farmus Empire has been quiet for years," Crowley said, "or so we believed. The investigation following Prince Callion's arrest revealed something troubling. Farmus officials were working closely with the prince on something unknown to our empire." "Oh no." No, 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 Adam's stomach clenched. This was exactly what he feared, what he hoped was the case. The Farmus Empire lay thousands of miles to the east, separated from them by mountain ranges and vast plains, traditional enemies, not allies. They were militaristic, ruthless in their expansion, and had historically employed forbidden magics without hesitation. But more importantly, they were the first nation to unleash it in battle. Dragon's breath. Crowley continued as surprised murmurs rippled through the amphitheater. "The prince's use of Spectre's forbidden magic in our territories appears to have been facilitated by Farmusian mages," he said, his voice cutting through the rising noise. "These weren't just random experiments. They were coordinated efforts, part of something larger." Adam exchanged a glance with Sam, whose usual humor had vanished entirely. "With Prince Callion's capture," Crowley went on, "our relations with Farmus have deteriorated rapidly. After decades of cold peace, they've become openly hostile again. Intelligence reports suggest they've formed new alliances with the northern elven kingdoms, and their border activities have increased dramatically in recent months." "Holy shit," someone whispered loudly from the row behind. "Are we talking about war?" a girl called out, not bothering to raise her hand. Crowley didn't answer directly, which was answer enough. "My father says the crown prince was actually the son of a Farmusian noble," a boy near the front said to his neighbor, loud enough for those nearby to hear. "The emperor took her as a spoil of war and changed her identity. That's why." You should be careful about what your father tells you these days, Telman, the boy next to him replied, shooting nervous glances around, especially out loud. Adam couldn't sit still anymore. He got to his feet, ignoring Sam's urgent tug at his sleeve. Sit down, Sam murmured. This isn't the time. But Adam was too anxious, too riddled with guilt to stay silent. Are you sending them to war? He called out, his voice carrying through the sudden quiet. Children. Every face in the amphitheater turned toward him. Some looked shocked at his outburst. Others nodded in agreement with his question. Crowley fixed him with a steady gaze, neither angry nor surprised. Please sit down, Mr. Silla. Answer the question, Adam replied, remaining on his feet. Please, if they were being prepared for war, then many of the students in this room, people who had lived full lives in his original timeline, wouldn't make it past adulthood, and it would be a consequence of his actions, his meddling with time, his attempt to save the world. Had he come back just to make things worse, to trade one catastrophe for another? Crowley's expression softened slightly. Headmaster Maris, along with the Archmage and the entire Magisterium, opposed the Emperor on that decision, he said carefully, quite forcefully in fact. Adam waited, knowing there was more to be said. Around him, he could feel the tension in the room, hundreds of students holding their breath. We reached a compromise, Crowley continued after a moment. For now, no students will be conscripted directly into military service. However, he paused. Your curriculum will include more combat-focused training and military history. The expectation is that when you complete your 7th year at the age of 18 or 19, you will be required to serve the Empire in some capacity. The room erupted in murmurs again, some relieved, others angry. So we get to finish school before dying for the Empire, someone said bitterly. How generous. I'm writing to my parents tonight, a girl from the front row declared, jumping to her feet. They know people on the council. My uncle's a magister, someone else called out. He won't stand for this. Crowley raised his hand, demanding silence. The room took longer to quiet this time, frustration and fear bubbling over like a pot left too long on the fire. I understand this is a lot to take in, he said once the noise had subsided. And to be perfectly honest, things will likely get worse before they get better. He let that sink in for a moment, not softening the blow. But I can promise you this, he continued, his voice growing firmer. As long as you are students of Zerk's Academy, you will be taken care of. You will be protected, no matter what it takes. The reactions varied wildly. Some students looked reassured, others skeptical. A few openly scoffed. Easy for him to say, a boy muttered nearby. He already survived his war. My sister's in the Imperial Guard, another student whispered. She says they've been on high alert for months. Crowley cleared his throat. Now to the reason you're all here today. Y'all be choosing your electives, with one significant change from previous years. The room fell quiet again, students leaning forward. In addition to your coursework, y'all be assigned missions throughout the Empire and allied nations. These will range from rank D to rank A, providing you with practical experience beyond what any classroom can offer. He held up a hand before the excited murmurs could grow too loud. Third years are restricted to rank C missions and below, regardless of your adventurer badge rating. This is non-negotiable. Adam sank back into his seat, mind racing. Missions, experience. It sounded suspiciously like preparation for something larger. Your mission assignments will account for 20% of your final grades, Crowley continued. The rest will be divided between practical examinations, written assessments, and a new component combat readiness evaluations. Sam nudged Adam. Well, at least we'll get to see something beyond these walls. Adam nodded absently, still processing the implications. That's all for today, Crowley said, his tone softening slightly. I should note that what I've told you wasn't scheduled to be announced until next week. Obviously, I want to ask you to keep this to yourselves, frankly. It would be irresponsible of me to expect that. He paused, looking around the room with an expression Adam couldn't quite read. But I want you to know this, you will not experience what my generation did. I will put my life on the line to ensure that. The amphitheater went utterly silent. No one had ever heard Professor Crowley speak this way. The man who'd spent years drilling battle formations into them with detached efficiency had just made what sounded like a personal vow. After a moment, Crowley straightened and was back to business. Battle mages can come to me directly to select their electives. Elementalists see Professor Wynne. Healers, Professor Lin. Alchemists, Professor Merwin. If you have questions, he hesitated, then added, my office is always open. With that, he turned and strode off the stage, leaving behind a room full of stunned students. The moment the doors closed behind him, the amphitheater exploded with noise. Adam barely had time to gather his thoughts before he was surrounded. Scylla, you stopped the prince, right? A kid he didn't recognize pushed to the front of the group forming around him. What else do you know about all this? Is it true the prince was working with demons? Another asked. My cousin's in the border guard, a tall girl said. She says they've doubled patrols near Farmus territory. Sam stepped between Adam and the growing crowd. Back off, everyone. He doesn't know any more than you do. But he was there, someone protested. He saw the prince's specters firsthand. Is that why they sent us into that exam? To see who'd make good soldiers? A boy with glasses looked genuinely frightened. Sam held up his hands, one at a time, for God's sake. Adam stood, feeling overwhelmed by the press of bodies and questions. He caught glimpses of different reactions in the faces around him: fear, excitement, disbelief, anger. Some looked ready to pack their bags and leave, like Damas. Others seemed almost eager at the prospect of adventure. "I don't have answers," he said finally, his voice carrying enough for those nearby to hear. "I was as surprised as you are. But you stopped the prince," a first-year girl insisted. "You're practically a hero." Adam winced at that. "We should go," Sam muttered, seeing Adam's discomfort. Crowley said battle mages need to see him directly. Adam nodded gratefully. "Sorry," he told the crowd. "I need to choose my electives. Let us know if you hear anything else." Someone called as Sam created a path through the throng. As they made their way toward the exit, Adam spotted Mia on the other side of the room, similarly surrounded. Their eyes met briefly across the chaotic amphitheater. She gave him a small nod acknowledgement, perhaps. Her family were high-level alchemists and nobles affiliated with the Empire. Maybe he could get some more info from her. "You okay?" Sam asked as they finally broke free of the crowd. Adam took a deep breath. Events were accelerating faster than he'd anticipated. He'd hoped for time to relax, to train, to plan. That luxury was evaporating before his eyes. The original timeline had been clear global catastrophe in a few years. But now, the pieces were moving differently. Pharmus was hostile already. The wars were happening sooner. And the prince's backers, those shadowy figures who had nearly destroyed everything, they wouldn't simply vanish because their frontman was imprisoned. They'd wait for the slightest opportunity to strike again. He'd spent all this time facing enemies who never seemed to end, and one lesson had been burned into him: don't wait for them to come to you. Become as strong as they are. Strike first. "Not really," he finally said to Sam. "But it'll have to be." He needed a network. Information was power, and his foreknowledge would only carry him so far. Valiant had taken over Cisco's information broker business. That was his first step. Build connections through her, establish eyes and ears across the continent. Money would be next. He had wealth, literal treasure, but it was locked away in a cave. Impractical. Cass could help there. She was honest, hardworking, and had a head for business that he lacked. With his knowledge of future market trends, they could build a merchant guild that would flourish while establishing legitimate fronts for his operations. He knew where certain resources would boom: the silver mines near the western mountains, the spice trade with the southern islands, the arcane crystal deposits that would be discovered in the northern territories. Small investments now, huge returns later, and strength needed that most of all. For all of it, Silverkeep would be his base. The city was strategically positioned, home to one of the Order's bureaus, and large enough that his movements wouldn't draw immediate attention. "Sam," he said suddenly, "how do you feel about travel?" "What, like a field trip?" Sam raised an eyebrow. "More like preparing for whatever's coming next." Sam studied him for a moment, then nodded. "I am in. Whatever you're planning, I am in." Adam smiled, the first genuine one in days. Maybe he couldn't stop what was coming, but he could get ready for it. This time he wouldn't be caught unprepared. "Let's go pick our electives," he said, "and then I need to send some letters." "And for your fifth elective?" Crowley checked his notes. "Advanced combat applications." "Bold choice." Adam nodded. "And I'd like to add 2 extracurricular electives as well," he said. "Advanced alchemy from Professor Merwin's department and basic bonding from the druidic department." Crowley raised an eyebrow. "An ambitious schedule. Most students struggle with just their core classes." "I can handle it," Adam said simply. Crowley made the additional notations without comment. The scratching of his quill was the only sound in the office, which now smelled oddly sweet like toffee candy. Adam hadn't pegged the stern professor as someone with a sweet tooth. "That gives you a full course load," Crowley said, making a final notation on Adam's schedule. Battle magic fundamentals in the morning, followed by elemental theory, practical applications, and tactical studies. Advanced combat and magical artifacts in the afternoon. As for the extracurricular, y'all get an update soon. He handed Adam a folded piece of parchment. "Your new schedule. Take note that the mission board has been moved to the East Wing, 3rd floor. Y'all need to complete at least 2 rank D missions each semester." "You're welcome." Adam didn't move from his seat. His fingers tapped against his knee, betraying his hesitation. Crowley looked up from his desk after a moment. "Is there something else, Mr. Silla? A question or concern?" "Actually, yes." Adam leaned forward slightly. "During the adventurer exam, we encountered gankers in the dungeon. They tried to kill us. I heard. The reports crossed my desk." Crowley's expression didn't change, but his eyes narrowed slightly. "Then you know no one intervened. And that bothers you." "It should bother everyone," Adam said, more forcefully than he'd intended. "Senior mages are supposed to monitor all Zerk students during adventurer exams. Safety protocol." Crowley set down his quill and folded his hands on the desk. "Yes. They should have stepped in, if not during the encounter itself, then immediately after, to ensure your safety and assess any injuries." "So why didn't they?" "That's an excellent question." Crowley's voice went flat. "One I've been asking myself since I reviewed the report." Adam hadn't expected that. He'd been preparing for deflection, perhaps even some institutional defense of a clear failure. Crowley's apparent candor caught him off guard. The official explanation, Crowley continued, is that there was a monitoring gap, a shift change among the observers that wasn't properly executed. You don't believe that. I believe it's convenient. Crowley's fingers drummed once on the desk. Too convenient. A chill ran down Adam's spine, so his suspicions hadn't been paranoia after all. Professor Livnell was responsible for that shift, Crowley said. He's been placed on administrative leave while an internal investigation proceeds. And in the meantime, Mr. Scylla, I suggest you exercise caution. Crowley's tone shifted, became less formal. Your name has been heard quite frequently in certain circles lately. Even the Emperor knows who Adam Scylla is now. Ah, you've done nothing wrong, Crowley added, but not everyone will see it that way. Prince Callion had allies, supporters, people who likely don't appreciate the role you played in his arrest. You think someone at the academy wanted me dead. The words hung in the air between them. I think, Crowley said carefully, that being a hero is often more dangerous than being a villain. Villains expect people to come after them. Heroes rarely see the knife until it's already in their back. Adam absorbed that, turning it over in his mind. What should I do? For now, nothing dramatic. Keep your head down. Focus on your studies. Take only the required missions, nothing that would put you in unnecessary danger. Crowley paused. And perhaps consider who you trust with information about your whereabouts. I understand, Adam said. Good. Crowley's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer. You show promise, Mr. Scylla. It would be a shame to see that promise cut short because you drew the wrong kind of attention. Don't thank me yet. Crowley gestured toward the door. Now, I believe you have a combat athletics meeting to attend if you still plan to participate this semester. Adam blinked in surprise. How did you? I am the battle magic professor, Mr. Scylla. It's my job to know these things. The faintest hint of amusement crossed Crowley's face. Besides, the new coach, Virium, has been quite vocal about recruiting new talent after last season's disappointing performance in Crossball. You should give it a try. Adam stood to leave, already thinking about what was discussed just now. One more thing, Crowley said as Adam reached the door. If you notice anything unusual, anything at all, come to me directly. Not the headmaster, not campus security. Me, Adam nodded, understanding perfectly. Crowley wasn't just warning him, he was offering protection. Sam was leaning against the wall outside Crowley's office, tossing a small mana orb from hand to hand. It glowed a soft blue, casting strange shadows across his face. So he asked as Adam emerged, how'd it go? Did the old man give you a hard time about your electives? Adam shook his head. Not really. Said bold choice about advanced combat applications, but that was it. Let me see. Sam snatched the schedule from Adam's hand before he could protest. Battle Magic Fundamentals, Elemental Theory, Tactical Studies. You practically copied my schedule, or you copied mine, Adam said. I registered first, so technically you're the copycat. We registered at the same time. Details. Sam handed the schedule back. Did he mention the mission board? East Wing, 3rd floor. 2 ranked D missions minimum per semester. They walked through the vaulted corridors of the Academy's main building, passing groups of students still buzzing about Crowley's announcement. A few pointed at Adam, whispering behind their hands. He pretended not to notice. You'd think they'd never seen someone stop a traitor prince before, Sam muttered. I'd prefer if they hadn't seen me do it at all, Adam replied. As they passed through the courtyard, the late morning sun beat down on them. The heat was a welcome change from Crowley's chilly office. Did Crowley say anything else? Sam asked, his tone deliberately casual. Adam considered what to share. Crowley's warning had been pointed: trust no one with information about your whereabouts. But this was Sam. He thinks the Ganker situation wasn't an accident, Adam said quietly. The monitoring gap excuse is just that, an excuse. Sam's expression darkened. So someone did want us dead. Me dead, Adam corrected. You were just unfortunate enough to be there. Hey, I'm plenty important enough to assassinate on my own merits, Sam protested, before his face broke into a grin. But I'll let you have this one. The new Combat Athletics Club building loomed ahead, a squat stone structure with reinforced walls and a distinctly battered appearance. Magic-resistant materials made up most of its construction, allowing for the more physical aspects of magical combat to be practiced within. 2 massive oak doors marked the entrance, carved with scenes of battle that shifted slightly when you looked at them too long. Sam sighed dramatically. Welp. Time to go suffer again and become better versions of ourselves. You're starting to sound like Hugo, Adam said with a chuckle. I'll take that as a compliment, actually. Man's built like a mountain. Adam pushed open the doors and immediately something in his brain clicked. Flow prediction activated without conscious thought, his senses extending outward, sampling the currents of movement around him. The world slowed to a crawl in his perception. A body was hurtling through the air directly toward them, arms windmilling, 3.8 seconds until impact. Adam's hands moved through a smooth pattern. Levitate. The spell emerged from his fingertips with minimal effort, a controlled burst of counter-gravity. He didn't weave it immediately. Wait. Timing was everything. 2 seconds. 1 second now. The spell snapped into place at the last possible moment, catching the flying figure just before impact. the world snapped back to normal speed. A young man hung suspended in midair, inches from Adam's face. His expression cycled rapidly from terror to confusion to recognition. The suspended student grinned, upside down. The transcendent nerds. Adam released the spell gently, allowing the student to right himself and land on his feet. Hey, Caius, Adam and Sam said in unison, greeting their senior. Caius brushed himself off, seemingly unbothered by his recent airborne adventure. His dark hair was plastered to his forehead with sweat, and his training uniform was torn at the shoulder. Good catch, Adam. Phil shouted from deeper in the room, lowering the leg that had presumably launched Caius across the training hall. Caius clapped him on the shoulder. Excellent reflexes. Most third years would have screamed and frozen up. I was just lucky, Adam said, downplaying his skill. Nah, that wasn't luck. Caius narrowed his eyes, studying Adam with newfound interest. That was pure talent. The way you waited until the last moment to maximize the spell's efficiency. That's veteran spellcasting. Sam coughed loudly. So, what happened to you anyway? Did Phil decide you needed flying lessons? Lost a bet, Caius said with a shrug. Thought I could block his rippling earth technique. I was wrong. Caius rolled his shoulders, wincing slightly. You two here to register for this semester's club activities? Yeah, Sam said. Can't let these muscles go to waste. What muscles? Caius snorted, then turned to Adam. And you, have you grown a bit since last semester? Before Adam could answer, Caius had him in a headlock, roughing up his hair with enthusiastic abandon. Slow down, nerd. You're making the rest of us look bad. Leave some glory for Sam here. Can't breathe. Sam leaned against the wall. Don't stop on my account. This is the most entertainment I've had all day. Some friend you are, Adam muttered. Caius finally released him, giving him a friendly shove. Hugo's down at the crossball pitch with most of the others. We'll be joining them soon for practice. Hugo's still club leader, Sam asked. 7th year and still running us into the ground. Caius shook his head. Man's a machine. Go find him, he'll want to see you too anyway. They left Caius and Phil to their training and headed toward the rear of the building, where a short tunnel led to the crossball pitch. The smell of sweat and dirt grew stronger with each step. The pitch was a circular field roughly 60 yards across, ringed by waist-high barriers. Various platforms of different heights floated above the field, constantly shifting positions. The ground itself was marked with intricate patterns that glowed faintly, indicating power zones and penalty areas. Hugo was in the center of it all, barking orders at a group of students attempting some kind of formation drill. Even from a distance, his presence was imposing. He spotted them and held up a hand, halting the drill. The students collapsed dramatically onto the ground, panting. Adam, Sam, Hugo's booming voice carried across the field. Good to see you. He jogged over to them, sweat glistening on his forehead. Despite having clearly been drilling for hours, he seemed barely winded. Here to sign up for this semester? He asked, hands on his hips. Yeah, Adam said. If y'all have us, of course we'll have you. Without missing a beat, Hugo reached into his dimensional ring and pulled out 2 forms and a quill. Just sign here. Sam and Adam exchanged surprised glances. You carry around club registration forms in your dimensional ring? Sam asked. Of course. Hugo said this like it was the most natural thing in the world, like carrying emergency rations or spare socks. Never know when y'all find good recruits. That's, Sam paused, searching for the right word. Efficient, Adam supplied. I was going to say deeply weird, but sure, efficient works too. Hugo didn't seem bothered. He simply handed the quill to Sam, who took it and began signing the form balanced against the barrier wall. Adam glanced around the pitch. Several students were engaged in a practice match on the far side. The crossbow of leather-bound sphere roughly the size of a human head-zipping between them at alarming speeds. Flow prediction triggered again, a half-second alert that set off alarm bells in Adam's mind. He pivoted, one hand shooting out to pluck the crossbow from the air just inches from the back of Sam's head. The impact stung his palm, but he managed to keep his grip on the ball. Sam turned, quill frozen mid-signature. What the? Sorry, called a student from across the pitch, waving frantically. Bad pass. Hugo stared at the ball in Adam's hand, then at the distance it had traveled. Damn, he said quietly. Lucky, Adam said. I just happened to turn at the right moment. That wasn't luck, Hugo said, eyeing him with newfound interest. That was instinct and control. He took the ball from Adam's hand. Most people would have swatted it away. You caught it clean. I played catch with my father sometimes. That was true, surprisingly. Nothing special. Hugo studied him for a moment longer, then broke into a grin. Have you ever considered playing crossball, Adam? I know you can use fluid, so you're qualified for it. Not really, no. Another lie. Crowley had just suggested it this morning. Well, you should. Hugo tossed the ball back across the pitch. We're holding tryouts for the team today and tomorrow. Tournament coming up in a few months. Tournament. Sam perked up, handing the signed form back to Hugo. Inter Academy Championship, Hugo explained. Hosted by Aylwin Academy this year. We haven't won in 5 years. 6, corrected a passing student. I don't know, Adam said, playing reluctant. Just think about it, Hugo said, handing him the quill. With reflexes like that, you'd make a hell of a spear. Adam signed his name on the form, mind divided between careful restraint and subdued excitement. He wasn't even sure why he was hiding his intentions from Hugo. Some mischievous impulse, perhaps. In his first life, before everything went wrong, he had that streaked unnecessary subterfuge, the small deceptions just for the pleasure of being clever. He thought he'd outgrown it long ago, but apparently old habits die hard. He didn't strictly need the combat athletics club anymore. His private training with Callan was more advanced, and the missions would provide practical experience. His schedule was already packed to bursting. But this wasn't about training. This was about opportunity. For the past few months, he'd spent every spare moment trying to decipher the book he'd received from Law. The tome had resisted all his efforts, conventional translation methods, magical analysis, even historical comparison. He'd even taken it to Biggins. If anyone could crack the code, it would be him. But even the old dragon, 15,000 years old, had been stumped. Fascinating artifact, the Ilarian had said, adjusting his tiny spectacles as he examined the book. There are similarities to giant runic systems, but the variations are significant. The only concrete information Biggins could offer was a translation of the runes on the cover, Grimoire of the Primordial Runes, natural runes, like the one on Iren's back. The sorceress from Vaishari had said the same thing. To understand the writing within, seek the giants. They alone preserved the knowledge of the first script, which meant Adam needed to reach the giant highlands in the far north of the continent, beyond the frozen wastes. A journey that would take months under normal circumstances, requiring permits, supplies, guides, and a very solid justification to be there, unless an opportunity presented itself. The tournament circuit works like this, Hugo was saying, pulling Adam back to the present. 4 academies, 4 locations, round-robin format. Each academy hosts 1 round, and we travel to each one, Sam asked. Hugo nodded. First round is at Xerxes, that's us. Second at Lyarth Academy in Olden Kingdom. Third at Varan Institute in Cascadia. Finals at Aelwyn Academy in Northaven, the northern city-state that sat at the edge of the frozen wastes. Less than 2 weeks' travel from the giant highlands. Teams stay for a week at each location, Hugo continued. 3 days of competition, 4 days of cultural exchange. It's a diplomatic thing as much as a sporting event. Adam suppressed a smile. A week in Northaven, with a valid reason to be there, academy backing, and minimal supervision. He couldn't have designed a better opportunity himself. Actually, Adam said, the words coming out before he could second-guess himself. I'd like to. He hesitated. You'd like to what? Hugo prompted. I'd like to try out today if that's possible. Sam's eyebrows shot up. Really, one time you said crossball was, and I quote, an exercise in pain for minimal gain. I've had a change of heart, Adam said smoothly. Figured I should expand my horizons. Sam gave him a sideways look. Since when are you interested in team sports? Since now, Adam replied, hoping his friend would drop it. Hugo didn't seem to care about his motivations. Excellent. We could use someone with your reflexes. Tryouts start in. A whistling sound cut through the air. Adam's flow prediction triggered yet again, giving him just enough time to snatch another errant crossball heading straight for Sam's back. +1 white worm's body, +1 healing factor. The impact was harder this time, stinging his palm. The ball had been traveling much faster than the previous one. Sam whirled around. What the hell? Oh, come on, shouted a different student from across the pitch. That was nowhere near you, Talif. That was nowhere near me. The student named Talif yelled back. It was heading straight for third years, you idiot. Hugo took the ball from Adam's hand, his expression thoughtful. That's twice now. In the span of what, 3 minutes, coincidence. Hugo glanced back at the pitch, then at Adam. Know what a spear is in crossball? Vaguely. Another lie. Adam knew the positions and rules intimately from his previous life. His father, being a die-hard fan of crossball, had made sure of that. Defensive specialist. Intercepts passes, protects teammates, occasionally makes precision counterattacks. Hugo spun the ball on his fingertip. Requires exceptional spatial awareness, reflexes, and the ability to read the flow of the game. Sounds complicated. Sam said it is. Most spears train for years. Hugo tossed the ball high into the air, caught it behind his back. But some people have natural talent. If Adam made the team, he'd have his ticket to Northaven. From there, reaching the giant highlands would be challenging but doable. It was perfect. Tryouts are this afternoon, Hugo said. Give me 30 laps around the pitch to warm up, then I'll put you through the basics. 30 laps. Sam's eyes widened. You're joking. Do I look like I'm joking? Hugo asked, completely straight-faced. No, but I was hoping. Hugo's expression remained stern for a moment longer, then cracked into a grin. 5 laps, but don't tell the others I went easy on you. 5 laps later, Adam was barely winded. The physical conditioning from the past few months had carried over more than he expected. Hugo watched him with the calculating eye of someone assessing livestock at market. Not bad, he said as Adam completed the final lap. Now let's see what you can do with a ball. He tossed the crossball to Adam, who caught it easily and threw it back to Hugo. The basics of crossball are simple, Hugo explained. You've got an oval field, 3 hoops of different heights at each end. Move the ball through the opponent's hoops to score your own 2 or 3 points depending on which hoop. First to 50 points wins, or highest score when time's up. He spun the ball on his fingertip. 7 players per team. 3 runners lead the offense in scoring drives. 2 blockers who protect teammates and disrupt opponents in duels. 1 keeper guards your hoops, redirecting incoming shots. And 1 spear, he caught the ball with a quick snap. That's the position I see for you. The spear intercepts passes, protects vulnerable teammates, makes precision counterattacks, and reads the game flow. You'll be the tactical brain on the field, anticipating plays before they happen. Everyone can score, but while runners focus on point making, you'll be setting up plays and striking when they least expect it. Hugo tossed the ball to Adam again. No magic. It's all about martial arts and fluid control-enhancing passes, curving shots, creating opportunities through duels. The best spears have exceptional spatial awareness and reaction time. They see the patterns others miss. Everything else is pretty vague, Sam commented from the sideline, where he decided to watch rather than participate. It gets clearer when you actually play, Hugo said as he turned back to Adam. I saw it last time, but it's been a while, so how about we give it a try? Adam nodded as Hugo led him toward the center of the pitch where several students were gathered. Some faces Adam recognized Talif from their year, Myra, who was a 4th year known for her vicious right hook. Others were strangers. Listen up, Hugo called, and the chatter died immediately. This is Adam Silla, 3rd year. The silence turned to praising. The Prince Guy, someone muttered. He's trying out for spear today, Hugo continued, ignoring the comment. A tall girl with braided brown hair scoffed. We already have a spear. We need depth, Serena, Hugo replied calmly. And options, tournaments coming up. Adam recognized Serena now, 5th year, rumored to have broken 3 noses in last year's tournament against Lyarth. Fine, she said, eyes narrowing at Adam. Let's see what the princeling can do. Fantastic, the typical underdog intimidator. Why are these kids always in these kind of situations? Adam thought, smiling at her. Hugo clapped once, sharp and authoritative. Positions, standard 7-on-7. Adam Ure with blue team. He pointed to a group wearing blue training vests. We don't have a runner yet, Hugo added, glancing at Adam. But that shouldn't matter for this tryout. You focus on spear, dutus intercept, protect, disrupt. Hugo led Adam to a storage locker at the edge of the pitch and pulled out gear, padded arm guards, chest protector, leg braces, and a lightweight helmet. Standard issue, Hugo explained, handing him the equipment, reinforced with runic enchantments. The arm guards have momentum runes to help with ball control. Helmets got perception enhancement, widens your field of vision. Adam strapped on the gear, which felt both foreign and familiar. The weight distributed evenly across his body, the padding firm but flexible. These are old, Hugo said, handing him a pair of gauntlets last, but good, dwarf forged with reaction runes. They'll help you process what you're seeing faster. The gauntlets were surprisingly light, made of some metallic alloy Adam identified as knitsteel. Intricate runes traced the knuckles and palm, barely visible unless you knew to look for them. 20 minutes, Hugo announced. Standard rules. First to 20 points or time's up. He blew a whistle and everyone moved into position. Just stay behind me, muttered a stocky guy on Adam's blue team. I am Lorne, blocker. I'll keep the worst off you until you get your bearings. Adam nodded, then assessed his temporary teammates. Besides Lorne, there was another blocker, a girl with a buzz cut, 2 runners he didn't recognize, and a lanky boy who appeared to be their keeper. The 7th position, 3rd runner remained unfilled. On the red team, Serena took position as spear, with Myra and Talif as their runners. Hugo held the crossball up, his face suddenly serious. Begin, he threw the ball high into the air and chaos erupted. The world slowed as flow prediction kicked in. Adam tracked the ball's arc, calculating its descent. Red team's tallest runner was already moving to intercept, his jump timed perfectly. Adam moved without thinking. 3 quick steps, a pivot, then he launched himself upward. His hand closed around the ball a fraction of a second before the opponent's, and then they were falling together. Impact. Hard ground against his shoulder, the other player's elbow digging into his ribs. Adam tucked the ball against his chest, rolled, and came up running. 2 red team players converged on him, blockers from their size. One feinted left while the other came straight at him. Basic pincer maneuver. Adam passed the ball to Lorne just before the first blocker slammed into him, driving all the air from his lungs. He hit the ground hard, skidding several feet. +1 white worm's body. The pain faded almost instantly, his enhanced healing already working. Adam pushed himself up in time to see Lorne bulldozing toward the hoops, red team in pursuit. Cover left, shouted the blue keeper, and Adam understood immediately. Red team's 3rd runner was making a flanking move, hoping to intercept Lorne from the side. Adam sprinted to cut them off. The runner saw him coming and grinned. Princeling wants to dance, he said, dropping into a combat stance. Adam didn't respond. His awareness expanded, taking in every detail, the runner's slightly forward weight distribution, the tension in his right shoulder indicating a plan left faint. The runner lunged, exactly as Adam predicted. 1-2 combination, fast but telegraphed. Adam slipped past the first strike, deflected the second with his gauntlet, and countered with a palm strike to the sternum. Not enough to injure, just enough to disrupt. The runner stumbled back, surprise clear on his face. Lucky shot, Adam. Lorne's voice called. The ball was coming back his way, passed by a blue runner now being pursued by Serena. Without looking, Adam reached up and snatched the ball from the air. Flow prediction made it simple, like catching a leaf floating gently down rather than a leather projectile traveling at speed. Serena changed direction instantly, charging toward him. This would be different. She was no ordinary opponent. Adam had seconds to act. The nearest blue runner was open, but Serena would intercept any standard pass. He needed something unexpected. His gaze caught the floating platforms above the pitch. An idea formed. He bounced the ball once hard against the ground and slapped it with his palm as it rebounded. The ball shot upward, hitting the underside of a platform and ricocheting at an impossible angle toward his teammate. The blue runner caught it, momentarily free of defenders, and charged toward the hoops. "That's not standard spear play," growled Serena as she skidded to a stop beside him. Improvising, Adam replied, "Well, see how creative you are after this." She didn't wait for his response, already sprinting back into position as the blue runner lined up a shot at the middle hoop. The shot went wide, rebounding off the rim. Red team recovered the ball and the game reversed direction. The next 5 minutes were a blur of movement, impact, and split-second decisions. Adam intercepted 3 passes and disrupted 2 scoring attempts. His body moved on instinct, flow prediction constantly active. +2 White Worm's body, +1 healing factor. The score stood at 8-7 in Red Team's favor when Hugo called a brief pause to reset. "Not bad," Lorne said, slapping Adam on the back. "For a first year." Adam nodded, breathing hard. Despite his enhanced stamina, the pace was grueling. Every muscle burned with exertion. "They're targeting you now," Lorne continued. "Serena doesn't like being shown up. Noticed. Second half will be worse, just so you know." Hugo blew the whistle and they resumed. Red Team came out aggressive. Talif and Myra executed a complex passing sequence that left Blue's defense scrambling. Adam read the pattern too late. Talif had already launched a shot at the highest hoop. 3 points. 11-7. Blue Team's keeper retrieved the ball, looking for an outlet pass. Adam created separation from his defender and received the ball near midfield. Immediately, both red blockers converged on him. No time to pass. Adam tucked the ball and spun, using the momentum to slip between them. He broke into open field, racing toward Red's hoops. Serena materialized in his path, stance wide, eyes predatory. "End of the line, Princeling," she said. This was a formal duel challenge. Adam couldn't avoid it without surrendering possession. He slowed, settling into his own stance. The rest of the pitch seemed to fade away, players stopping to watch the confrontation. In crossball, duels were decisive moments, pure physical combat with the ball as prize. Serena attacked first, a fluid combination of strikes aimed at his midsection. Adam deflected each one, the gauntlet's reaction runes humming against his skin. He countered with a sweeping kick that she easily avoided, followed by an elbow strike that grazed her shoulder. She was good, extremely good. Serena smiled, a predator's expression. "That all you got?" She launched into another sequence, this one faster and more complex. A strike slipped through Adam's defense, catching him in the ribs. Another tagged his shoulder. +1 White Worm's body. Pain flared and faded. He couldn't match her. Techniquesh had years of experience on him, but he had something else. The next time she attacked, Adam didn't try to block. Instead, he let flow prediction guide him, shifting just enough to avoid the worst of each strike while absorbing glancing blows. Confusion flickered across Serena's face. His movement pattern made no sense to her. "Stand and fight properly," she growled, frustration creeping into her voice. Adam didn't respond. He maintained his distance, letting her exhaust herself with increasingly wild combinations. Then, when flow prediction showed the perfect opening, he struck. One precise hit to her leading wrist, disrupting her rhythm. A quick step inside her guard, a shoulder check that sent her stumbling back. Serena recovered quickly, but the moment was all Adam needed. He spun away from her, the ball still secure. That's not she began, but Adam was already moving. The highest hoop loomed ahead, the 3-point target. Narrow and distant, it was considered nearly impossible from this angle. Adam didn't hesitate. He channeled fluid into his arms, not for a barrier or shield, but to enhance his natural motion. The ball left his hands in a smooth arc, spinning perfectly. The pitch went silent as the ball sailed toward the hoop. Time seemed to slow. The ball hit the rim, circled once, twice, and then dropped through. 3 points, 10-11. For a moment, no one moved. Then Lorne let out a whoop, rushing to slap Adam on the back. "Holy shit, did you see that?" Hugo's whistle cut through the celebration. Reset positions, game's not over, but something had changed. The blue team moved with new energy, and Adam found himself at the center of their strategy. Passes came his way more frequently. Teammates created space for him to operate. The next 10 minutes were even more intense than the first half. Adam intercepted 5 more passes, assisted on 2 scores, and scored once more himself. His body was one massive ache, but he pushed through it. +3 White Worm's body, +2 healing factor. When Hugo's final whistle blew, the score stood at 19-18 in blue team's favor. Victory, barely, water break, Hugo called and everyone trudged toward the sidelines. Adam collapsed onto a bench, muscles trembling with fatigue. Someone handed him a water skin, which he drained in seconds. So Hugo said, appearing beside him, "Still think crossball is an exercise in pain for minimal gain." Adam managed a tired smile. The pain part was accurate. Hugo laughed. That's just a taste. Real matches are twice as long and 3 times as brutal. He paused, studying Adam. But you've got potential. Raw, unrefined, but real. That 3-pointer was impressive. Hugo continued. Even more impressive was winning that duel against Serena. She's been undefeated in practice matches for 2 years. Across the pitch, Serena was watching them, her expression unreadable. "Think I made an enemy?" Adam asked. "Probably. She'll either hate you forever or demand to train with you exclusively." Hugo shrugged. "Either way, you made an impression." Adam wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "Sue, am I in? Did I make the team?" Hugo stared at him, baffled. "After what you just did." He shook his head, then broke into a grin. "Coach Virium is going to make you his new favorite project." He extended his hand. "Welcome to the team, Spear." "It bit me, that thing just bit me." A shrill voice echoed through the sunlit classroom as a gangly third-year student backpedaled frantically, nearly tripping over his own feet. His right index finger was clutched dramatically in his left hand, though there wasn't a visible mark on it. "Mr. Tanner, please control yourself," Professor Aloan said with the weary patience of someone who'd witnessed this exact scene dozens of times before. "The Quillic did not bite you. They physically cannot bite, they have grinding plates, not teeth." The Quillic in question, a round, 4-legged creature about the size of a large squirrel, peered up from the desk with enormous amber eyes. Its body was covered in soft spines that resembled quills but were actually more like fine fur. It made a gentle chirruping sound and bobbed its head inquisitively. "It definitely bit me," Tanner insisted, but with noticeably less conviction. "What you felt," Professor Aloan explained as she approached the student's desk, "was the Quillic's sensory bristles. They use them to identify potential bond mates." She reached down and allowed the small creature to nuzzle her palm. "See, completely harmless." From his spot 3 rows back, Adam suppressed a sigh. The class was only 15 minutes in, and already he was questioning his decision to take basic bonding. The classroom itself was unlike any other at Zerk's more greenhouse than lecture hall, with living plants growing along the walls and ceiling, and desks made from unvarnished wood that still seemed to be alive, small leaves occasionally sprouting from their edges. It was all very druidic, which was exactly what he signed up for, of course. But somehow, watching a 13-year-old nearly faint over what amounted to a magical hamster hadn't featured in his expectations. "Now if everyone would please return to the bonding exercise," Professor Aloan continued. "Remember, Quillics are empathic. They respond to your emotions, not just your actions." Adam glanced down at his assigned Quillic, which sat motionless on his desk. Unlike most of the others, which ranged from sandy brown to light gray, his was an unusual deep blue color with silver-tipped spines. While the other Quillics in the classroom were actively exploring their desks or cautiously interacting with students, his just sat there, staring up at him with a vacant, fixed smile. "Look at you," Adam muttered, fighting a grin despite himself. "Not a thought behind those eyes, huh?" The creature's permanent Smilia trait Quillics evolved in safe, ranked D dungeons where predators were scarcemade. It looked perpetually delighted even when it was clearly confused. Its head tilted at a wrong angle when Adam waved his hand, like its neck mechanics weren't quite working right. It was undeniably adorable in that bless-your-heart kind of way. While the other Quillics demonstrated proper Quillic intelligence, his seemed to have missed several developmental milestones. "They're ignoring me," complained a girl to Adam's right Marin, he thought her name was. A third-year elementalist with perpetually ink-stained fingers. "Is that normal?" "It means they're assessing you," replied the boy beside her, who Adam recognized as Jace Daffrey, another third-year with an almost encyclopedic knowledge of magical creatures. "Quillics are more cautious than most familiar candidates. They need to be sure." "Sure of what?" Marin asked. "That you won't abandon them," Jace said simply. "They bond for life. Once a Quillic chooses you, that's it. They're yours until one of you dies." Adam pondered this as he observed his own Quillic. It was still staring. Definitely not thinking of him abandoning it. Actually, it was not thinking at all. Poor sweet thing. Professor Aloan circled the room, observing each student's progress. She was tall and willowy, with auburn hair that reached her waist and seemed to move slightly even when she was standing still. Rumor had it she was part dryad, which was absurd, since it was biologically impossible for humans and dryads to reproduce. "Mr. Scylla," she said, pausing at his desk. "You haven't attempted to make contact yet." It wasn't a question, but Adam felt compelled to answer anyway. I was giving it space, he replied, which wasn't entirely untrue. It seemed, elsewhere. Professor Alohan's lips quirked in a small smile, a diplomatic answer. But the exercise requires participation, not just observation. She gestured to the quillic. Extend your hand, palm up, about 6 inches away. Let it come to you if it chooses. Adam sighed, then reluctantly extended his hand as instructed, palm up and hovering 6 inches from the quillic. Like this. The blue quillic stared at his hand for a long moment, head tilting at an impossible angle that made it look like its neck had an extra joint. It blinked its amber eyes slowly, one lid closing slightly before the other, creating an oddly asymmetrical wink. Then, without warning, it shuffled forward and gave Adam's palm one long, enthusiastic lick. Adam couldn't help but chuckle. The sensation was somewhere between sandpaper and a wet paintbrush. Well, at least it's friendly, he said, looking up at Professor Alohan. Though I think mine might be special. Jace leaned over, examining the blue quillic with academic interest. Is it sick or something? I've never seen one move like that. Yeah, Marin chimed in. It's like its head's not attached properly. The quillic's permanent smile remained fixed, but its spines flattened slightly against its body. Students, Professor Alohan said sharply, please be mindful of what you say. These quillics are raised here at the academy and understand common perfectly well. They may not be able to respond verbally, but they comprehend your words and can be hurt by them. Marin's cheeks flushed. Sorry, Professor, I didn't mean. It's not me you should apologize to, Professor Alohan interrupted gently. Marin turned to the blue quillic. I'm sorry, she said, looking genuinely contrite. That was thoughtless of me. The quillic's spines relaxed slightly, though it remained focused on Adam. Mr. Silla, Professor Alohan continued, your quillic is perfectly healthy. Zuni here, she indicated the blue creature with a gentle gesture, simply processes the world differently than most quillics. He's a bit slower to respond to new stimuli, but his empathic abilities are actually more developed than average. Adam looked down at the quillicat Zuni with renewed interest. So he's not impaired, only if you consider heightened sensitivity and impairment, she replied with a smile. Zuni has successfully paired with 3 previous students, though none proved compatible for a permanent bond. He's quite selective. Zuni chose that moment to emit a high-pitched squeak while staring directly at Adam. The sound was so unexpected and so perfectly timed that several nearby students snickered. Professor Alohan's lips twitched. He also has excellent comedic timing. Was that a joke? Adam asked, eyebrows raised. Quillics have a unique sense of humor, she replied diplomatically. Consider it a good sign that he's comfortable enough to express it with you. As she moved on to help other students, Adam looked down at Zuni, who was now preening his silver-tipped spines with an air of innocent satisfaction. So Adam said quietly, You're not as simple as you're pretending to be, are you? Zuni paused his grooming to give Adam what could only be described as the quillic equivalent of a shrug, before resuming his vacant, tilted head smile. Professor Alohan finally returned to the front of the classroom, gently tapping a small wooden rod against her desk. The sound it made was like rain on autumn leaves rather than the harsh rap of traditional classroom discipline. Now that you've all had a chance to meet your potential companions, she said, I want to clarify the expectations for this course. Y'all have the entire semester to work with your assigned quillics and develop a bond if one is meant to form. She gestured to a row of elegantly crafted small cages along the wall, each made from living branches that still sprouted small leaves. Y'all be taking your quillics with you after class today. Each of you will receive a carrier and care instructions. This practical experience is essential. Bonding doesn't happen in scheduled hour-long sessions twice a week. It requires consistent interaction and understanding. A hand shot up from the back row. Yes, Mr. Ferris. What if they run away? Asked a nervous-looking boy with glasses. My last attempt at keeping a pet ended with a lizard living in the dormitory walls for 3 months. Professor Alohan smiled. These aren't pets, Mr. Ferris. Quillics are intelligent companions with their own agency. They won't run away unless given good reason. She moved to the large illustration board behind her desk, waving her hand over it. The blank surface came alive with images of various people interacting with plants and animals in different settings. Today's introduction is just the beginning. Before we proceed further with bonding practices, it's important you understand what you're working toward. What does it mean to be a druid in our magical tradition? The image on the board shifted to show a woman with her hand pressed against a massive tree trunk, a soft green glow emanating from the point of contact. Contrary to some popular misconceptions, druids are not shapeshifters, nor are they solely wild magic practitioners. At their core, druids are whisperers, communicators, and mediators between the sentient world and the natural one. The illustration changed again, showing a network of glowing threads connecting a druid to surrounding plants and animals. The foundation of druidic magic is resonance, Professor Alohan continued. Every living thing produces a unique mana signature rhythm, if you will. Druids learn to attune their own mana to these rhythms, creating harmony rather than dominance. She traced a finger along one of the illustrated threads, causing it to pulse brighter. This resonance allows for communication, enhancement, and occasionally, direction though never control. A true druid doesn't command nature, they request cooperation. Adam found himself genuinely interested despite his initial skepticism. The concept triggered memories from his previous timeline where druids were feared battlefield mages who unleashed terrifying natural forces against their enemies. Not numerous but extraordinarily lethal when provoked, a skilled druid could rally dryads and awaken treants, turning the land itself into a weapon. Alongside elementalists, they ranked among the deadliest magical practitioners in terms of sheer destructive capability, despite their typically peaceful, nature-protective philosophy. The ability to sense these natural rhythms varies from person to person, Professor Alowan said. Some are born with heightened empathic sensitivity, what we call natural affinity. Others develop it through practice and disciplined study. She gestured to the quillics scattered throughout the classroom. These companions are your first step. Quillics have remarkably clear mana signature easy to detect even for beginners. They're also naturally empathic, which means they'll actively try to connect with you if they sense genuine interest. Professor Alowan waved her hand again, and the illustration shifted to show a detailed diagram of mana flow between a person and a quillic. Druidic resonance works through three primary channels: empathic projection, mana synchronization, and intent amplification. We'll be focusing on empathic projection first, your ability to consciously direct your emotional state toward another living being. She paused, looking around the classroom. This is not emotional manipulation. The distinction is crucial. Yucatan should not try to force feelings onto your companions. Rather, you're creating a bridge that allows natural emotional exchange. The professor had barely finished her instructions when a hand shot up from near the windows. It belonged to a stocky boy with close-cropped hair who Adam recognized from his tactical studies class, Dorn Velis, known for his blunt questions and even blunter opinions. Professor Dorn said, not waiting to be called on, I don't understand how we're supposed to project emotions. That's not logical. Emotions are internal states, not things you can throw at someone. A few students snickered, but Professor Alowan nodded as though it were a perfectly reasonable question. An excellent point, Mr. Velis. The terminology can be misleading if taken too literally. She walked back to the front of the classroom. Would you mind if I used you for a quick demonstration? Dorn shrugged, looking slightly uncomfortable. I guess not. As Dorn made his way to the front, Professor Alowan addressed the class. Mr. Velis has raised an important question that many of you are likely wondering about. How does one project something as intangible as an emotion? Dorn stood awkwardly beside her desk, hands shoved in his pockets. Empathic projection involves three distinct components, Professor Alowan explained. First, mental focused ability to clearly identify and isolate a specific emotion within yourself. She gestured for Dorn to stand facing her. Mr. Velis, could you think of something that makes you feel genuinely curious, not just intellectually interested, but truly curious, that feeling of wanting to discover something new? Dorn frowned in concentration. After a moment, his expression shifted subtly, his eyes focusing somewhere in the distance. Good, Professor Alowan said softly. Hold that feeling. Now the second component is mana channeling. She raised her hand, palm outward, about a foot from Dorn's chest. A faint emerald glow appeared around her fingers. Your personal mana naturally carries your emotional signature rates inseparable from who you are. However, most mages are trained to neutralize this aspect of their magic for consistency in spellweaving. Druids do the opposite, consciously enhance and direct these emotional qualities. The glow around her hand intensified slightly. I'm now drawing my mana into my palm, but instead of forming it into a spell structure, I am allowing it to remain fluid while concentrating on matching the emotional state I perceive from Mr. Velis, in this case, curiosity. The class watched in fascination as the green glow began to pulse rhythmically. The third component is projection, extending this emotionally charged mana outward in a controlled manner. She slowly moved her hand closer to Dorn. May I? He nodded, looking both nervous and intrigued. When her palm was an inch from his chest, the green glow extended outward like tendrils of morning mist, gently connecting with him. Dorn's eyes widened. Whoa, he said softly. What do you feel? Professor Alowan asked. It's like, my curiosity got bigger, he replied, sounding surprised. Like Ure, echoing it back to me, but stronger. Professor Alowan smiled and withdrew her hand, the green glow fading. What you experienced was a simple harmonic resonance. I detected your emotional state, matched it with my own mana, and created a bridge between us that amplified the shared feeling. She turned to address the whole class again. The mana serves as both detector and carries the medium through which the emotional connection forms. It's not about throwing your emotions at another being, it's about creating a shared space where emotional states can harmonize. She gestured for Dorn to return to his seat. This process is entirely different from mental manipulation or emotional control. Yucatan should not try to force a creature to feel something it doesn't. You're offering connection, not imposing your will. A girl near the front raised her hand. So we're making emotional bridges with our mana. That's an apt metaphor, Professor Aloan nodded. In beginning practice, these bridges are fragile and temporary, requiring concentration to maintain. With experience, they become more stable and natural. She walked back toward her desk, where her own familiar, a small, iridescent creature somewhere between a hummingbird and a dragonfly hovered. For many of you, this will feel strange at first. Our educational system tends to emphasize the separation of emotion from magical practice, treating feelings as distractions rather than potential assets. Y'all need to unlearn some of those assumptions. A tiny familiar landed on her outstretched finger, and without any visible effort or change in her demeanor, they clearly communicated the creature bobbing and buzzing in what appeared to be a response to an unspoken question. What you just witnessed wasn't telepathy, she explained, but rather such a well-established empathic bridge that we no longer need conscious effort to maintain it. Sylph and I have been companions for over 30 years. She gently stroked the tiny creature's back with her fingertip. Quillics are particularly well-suited for beginning practitioners because their natural empathic abilities make them receptive even to clumsy attempts. They actively try to complete the connection, meeting you halfway, so to speak. They also provide immediate emotional feedback, helping you refine your technique. Adam glanced down at Zuni, who was watching him with those intelligent amber eyes, head still tilted at that slightly wrong angle. Was the little creature already trying to form a connection with him? The thought was both intriguing and slightly unsettling. For today's practice, Professor Aloan continued, start simple. Focus on curiosity or gentle interest, emotions that aren't overwhelming or potentially distressing to your companions. Place your hand near your quillic, focus on the feeling, and imagine your mana as a soft light extending from your palm. She walked between the desks again, observing as students began their attempts. Don't be discouraged if nothing seems to happen immediately. Like any skill, this takes practice and patience. Professor Aloan checked the time on a small sundial-like device embedded in her desk. We'll end a bit early today to give you time to collect your carrying cases and care instructions. I look forward to seeing how your connections evolve before our next session. She gestured to a stack of parchment on her desk. Please take one care guide on your way out. The quillic carriers are along the wall. Select one that seems to appeal to your companion. The room filled with the sounds of shuffling papers and chattering students as everyone gathered their belongings. Adam folded the parchment guide into his pocket and approached the wall of carriers, selecting one made from blue-tinted branches that seemed to match Zuni's coloring. He set the carrier on his desk and opened the small door. All right, Zuni, time to get in. Zuni stared at the carrier. Then he looked back at Adam. Then he looked at the carrier again. Then back at Adam, his permanent smile somehow managing to convey absolute refusal while maintaining its cheerful appearance. Come on, Adam said, gesturing to the open door. It's just until we get to the dormitory. Zuni didn't move, just kept staring with that fixed, vacant smile. You're adorable, but seriously, get in the cage. The quillic tilted his head at that impossible angle, as if to say, I can't understand you when you speak nonsense. Adam sighed. Fine, well, try again. He pointed directly at the carrier. This, you, in now. Zuni blinked slowly, first one eye then the other, in that unsettling, uncoordinated way of his. Is there a problem, Mr. Silla? Professor Aloan appeared beside his desk, lips quirked in amusement as she observed the standoff. Zuni refuses to get in the carrier, Adam explained, trying not to sound as exasperated as he felt. The professor chuckled. Ah yes, I should have mentioned Zuni doesn't do cages. He doesn't. Do cages, Adam repeated flatly. Some quillics have preferences. Zuni's are particularly pronounced. She glanced at the blue creature, who was now grooming himself pointedly, as if to say the discussion had nothing to do with him. Y'all need to carry him. Carry him, how exactly? Extend your arm, she instructed. Adam did as she asked, holding out his right arm parallel to the desk. Zuni immediately stopped his grooming and examined the offered limb with great interest. After a moment's consideration, he waddled forward and climbed onto Adam's wrist, his small claws gripping the fabric of Adam's sleeve. With surprising agility, especially given his earlier awkward movements, Zuni scampered up Adam's arm and settled on his shoulder, pressing close to his neck. Oh, Adam said, surprised by the warm weight. Despite his spiny appearance, Zuni felt soft and oddly pliant against his skin, like a living stuffed toy. The quillic bumped his head against Adam's jaw, the contact sending a strange, pleasant tingle through his nervous knot, unlike the static shock from touching metal on a dry day, but somehow friendlier. Adam couldn't help laughing. That feels weird. Sensory bristles, Professor Aloan reminded him. They're gathering information about you. It looks like Zuni has taken a particular interest. Is that good? Adam asked, reaching up cautiously to stroke the quillic's back. The spines flattened under his touch, revealing just how soft they actually were. Very good, she replied. Quillics are excellent judges of character. They don't waste energy on people they don't feel connected to. Well, I hope we get along, Adam said, oddly touched by the creature's apparent preference. Can I leave the carrier here then? Keep it for now, Professor Aloan advised. You might need it for certain situations, even if Zuni prefers direct contact. Adam nodded, tucking the empty carrier under his arm and heading for the door. Outside in the corridor, he shifted the carrier to free his hand and pulled out the care instructions, scanning them quickly. Says here you like peanuts, he told Zuni, who squeaked in what sounded like enthusiastic confirmation. I know a good spot in the city that serves candied ones. I need to go there to meet Yan today. Interested, the Quillick squeaked again, pressing closer to Adam's neck. Let's go then. The warm, rich aroma of fresh pastries and roasted coffee beans enveloped Adam as he settled into a corner table at the Crimson Leaf Tea House. The establishment was relatively new, having opened just 2 months ago, and Adam had been curious about it ever since hearing fellow students rave about their unique offerings. The display case near the entrance showcased pastries he'd never seen even in his past lifery ring, shaped dough glazed with vibrant fruit coatings that the Valandian bakers called dough nats, elongated cream-filled tubes with chocolate tops from southern Cascadia known as eclairs, and his personal favorite, the flaky, buttery shells filled with sweet custard that everyone simply called puffs. The small Eastern Isles influence was evident in the delicate rice flour confections, dusted with powdered sugar. Not that Adam could blame the place for becoming something of a tourist attraction, chocolate pastries alone were worth traveling for. Zuni perched on the table's edge, his smile fixed in place as he surveyed the bustling Tarim with those amber eyes. Don't stare, Adam murmured, though he found himself doing exactly that. Not at Zuni, but at the group of elves seated 3 tables away. 5 of them, some with silver white hair and angular features that marked them as high elves from the northern forests. They spoke in hushed tones, occasionally breaking into laughter. Elves in Arco's city weren't completely unheard of, but they were rare enough to draw attention, especially now. With Sundar's recent annexation of 2 elven border cities, Silvermoon and Everbranch, already tense relationship between humans and elves had deteriorated further. The official line was that these were protective occupations against Farmusian influence, but nobody really believed that. Not when human settlers were already being moved into formerly elven districts. The elves in the tea house were clearly diplomatic staff, judging by their formal attire and the small silver pins on their collars marking them as protected foreign dignitaries, likely here for negotiations that would go nowhere. Everyone in the tea house kept stealing glances at them, some with curiosity, others with barely disguised hostility. The current political climate had done nothing to improve centuries of mutual distrust. Here you are, sir. A waitress appeared at Adam's table, setting down a steaming cup of black tea, a chocolate pastry with cream oozing from its sides, and a small dish of candied peanuts. Will there be anything else? As the waitress departed, Adam pushed the dish of peanuts toward Zuni, who had been eyeing them with steadily increasing intensity since their arrival. These are for you, he said. Try not to make a mess. Zuni stared at the candied peanuts, then at Adam, then back at the peanuts. His spines quivered slightly, betraying an excitement that his permanent smile couldn't express. With caution as if approaching a potentially dangerous object, Zuni extended one tiny paw and selected a single peanut. He sniffed it thoroughly, turning it over several times before finally taking a small, tentative bite. There was a moment of absolute stillness. Then Zuni's amber eyes widened dramatically, the pupils dilating to almost completely black. Without warning, the Quillick lunged at the dish, cramming peanuts into his mouth with such ferocious speed that Adam nearly spilled his tea in surprise. Whoa, slow down. Adam reached for the dish, but Zuni let out a warning chirp that sounded disturbingly like a growl. 4, 5, 6 peanuts disappeared into the Quillick's cheeks, which bulged to absurd proportions. It looked as though Zuni had somehow managed to store several times his face's volume in food. His chewing motions were minimal, seemed more intent on hoarding than actually eating. You're going to choke, Adam warned, making another attempt to remove the dish. This time, Zuni actually hissed at him, spines bristling defensively while maintaining his eerily permanent smile. Fine, choke then. See if I care, Adam muttered, reaching for his tea instead. A sudden thought struck him, and he pulled out the care instructions from his pocket, scanning quickly for dietary information. His eyes landed on a paragraph bordered in red warning. Quillicks are highly susceptible to sugar addiction. Even small amounts can trigger compulsive consumption. Avoid all sweetened foods, particularly candied nuts, which Quillicks find irresistible to the point of potential self-harm. Dom looked up from the paper to find Zuni now completely motionless, cheeks bulging impossibly, one paw frozen halfway to his mouth with another peanut. The Quillick's eyes had glazed over in what could only be described as a sugar-induced trance. Oh no you don't, Adam said, snatching the dish away. Spit those out. Zuni responded by slowly backing away, maintaining eye contact while somehow looking simultaneously guilty and defiant. Zuni, Adam said firmly, those are bad for you. Spit them out. The Quillic's spines flattened against his body, and he hunched down, protecting his ill-gotten treasure. Don't make me force you, Adam warned. I will physically remove those peanuts if I have to. Zuni made a muffled chirping sound and somehow managed to fit yet another peanut into his already overstuffed cheeks. Adam lunged across the table, hands outstretched to capture the sugar-crazed creature. Zuni darted sideways with surprising speed, especially given his hamster-like cheek pouches. The ensuing chase knocked over Adam's teacup, sending dark liquid spreading across the table. Come here, you little. Adam made another grab, fingers just brushing Zuni's spines as the Quillic scurried behind the pastry plate. Several patrons were now openly staring at the spectacle. From the corner of his eye, Adam could see the elves watching with expressions of amused disdain, as if his inability to control one small creature confirmed everything they believed about human incompetence. Zuni, clearly enjoying the attention, performed an elaborate evasive maneuver that somehow involved spinning in a complete circle while maintaining his improbable head tilt. He chirped triumphantly through his stuffed cheeks. This isn't funny, Adam hissed, grabbing a napkin to dam the spreading tea before it dripped onto his pants. You could seriously harm yourself. Adam mentally wove levitate. The magic took effect immediately, surrounding Zuni in a faint blue glow and lifting the startled Quillic a few inches into the air. The creature's legs paddled frantically, finding no purchase as Adam calmly reached out and plucked him from his magical suspension. Gotcha, Adam declared, holding the squirming Quillic. Now, open up and... Is this a bad time? Adam looked up to find Yan standing beside the table, eyebrows raised as he surveyed the chaos-spilled tea, abandoned pastry, and Adam holding a squirming, chipmunk-cheeked Quillic at eye level. He's going to choke himself on candied peanuts, Adam explained as if this were a perfectly normal explanation for the scene. Yan's lips twitched. I see. And here I thought you were just enthusiastically bonding with your new familiar. He's not my familiar, Adam corrected automatically, still maintaining his grip on the struggling Zuni. He's just a class project. Yan replied, sliding into the seat across from Adam. A very successful project, judging by his willingness to die for your candied peanuts. A waitress approached, eyeing the commotion with professional wariness. Can I get you something, sir? Chamomile tea and whatever pastry isn't chocolate, Yan said without looking up. I'm allergic. She nodded and disappeared, leaving them to their peculiar tableau. So Adam said, giving Zuni a stern look, how's Sonya doing? Yan's eyebrows shot up. Why would you ask me that? Adam didn't say anything, just fixed Yan with a flat stare that conveyed volumes. The kind of stare that said, really? We're doing this, Yan sighed, shoulders slumping slightly. She's fine. We were together this morning, actually. Her legs healing well, almost no limp now. Thought so, Adam said, failing to suppress a smile. Don't look so smug, Yan muttered. It's not what you think. Sure it isn't. Zuni chose that moment to launch another escape attempt, twisting in Adam's grip and pressing his grinding plates against Adam's thumb in what appeared to be an attempt to bite. Between White Worm's body and the Quillic's ineffective mouthparts, he barely felt it. He's persistent, Yan observed. You have no idea, Adam replied, repositioning his grip to avoid the Quillic's grinding efforts. I think the sugar made him feral. The waitress returned with Yan's order, setting down a steaming cup of chamomile tea and a plain pastry dusted with powdered sugar. If she found anything strange about the ongoing Quillic situation, she kept it to herself. Once Shed left, he turned his attention back to Adam and the still struggling Zuni. So this is what Xerx is teaching third years now. Quillic wrestling. Basic bonding, Adam explained, supposedly to help us understand druidic principles. All I've learned so far is that Quillics are stubborn and have no sense of self-preservation. Zuni made an affronted noise and pressed his grinding plates against Adam's thumb again. This time Adam just rolled his eyes. Those don't hurt. After what we went through in the dungeon, this is nothing. Yan nodded, taking a sip of his tea. A comfortable silence settled between them, broken only by Zuni's occasional chirps of protest. Finally, Adam asked the question that had been on his mind since their return. So what did you want to talk about? You seemed pretty serious at the checkpoint. Yan set down his cup, expression turning thoughtful. Yes. He glanced around the tea house, noting the other patrons, particularly the Elvis before continuing. It's about the dungeon. The Gankers. Adam leaned forward, curiosity getting the better of him. Is this about them? Not entirely, Yan said, carefully running a finger around the rim of his teacup, though they're certainly part of it. Adam waited, but Yan seemed unusually hesitant. The healer took another deliberate sip of his tea, buying time. Do you remember when I mentioned knowing your father? Yan finally asked. Adam's eyebrows shot up. Zuni, sensing his distraction, performed one final squirm and broke free, scampering across the table to lick up the last few crumbs of candied peanuts. Adam barely noticed. The Quillic had emptied the plate anyway. I remember, Adam said cautiously. Yan set down his cup with a soft clink. There's something I didn't tell you at the time. I was always planning to join your party in that dungeon. What? Adam's voice came out sharper than he intended, drawing a few curious glances from nearby tables. Your father called in a favor, Yan continued, lowering his voice. Asked me to keep an eye on you, from a distance of course. Adam's mind raced. His father hadn't mentioned this at all, not a word, not even a hint. Why wouldn't he tell me that? Don't make that face, Yan said, the corner of his mouth quirking upward. He had his reasons, which were, your father knew I was leaving the army. Around the same time, he received some concerning news about changes at the academy for you students did, I imagine. It was making quite a stir in certain circles. Yan glanced around before continuing. There was talk about students potentially being drafted for military service. Nothing official yet, but enough smoke to suggest fire. Adam frowned. Your father received this news right around the time I was preparing to leave the service. Yan continued. He was worried. With your involvement in Prince Callion's arrest, sending you to Zerx suddenly felt like throwing me to the lions. Adam finished, understanding dawning, his words exactly. Zuni, having licked the plate clean, waddled back to Adam with obvious difficulty. His distended cheeks made him look like an entirely different species. He curled up in an exhausted sugar-induced stupor next to Adam's hand. But why the secrecy? Adam asked, absently stroking Zuni's back. I'm not mad. An extra hand is always welcome, especially one as skilled as yours. Why not just tell me? Yan broke off a piece of his pastry, considering his words carefully. Initially, your father only asked me to keep an eye on you for a short while, make sure everything was all right, then move on. And then the dungeon happened. Yan's expression hardened. No help during a ganker attack. In a beginner dungeon, that doesn't just happen, Adam. You think someone set us up too, huh? I think, Yan said slowly, that the coincidence is too convenient to ignore. Gankers ambushing third-year students in what should have been a safe training environment, and no response team arriving despite multiple distress signals. Sabotage, Adam murmured. Exactly, which is why I decided to stay a bit longer than your father originally asked. I wanted to tell you about his involvement so you wouldn't find my continued presence suspicious. You want to investigate, Adam said. It wasn't a question. Someone has to, Yan replied. And if I'm right, Yuray's still in danger. Adam stared at the ceiling for a moment, considering. His father might not have had time to send a letter about Yan before he left for the academy, but it was unusual for him to leave out such a detail. Still, jumping to conclusions wouldn't help. He'll send a letter to him through Bob, Adam thought finally. Zuni stirred from his sugar-induced nap, struggling to his feet with visible effort. His distended cheeks wobbled as he attempted to climb Adam's sleeve. So what exactly do you want to do now? Adam asked, gently depositing the quillic back on the table. Stay with the party, keep investigating. Yan traced the rim of his teacup with one finger. Well, I owe your father a favor. I'll stay and help however I can. His expression softened unexpectedly. And Arcos is nicer than I anticipated. He gazed out the window at the bustling street. I could see myself setting up a small restaurant here, something simple but elegant. Maybe find someone to settle down with, start a family. Yan's voice trailed off, his eyes taking on a distant look. Adam regarded him with the skeptical squint of an old man who'd heard too many wild schemes in his lifetime. It was the same look he de-perfected in his previous life when hearing yet another foolproof investment pitch. Yan caught the expression and cleared his throat. Anyway, yes, I intend to stay with the party. We should investigate who might be targeting you, possibly someone supporting the prince, and I should report this to the academy, Adam added. Exactly, though carefully, until we know who's involved. Trust no one. Yeah, that was already the plan. Adam sighed. This is going to complicate things. Better complicated than dead, Yan pointed out. Adam couldn't argue with that logic. They moved on to lighter topics after that, and after finishing their tea and settling the bill, they stood to leave. Zuni, recovering from his sugar binge, looked marginally more alert but still moved with the sluggishness of someone deeply regretting their life choices. Come on, Adam said, scooping up the quillic. Want me to take a look at him? Yan offered. Oh, hell be fine. A hard lesson learned. Adam tucked Zuni into his robe pocket, where the creature immediately curled into a spiny ball. Until next time then, I'll send you a raven, Yan said with a nod. Outside the tea house, Adam stretched his arms overhead, feeling tension leave his shoulders as joints popped. Zuni stirred in his pocket, still groggy from his sugar binge. Making enemies isn't exactly surprising, Adam muttered to himself as he set off down the street. Comes with the territory of helping arrest a prince. A group of students passed by, their academy uniforms pristine compared to his slightly rumpled appearance. They nodded politely, probably recognizing him. The trial couldn't come soon enough. Once Callion was judged, Adam might finally get some clarity on who exactly he needed to attack for Dragon's Breath. The waiting was the worst part, knowing someone was working on the weapon without knowing exactly how many. He needed to get ready to face them when the time came. Adam paused at an intersection, a sudden thought striking him. Speaking of getting ready, what about Mr. Biggins? Had he and the others returned? He changed course, heading toward the weird stuff store instead of the academy. The detour would add 20 minutes to his walk, but curiosity won out over practicality. The storefront appeared slightly crooked sign, windows packed with odd trinkets that seemed to shift positions when you weren't looking directly at them. The three cats that served as unofficial store guardians lounged on the front steps, soaking up patches of late afternoon sunlight. Adam waved at them as he approached. The orange tabby lifted its head and meowed lazily. The black one didn't bother opening its eyes, while a gray one with a torn ear stood and stretched dramatically, as if Adam's arrival was the perfect excuse for a comprehensive repositioning. The bell over the door jingled as he entered. The store seemed different, somehow new items on shelves, different arrangements, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. "Hello," he called out, "Mr. Biggins." A rustling sound came from behind the counter, followed by the appearance of a hat. Mr. Biggins' spectacles caught the light as he straightened up, his face breaking into a delighted smile. "Oh, young Adam," he exclaimed, hurrying around the counter with surprising speed. "How marvelous. I was just thinking I needed to send for you, and here you appear, almost as if summoned." He clapped his hands together. "Ho ho ho, fortuitous timing indeed. I have the most extraordinary things to show you, my boy." "Welcome back," Adam said, watching Mr. Biggins flit around like an oversized hummingbird. "Nobody would believe this was Dragon. Your expedition was successful, I take it." Mr. Biggins placed a warm hand on Adam's shoulder, his expression turning suddenly serious. "The order is getting back on its feet now that you've appeared, my boy. It means recruiting a few more individuals, establishing new connections." His voice dropped to a near whisper. "Dangerous times require trustworthy allies." "What did you want to show me?" Adam asked, trying to steer the conversation back to something concrete. Mr. Biggins froze mid-gesture. His eyes narrowed behind his spectacles, focusing on Adam with sudden intensity. The shift was jarring. The old dragon leaned in closer, head tilted at an inquisitive angle. "What's this?" he asked, eyes fixed on the lump in Adam's pocket. "A guest." Adam pulled the pocket open slightly, revealing Zuni's drowsy form. "School project. He's sleeping off a sugar high." Aquilic, fascinating. Mr. Biggins wasn't looking at Zuni anymore, though. His gaze had moved to Adam's face, then down to his hands, studying him with unsettling thoroughness. How very curious. What?" Adam took an instinctive step back. "What are you talking about?" Instead of answering, Mr. Biggins beckoned with one finger. "Come, my boy, backroom." Now, before Adam could protest, the shopkeeper had already turned and was heading toward the curtained doorway behind the counter. Curiosity was a powerful force. With a sigh, Adam followed. Mr. Biggins stood before what appeared to be a blank wall. His fingers traced a complex pattern on the wooden paneling, leaving faint blue lines that faded almost as soon as they appeared. A series of runes briefly flashed across the surface before the entire wall shimmered and dissolved, revealing a passage. "After you," Mr. Biggins said with a theatrical sweep of his arm. This was Adam's third time entering this hidden space, but the sight still impressed him. The room beyond was massively 10 times larger than the entire shop, with bookshelves stretching to a ceiling so high it disappeared into shadows. Artifacts of all descriptions sat on display pedestals. A massive table dominated the center, covered with maps, scrolls, and what appeared to be astronomical charts. "Sit," Mr. Biggins instructed, pointing to a chair beside the table. "I need to verify something." Adam sat, unease growing. Verify what exactly? Instead of answering Adam's question, Mr. Biggins stepped forward and placed a hand on Adam's stomach. "Pardon the intrusion," he said, his eyes half closed in concentration. "Mr. Biggins," Adam stiffened. "What exactly are you doing?" "Sensing something. Interesting." Mr. Biggins moved his hand slightly, fingers splayed as if feeling for something invisible. "There's a change in your mana pool." Dom started to pull away, but Mr. Biggins held up his other hand in a pacifying gesture. "Just one moment more," he murmured. Then, seemingly satisfied, he stepped back. "You mentioned taking a skill from a vampire, yes. Healing factor, was it?" "Yeah," Adam replied cautiously. "What about it? How fast does it heal you now?" Adam thought back to his recent injuries. "About 5.5 times faster than normal now." "Why?" Mr. Biggins straightened suddenly, his eyes wide with excitement. He took a step back, studying Adam with newfound intensity. "Tell me," he said, "do you remember when I told you that you would reach your full mana pool potential around age 30, due to the skill?" "Yes," Adam's brow furrowed. "You said that was normal progression for." "I was wrong," Mr. Biggins declared, slapping both hands on the table with enough force to send a nearby quill rolling off the edge. "What the hell?" Adam blurted out. In his pocket, Zuni stirred at the commotion, poking his head out with his permanent smile somehow looking groggy. Mr. Biggins paced back and forth, hands gesticulating wildly. "You see, mana pools are like muscles. They grow with use, yes, but every person has a natural limita ceiling, if you will. I know this already." No, you don't understand." Mr. Biggins leaned across the table. "For humans, that ceiling is relatively fixed. Some reach it faster than others, but the ultimate potential rarely changes. That's why even the most talented human mages plateau eventually." Adam nodded impatiently. "Right, I will stop at 2 circles. Exactly. And I calculated that you would reach your maximum by your 30s. Mr. Biggins' eyes gleamed with the fervor of discovery. "But your healing factor isn't just healing wounds, my boy. It's optimizing your entire system. What are you saying? Your mana pool isn't just expanding at an accelerated rate, it's evolving. Healing Factor is continuously rebuilding your magical pathways, making them more efficient each time. You're not just growing faster, you're growing beyond what should be possible. Adam sat back, trying to process this. So, I'll reach 2 circles sooner, oh much sooner, and then y'all keep going. What? Dom nearly stood up. Keep going where? Mr. Biggins spread his hands wide. That's the fascinating part. I can't tell you precisely. Your body is rewriting the rules. How long? Adam asked, leaning forward. How long until I reach 1 circle? Mr. Biggins tapped his fingers against his chin, calculating. At your current rate of development, you could reach 1 circle capacity by your late teens rather than mid-20s. Maybe sooner if the skill keep developing. And 2 circle. Early 20s possibly. And then, Mr. Biggins trailed off, his eyes distant with calculation. And then what? Adam pressed. And then you keep growing. Mr. Biggins' voice dropped to an almost reverent whisper. The healing factor isn't just repairing damage. It's constantly refining your entire system magical pathways, mana retention, even conversion efficiency. Adam sat in stunned silence. He had expected advantages from his abilities, certainly, but this was beyond anything he'd imagined. Are you sure about this? He finally asked. As sure as I can be without watching you for the next decade, Mr. Biggins replied. Your mana signature has already changed since I last examined you. It's denser, more refined, like comparing rough wool to fine silk. Zuni had fully emerged from Adam's pocket now, stretching his tiny limbs before settling on the table to watch the proceedings with curious amber eyes. I didn't expect this, Adam admitted. I initially thought healing factor would just, well, heal me. That's the beauty of magic, my boy. Mr. Biggins' voice took on a lecturing tone. It rarely behaves exactly as we expect, especially when different systems interact. Your reincarnated soul, a non-human ability, and your own natural talents are creating something entirely new. The image of Irene flashed through Adam's mind. He had plans for helping the kid develop his talents, but had always worried it might be too much to put on his shoulders. Now though, suddenly, Adam felt an emotion he never thought he'd direct at one particular person: gratitude. Not for Helios the person, of course the vampire had been a monster in every sense of the word, but for what he had gained from their encounter, which was, of course, nowhere, or hell, depending on one's belief. Adam hoped it was the latter. Power, in this world, it came in countless forms, some subtle as a whispered secret, others as obvious as a thunderclap. Magic that bended reality, wealth that moved nations, knowledge that outlasted empires. Yet there was something primal about physical power that resonated across time and worlds. That satisfaction of watching a stone crumble in your grip or climbing a mountain others deemed impossible. Even in a world of mages and monsters, there was something undeniably appealing about being able to simply punch your problems into submission. Like most kids, Adam had dreamed of such power in his youth. His real youth, not this second-chance business. Children are impressionable creatures, and his was spent devouring books, some of which were tales of heroes with impossible strength who could tear mountains asunder or move faster than the eye could track. The classics never go out of style. Back in his original timeline, he'd eventually achieved 2-circle status respectable, if not legendary. The Lionheart side of his family, though he'd been estranged from them, had a decent magical pedigree. Although not proven, it was commonly suspected that genetics played a significant role in determining a mage's potential ceiling, which explained why mage families rarely married outside their magical circles. The rule wasn't always explicitly stated, but the pattern was clear: mages sought other mages as partners, preserving and potentially enhancing their magical bloodlines. In noble families, this wasn't even a tacit rule but an open expectation, the violation of which had gotten Adam's mother disowned when she married his father. When Adam had manifested magical talent despite this delusion, some eyebrows were raised. When he eventually hit 2 circles at age 76, although not all that useful given his illness at the time, it had nonetheless been a genuine achievement, not impossible given his heritage, but certainly not guaranteed. Now Mr. Biggins was telling him he'd blow past that ceiling like it was made of tissue paper. The ramifications were staggering. As a mage with that level of power and his accumulated experience, he could accelerate everything, rise through the academy ranks faster, achieve archmage status sooner, gain the influence needed to counteract the looming catastrophes before they fully materialized. But something nagged at him as he looked at the old dragon shoving chocolates in his mouth to celebrate, a restlessness that wouldn't quiet despite the good news. His mind kept circling back to one uncomfortable fact: magical power, while incredible, has limits. Mana depletes, fluid runs dry. At this point in time, even with an expanded capacity, he would eventually run empty in a prolonged conflict. What then? He already had 2 non-mana skills forming the foundation of his capabilities. White Worm's body would eventually grant him near invulnerability, a defense that would make most physical attacks bounce off harmlessly. Healing factor was continuously rebuilding him into something beyond human standard, accelerating his recovery and apparently supercharging his magical development. Defense, recovery, two pieces of what Adam now saw as a three-part puzzle. What he lacked was the offensive component, something that, when magic failed or circumstances demanded, would let him continue fighting effectively, something that wouldn't deplete with use or leave him vulnerable once his mana reserves ran dry. What he needed was raw, physical strength, not the kind that fades when magic dissipates, but the kind built into muscle and bone, the kind that becomes part of you. He needed a strength-based skill to complete the foundation. The realization felt right. Defense, recovery, strength, a perfect build. Everything else could be constructed atop that foundation, but those three elements would ensure he remained dangerous regardless of circumstance. Power. "I need to go on a hunt," Adam announced through a mouthful of chocolate. The words emerged before he fully processed the thought. Mr. Biggins burst into laughter, a deep rumbling sound that seemed to shake dust from the highest bookshelves. I was about to suggest the same thing, actually. Adam swallowed his chocolate, eyebrows shooting up. "Can you read minds or something?" "Oh goodness, no." Mr. Biggins waved away the suggestion as if it were a pesky fly. "But when you've lived among humans as long as I have, you learn to anticipate their patterns of thought." He adjusted his spectacles with a small smile. Law was like that too, terribly predictable once you got to know him. "Right," Adam said slowly. It was easy to forget sometimes that the eccentric shopkeeper with chocolate smudges on his vest was actually Ilarion, a dragon old enough to have witnessed centuries of history firsthand. Mr. Biggins had mentioned before that he and Law had been friends, though the details had remained vague. "How exactly did you two meet?" Adam asked, selecting another chocolate, this one shaped like a tiny dragon. He found the irony amusing. "Oh," Mr. Biggins brightened at the memory. "I tried to eat him for waking me up." Adam choked on his chocolate. "You what, tried to eat him?" Mr. Biggins repeated casually. "He was making the most awful racket at the base of my mountain." Disturbed a rather lovely 3th-century nap. "And you became friends after that?" "Well, not immediately," Mr. Biggins admitted, selecting a white chocolate unicorn for himself. "We had a lengthy discussion first, quite enlightening, actually. Law had excellent arguments for why I shouldn't eat him, I can imagine. So I spared him and burned down the village at the base of the mountain instead." Mr. Biggins popped the chocolate into his mouth, expression entirely serene. "They'd been making human and elven sacrifices to me while I was sleeping, without permission. Can you imagine the audacity?" Adam stared at the shopkeeper, the friendly, somewhat doddering old man who fussed over his cats and organized his trinkets with meticulous care had casually burned down an entire village. "You're quite different from what I thought," Adam said finally. Mr. Biggins smiled, the chocolate having left a smudge at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, and what did you think I was?" "I don't know, eccentric but harmless." "Harmless," Mr. Biggins repeated, laughing so hard he nearly knocked over his chair. "My dear boy, no dragon is harmless. Some of us are just better at pretending." He wiped a tear of mirth from his eye. Lo understood that. He never made the mistake of thinking me tame. It's why we got along so well. In the old world, dragons had been revered as gods, along with Umbra, phoenixes, and demons. The old gods, as they were called nowadays. Even now, one could find temples where people still venerated them, offering prayers and sacrifices in exchange for protection. Watching Mr. Biggins nolicking chocolate from his fingers with childlike enthusiasm, it seemed incongruous. This was a being that had once received blood offerings. Young women with their throats slit, gold piled high in tribute, all in desperate hope for protection from the terrors that roamed the world. When Adam mentioned this, Mr. Biggins snorted. "Massive misunderstanding," he said, shaking his head. "I only asked for gold. What would I do with dead bodies, messy things, terrible smell? Ruins the gold, honestly, but the sacrifices." "Human idea, not mine," Mr. Biggins insisted. "They started doing it on their own, and by the time I woke up from that particular nap, they'd convinced themselves I demanded it." He sighed. 3 centuries of sleep and humans managed to completely rewrite your preferences. "So you burned down their village." "Well, yes, but I did let the innocent among them evacuate first," he added, as if this were an important point of etiquette. "And that's when Law showed up to negotiate. Clever boy. Brought me sweets instead of blood." Mr. Biggins smiled fondly at the memory. It was the first time he'd ever tasted chocolate, been addicted ever since. Adam finished the last chocolate, contemplating this new perspective on the shopkeeper. It was like seeing a house cat suddenly reveal it was actually a tiger-same general shape, vastly different implications. "So," Mr. Biggins said, clapping his hands together and abruptly changing the subject, "this hunt you're planning. I assume it's for a physical enhancement skill. How did you?" Adam stopped himself. "Right, predictable human. No, logical human. You're building something interesting and you already have 2 pieces." Mr. Biggins ticked them off on his fingers. "Defense with what you call White Worm's body. Recovery with healing factor. The obvious next step is offensive capability." So the old dragon leaned forward. "What did you have in mind?" "What I had in mind," Adam replied, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the table, is something similar to how I acquired healing factor. Ah yes, your improvised transmutation with the vampire. Quite resourceful, if dangerously reckless. Exactly. I want to find a monster with exceptional physical strength and perform another transmutation. Mr. Biggins went very still. The ambient sounds of the hidden room seemed to fade away as the old dragon studied Adam with newfound intensity. When he spoke, his voice had lost its usual cheerful lilt. That, he said carefully, is both a brilliant and terribly dangerous idea. Is it? Adam shifted in his seat. It worked well enough the first time. Did it? Mr. Biggins leaned forward. Or did you simply survive it? The shopkeeper removed his spectacles, polishing them methodically with a handkerchief he produced from his vest pocket. As I mentioned the last time we talked, Day, performing transmutations the way you did on yourself with living beings, it's precisely what got many alchemists arrested for creating abominations. He replaced his glasses, peering at Adam over the rims. The only reason you survived at all was because of luck, pure, dumb luck. But such processes are exceedingly difficult for humans to bear, Mr. Biggins continued, cutting him off. The body naturally rejects foreign essences. Most transmutation attempts end with the subject dead or hideously transformed, not improved. Adam frowned as he made a mental note to ask the Bob for lucky clover. Perhaps luck, dumb or otherwise, was worth cultivating. Don't misunderstand me, young Adam, Mr. Biggins added quickly, raising a cautionary finger. In your case, you could very well manage successful transmutations on yourself, especially with your healing factor growing stronger. But I wouldn't recommend relying on this as your primary method of power acquisition. Why not? Adam asked, if it works. Because you're essentially rewriting how your own body functions at a fundamental level, Mr. Biggins explained. A simple error in the gene manipulation could cause tremendous drawbacks, especially for humans. Adam rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But with healing factor now, I could mitigate those risks. It would correct errors, repair damage during the process. Yes, Mr. Biggins conceded with a reluctant nod. Your regenerative abilities do make you uniquely suited to survive such procedures. But I must insist, though, not make transmutation your primary source of power acquisition. He tapped the table for emphasis. Even with advantages, you're playing a dangerous game with increasingly higher stakes each time. The body can only adapt to so many fundamental changes before unpredictable things begin to happen, so it's not completely insane. Oh, it's completely insane, Mr. Biggins corrected him cheerfully, but perhaps a slightly more calculated insanity than before. Dom considered this. Calculated insanity was essentially his entire second life strategy anyway. Do you know of any monsters, he asked carefully, in a dungeon native to Arcos, preferably low rank, that could give me the kind of strength skill I'm looking for? Ideally something I could hunt while also developing healing factor and my other skills. Mr. Biggins' eyes drifting upward as he mentally sorted through what must have been centuries of accumulated knowledge about the local fauna. You need something physically imposing but not overwhelmingly deadly at your current level, something accessible but genuinely powerful. Something, he trailed off, eyes narrowing in concentration. Adam waited, watching the old dragon's face as various considerations passed across it. Occasionally, Mr. Biggins would mutter something unintelligible, shake his head slightly, then resume his contemplation. Finally, the shopkeeper straightened, eyes focusing sharply on Adam. Tell me, he said, have you ever heard of the mountain silverback? Jerb, jerb, jerb. Boom, the 23rd wakey bird exploded in a puff of feathers and clockwork gears, silencing its morning alarm with finality. No problem, Sam replied from across the room. That thing was getting on my last nerve. Wake up now, though. You said the dungeon would open early. Adam grunted in acknowledgement but made no immediate move to get up. His bed felt impossibly perfect this morning, the mattress hitting that sweet spot between firm and soft. The blanket weighted just right across his shoulders, the pillow cradling his head like it was custom made for his skull. Zuni, Adam thought, opening his eyes. Speaking of the little menace, where was? Oh shit, Adam bolted upright. Across the room, a bowl of milk sat on the desk. Submerged in it, completely motionless, was Zuni, head down, no bubbles. He launched himself out of bed, stumbling over his own feet in his rush to reach the desk. His hands plunged into the milk, grabbing the Quillick's tiny body and yanking him out. Zuni, what are you? The Quillick squirmed in his grip, tiny paws reaching desperately back toward the milk bowl. His permanent smile somehow looked annoyed as milk dripped from his spines. Are you trying to get back in? Adam asked incredulously. Zuni chirped once, then twisted with surprising strength, nearly escaping Adam's grasp in his determined effort to return to his milk bath. He was drowning in milk, Sam observed from his bed, not bothering to look up from his book, but still drinking it. Been at it for 10 minutes, and you didn't think to stop him. Figured if he was dumb enough to drown himself in breakfast, natural selection was just doing its job. Clearly you two hit it off. Sam and Zuni's first meeting had gone about as well as putting a cat in a bathtub. When Adam introduced them yesterday, Zuni had immediately taken an interest in Sam's now meticulously organized desk. Within minutes, the Quillic had rearranged Sam's color-coded notes into what could generously be described as a jumbled pile resembling the aftermath of a pixie festival. Things deteriorated from there. After his sugar-fueled rampage at the tea house, Zuni had spent the night in a state of manic energy, climbing curtains, chirping at shadows, and twice attempting to nest in Sam's hair while he slept. The dark circles under Sam's eyes told the rest of the story. He was already up reading a textbook at this ungodly hour, clearly having given up on sleep altogether. "You should get some rest," Adam said, finally managing to wrap Zuni in a small towel. "You look like death warmed over." Sam lowered his book just enough to fix Adam with a glare that could have withered plants. "Shut up. This is your fault for signing up for basic bonding and bringing that vile creature into our room." Zuni squeaked indignantly from his towel prison. "You've offended him," Adam noted. "Good," Sam replied flatly. "Very good." Adam sighed, tucking the still squirming Zuni under his arm. "I'm going to wash up. Please don't let him kill himself while I'm gone." Sam turned a page in his book with deliberate slowness. "I can't promise anything." Adam finished his preparations with methodical efficiency. He delayed everything out the night before: sturdy boots, reinforced leather pants, a dark green tunic, and a weatherproof cloak. Not academy uniform by any stretch, but practical dungeon gear. He strapped a small pack to his hip, checking its contents one last time: healing potions, rations, a compass, and the 2 daggers he got from the dungeon he was trapped in just 8 months ago. Ah, time flies. When he emerged from the washroom fully dressed, he found Zuni perched on Sam's head like some kind of spiny living hat. Sam sat at his desk, one eye twitching slightly as he tried to focus on his notes while ignoring the Quillic using his hair as a nest. "Don't say a word," Sam warned without looking up. Adam bit back a smile and headed for the small table where they kept breakfast supplies. He grabbed an apple and a hunk of bread, wolfing them down with the efficiency of someone who knew they had a long day ahead. As he finished his makeshift breakfast, Sam yawned enormously. Zuni, apparently interpreting this as some sort of signal, hopped off his head and scampered across the desk, knocking over an inkwell in the process. For the love of Sam caught the inkwell before it could spill completely, shooting Zuni a look that would have turned a less oblivious creature to stone. The Quillic chirped happily and bounced over to Adam, climbing up his pant leg to reach his preferred shoulder perch. "Be careful with the dungeon stuff," Sam said, rubbing his eyes. "Those restricted areas are no joke." "If you get caught, I never knew your plans." "Understood." Sam let out a humorless laugh. "Lack of sleep at this level is sickness. My brain feels like it's been pickled. All the more reason to rest," Adam said, heading for the door. "I'll try to be back before evening. If not, I'll pretend I have no idea where you went," Sam finished for him. "Now get out before your little demon decides my eyebrows look like a good breakfast." Adam nodded gratefully and stepped out into the hallway, Zuni chirping softly on his shoulder. The Quillic seemed to understand they were embarking on something important, his usual hyperactivity momentarily subdued by curiosity. Adam slipped through Zerk's Academy's east gates without fanfare. The sun hadn't yet crested the horizon, leaving the campus draped in that peculiar pre-dawn grayness where the world exists in muted tones. The grounds lay still and quiet, with only the occasional flutter of maintenance familiars going about their early morning duties. The guards at the gate barely glanced at him. Since the academy had lifted its curfew policy last semester, students came and went at all hours. Being off campus before sunrise wasn't technically against any rules, even if it was unusual enough to merit a raised eyebrow from the sleepy-eyed guard. "Early start," the guard commented, stifling a yawn. "Field research," Adam replied with the easy confidence that came from not technically lying. Arco's was different at this hour. The usual sounds of street vendors, horse-drawn carriages, and pedestrian chatter hadn't yet begun. Instead, there was a hushed quality to the cobblestone streets, as if the city itself was still gathering energy for the day ahead. The Pentos Adventurers Guild stood opposite the city's central plaza, its imposing facade adorned with banners displaying successful expeditions and the guild's 5-pointed star insignia. Despite the early hour, lights already burned in its windows. Inside, the guild hall hummed with subdued activity. Early risers occupied scattered tables, a man sharpening an elaborate battle axe, a pair of women poring over what looked like a map, and a handful of people checking equipment or simply nursing steaming mugs of something that smelled strongly of caffeine and regret. The main desk stood at the back of the hall, where a halfling man with spectacles balanced on his nose was sorting through a stack of documents. He looked up as Adam approached. "Morning," Adam said, Zuni chirping in cheerful echo from his shoulder. "Morning to you both," the halfling replied, his eyes lingering curiously on Zuni. "Interesting familiar you've got there." "He thinks so too," Adam said as he placed his rank B adventurer badge on the counter. "I'd like to register for the C-rank dungeon run." The halfling picked up the badge, examining it briefly before sliding it through a small crystal apparatus on his desk. The crystal glowed blue, then green, confirming the badge's authenticity. Cutting it close, the halfling remarked, pulling out a form. Today's the final day for the Misty Vale dungeon access. Gates close permanently at sundown. Just need a few hours, Adam assured him. The clerk nodded, scratching something on the form. Standard rules apply. No ganking, no resource hogging. The guild takes no responsibility for injuries sustained during your expedition. He glanced up, coming with a party, solo dive. The halfling paused, looking at Adam more carefully. His eyes flickered to Adam's youthful face, then to his academy-style haircut, then back to the badge. I have experience, Adam said, anticipating the question, and I'm not entering as a Zerk student but as a rank B adventurer. The academy has no jurisdiction here. The halfling shrugged. Your funeral to arrange, not mine. He stamped the form with surprising force and slid it across the desk. Sign here, here, and initial here. Adam signed where indicated, the scratching of the quill oddly loud in the quiet hall. Entry point is the western gate, near the old mill, the clerk said, taking back the form. Follow the blue lanterns. They'll lead you to the active portal. Like I said, it closes permanently at sundown, so make sure you're out by then or you'll be spending a very uncomfortable night inside. Understood. And keep that thing under control, the halfling added, eyeing Zuni, who was now attempting to eat Adam's collar. Guild doesn't cover familiar related incidents either. The halfling nodded and returned to his paperwork, clearly dismissing them. Adam pocketed his badge and headed for the exit, mentally reviewing his plan. Find a silverback, somehow kill it without dying, perform an alchemical transmutation that most likely would kill him anyway, nothing too difficult. Last call for Misty Vale, final entry before permanent closure. Last call. The guild officer's voice boomed across the small clearing by the old mill where a shimmering portal stood within a stone archway. Blue lanterns dotted the path, their flames cutting through the morning mist. Not much to see beyond their glow, just a cluster of adventurers, maybe 15 in total, gathered around the entry point, checking equipment and sharing last-minute strategies. Adam jogged the final stretch, Zuni bouncing on his shoulder with each step. He'd taken a wrong turn at the market district, wasting precious minutes asking directions from a vendor who seemed determined to sell him dungeon insurance before pointing him the right way. Wait, he called out, waving his papers as he approached the gate. Hold the portal. The guild officer, a stocky man with a magnificent mustache and the dead-eyed stare of someone who'd seen too many idiots die in Dungeonstern, toward Adam with a sigh. He held a clipboard in one hand and a glowing stamp in the other. Cutting it close, aren't you? He said, eyeing Adam's academy-adjacent appearance with obvious skepticism. Got held up, Adam explained, catching his breath as he handed over his papers. But I'm registered. The officer scanned the documents. Behind him, the last few adventurers were stepping through the portal, a serious-looking woman with twin daggers at her hips, a burly man hauling what looked like an impractical amount of weaponry, and a pair of younger men who radiated the dangerous combination of inexperience and overconfidence. Adam Silla, the officer read aloud. He glanced at Zuni, who chose that exact moment to start grooming himself in a particularly undignified manner. Solo entry, that's right, no party backup. Officer stamped the papers with more force than necessary, leaving a glowing blue mark. Bold choice or stupid one. Time will tell. I work better alone, Adam said, accepting his badge back. They all say that right before the officer caught himself with practiced professionalism. Just be careful in there. These C-ranked dungeons aren't playground games. With Misty Vale closing today, the competition for remaining resources will be fierce. Some adventurers get desperate near dungeon death, I understand. Stick to the outer rings if you're a solo, the officer advised, suddenly sounding almost fatherly. Inner rings are where the big predators gather before a collapse. Portal closes precisely at sundown, not a minute later. If you're not out by then, he made a slicing gesture across his throat. The officer nodded and gestured toward the portal. The blue-white energy within the stone arch flickered slightly, a sign the dungeon's anchoring runes were already beginning to destabilize. Best of luck, the officer said. Adam stepped forward, pausing briefly at the threshold. Zuni chittered nervously, burying himself deeper in Adam's collar. It's all right, Adam told him quietly. Just a C-rank dungeon. Drawing a deep breath, he stepped through the gate. The world dissolved into blue light as the runes flickered around him, pulling him across the barrier between worlds. The portal spat Adam out onto soft grass, the transition jarring but surprisingly painless. Getting used to this. He blinked away the blue afterimages dancing across his vision and found himself standing in a sunlit clearing ringed by towering trees. Not the dark, damp forest he'd expected from a place called Misty Vale, but rather a picturesque meadow dotted with wildflowers in many colors, some of which seemed to be watching him with unsettling interest. Zuni erupted from Adam's collar like he'd been shot from a tiny catapult, chirping in frantic excitement. The Quillic bounded across the grass, rolling and tumbling through the flowers, which swayed away from his hyperactive path as if offended by his enthusiasm. Don't eat anything, Adam called after him, though he suspected this advice would be cheerfully ignored. The air here felt different, crisp, and impossibly clean, with none of the city's smoky undertones. Each breath felt like drinking cool water after a long thirst. It carried strange scents to something sweet like honey but sharper, and underneath it all, the earthy musk of large animals. Somewhere in the distance, something let out a deep, resonant call that made the hairs on Adam's neck stand up. The same adventurers he'd seen at the portal were scattered around the clearing, getting their bearings or consulting maps. The serious woman with twin daggers was already checking the tree line, her movements precise and economical. The burly man with too many weapons was adjusting his straps, cursing under his breath each time one of his blades clanked against another. The two younger men were pointing excitedly at something in a tree that Adam couldn't see. "Aren't you a bit too young to be adventuring all alone in a C-rank dungeon?" asked a voice behind him. Adam turned to find a fifth person he hadn't noticed before: a lean man with salt and pepper hair, and the relaxed posture of someone who'd seen enough danger to know how to conserve energy between threats. He wore simple leather armor with faded gild patches and carried a crossbow that looked more practical than impressive. "I manage," Adam said, weaving a small flame spell on his palm where it danced between his fingers. The message was clear enough: "I'm not defenseless. A mage, eh?" The man nodded appreciatively. "Handy." The burly man looked over, his attention caught by the flame. "Hey Danner, what did you find?" He lumbered over, the arsenal on his back jingling like a one-man band. Up close, his face was surprisingly youthful beneath a poorly grown beard that seemed to be compensating for something. "Got ourselves a mage," Danner replied. "Solo entry." "No shit." The big man extended a hand the size of a dinner plate. "Name's Cord. That's Lissa over there." He gestured to the woman, who acknowledged them with a slight nod without interrupting her survey of the perimeter. "And those two idiots are Brennel and Jace." The younger men, hearing their names, waved enthusiastically. "Adam," he replied, shaking Cord's hand and managing not to wince at the bone-crushing grip. "Listen," Danner said, lowering his voice conspiratorially, "we could use a sixth. Having a mage is like walking with a safety net. What do you say? Standard cut, 1/6 share of anything we haul out." Brennel bounded over like an over-eager puppy. "Yeah, come with us. What are you all hunting?" "Anything that's left," Cord grunted. "Last day means slim picking stuff's been cleared out already, but with a dungeon this size, there's always something valuable left behind. Particularly in the inner rings," Danner added meaningfully. He had the air of someone used to being listened to. "That's where the real prizes are. You sure?" Lissa spoke for the first time, her voice unexpectedly melodic for someone who radiated such deadly competence. "Solo diving is risky, especially with that thing to look after." She nodded toward Zuni, who was now rolling in what appeared to be glowing pollen. "I'm sure," Adam said firmly, scooping up the now luminescent quillic before he could cause more trouble. "Good hunting to you all." Danner opened his mouth to insist further, but Adam was already walking away, heading toward a gap in the trees that led north. He could feel their eyes on his back, evaluating, considering. Many paths in a dungeon, but only one exit, and everyone would be heading for it by sundown anyway. Adam pulled out the map Mr. Biggins had given him, carefully unfolding it on a flat rock. The parchment was yellowed with age but meticulously detailed, with neat annotations in flowing script that hadn't faded despite the passage of time. "Biggins has been in and out of every dungeon in Arcos," Adam murmured to Zuni, who was attempting to eat a corner of the map. "And apparently dragons never forget a single detail." Mr. Biggins had traced a specific route in Red Inca winding path that would take Adam through progressively more challenging areas before reaching the Silverback territory in the deepest part of the northern section. The old dragon had been adamant about following this exact route, claiming it would maximize Adam's skill growth while minimizing the risk of encountering monsters beyond his capability. "Training while hunting," Adam said, folding the map and tucking it away. "Efficient." He reached into his inventory and pulled out his gauntlets. WAM and bam! Next came John, his 2-meter golem knight. The construct materialized with a whisper of displaced air, standing at attention beside Adam. Zuni immediately abandoned his attempt to taste a nearby flower and scrambled toward John, chirping excitedly. The quillic scampered up the golem's leg and perched on its shoulder, looking immensely pleased with his new vantage point. "First step," Adam said, orienting himself using the map's landmarks, the Bristlehorn Glades. According to Biggins, the glades were home to aggressive but manageable monsters, perfect for warming up and building skill experience. The old dragon had described every creature Adam would encounter with remarkable precision, complete with their attack patterns and weaknesses. Dragon memory was apparently no exaggeration. They moved through the forest at a steady pace, John's heavy footfalls surprisingly quiet for something of his size and weight. The vegetation gradually changed, trees thinning out, underbrush giving way to chest-high grass with purple-tinged tips that swayed even when there was no breeze. Adam spotted them before they spotted him, a small herd of what looked like warthogs, if warthogs had been designed by someone with a fondness for nightmares. Each was roughly the size of a large dog, with mottled brown hide covered in bony plates. Their tusks curved upward like scimitars, and multiple sets of red eyes glinted with predatory intelligence. Identify. The information flooded his awareness. Bristleback charger, moderate threat. A territorial omnivore known for its aggressive pack tactics and surprising speed. Just as Biggins described, Adam murmured, rolling his shoulders as he prepared for battle. The goal here was to blast them with magicite, was to engage directly, to push his body to adapt and evolve through stress and recovery. One of the bristlebacks raised its snout, catching Adam's scent. Its eyes locked onto him, and it let out a high-pitched squeal that alerted the rest of the pack. 8 sets of red eyes swiveled in his direction. "Zuni, brace yourself," Adam called. The Quillic chirped and dug his tiny claws into John's shoulder armor. The bristlebacks charged as one, their hooves kicking up dirt as they barreled toward him with surprising speed. Adam shifted into a fighting stance, WAM and BAM humming with fluid as he prepared to meet the attack. The first bristleback reached him, tusks lowered to impale. Adam sidestepped, driving a gauntleted fist down onto the creature's armored back. WAM. The impact was violent. The bristleback squealed in pain as the enchanted metal connected with its spine. No time to celebrate while more were coming from different angles. Adam ducked under one set of tusks and caught the second bristleback with an uppercut that lifted it off its hooves. His muscles burned with the effort, but the satisfaction of seeing the creature crash to the ground made it worthwhile. "John, defensive perimeter," Adam called. He did not need to speak for the golem to execute his orders, but it felt right. John moved immediately, positioning itself to intercept 3 bristlebacks that were trying to flank Adam. A tusk grazed Adam's thigh, tearing through his pants and leaving a shallow but painful gash. Adam pivoted, using his momentum to deliver a crushing hook to the offending bristleback's jaw. Bam! Bone crunched under his fist, and the creature staggered sideways, disoriented. Another charged from behind. Adam sensed rather than saw it coming as flow prediction came into play. He dropped into a roll that carried him under the creature's leap. He came up in a duelist stance, both gauntlets positioned to block the next attack. There was something deeply counterintuitive about letting monsters wound him when he could have J-Sut scorched them with a few good fireball spells. Every instinct screamed to avoid injury completely. This was the opposite of how most mages fought. Most would keep enemies at a distance, preserving their fragile bodies while their magic did the work. But that approach would never get him what he needed. Damn it all, he thought through gritted teeth. 2 bristlebacks came at him simultaneously. Adam met the first with a straight jab that caught it between its multiple eyes, then twisted to avoid the second's charge. The creature's momentum carried it past him, and Adam hammered a blow between its shoulder blades as it passed. Ow. Pain flared across his back as a third bristleback he hadn't seen scored its tusks across his spine. "You little," Adam spun, driving his fluid-powered elbow into the creature's snout with enough force to shatter bone. The bristleback collapsed, legs twitching. Nearby, John was methodically dispatching the remaining attackers, his armored fists coming down with precise, devastating force. 1 bristleback remained, larger than the others, clearly the alpha of the pack. It pawed the ground, eyeing Adam with what seemed like calculating hatred. Adam didn't wait for it to charge. He rushed forward, feinting left before pivoting right as the creature lunged. His timing was perfect as the bristleback overextended. Adam delivered a devastating combination, a left hook to the creature's exposed flank, followed by a straight right that connected with its temple. The alpha bristleback wobbled, stunned but not defeated. It gathered itself for another charge, but slower now, its movements uncoordinated. Adam met it head on this time, catching its tusks with his gauntlets and using the creature's momentum to flip it onto its back. Before it could recover, he delivered a final, crushing blow to its exposed throat. Silence fell over the clearing. Adam stood among the fallen bristlebacks, chest heaving, various cuts and bruises. His muscles ached with exertion. A notification appeared in his awareness, +10 white worm's body, +3 healing factor. Not enough, Adam muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. He glanced at John, where Zuni was bouncing excitedly on the golem's shoulder, apparently having enjoyed the spectacle immensely. "We're just getting started," Adam told the Quillic, checking his map for the next hunting ground. Mother-loving, son of Adam ducked as fangs snapped shut where his throat had been a heartbeat earlier. Dung beetle. For someone who had lived a couple lifetimes, his curse vocabulary remained, disappointingly tame at times. Something to work on perhaps, though it was currently low on his priority list of skills to develop. The shadow mane lunged again, its wolf-like body moving with unnatural speed. 4 glowing yellow eyes tracked his every movement, saliva dripping from jaws that could crush bone like kindling. Adam's fingers twitched, instinctively forming the first sign of a flame lance spell. The mana rose within him, ready to be channeled into a devastating blast that would reduce the beast to ash. He stopped himself. That would be admitting defeat. The whole point of this exercise was to grow stronger without relying on magic, to build his physical foundation. The Shadowmane sensed his hesitation and lunged forward, jaws wide. Adam pivoted at the last possible second, the creature's teeth grazing his shoulder as he spun away. Pain flared where fangs tore through his tunic and scraped skin. "You caught me at a bad time," Adam growled, backing up to create space. "I was just trying to eat lunch." The remains of his meal lay scattered where he'd been sitting minutes earlier. He'd just finished hunting a pack of prismatic scorpionsnisty creatures, with color-changing carapaces that made them nearly invisible in the right light. The fight had been exhausting but successful. Then this thing had appeared from nowhere while he was trying to rest. The Shadowmane circled him, muscles rippling beneath its midnight black fur. Unlike normal wolves, its shoulders stood as high as Adam's chest, and a ridge of bone spikes ran along its spine. The creature moved with deliberate patience, waiting for Adam to make a mistake. Zuni watched and chirped from his perch atop John, who stood motionless nearby. Adam had ordered the golem to protect the Quillic, not intervene. This fight was his alone. Identify. Shadowmane Alpha High Threat. A predator that hunts by sensing fear, capable of short-range shadow stepping. "Of course you can teleport," Adam muttered. "Why wouldn't you?" The Shadowmane's ear twitched, then it vanished. Adam threw himself forward on pure instinct flow prediction, slowing the world just enough for him to see it come. The creature materialized where he'd been standing, jaws clamping shut on empty air. Adam rolled to his feet and charged before it could recover, driving a gauntleted fist toward its flank. The Shadowmane spun, meeting his charge with teeth bared. Adam barely managed to redirect his punch, catching the creature's jaw instead of being caught in its maw. Wham! The impact reverberated up his arm as fluid-enhanced metal connected with bone. The Shadowmane's head snapped sideways, but it recovered with terrifying speed, its front paw slashing out. Claws like curved daggers tore through Adam's thigh. He hissed through clenched teeth as blood immediately soaked his pant leg. The pain was electric, sharp, and immediate. A healing potion would help, but the wounds where deep thighs would take time to close. The Shadowmane pressed its advantage, lunging again. Adam stepped inside its reach, a risky move, but the right one. As the creature's momentum carried it forward, Adam delivered an uppercut to its throat. Bam! The strike should have crushed its windpipe. Instead, the creature seemed to partially dissolve into shadow at the moment of impact, the blow passing through with reduced effect. "That's cheating," Adam gasped as the Shadowmane reformed and whirled on him. It answered with a growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Adam circled left, keeping his guard high. Blood dripped steadily from his leg wound, leaving a red trail on the forest floor. Bad. If this fight dragged on, blood loss would become a serious problem. The Shadowmane lunged again, this time feinting right before vanishing. Adam didn't fall for it, noticed a slight shimmer in the air before each teleport. He turned, already bringing his fist up as the creature reappeared behind him. His timing was perfect. Wham connected with the creature's snout as it materialized, sending it staggering backward with a yelp of surprise and pain. Adam pressed forward, not giving it time to recover. A straight jab to the chest, across to the jaw. Each blow drove the creature back another step, each impact sending shockwaves through its body. Wham, bam, wham. The Shadowmane tried to teleport again, but Adam had its timing down now. As it began to dissolve, he tracked the shimmer in the air and was already moving to intercept. When it reformed, he was waiting with a devastating hook that caught it just below the ear. Bam, bone cracked audibly. The creature stumbled, disoriented. One of its 4 eyes was swollen shut, and blood matted the fur around its muzzle, but it wasn't finished. With a snarl that vibrated through Adam's chest, the Shadowmane launched itself at him in pure desperation. Teeth and claws slashed toward his face. Adam met it head-on. As jaws gaped to tear out his throat, he drove his fist directly into its mouth. Wham, teeth shattered. The creature howled in agony, thrashing its head to free itself from the brutal counter. Adam didn't relent. His other fist hammered into the creature's exposed throat, then its eye, then the soft spot behind its jaw. Bam. Wham, bam. Each impact drove the creature further into the ground. Its struggles weakened. Its growls turned to whimpers. Still Adam continued, something primal taking over as he straddled the beast and rained blows upon its skull. Wham, bam, wham, bam. Blood and brain matter spattered his face and chest. Bone gave way beneath his gauntlets. The creature's body twitched, then went still. Adam delivered one final blow, driving his fist through what remained of the Shadowmane's skull into the ground beneath. Silence fell over the clearing. He pushed himself to his feet, legs shaking with exhaustion. When he looked down at his hands, both gauntlets were slick with gore, the enchanted metal humming faintly as it processed the battle energy. A notification appeared in his awareness. White Worm's body has reached level 11. Your body now has a little more than twice the resilience of a normal human. Muscles, tendons, and skin are more resistant to tearing and puncture. Your bones are also less prone to breaking. Healing factor has reached level 3. Your healing rate is now 6 times faster than a normal human's. Wounds close rapidly. Broken bones mend in days rather than weeks. Your body optimizes itself during rest. Your mana pool has increased from 702 to 705. Your capacity for holding magical energy has expanded significantly. Recovery rate increased to 6.7 units per hour. Channels have strengthened, allowing for more powerful spell casting with less strain. Boxing mastery has reached level 12. Your strikes now carry perfect weight transfer from foot to fist. Footwork has become instinctively efficient, allowing you to maintain optimal positioning. Flow prediction has reached level 8, active full passive. Your ability to predict movement has become nearly instinctive. You can often sense attacks from outside your field of vision and anticipate movements more efficiently. Adam collapsed onto his back, chest heaving as he stared up at the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. Hell yeah, he wheezed, a grin spreading across his blood-spattered face. Rest had never felt so good. His muscles burned with fatigue, the pleasant ache of hard work that promised growth. Every part of him felt simultaneously heavy and somehow more responsive, as if his body was already adapting to the stress he'd put it through. He closed his eyes, focusing on the sensations within. The notifications hadn't been wrong, could actually feel his body repairing itself, knitting flesh and replenishing blood at a rate that would have seemed impossible before. After countless hours spent poring over medical texts in the Academy's library, Adam had developed a better understanding of where his healing abilities stood. A normal human body repaired soft tissue damage through inflammation, blood clotting, and cellular migration processes that typically took days or weeks. Bone healing was even slower, with complete remodeling taking months, but at now 6 times normal speed. The implications were staggering, minor cuts closing in minutes instead of hours. Broken bones mending in days rather than weeks. Even major organ damage could potentially heal without intervention. Adam prodded the wounds on his thigh, wincing at the touch. The bleeding had stopped, but the deep punctures remained angry and raw. Time to test a theory, he muttered. He reached into his pack and removed a small green vial of topical healing solution Biggins had brewed himself. The old dragon had turned out to be one hell of an alchemist, claiming his potions were adequate by draconic standards, which apparently translated to exceptional by everyone else's. That was not hard to believe after he experienced the mana-increasing chocolates Biggins had offered to him and Sam back then. Adam's theory was simple. If his natural healing was already accelerated, a healing potion should have amplified effects. The stimulants in the solution would trigger processes already working overtime. He uncorked the vial, the sharp medicinal smell making his nose wrinkle. With a steadying breath, he poured the viscous green liquid directly onto the claw wounds. Son of a Adam hissed through clenched teeth as liquid fire seemed to spread across his leg. The sensation was like strong alcohol on an open cut, but multiplied tenfold. Seriously, it hurt like a bit. Owa, the solution hissed and bubbled on contact with his wounds, wisps of white smoke rising from the damaged tissue. The scientific explanation was straightforward. If unsettling, accelerated cellular activity generated heat, the rapid division and multiplication of cells consuming oxygen and nutrients at such a rate that the surrounding tissues actually steamed. Adam watched in fascination as the deep punctures visibly closed before his eyes. The edges of torn flesh drew together, new skin spreading across the wounds like ice forming on a pond. Within minutes, only faint pink scars remained where deadly claws had torn him open. Works better than expected, he murmured, running his fingers over the newly healed skin. According to his own theories, as healing factor continued to develop, Adam would eventually reach a point where external healing aids became unnecessary. His body would simply repair itself with incredible speed, regardless of the damage. And then there was the other implication that Biggins had mentioned almost casually, as if it weren't potentially life-altering. Aging was, in essence, a failure of cellular repair. As the body grew older, its ability to replace damaged cells diminished, but with an ever-increasing healing factor, that process might slow, stop, or even reverse. Immortality, or something close to it. For most people, the prospect of endless life would be cause for celebration. But Adam had already lived a whole lifetime. He had already watched friends age and die while he continued on. He had already felt the particular loneliness of being the one who remained. The thought of potentially outliving everyone again sat like a stone in his stomach. Would he watch Sam grow old and die? What about his soon-to-be-born little sister? Would he attend her funeral decades from now? Would he form connections knowing they would inevitably be severed by time? This thought was breaking something in him. A small weight landed on his thigh, disrupting his spiraling thoughts. Zuni stood there, head tilted curiously. The Quillic's ears twitched as he studied Adam's face, apparently sensing his companion's melancholy. Then, with deliberate movement, Zuni flipped onto his back, presenting his surprisingly fuzzy belly. It was a posture Adam had never seen from him before. What's this? Adam asked, the weight of eternity momentarily forgotten. Since when do you want belly rubs? Zuni chirped insistently, tiny paws batting at the air. Adam smiled despite himself and obliged, running his fingers through the soft fur of Zuni's stomach. The quillic squirmed in apparent delight. Then it happened. A sound Adam had never heard from Zuni, a high-pitched, trilling noise that rose and fell like laughter. It was unmistakably an expression of joy, bubbling and bright, remarkably similar to a child's giggle, but in a register that seemed almost musical. "You're laughing," Adam said, wonder replacing his earlier heaviness. "I didn't know you could do that." Zuni responded with another peal of quillic laughter, the sound light and contagious. Adam found himself chuckling in response, the morbid thoughts of eternal loneliness temporarily banished by this small moment of connection. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Adam's stomach let out a gurgle so violent it sounded like a small animal was trying to escape. Zuni immediately sprang back to his paws, staring at Adam's midsection with wide, suspicious eyes. "Right," Adam said, pressing a hand to his complaining stomach. The other downside to healing this fast: hunger, massive, relentless hunger. His accelerated healing consumed energy at an alarming rate, burning through reserves like a furnace through kindling. The more he healed, the emptier and weak he felt. He carefully removed WAM and BAM, setting the gore-covered gauntlets aside for cleaning later. After wiping his hands on a cloth from his pack and rinsing them with water from his canteen, he reached into his inventory and pulled out yesterday's purchase sandwich from Old Mari's, perfectly preserved and still smoking. The baker had recently expanded beyond her famous pies to include sandwiches, and Adam had been eager to try one. It was wrapped in waxed parchment that crinkled as he unwrapped it with reverent care. The bread was crusty brown on the outside, golden and soft within Mari's special loaf with seeds baked into the crust. Between the generous slices lay thinly sliced roast meat, still faintly pink at its center, glistening with its own juices. Melted white cheese clung to the meat in strings, and a layer of green herbs and some kind of tangy red paste completed the creation. The smell alone was enough to make Adam's mouth flood with saliva. "Lunch interrupted, is lunch still deserved?" he muttered, taking a massive bite. The flavors exploded across his tongue: savory meat, sharp cheese, the bite of the herb paste, all brought together by bread that managed to be both hearty and delicate. He closed his eyes, focusing entirely on the sensation. Zuni chittered impatiently at his feet. "Right, sorry," Adam said through his mouthful. He dug into his pack again and pulled out a small pouch of mixed nuts, sprinkling a handful on the ground for the quillic. Zuni pounced on them immediately, stuffing his cheeks with alarming efficiency. John remained standing at attention nearby, scanning the clearing for threats while his companions enjoyed their improvised picnic. Adam took another enormous bite of sandwich, then reached for his second canteen. Inside was apple juice from Law's orchard gifted by Ben. The juice was cloudy amber, unfiltered and honest. He took a long swallow. It was perfectly cold despite the warm day, preserved by a minor cooling rune on the canteen. The juice washed away the coppery taste of blood that lingered in his mouth, replacing it with crisp sweetness that made him forget, for a moment, that he was sitting in a dungeon covered in monster gore. +7 mana. Apparently his body appreciated the replenishment as much as his taste buds did. Adam took another swig. "You know," he said to Zuni, who was picking through the nuts for his favorites, "some days I miss just sitting in the library reading. But I guess this isn't so bad either." The quillic looked up briefly, whiskers twitching, before returning to the serious business of determining which nut deserved to be eaten next. Adam gathered himself, stuffing the sandwich wrapper back into his inventory. He cast a final look at the slain Shadowmane, its skull a ruined mess of bone fragments and gore. "Waste not," he muttered, channeling the familiar flow of his inventory skill. The massive wolf corpse swirled and compressed before vanishing. "Time to move," Adam said to Zuni, who was still busy with the last of his nuts. "The silverback won't wait forever." The quillic chirped once, then scampered up John's leg to reclaim his favorite perch. Adam checked the position of the sun through gaps in the canopy. He'd spent nearly half the day fighting his way through the dungeon's outer rings. He still had a few hours before the portal closed, but he'd need to be efficient if he got trapped inside when the dungeon closed. He pushed the thought away and resumed his trek, checking Biggin's map frequently to confirm his route. The vegetation grew denser as they moved deeper into the dungeon, the trees larger and more twisted. Strange fluorescent fungi clung to the bark, pulsing gently with inner light. The air became heavier, carrying the scent of rot and musk. The last few hours had been a brutal gauntlet of one fight after another. Twin-tailed scorpions with poison that made your blood feel like acid. Crag hoppers with serrated limbs that could slice through leather like paper. Amber wasps that exploded into clouds of paralytic spores when killed. And for what? A handful of skill increases that still fell far short of what he needed. Adam checked his notifications again, White Worm's Body, Level 11. Healing Factor, Level 3. Boxing Mastery, Level 12. Flow Prediction, Level 8. According to Biggins, the ideal would be to have White Worm's Body at Level 15 and Healing Factor at Level 5 at minimum before attempting a direct confrontation with the Silverback. At his current rate, he'd need another week of dungeon diving to reach those targets, but the dungeon was closing today. Almost there, Adam muttered as he pushed through a particularly thick section of underbrush. Just need to see what we're up against. The path gradually inclined upward, leading toward what appeared to be a ridgeline. As they neared the top, Adam heard a sound that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. A roar, deep, primal, and so powerful he felt it in his chest more than heard it with his ears. Then came another sound higher pitched, desperate. A scream that was equal parts rage and terror. Adam quickened his pace, reaching the ridgeline and dropping low to remain concealed. He parted the foliage carefully, peering down into a wide clearing below. His eyes widened. Holy. The Silverback stood in the center of the clearing, and Adam immediately understood why Biggins had insisted on such preparation. It wasn't a gorilla as he expected it was something far more primeval, far more terrifying. Standing at least 12 feet tall, its broad shoulders spanned wider than John was tall. 4 massive arms bulged with muscle beneath silvery gray fur that gleamed like metal in the dappled sunlight. Its face was a nightmarish blend of ape and something decidedly not fangs protruding from its bottom jaw, brow ridge so pronounced it shadowed eyes that glowed with amber intelligence. Bony plates ran along its shoulders and back, natural armor that would turn aside most weapons, but it wasn't alone. The Silverback was locked in combat with another creature, a massive reptilian monster that looked like evolution had taken a crocodile, crossed it with a monitor lizard, and scaled the result up to the size of a small house. Its hide was a mottled green-black, covered in armor like scales with ridges of bone running along its spine. Identify. Graven Scaleworm, Deadly Threat. A territorial apex predator with crushing bite force and regenerative scales. The two monsters circled each other, neither willing to yield ground. The clearing around them was already devastated, trees uprooted, earth torn up in great furrows, blood both red and an oily black spattered across the vegetation. The graven scale lunged first, its massive jaws opening to reveal rows of teeth like serrated daggers. It moved with shocking speed for something so large, its muscular tail propelling it forward in a burst of acceleration. The Silverback didn't dodge. It met the charge head-on, its lower arms bracing against the ground while its upper pair shot forward to catch the worm's jaws. The impact was like a thunderclap. Adam felt the percussion wave even from his position on the ridge. The Silverback's muscles bulged, veins standing out like ropes as it held the snapping jaws at bay. The worm thrashed, tail whipping furiously, claws digging deep furrows in the earth as it tried to force its jaws closed on the ape's body. For a moment, they seemed evenly matched, raw power against raw power. Then the Silverback did something Adam hadn't expected. It shifted its weight, using the worm's own momentum against it, and twisted. The maneuver pulled the reptile off balance, sending it crashing onto its side with an impact that shook the ground. Before the worm could recover, the Silverback was on it. 3 arms pinned the thrashing reptile, while the 4th upper right began hammering down on the worm's head with devastating force. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact sounded like a blacksmith's hammer on an anvil. Scales cracked, bones splintered. The worm's struggles grew more frantic, its tail whipping in wide arcs that uprooted bushes and sent debris flying. A lashing tail caught the Silverback across the chest, opening a deep gash that immediately began to weep red. The ape monster roared in pain and fury, redoubling its assault. Its fist came down again, and something cracked loudly in the worm's skull. The reptile bucked with newfound desperation, twisting its body in a way that should have been impossible for something with a spine. Its jaws snapped at the Silverback's arm, managing to catch the limb between its teeth. The Silverback bellowed as teeth punctured muscle. But instead of pulling away, it drove forward, forcing its arm deeper into the worm's mouth while its other 3 limbs secured a better grip on the thrashing reptile. Then, in a display of strength that defied belief, the Silverback's free arm seized the top and bottom of the worm's jaw and pulled. The sound was obscenia wet, cracking tear as ligaments stretched and bone reached its breaking point. The worm's struggles reached a fever pitch, its body convulsing as it realized what was happening. Too late. With a final terrible heave, the Silverback tore the worm's jaw completely apart. The bottom half came free with a spray of black blood and a sound like a tree being uprooted. The worm's body spasmed, a gurgling scream escaping from what remained of its throat. The Silverback wasn't finished. It discarded the jaw fragment, hands now slick with blood. Then it seized the worm's head with all 4 hands and twisted. The crack echoed across the clearing like a gunshot. Worm's body went limp, its tail giving one final twitch before going still. The silverback rose, chest heaving, blood both its own and the worms matting its silver fur. It tilted its head back and unleashed a victory roar that seemed to make the very air vibrate with its power. Adam remained frozen, barely breathing. Biggin's warnings now seemed woefully inadequate. This wasn't just a dangerous monster, it was a force of nature with limbs. Then, as the echo of its roar faded, the silverback went still. Its nostrils flared, it turned, 4 amber eyes locked directly onto the spot where Adam was hiding. Its lips drew back, revealing teeth stained black with worm blood. Oh she. Shit, shit, shit. Adam muttered the curse with each pounding step as he retreated from the ridgeline, moving with all the stealth of someone trying very hard not to become a 4-armed ape's dinner. Zuni clung to his shoulder, tiny claws digging in to avoid being dislodged by Adam's frantic pace. John had gone back into the inventory. Did it see me? I think it saw me. It definitely saw me. No, that wasn't quite right. The silverback had looked in his direction, but its posture had been one of generalized awareness, not focused hunting. If it had truly spotted him, it would have already been charging up the ridge. The fact that no 12-foot monstrosity was currently breathing down his neck suggested he'd managed to duck away before being definitively spotted. Small victories. Adam only slowed once they'd put a decent patch of heavy forest between themselves and the clearing. He leaned against a massive tree trunk, pulse hammering in his throat. Biggins, he wheezed, is a damn liar. The warning had been clear, a not silverback was dangerous. But there's dangerous in the academic sense, and then there's watching a creature rip another apex predator's jaw off with its bare hands. For a brief, possibly insane moment, Adam had considered attacking right then. The beast had just finished a difficult fight. It was wounded, bleeding. Logic suggested it would be weakened, vulnerable. Logic in this case could go straight to hell. Even wounded, the silverback radiated power. Its movements remained fluid, controlled. The way it had snapped the worm's spine suggested it had plenty of strength to spare. If Adam had charged in, believing it weakened enough to take on, he would have ended up just like that Wormanother trophy in a clearing already painted with blood. Even with his full magical arsenal, this would be a difficult fight. Without it, relying purely on his physical abilities. That was suicide with extra steps. Okay, Adam muttered, trying to settle his breathing. New plan. Zuni poked his head out from where he burrowed into Adam's collar during their retreat, whiskers twitching questioningly. We're going to need a better approach. Adam spotted a massive oak about 50 yards further into the forest, its branches thick and sturdy, perfect for a temporary hideout. He began to climb. The bark was rough under his hands, providing decent grip despite his sweaty palms. He hauled himself up branch by branch until he found a solid perch about 30 feet up, hidden by a canopy of leaves but with enough gaps to keep an eye on his surroundings. Zuni scampered up after him, settling on a nearby branch with a concerned chirp. Yeah, I know, Adam said, leaning back against the trunk. Not exactly going according to plan. His heart rate was finally returning to normal. He took a deep breath, then another, forcing his mind to focus. Panic wouldn't help him now. The silverback wasn't just an obstacle, was the whole point of this excursion. The creature's unique physical makeup made it ideal for the transmutation ritual Adam needed to perform. But to do that, he needed to draw the transmutation circle, immobilize the beast inside it, and perform the ritual all without getting torn in half first. So he murmured, ticking off options on his fingers. Can't outfight it. 1 finger down. Can't outrun it. Another down, can't surprise it, a 3rd finger. If he tried to wear it down with ranged spells, it would likely just charge him before he could do significant damage. Traps were an option, but what kind of trap could possibly hold something that had just ripped apart a graven scale worm? Think. He pulled out Biggin's map, studying the dungeon layout. The silverback's territory seemed to center around that large clearing, but it likely patrolled a much wider area, if he could somehow lure it. No, luring implied he'd be the bait. Hard pass on that. What about poison? Doubtful. According to the notes, the silverback's metabolism processed toxins almost instantly. Adam was running out of fingers to count failed strategies on when he noticed something on the map. A narrow canyon about a quarter mile east of the silverback's clearing. The walls were steep, according to the topographical markings, and there was only one way in or out. If he could somehow get the beast in there, block the exit. But how to get it there in the first place? Zuni chirped again, head tilted as he watched Adam think. I'm working on it, Adam assured him. He closed his eyes, visualizing the problem from another angle. The silverback was territorial and aggressive. It had just killed a major predator encroaching on its space. What if he was the one who needed to lure it? A plan began forming in Adam's mind. Risky, but with a decent chance of success. His eyes snapped open. Bingo, Zuni stared. Don't worry, Adam said, reaching over to scratch behind the Quillick's ears. This'll work, probably. Zuni's expression suggested he found this less than reassuring. Adam spread Biggin's map across his lap, the parchment crinkling as he smoothed it flat against his thigh. Zuni peered over his arm, occasionally trying to taste the paper. Okay, the silverback's territory is here, Adam muttered, tapping a circled area near the center of the map. What we need is something big enough to give it trouble, but not so big it'll kill the silverback before I can complete the ritual. His finger traced outward from the silverback's domain, following Biggin's neat annotations. The old dragon had marked most major monster territories with small symbols and brief notes. Spinejaws, too small. Acid hoppers, too unpredictable. Blood moss colony, can't exactly herd plants. Zuni chirped impatiently as if to say hurry up already. I'm looking. Adam stopped mid-sentence, his finger hovering over a spot about a mile east of their current position. Well, hello there. The area was marked with the reptilian symbol, but drawn multiple times in a tight cluster. Beside it, Biggins had written graven scale breeding ground. Avoid breeding ground, which meant multiple graven scales, which meant exactly what we need, Adam said, a slow smile spreading across his face. If one gave the silverback trouble, what might 3 or 4 do? Zuni did not look convinced. It's perfect, Adam continued, already folding the map. We provoke the gravens, lead them to the silverback, let them soften each other up, then use John to teleport the silverback to our prepared circle. He slid down from the tree, Zuni scampering after him. The Quillic seemed less enthusiastic about this plan, but Adam was already mentally calculating the fastest route to the graven breeding ground. The trek through the deepening forest took nearly an hour. As they approached the coordinates, the vegetation changed. The ground became marshy, the air thick with mist and the sweet rot smell of decaying vegetation. Massive ferns unfurled in every direction, their fronds beaded with moisture. Should be just ahead, Adam whispered, crouching low. He crept forward, parting the last stand of ferns to reveal a wide, swampy clearing. At its center, a shallow pool of murky water steamed in the afternoon heat, and there they were. 3 full-grown graven scales lounged at different points around the pool. Each was similar to the one the silverback had killed, though varying in size and coloration. The largest had an oily black hide crossed with deep red markings, while the other 2 were more greenish-brown. Identify. Graven scale matriarch, deadly threat. The dominant female of a graven scale pack. Her scales contain concentrated monocrystals. Graven scale bull, deadly threat. Male graven scale with territorial instincts, slower but more heavily armored than females. Graven scale hunter, deadly threat. Faster and more aggressive than other gravens. Specializes in ambush tactics. 3 deadly threats, Adam whispered. Perfect. The monsters seemed relaxed, almost lethargic as they basked in the afternoon heat. The matriarch occasionally dipped her massive head into the pool to drink, while the bull gnawed lazily on what looked like the remains of some unfortunate creature. The hunter was the most active, patrolling the far edge of the clearing with deliberate steps. Adam studied them, formulating his approach. But seeing the creatures in person, their massive jaws and powerful limbs, made his plan suddenly seem less brilliant than it had when he was safely perched in a tree. Would they actually follow him for nearly an hour's trek to the silverback's territory? These weren't mindless brutes, they were apex predators with territorial instincts. And speaking of the trek, could he realistically outrun them for that long? Sure, he could move faster than his leisurely walk here, but still. The hunter especially looked built for speed. And what if, after all that effort, they simply caught sight of the massive silverback and decided discretion was the better part of valor? Territorial or not, most creatures had a healthy sense of self-preservation. Maybe he had it backward. Perhaps bringing the silverback to them made more sense. The canyon with his carefully prepared transmutation circle was roughly equidistant between both territories. He previously spent nearly an hour carving those runes into the stone walls, positioning markers on trees and arranging river rocks to complete the pattern. It would be a shame to waste all that preparation. But how to lure a silverback? The beast had just eaten, so hunger wouldn't motivate it. Territorial aggression seemed the most reliable trigger, but that meant Adam would need to find something the creature valued and threaten it. Zuni suddenly let out a high-pitched squeak and grabbed Adam's ear with his tiny paws, tugging frantically. Hey, what are you? Adam turned to look at the agitated Quillic. What's wrong? Zuni squeaked again, more insistently, then pointed his nose deliberately toward the far side of the pool. Adam followed the Quillic's gaze, adjusting his position slightly to see past the matriarch's massive bulk, and then he saw them. Nestled in a depression at the edge of the pool, partially hidden by reeds, were 7 or 8 smaller shapes. Much smaller. Baby graven scales, their scales still soft and iridescent, tumbled over each other in play. One was trying to catch a dragonfly, snapping ineffectually as the insect darted just out of reach. Another was curled up asleep, its tiny tail twitching with dreams. Oh, Adam said, the spell dissipating from his fingertips. Those are. Zuni nodded solemnly. Oh, for God's sake. Adam sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose. Perfect, just perfect. The universe had a real funny way of complicating things. Here he was, all set to provoke deadly apex predators into a territorial cage match, only to discover that said deadly apex predators had adorable babies. Because of course they did. The baby graven scales were objectively, irritatingly cute. With their oversized heads and stumpy limbs, they looked like someone had taken regular graven scales and squished them down to about 20% of their normal size while cranking the cuteness dial up to 11. Their scales even had a pearlescent sheen that adult gravens lost as they matured. If Adam brought the silverback here, he wouldn't be a clever mage executing a brilliant plan. He'd be the monster who led a territorial murder ape into a nursery. "So that's out," he muttered, watching as one of the babies tried to catch its own tail, spinning in a wobbly circle until it toppled over. The matriarch glanced over, making a rumbling sound. The day was waning. Sunlight slanted through the trees at a slightly more steep angle now. Once darkness fell, the dungeon's entrance would seal until the next cycle 3, maybe 4 months from now. If Adam didn't complete his task today, all his preparations would be wasted. The carefully carved transmutation circle, the materials he'd gathered, the efforts all wasted. He couldn't just find another monster. The dungeon was vast, sure, but not infinite. The silverback was ideal for the ritual precisely because it was unique. Its physiology was a critical component around which he built the transmutation circle, and Biggins said it had the highest chance of success for genetic reasons. It was that or nothing. What to do indeed. Adam glanced at Zuni, expecting the Quillic to be watching him with those big eyes of his and the little smile. Instead, he found his companion curled into a ball on his shoulder, fast asleep. Tiny snores emanated from the blue bundle, each one ending with a slight whistle. "Really? Now, you're sleeping now," Adam whispered incredulously. The Quillic was possibly the most random creature he'd ever encountered. When they'd first met in Professor Alohan's class, Adam had thought Zuni was simple, even slow, with that permanent vacant smile and oddly tilted head. Not a thought behind those eyes, he'd said then. How wrong he'd been. In just a day since, Zuni had proved himself to be remarkably perceptive, like now pointing out the baby gravens before Adam had inadvertently sparked a catastrophic confrontation. The Quillic seemed to have an almost uncanny ability to sense when situations were about to go sideways, even if his reactions remained as unpredictable as ever. Watching Zuni's tiny chest rise and fall, Adam was struck by how familiar the rhythm was. He could almost feel it within himself, that peculiar cadence that was uniquely Zuni. The gentle pulse of the Quillic's mana signature had become so recognizable that Adam could wait. Adam's eyes widened. He could feel Zuni's mana signature. Not just in some abstract, theoretical way, but actually feel it, a steady, slightly asymmetrical rhythm that somehow matched the Quillic's peculiar personality. When had that happened? Creating a bridge that allows natural emotional exchange. Professor Alohan's words from that first day in basic bonding class echoed in his mind, the fundamental principle of druidic resonance. Adam had taken the class primarily to diversify his magical repertoire, one more tool in his arsenal. He practiced the exercises dutifully last night, but hadn't given much thought to how deeply he might have internalized the techniques. Yet somehow, without consciously trying, he formed a genuine empathic bond with Zuni. If he could do that with Zuni, the foundation of druidic magic is resonance. Every living thing produces a unique mana signature, a rhythm, if you will. His gaze drifted back to the graven scales. The matriarch was now grooming one of the babies, her massive jaws capable of crushing stone, delicately removing a bit of debris from the infant's scales. A true druid doesn't command nature, they request cooperation. A new plan began to take shape in Adam's mind. Not manipulation, not deception, communication. Adam took a deep breath and tried to calm his racing heart. Okay, he muttered to himself. Empathic projection, mental focus, mana channeling projection. Simple enough, except it wasn't simple at all. He was about to attempt something Professor Alohan had demonstrated after decades of practice, on a creature that could bite him in half with minimal effort. If it went poorly, his remains would be decorating the clearing within seconds. But if he didn't try something, his preparations would be wasted. The transmutation circle would sit unused, the ritual components would grow stale, and he'd be back to square one. Adam carefully shifted his position to get a better view of the matriarch. She was still grooming one of the babies, her movements surprisingly gentle for a creature of her size and ferocity. Mothers were different. Adam knew this from experience. They operated on a different wavelength. Protection wasn't just an instinct, it was usually their fundamental nature. They didn't fight because they wanted to, but because they had to, because something precious depended on them. That was the emotional bridge he needed to find. Closing his eyes, Adam focused inward, trying to isolate and examine his own feelings. What emotion could possibly resonate with a mother graven scale? Not Firth, that would only trigger her predatory instincts. Not aggression, that would be suicide. He needed something authentic, concern. Yes, that was it. Concern for the future, concern for safety. A genuine worry to feel when he considered what might happen if the silverback expanded its territory. Adam concentrated on that feeling, allowing it to fill his awareness. The silverback wasn't just his target, it was a threat to other creatures in the dungeon. He'd seen the clearing where it had killed the worm. If it decided to hunt here next, He felt the emotion crystallize, becoming distinct and focused. Now for the hard part. Adam carefully extended his awareness outward, attempting to sense the matriarch's mana signature. At first, there was nothing, just the general ambient mana of the dungeon. Then slowly, he began to perceive something massive and complex, like a deep subterranean current. It was overwhelming. Where Zuni's mana signature was a simple, quirky rhythm, the matriarch's was a symphony layers upon layers of instinct, emotion, and intelligence intertwined in patterns too complex to fully comprehend. Just as Professor Aloan had done, Adam focused his mana into his palm, trying to maintain his emotional focus while allowing the energy to remain fluid. A faint bluish glow began to emanate from his hand, flickering uncertainly as he struggled to maintain control. Don't try to understand it all, he reminded himself. Just find one thread. He focused on the thread that felt like protection, fierce, unwavering, absolute. The mana in his palm pulsed in response, the glow steadying slightly. Adam extended his hand, palm outward, not moving from his concealed position but directing his mana toward the matriarch. The green energy extended outward in thin, wavering tendrils. Nothing happened. Maybe she was too far away, or maybe his technique was flawed. Or maybe Graven's scales simply didn't. The matriarch's head snapped up, her nostrils flaring as she scanned the forest edge. Her eyes, yellow with vertical pupils, locked directly onto Adam's hiding spot. "Oh shit," he whispered. If this didn't work, his escape plan consisted entirely of flying really, really fast and hoping it would be enough. "I still hate flying, though." The matriarch rose to her full height, towering even above her mate and the hunter. She issued a low, rumbling sound, and the other adults immediately moved to position themselves between her and the perceived threat. The babies, sensing the change in atmosphere, darted behind their mother. Adam stayed absolutely still, fighting every instinct screaming at him to flee. Running now would trigger an immediate chase response. The matriarch took a deliberate step forward, then another. "Steady," Adam whispered to himself, never breaking eye contact. "Steady." She approached with cautious, measured strides, each footfall making the ground vibrate slightly. As she drew closer, the sheer scale of the creature became horrifyingly apparent. She wasn't just big, she was colossal. Her head alone was the size of a whole horse. Those jaws could snap him in half without effort. And the intelligence in those yellow eyes, this wasn't some mindless beast. There was calculation there, assessment. 10 feet away, she stopped. Her nostrils flared again as she scented the air. Adam maintained his focus, pouring more energy into the empathic projection. The tendrils of mana stretched further, wavering in the space between them. "I mean no harm," he said, trying to infuse the mana with that intention and carry it. "I share your concern." The matriarch tilted her head slightly, an eerily familiar gesture that reminded him suddenly of Zuni. She made a low sound, something between a growl and a purr. The bull and hunter fanned out behind her, clearly ready to attack at the slightest signal. The babies remained hidden, though Adam caught glimpses of curious eyes peeping from behind their mother's massive bulk. Adam felt sweat beating on his forehead. His mana reserves were draining, quickly. The projection was far more taxing than he anticipated. He needed to establish a connection soon or retreat. Zuni chose that moment to wake up. The Quillic stretched, yawned, and then froze as he realized what was happening. To Adam's surprise, instead of panicking, Zuni moved to his outstretched hand and placed his tiny paw against Adam's palm. Immediately, Adam felt a surge of energy. Zuni was amplifying his projection, stabilizing the wavering tendrils. The blue glow intensified, becoming more structured and defined. Right, Quillics were empathic creatures. The matriarch's eyes widened slightly. She lowered her head until it was level with Adam's position, bringing those enormous jaws uncomfortably close. Her breath was hot against his face, smelling of raw meat and something earthy. "Please work," Adam murmured desperately. "Please understand." He pushed an image into the projection, the silverback ripping apart the worm. Then another, the silverback moving toward the breeding ground. A third, multiple silverbacks spreading throughout the territory. The matriarch's eyes narrowed. A deep, rumbling growl emanated from her chest. For one terrible moment, Adam thought he'd made a fatal mistake, but then he felt a response, not in words but in emotional impressions. Anger, territoriality, fierce, unwavering protectiveness. Yes, Adam thought, seizing on that connection. Protect your young. He sent more images, the graven scales confronting the silverback together. The silverback weakened, Adam performing his ritual. The silverback gone, the territory secure. The matriarch pulled back slightly, her expression, if such creatures could be said to have expressions, thoughtful. She turned her head toward the bull, making a series of complex sounds. The bull responded with a short bark, then moved closer to the babies. She turned back to Adam, and this time when their eyes met, he felt the connection strengthen. Not friendship, not exactly, but a mutual understanding, a temporary alignment of interests. These weren't solitary predators like the silverback. They were social creatures with complex family structures. They understood cooperation, coordination, the strength that came from numbers. It made them capable of comprehending concepts like temporary alliance. An impression formed in Adam's mind, the graven scales moving through the forest, Adam leading the way. The silverback surrounded. Not killed, the ritual required it alive but subdued. Yes, Adam nodded slowly. Together. The matriarch made a final, decisive sound, then backed away, returning to her young. The hunter and bull remained wary, but their posture was less aggressive now. Adam lowered his hand, the green glow fading as he released the projection. His arm felt like lead, and a dull headache throbbed behind his eyes, evidence of how much mana he'd expended in the exchange. But it had worked. Somehow, against all odds, it had worked. A notification appeared in Adam's awareness, blue text scrolling across his field of vision, new path discovered. Through natural talent and successful experimentation, you have achieved true understanding of fundamental druidic principles. Path of the Druid Novice has been recognized. Current paths, Runicologist Expert. Alchemist Novice. Druid Novice. Adam allowed himself a small smile as the text faded. Apparently we've just discovered our hidden talent for talking to extremely dangerous creatures, he said to Zuni, who chirped in what sounded suspiciously like self-satisfaction. The Quillic bumped his head against Adam's jaw and pointed toward the graven scales with an eager squeak. Yeah, Adam agreed, straightening up. Let's go hunt a silverback. The silverback squatted in the clearing, its massive form hunched over the graven scale worm's corpse. 4 powerful arms worked in concerto, holding the carcass steady while the others tore into flesh. Muscle and sinew gave way under its fingers with wet, ripping sounds. It wasn't so much eating as it was dismantling. The creature's jaws snapped through bone, cracking open the worm's ribcage to access the organs within. Steam rose from the exposed viscera as they met the cooler air. The silverback plunged its hand into the cavity, pulling out a dark, glistening liver the size of a shield. Black blood cascaded down its silvery fur as it took a massive bite, amber eyes half closed in primal satisfaction. Each swallow was audibly a thick, wet gulp followed by the sound of teeth tearing off another hunk of meat. The ground beneath it had become a spreading pool of black fluid, soaking into the earth and staining the vegetation. Flies were already gathering, their buzzing creating an organic soundtrack to the feast. The silverback paused mid-bite, head snapping up suddenly. Its nostrils flared wide, testing the air. 4 amber eyes narrowed, scanning the tree line. A low growl rumbled from deep in its chest, a sound so bass-heavy it seemed to vibrate the very air. For long seconds it remained perfectly still, only its eyes moving as they tracked across the vegetation. Nothing stirred, no birds called. The forest held its breath. False alert, the silverback grunted and returned to its meal, though its movements were more guarded now. One eye remained fixed on the tree line as it tore into a section of the worm's haunch, teeth shearing through muscle as easily as butter. The attack came without warning. A blazing sword erupted from the foliage, spinning like a comet through the air. The weapon struck with terrible precision, burying itself to the hilt in the silverback's upper left eye. The flaming blade sizzled as it sank into flesh and vitreous fluid. The silverback's scream was deafening. It lurched to its feet, the worm carcass forgotten as it clawed at the burning weapon. Blood and ocular fluid streamed down its face, hissing where they met the magical flames. Before it could dislodge the sword, the trees at the edge of the clearing exploded outward. John the Golem nightburst through the vegetation like it wasn't there. Behind him came the graven scales, moving in perfect formation. The matriarch led, her massive form barreling forward. The bull and the hunter flanked her, while the runner circled wide, clearly aiming to attack from behind. The silverback, half-blinded and roaring, charged to meet them. The hunter reached it first, leaping with surprising agility. Its jaws snapped at the ape's leg, but the silverback pivoted with startling speed for something so massive. One enormous fist caught the hunter mid-leap, sending it crashing into a tree with such force that the trunk splintered. The matriarch didn't slow. She crashed into the silverback like a battering ram, her head driving into its torso. The impact sounded like a boulder splitting. The silverback staggered back but didn't fall, its 4 arms grappling with the matriarch's bulk. John moved in from the side, fluid swirling visibly around his fists. The golem struck, targeting the joint of the silverback's upper right arm. Stone and metal met flesh with a sound like a sledgehammer hitting wet concrete. Bone cracked audibly. The silverback howled, releasing the matriarch with its injured arm. It swung wildly with its other 3 limbs, catching John with a glancing blow that would have obliterated anyone else. The golem absorbed the impact, armor cushioning the blow as he rolled with the punch. The bull charged in next, timing his attack perfectly as the silverback turned to focus on John. His horned head caught the ape monster in the back of the knee, buckling the joint. The silverback dropped to one knee, momentarily vulnerable. The matriarch seized the opportunity, clamping her massive jaws onto the silverback's already injured upper right arm. With a savage twist of her head, she tore through muscle and tendon. The arm didn't come completely free, but it hung useless now, dangling by strands of sinew. Blood sprayed in an arc across the clearing as the silverback screamed in renewed fury. It surged upward with unexpected strength, throwing the matriarch off and slamming a fist into the bull's flank. The impact lifted the bull completely off the ground, sending him tumbling across the clearing. The runner, who had been circling behind, saw its opening. It darted in with blinding speed, jaws aiming for the silverback's exposed neck. Too slow. The silverback spun as if it had eyes in the back of its head. Its lower left arm shot out, catching the runner mid-leap. Massive fingers closed around the graven scale's neck, crushing with terrifying force. Bone cracked. The runner's struggles grew frantic, then weakened. With a contemptuous twist, the silverback snapped the runner's neck completely, the sound like a tree trunk splitting in a storm. It hurled the corpse at the returning hunter, momentarily halting its advance. Following Adam's intent, John closed in again, fluid now visibly crackling around his fists like blue lightning. He unleashed a barrage of strikes against the silverback's intact lower right arm, each blow precisely targeted at the elbow joint. The silverback howled, trying to counter, but the golem moved with practiced efficiency, slipping under the wild swings. Metal fist met bone, once, twice, thrice, again. On the 8th strike, something gave way with a wet crunch. The lower right arm now hung useless like its upper counterpart. The matriarch and bull coordinated their next attack, converging from opposite sides. The silverback, now down to half its arms, couldn't fend off both simultaneously. The bull locked his jaws on the ape's functional lower leg, while the matriarch targeted the remaining upper arm. Flesh tore, bone splintered, blood painted the clearing in abstract patterns. The silverback, realizing its predicament, unleashed a roar that seemed to shake the very ground. It lashed out with its sole remaining arm, catching the bull across the face with enough force to send teeth flying, but the damage was done. Its upper left arm came free in the matriarch's jaws, torn completely from the socket in a spray of blood. 3 limbs down, the silverback still fought with manic intensity. It slammed its head forward, the bony ridge of its forehead catching the matriarch under the jaw. The impact sent her staggering backward, momentarily dazed. John moved in for the final strike. The golem's fluid-enhanced strikes targeted the silverback's right leg, hammering the knee joint with mechanical precision. The first blow cracked bone, the second shattered it, the third collapsed the joint entirely. The silverback crashed to the ground, a broken, bleeding titan still trying to rise on its single remaining limb. Blood pooled beneath it, steaming in the afternoon sun. The flaming sword still protruded from its ruined eye, the flames now dimmed to a sullen glow. The bull and hunter circled cautiously while the matriarch stood her ground, watching. John approached, no hint of mercy or hesitation. The silverback's chest heaved with labored breaths. 4 amber ison ruined, 3 intact glared with undimmed hatred and defiance. Even broken and dismembered, John stopped directly before it. The golem's hand reached out. He touched the crown of the silverback's head with almost gentle precision. There was a sound like air being sucked through a small opening. And then, blip, 1 second, empty space. The next, 12 feet of enraged ape monster crashing to the ground in a spray of blood. The impact shook the canyon walls, sending pebbles skittering across stone. Adam stood at the edge of the circle, unmoving. The runes carved into the canyon floor pulsed with a steady blue glow, illuminating the carnage from below. The circle was much larger than his previous attempt, nearly 30 feet in diameter, with concentric rings of symbols flowing outward from the center. Zuni scrambled from Adam's shoulder to John's, settling on the broad metal pauldron with a chirp as they made their way out of the circle. The silverback tried to rise, but its injuries were too severe. 3 of its forearms hung useless when completely severed, the others mangled beyond function. Its right leg collapsed under its weight, the joint shattered by John's precise attacks. Blood pooled beneath it, dark and oily in the magical light. Still it fought. Still it refused to surrender. With its one working limb, it pulled itself toward Adam, leaving a glistening trail across the stone. 4 amber eyes, 1 ruined by Adam's flaming sword fixed on him with primal hatred. Adam watched its approach without satisfaction or arrogance. This wasn't personal. There was no room for such petty emotions in the dungeon. The strong survived, the weak became resources. It was as simple and as brutal as that. Once John and Zuni were clear, Adam raised his hand. The silverback was still dragging itself forward, still trying to reach him, to kill him. Even maimed and dying, it remained dangerous. "It explain what's about to happen," Adam said to the creature, "but I don't think you particularly care." He closed his fist. The circle ignited. What had been a gentle blue glow erupted into blazing white light. The runes transformed from simple carvings to channels of pure energy, connecting tree to tree, stone to stone. The air smelled like blood and ozone. A very curious mix. A barrier rose around them, sealing the circle completely. No escape for either of them now. Unlike his hasty work with Helios, this transmutation circle was a masterpiece of planning and precision. Each symbol had been carefully measured, each line carved to exact specifications. Biggins had been surprisingly forthcoming with his knowledge, as if the old dragon had expected Adam to attempt exactly this. Then it began. Adam felt the familiar build of pressure in his chest. He braced himself. Chains of mana erupted from the ground, wrapping around the silverback. It roared, trying to break free with its remaining arm, but the magical bindings were unyielding. More chains emerged, ensnaring Adam as well, though with considerably less force. The silverback's struggles intensified as it probably realized what was happening. Its roar became deafening within the confines of the barrier, echoing off the walls of energy. The flaming sword still embedded in its eye socket flickered and died as the circle's power overwhelmed it. The law of conservation channels our essence. Lines of light began to flow between them from the silverback to Adam, back and forth, creating a circuit of energy. Fire and water balanced each other. Earth and air maintained form. Mana bound it all together. Pain exploded through Adam's body. 5 life force. He gritted his teeth. Unlike the desperate improvisation with Helios, he had time to prepare himself mentally for this. He knew it would hurt, knew it would drain him. The silverback's roars became screams as its essence began to flow more rapidly into the circle. Its body glowed from within, as if something was being extracted from its very cells. 7 life force. Adam's muscles seized, vision blurring at the edges. This was the critical phase both creatures had to remain conscious for the transmutation to complete. The silverback was fading fast, its enormous vitality draining into the pattern. Keep fighting, Adam gasped, unsure if he was addressing the silverback or himself. Just a little longer. 10 life force. His bones felt like they were being crushed, reformed, crushed again, the price of taking on aspects of another creature. His body was changing at the cellular level, adapting to new patterns, new strengths. The silverback gave one final defiant roar. Its remaining functional arm went limp, crashing to the stone floor. Its 4 eyes, even the ruined one, blazed with golden light, energy pouring from them like liquid sunlight. That energy flowed into Adam. 15 life force. He could feel it happening now, the change washing through him in waves of fire and ice. Unlike with Helios, there was no disease to cure this time, just raw power being channeled, contained, transformed. The runes pulsed faster, brighter, the entire circle becoming a storm of light. The canyon walls reflected it back, creating a dazzling, disorienting display that would have been visible for miles if anyone had been watching. Adam forced himself to remain standing as agony tore through every nerve. This was the price. This was always the price. 8 life force. The silverback's form began to dissolve, not into death but into pure essence, its physical shape losing cohesion as the transmutation reached its final stages. Its hatred had faded, replaced by a strange acceptance or perhaps just exhaustion. Adam's vision tunneled, darkness creeping in from all sides, indomitable. He held on, channeling the flow, directing the transformation. The light reached its zenith, blinding even through closed eyelids. For one eternal moment, Adam felt like he was being torn apart and remade molecule by molecule. The silverback's essence merged with his own. Then abruptly, silence. The light vanished. Darkness fell over the canyon, broken only by the faint glow of embers where the runes had been. The transmutation circle was burned into the stone, a permanent record of what had occurred here. Adam stood alone in the center, swaying slightly. Where the silverback had been, nothing remained, not even dust, just empty space. He took a breath, then another. His lungs felt different, stronger. His heart beat with a steady rhythm that seemed to resonate through his entire body. John approached, Zuni peering from his shoulder. The Quillic's eyes were wide, reflecting the dying embers of the circle. "It's done," Adam said, his voice rough. "It worked. New skill acquired. Silverbacks might very rare passive level 1. Description: your physical strength has been enhanced beyond human limitations. At level 1, you are approximately 10 times stronger than an adult human male. Strength increases with skill level. Progress achieved through physical exertion." Adam looked down at his hands. They appeared unchanged, still the hands of a 13-year-old boy. He bent down and placed his palm against the canyon floor. Then slowly he pushed. The stone cracked. Not dramatically, no spider web fissures or explosive breaking. Just a small, precise fracture where his hand had pressed too hard. He muttered. That was apeshit crazy. Adam winced. That was terrible. He wasn't sure why he said that. It sounded better in his head. Maybe Valiant was right, Adam thought as his eyes widened at the horrific realization. I talk like an edgelord, more wincing. Danner stumbled over a fallen log, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Blood soaked his left trouser leg, turning the fabric a sticky, rust-colored brown. Run faster. Lissa shouted from ahead, twin daggers still clutched in white-knuckled hands as she ran through the dense undergrowth. Her usually immaculate armor was tattered, one sleeve completely torn away to reveal a network of fresh cuts. Behind them, the screeching grew louder. Not the mindless howling of simple predators, but the coordinated calling of pack hunters communicating positions. The sound bounced between trees, making it impossible to pinpoint exactly how close they were. Too close, always too close. Portal closes at sunset, Cord bellowed, his massive frame crashing through bushes rather than navigating around them. His arsenal of weapons was noticeably depleted, only his great axe remained, slick with dark, viscous fluid. We've got minutes. Danner risked a glance over his shoulder and immediately regretted it. Through gaps in the foliage, he caught flashes of scaled bodies moving in parallel to their path, not chasing directly, hurting them. Slashribs, that's what the old-timers called them. 6-foot lizards with hooked talons and intelligence that shouldn't belong to animals. The kind of monsters that played with their food. Jace, on your left, Danner called out, spotting movement in the periphery. Too late. A blur of olive-green scales erupted from the undergrowth. Jace screamed as talons raked across his side, spinning him into the dirt. The slashrib skidded to a halt, head swiveling back, reptilian eyes locked on its fallen prey. Brennel, a few paces ahead, turned at his friend's cry. Jace, Danner didn't hesitate. Despite the searing pain in his leg, he pivoted, bringing his crossbow up. The slashrib's muscles bunched as it prepared to pounce on Jace. Thwack. The bolt caught the creature in the throat. Not a killing shot, but enough to make it recoil, screeching in rage and pain. Get him up, Danner commanded, already reloading. His fingers left bloody smears on the polished wood of his crossbow. Brennel hauled Jace to his feet. The younger man's face was pale beneath the dirt and sweat, but his eyes were alert with terror-fueled adrenaline. I can run, Jace gasped, clutching his side. Then run, Lissa shouted, already moving again. 2 minutes to the portal. He burst from the tree line into a clearing. The blue-white shimmer of the portal was visible across the meadow, anchored in its stone archway. The normally vibrant flowers were closing as daylight waned, folding petals against the approaching night. And between them and escape, a semicircle of waiting slashribs, at least 8 of them, tails lashing in anticipation. They cut us off, Cord muttered, raising his axe. Clever bastards. Danner took stock of their situation with the cold calculation of a veteran. Cord was favoring his right leg. Lissa's left arm hung at an awkward angle. Brennel's face was a mask of dried blood from a scalp wound. Jace could barely stand, and Danner himself had lost enough blood that dark spots danced at the edges of his vision. 5 wounded adventurers, 8 fresh predators, a rapidly closing portal. Form up, Danner ordered, his voice steadier than he felt. Cord, center. Lissa, Brennel, flank him. Jace behind me. They arranged themselves without question. Even Cord, who typically bristled at taking orders, fell into position without comment. The slashribs spread out, mirroring their formation with disturbing intelligence. The largest, a battle-scarred male with a ridge of black spines, hissed something that sounded almost like language. When I give the word, Danner said quietly, we charge straight for the portal. Don't stop for anything. Don't look back, just run. And if they catch us, Jace whispered. Danner loaded his last 3 bolts, one after another, into the repeating mechanism he'd added to his crossbow years ago. A modification that had saved his life more times than he could count. They want, he lied. The alpha slashrib took a step forward, claws leaving deep impressions in the soft soil. The others tensed, ready to spring. Now, Danner shouted. They charged as one, a desperate, battered phalanx aimed directly at the center of the slashrib line. For a crucial second, the predators hesitated, surprised by prey that would rush toward danger rather than away. Cord reached the line first, his great axe sweeping in a horizontal arc. A slashrib leapt, but too late the blade caught it mid-air, nearly bisecting it. The creature hit the ground in a spray of dark blood, twitching. The formation broke immediately after, not by choice but by necessity as slashribs attacked from every angle. Lissa's daggers flashed, opening a slashrib from throat to sternum before it could sink its teeth into her. She kicked it away, already turning to face the next threat. Brennel wasn't as lucky. A slashrib slammed into him from the side, bearing him to the ground. He screamed, using his forearm to keep snapping jaws from his throat. Danner fired 2 crossbow bolts in rapid succession, both finding homes in reptilian bodies. One slashrib fell immediately, a bolt through its eye. Another staggered, wounded but still dangerous. The portal, he shouted, seeing the blue light beginning to pulse erratically, the final warning before closure. Cord grabbed Brennel by the collar, literally tearing him from beneath the slashrib. With a roar, he hurled the younger man bodily toward the portal. Brennel sailed through the air, crashing to the ground near the archway and rolling to his feet with surprising grace. Go, Cord bellowed, bringing his axe down on another attacker. All of you. Jace sprinted past, remarkably fast despite his injuries. Lissa followed, pausing only to throw one of her daggers with deadly accuracy into a slashrib that lunged at her back. Danner fired his final bolt, catching the alpha in the shoulder as it leapt toward Cord. The creature crashed into the big man anyway, talons raking across his chest. Cord, Danner shouted, drawing his short sword as he limped toward his fallen comrade. Get to the portal, you stubborn old fool. Cord grunted, wrestling with the massive predator. Blood poured from fresh wounds across his chest, but his massive arms kept the creature's jaws from his throat. I'm right behind you. Danner hesitated, torn between survival and loyalty. Geo, Cord roared. The slashribs were closing in, sensing victory. Brennel and Jace had already vanished through the portal. Lissa stood at the threshold, gesturing frantically. Danner, now. With a curse that burned his throat, Danner turned and hobbled toward the portal, each step sending lightning bolts of pain up his wounded leg. Behind him, he heard Cord's battle cry, followed by the wet thunk of axe meeting flesh. 20 more steps. The shadows in the clearing lengthened as the sun touched the horizon. The portal's light flickered more urgently. 15 steps. A slash rib burst from the tall grass to his right. Danner swung his sword awkwardly, forcing it to veer away. 10 steps. Lissa vanished through the portal, unable to wait any longer. 5 steps. Heavy footfalls behind him, too heavy for a slash rib. Cord was coming. 3 steps. Hot breath on his neck. 2 steps. A screech of triumph. WAM. The world exploded in a din of sound. Something wet and hot splashed across Danner's back. The screeching cut off abruptly, replaced by a gurgling whine. Bam. Another impact like a blacksmith's hammer striking an anvil. Another spray of warm liquid across his shoulders. Danner stumbled, nearly falling, as the ground trembled with the weight of something massive landing behind him. He turned, sword raised in a shaking hand, expecting to see Cord. But standing in the fading twilight was the boy from earlier, the solo mage who'd refused to join their party. Except now, illuminated by the pulsing blue light of the portal, he looked nothing like the unassuming youth Danner had dismissed hours ago. The kid Adam, that was his name, held a thrashing slash rib in one hand, gripping it by the throat as effortlessly as if it were a kitten. The creature's 6-foot length whipped and twisted, claws raking at the air, unable to reach the boy who held it at arm's length. The slash rib's eyes bulged, its mouth gaping in silent panic. Then Adam punched it. One quick, almost casual strike with his other hand. The sound was sickening, bone and cartilage collapsing under incredible force. The slash rib went instantly limp, its skull caved in like an eggshell hit with a hammer. Adam dropped the corpse and looked directly at Danner with eyes that glowed an unnaturally deep blue in the dimming light. "You're a welcome," the boy said. Before Danner could respond, Adam moved and scooped up Cord from where the big man had fallen just steps from the portal. Muscular adventurer, easily twice the boy's size, looked like a child in his arms. Cord was a mess. One arm hung completely detached, connected by mere strands of sinew. His chest was a lattice of deep gashes, and consciousness appeared to have mercifully fled. Adam's mouth was moving. He was saying something, but Danner couldn't process the words. The boy frowned, stepped closer, and spoke again, his words clearer now as Danner watched his lips form each syllable with exaggerated patience. Gates, closing. Move. The shock finally broke. Danner's hearing rushed back like a wave, bringing with it the sounds of more slash ribs approaching from the forest, the hum of the destabilizing portal, and the labored breathing of the boy standing before him. Right, Danner managed, taking a stumbling step backward toward the portal. Right, they burst through the portal in a chaotic rush, Danner stumbling through first with Adam now right behind him, Cord's massive form cradled in the boy's arms. The portal flashed once, twice, then collapsed with a thunderclap that reverberated across the guild courtyard. Adam dropped to his knees, carefully lowering Cord to the stone pavers. His arms trembled slightly, not from the weight but from the exertion of the dash. That was way too close, he gasped, wiping sweat from his forehead and leaving a smear of blood in its wake. Another second and we'd be slash rib food. The guild courtyard churned with post-dungeon chaos. This wasn't the orderly exit of a planned expedition, but the aftermath of a dungeon cycle closing the desperate final minutes when everyone still inside made their mad dash for survival. To their left, a woman in scorched robes sobbed over the still form of her companion, whose lower half was simply missing. Nearby, 2 men in matching armor shouted accusations at each other. "You left him." There was nothing we could do, their faces red with rage and grief. A trio of successful hunters laughed with the hollow, manic relief of survivors, counting coin and other loot from a dimensional pouch while their hands still shook. Blood, dirt, monster ichor, and less identifiable fluids painted the courtyard stones in abstract patterns. The air stank of sweat, fear, and the peculiar ozone scent of dimensional magic. This was a normal sight during the last day of a dungeon's closure. Danner looked down at himself, at his friends, at the boy who'd saved them. They were a mess. Lissa's once blonde hair was plastered to her skull with blood and sweat. Brennel's face was barely recognizable beneath dried gore. Jace leaned heavily against a courtyard pillar, one hand pressed to his side where the slash rib had caught him. "And Cord, healer," Danner shouted, his voice cracking with urgency. "We need a healer here now." Guild staff rushed between groups, triaging injuries and distributing emergency potions. A harried-looking woman glanced their way, noted Cord's condition, and nodded sharply before hurrying toward them. Before she could arrive, Adam calmly reached into his pack and pulled out a green vial. He uncorked it with his teeth and poured the contents directly onto Cord's nearly severed arm. The liquid hissed and steamed on contact, wisps of white vapor rising from the wound. The dangling arm twitched, and muscle fibers visibly knit together before their eyes. "This'll stop the bleeding and stabilize him," Adam said matter-of-factly, as if he hadn't just performed what looked like a minor miracle. He's out of immediate danger, but he'll need proper healing for the arm to be fully functional again. The arriving healer slowed her approach, eyebrows rising as she assessed what the boy had done. That's impressive work, she admitted, kneeling to examine Cord more thoroughly. What potion did you use? Custom blend, Adam replied with a casual shrug. My mentor makes them. Lissa and Brennel pushed through the crowd, Jace limping behind them. Their expressions cycled rapidly through relief at seeing Danner and Cord alive, guilt at having gone through the portal first, and confusion at the sight of the blood-covered boy beside them. You made it, Lissa breathed, dropping to her knees beside Danner. We thought you were. Almost was, Danner cut in, nodding toward Adam. The kid saved us, both of us. 3 pairs of eyes turned to Adam, who was absently scratching his small blue companion behind its ears. The creature chirped contentedly despite being as coated in gore as its master. You're the solo mage from this morning, Brennel said slowly, recognition dawning. The one who turned down our invite. Good memory, Adam replied with a half-smile. Are you all right? Jace asked, gesturing vaguely at the blood covering virtually every inch of the boy. You look like you've been, well, inside something. Adam glanced down at himself as if noticing his condition for the first time. Me, oh, this isn't my blood. He paused, then tilted his head thoughtfully. Well, not just mine. The casual way the words came out of the child's mouth, for despite whatever else he might be, he was clearly a child, sent a chill up Danner's spine. Oh, the boy shrugged. Don't sweat it. Right place, right time. We owe you, Lissa insisted. Especially Cord, if there's ever anything you need. I'm good, Adam cut her off, already backing away. Just make sure he gets that arm fixed properly. That potions won't heal it completely. The Quillic chirped, poking his head out from Adam's collar. See you around, the boy said, and then he was moving through the crowd, his slight frame easily slipping between larger adventurers until he disappeared entirely. The team gathered around Cord as the healers began proper treatment. Lissa held pressure on a gash in Brennel's scalp while Jace shakily poured a potion down his own throat for his side wound. That kid, Danner muttered, staring at the spot where Adam had vanished. He took down 2 slash ribs like they were nothing, carried Cord like he weighed no more than a sack of grain. Well, that's a mage for you, Lissa said, wincing as she shifted her injured arm. Danner nodded slowly, lacking the energy to start a conversation about how the boy did not seem to be using magic back there. Instead, a decision crystallized in his mind as guild personnel bustled around them. I'll find him again. That's a debt that needs repaying. Steam billowed from the surface of the bathtub, carrying with it the scent of sandalwood and something herbal Adam couldn't quite identify. He sank deeper, letting the water rise to his chin as the heat worked its way into muscles that still ached despite his accelerated healing. The dorm bathroom wasn't exactly spacious, but it had decent water pressure and enough hot water to fill the tub to the brim. Right now, that was all that mattered. Adam closed his eyes and began to hum. The tune started low, almost imperceptible beneath the gentle slosh of bathwater, then gradually gained volume and confidence. Words came next, at first just scattered phrases, then full verses. Kings and fools both turn to dust, so why not laugh today? The wise man knows he knows nothing, the fool just walks away. His voice echoed slightly against the tiled walls, the acoustics making him sound better than he probably was. The song continued, melody rising and falling with practiced ease as he reached the chorus. So drink and fight and love and live. Tomorrow's not a promise. The greatest joke in all the world is taking life too serious. A knock interrupted the impromptu concert. Hey, what's that you're singing? Sam's voice called through the door. Sounds pretty good. Adam's eyes snapped open. Damn, he hadn't realized how loud he'd gotten. Nothing, he called back, sitting up abruptly. Water sloshed over the tub's edge, puddling on the floor. Just something stuck in my head. Never heard it before, Sam said. What's it called? Adam froze, mind racing. The song was from his past life, something soldiers had sung during the Therian conflict. It wouldn't exist for at least 30 years from now. I am pretty sure I made it up, he lied, wincing at how unconvincing he sounded. Just now, in the bath. A pause from the other side of the door. You're telling me you just spontaneously composed a fully formed song with multiple verses and a chorus while taking a bath. Yes, right, Sam said. Well, whatever you say. Dinner's in 20 minutes if you want some. I grabbed extra bread rolls. Adam exhaled in relief as Sam's footsteps retreated. Should he tell him now? No, another time. Tonight he just felt like relaxing after the day's events. A sudden small splash drew his attention. Directly in front of him, Zuni was floating face down in the soapy water, completely motionless. Hey, Adam yelped, snatching the Quillic from the water. What are you doing? Zuni dangled from his grip, dripping wet and utterly limp. For a heart-stopping moment, Adam thought he might have actually drowned. Then one eye cracked open, followed by a tiny, annoyed squeak. You were sleeping, Adam asked incredulously. In the water, with your face underwater. The Quillic sneezed, spraying bathwater, then gave Adam a look that somehow communicated both indignation and confusion at why this was an issue. You could drown, you know that. Adam set Zuni on the edge of the tub. Your lungs are still lungs, even if you're whatever you are. Zuni shook himself vigorously, sending droplets flying in all directions, then promptly curled up and closed his eyes again. Adam sighed and slid back into the water. The heat felt like heaven against his skin. The transmutation ritual had taken more out of him than he'd expected. Every muscle had that pleasant soreness of intense exertion, and the handful of remaining scrapes and cuts tingled as his enhanced healing worked overtime. He flexed his hand underwater, watching rivulets run between his fingers. The silverback's strength now resided in these ordinary-looking limbs. It was hard to believe he could crush stone with the same fingers that were now just strong enough to wring out a washcloth. The soap had formed a layer of bubbles across the water's surface, trapping heat beneath. Adam scooped up a handful, studying the iridescent spheres on his palm before they popped one by one. Simple pleasures felt particularly profound after a day spent fighting for his life. With a grunt, he reached for the shampoo bottle on the edge of the tub. His fingers closed around it. Crack, the bottle split down the middle, thick liquid oozing between his fingers. Damn it, Adam muttered, hastily setting down the ruined container. Shampoo dripped from his hand into the water, creating a slick of lavender-scented bubbles. This would take some getting used to. 10 times the strength of an adult man, packed into the frame of a 13-year-old boy. It was like driving a racing carriage after only ever riding a docile pony. He carefully lathered his hair with the rescued shampoo, taking extra care not to grip his own scalp too tightly. The thought almost made him laugh. What a bizarre concern to have. The water had begun to cool by the time Adam decided he was clean enough. With a resigned sigh, he pulled the drain plug, rinsed and stood, reaching for his towel. Carefully, very carefully. The terry cloth felt fragile under his fingers, like it might tear if he pulled too hard. He dried himself gently and slowly, very slowly. At the sink, a new challenge presented itself. Adam stared at his toothbrush with suspicion, then at the toothpaste tube. This would require finesse. He pinched the tube delicately between thumb and forefinger, applying what felt like barely any pressure at all. Toothpaste still exploded out, splattering across the mirror in a mint-scented arc. "You've got to be kidding me," he grumbled, wiping at the mess with toilet paper. The toothbrush was next. He gripped it as lightly as possible, but still heard the faint creak of wood protesting. Brushing his teeth became an exercise in restraint, each stroke measured and cautious. Even so, by the time he finished, he managed to fray the bristles beyond recognition. Zuni watched the entire performance with what Adam swore was amusement. The creature's whiskers twitched as Adam struggled to wrap his towel around his waist without tearing it in half. "Laugh it up," Adam told him. "This is harder than it looks." Dressed in fresh clothes, the simple act of buttoning his shirt had been nerve-wracking. Adam padded barefoot to the kitchen, Zuni trotting at his heels. Sam sat at their small table, a book propped open against a water jug. He looked up as Adam entered. "You look less like a walking corpse," he observed, marking his place in the book, "though still pretty awful." Sam grinned. "No, but seriously. When you got back, you looked like you'd been dragged behind a carriage through a slaughterhouse." "Did everything go all right in the dungeon?" "Went according to plan," Adam said, cautiously filling a kettle for tea. He set it on the stove with the delicacy of someone handling a newborn. Mostly. Sam raised an eyebrow. "That sounds concerning." Adam's fingers brushed against a small tin box tucked away on the shelf the tea blend the sorceress had given him months ago. "Had to get creative with the approach," Adam said, measuring out leaves with painstaking care. "But I got what I went in for." He didn't elaborate on the silverback or the transmutation. Some things were better left unexplained, especially when they involved highly illegal ritual magic that technically counted as human experimentation. Sam watched him, eyes narrowing slightly. "Why are you moving like that? Like you're afraid everything's going to break?" Adam froze mid-motion, tea leaves balanced precariously on a spoon. "Like what?" "Like that," Sam gestured. "You're holding that spoon like it's made of glass. Just." "Sore," Adam improvised. "Took a few hits, nothing serious." "Right." Sam didn't sound convinced. "Well, I heard you saved some adventurers on your way out. The guild's talking about it. They say you carried a man twice your size." The kettle began to whistle. Adam removed it from the heat, focusing intently on pouring water into his mug without pulverizing the ceramic. "Look, Sammy," Adam sighed, "I promise I'll tell you everything that happened in that dungeon. The full story, and more. But it's complicated, and honestly, I am exhausted. Can we do this tomorrow when I can actually think straight?" Sam studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Fine, but I want the whole story, Adam. No more of this vague, magical enhancement nonsense." "Deal," Adam said, relieved. "Tomorrow, I'll explain everything." "I'll hold you to that," Sam replied, his expression softening slightly. "And I've got all day, so don't think you can wiggle out of it." Adam smiled despite himself. Well, that was one problem solved and another created. He trusted Sam to keep his secrets, and the guilt of constant deception had been weighing on him more with each passing day. This forced promise was probably for the best. At least he had a night to organize his thoughts before the big revelation. Sam gestured to Zuni, who had curled up on the table, snoring softly. His blue spikes still looked slightly matted despite his earlier attempt to dry himself. Your friend seems worse for wear, Sam observed. He'll be fine, Adam said, gently nudging the Quillic with his finger. Want you, Zuni? The Quillic just ignored them. Adam took a sip of tea. It spread warmth through his chest that had nothing to do with the temperature. I'm going to turn in, he said, carefully lifting his mug. It's been a long day, I bet, Sam replied. Try not to sing any more mysterious songs in your sleep. Adam gave him a half-hearted glare, then retreated to his room. The tea was already working its magic, making his eyelids feel heavy. He set the mug down on his nightstand with exaggerated care, then collapsed onto his bed. Zuni appeared at the doorway, yawning widely before trotting over to leap onto the bed. The Quillic circled 3 times, then curled up against Adam's side with a contented chirp. Next time, Adam murmured, already drifting towards sleep, remind me to practice opening doors before I accidentally rip one off its hinges. Zuni's only response was a tiny snore. As the physical world faded, Adam recognized the familiar shift into dreaming. He stood in that cave again, the one with the apple tree that shouldn't exist underground. Soft light spilled from somewhere above, illuminating the impossible tree with its branches spreading toward a ceiling lost in darkness. The tree wasn't just visible, it seemed to pulse with a subtle rhythm, like a heartbeat. Adam had been here before, in dreams that felt more like memories, though he couldn't say when or why. Hello, he called, his voice neither echoing nor fading, as if the cave absorbed sound. The tree's leaves rustled without wind, or perhaps it was the sound of whispers just beyond hearing. Something pulled at him, not a physical tug, but an invitation that bypassed thought entirely. Adam's feet carried him forward before he decided to move. As he approached, details emerged that hadn't been visible from the entrance. The bark wasn't brown, but a deep blue-black, like midnight sky. The apples hanging from gnarled branches weren't the red he'd expected, but a burnished gold that caught and reflected the mysterious light. What are you? Adam murmured. The tree didn't answer, not with words, but the pull strengthened. At the base of the trunk, where roots twisted into the cave floor, Adam noticed something new. A hollow knot large, barely big enough for a child to crawl entonsled between 2 massive roots. Knelt and peered inside. In the small hollow, cushioned by what looked like blue moss, sat an egg. Not a bird's egg, it was far too large, nearly the size of his head. Its shell was bone white with faint, spiraling patterns etched across its surface. The strangest part was the fire. Blue and orange flames licked around the egg without consuming it or the moss beneath. The fire cast no heat, yet Adam could see it dancing, moving with purpose rather than chaos. That's not normal, Adam whispered, leaning closer. The egg rocked slightly, just once, then stillness. Adam held his breath. It moved again, a more definite shift. A hairline crack appeared at the top, spreading downward like slow lightning. A woman's voice broke the silence, speaking words in a language Adam had never heard, musical and sharp all at once. Fey language. The egg split wider. Something wet and rough dragged across Adam's face. He jerked awake to find Zuni standing on his chest, licking his chin with determined enthusiasm. Stop that, Adam sputtered, pushing the Quillic away. Your tongue feels like sandpaper. Sunlight streamed through the narrow window of his bedroom. Morning, late morning by the angle of the light. Adam sat up, rubbing his face. The dream clung to him like cobwebs, refusing to dissolve into the usual morning fog. The tree, the egg, that voice. He shook his head, trying to clear it. What time is it? Zuni chirped and jumped to the floor, scurrying to the door before looking back expectantly. Right, Adam sighed. Classes first, then meeting class later. He'd need to be careful with his new strength around other students. Adam stifled a yawn, blinking in the afternoon sunlight filtering through the brand new park's canopy of elm trees. West Grove Park was one of Arco's newest additions, built in the elven style with winding paths and trees arranged in seemingly random patterns that somehow felt perfectly natural. The day had warmed nicely, making the wooden bench beneath him almost comfortable. Almost. He shifted position, trying to work out a knot in his shoulder, the price of yesterday's silverback transmutation. I think we came out ahead on this deal, he mumbled to himself, flexing his fingers. The enchanted training sphere he bought earlier after classes squeaked in protest as he squeezed it gently. It was squishy yet resistant, designed for people with magically enhanced strength to practice normal gripping. A few dozen yards away, Zuni was having the time of his life, darting between bushes and investigating every new smell with boundless enthusiasm. Adam smiled, watching the little creature discover the world. It was easy to forget his own troubles when... Oh no, he muttered, straightening suddenly. Zuni, don't. Too late, Zuni had spotted a stray cat lounging on a low garden wall. The orange tabby, a battle-scarred veteran of street life, watched with narrowed yellow eyes as the small blue creature approached, utterly oblivious to the danger signals. The Quillic chirped happily, prancing right up to the cat. Not content with merely invading the feline's personal space, Zuni proceeded to poke the cat's tail with his paw, then looked up at the larger animal with what could only be described as an idiotic grin. The cat's fur stood on end, its tail puffed to twice its normal size. Zuni, Adam called, already on his feet, get back here. The cat hissed, one paw raised with claws extended. Zuni, apparently interpreting this as an invitation to play, chirped again and poked the cat's side. For the love of Adam muttered, rushing forward. The cat swiped. Zuni dodged barely, then gave the angry feline a look of betrayal. Before the situation could escalate further, Adam hastily extended his hand, levitation. Zuni rose about 3 feet into the air with an indignant squeak, legs pedaling uselessly. You have no survival instinct whatsoever, Adam told the suspended Quillic as he plucked him from the air. That cat was twice your size. I didn't know you had a Quillic. Adam turned to find Cass standing a few paces away, looking at Zuni. Today she'd worn her hair pulled back in a simple knot that somehow managed to look both severe and elegant. Cass. Adam adjusted his grip on the squirming Zuni. You're early and you have a Quillic, she repeated, stepping closer. Where did you get him? Class project, he said, settling Zuni down beside him. We're studying bonding in my druid elective. Druid elective. Cass didn't sound convinced. She circled the bench and sat down, leaving a respectful distance between them. I thought you were focusing on battle magic. I am mostly, but we're allowed to take optional courses outside our specialization. Helps with a more rounded education. And the academy just hands out Quillics to students. He's not permanent. He's a research subject I am responsible for this term. So the academy is fine with you using spells on their research subjects, she asked, having clearly seen his rescue maneuver. Better than explaining why I let their research subject get mauled by a street cat, Adam replied with a shrug. Before Adam could continue, Zuni chirped and scampered across the bench toward Cass. He stopped just short of her leg, head tilted in that inquisitive way of his. Adam expected Cass to maintain her usual aloof demeanor. Instead, her expression softened almost imperceptibly. Hello there, she said. She cautiously extended a hand, palm up. Aren't you an interesting little thing? Zuni sniffed her fingers, then happily climbed onto her palm. Cass actually smiled, not her usual sardonic smirk, but something genuine that transformed her face. Adam said, watching this unexpected interaction. Interesting. What? Cass asked, not looking up as she gently scratched behind Zuni's ear spikes. I just wouldn't have taken you for the cute creature-loving type. Now she did look up, one eyebrow arched challengingly. And what type did you take me for exactly? Adam considered his answer carefully. The serious type, he said finally. Stoic. No nonsense. Too busy being sarcastic and smart to fuss over something small and blue. That's what you think of me. I think you're someone with a strong sense of honesty who doesn't waste time on nonsense, he clarified. Cass' mouth twitched. You've been paying attention. Hard not to. She ran a finger along Zuni's spine and the Quillic practically melted with pleasure. I used to have a Quillic familiar, you know, back when I was around your age. You did, MMHMM. Name was Kip. Blue-green coloration, though never as vibrant as your little friend here. Her voice softened. Quillics make the best familiars, if you ask me. Intelligent, loyal, and they pick up on emotional states better than any other magical creature I know of. The question nearly formed on Adam's lips. Where was her familiar now? But he stopped himself. If he hadn't seen the creature in all the time he'd known Cass, the answer was pretty obvious. No need to make things awkward by asking her to talk about it. Zuni chirped in apparent agreement with her assessment, then curled up in her palm like he belonged there. Cass seemed to decide it was time to cut to the chase. So she said, looking up from Zuni, what was that business opportunity you wanted to tell me about 3 days ago? Right, Adam said, meeting her gaze directly. This was good, actually. He'd gain more time at being direct. I want to create a merchant guild and I'd like you to manage it. Cass blinked, her hand freezing mid-stroke on Zuni's back. You want to what? Create a merchant guild. With you as its head, Adam repeated calmly. A merchant guild, she echoed. She looked at him with the particular expression adults reserve for children who've announced they're going to build a castle out of clouds. Not mockery, just gentle bewilderment. You realize you're 13, right? I'm aware of my apparent age, yes. And you're a mage, in training. Also correct. Cass shifted, angling her body toward him. Look, I understand mages can be wealthy. The good ones make fortunes with enchantments, potions, all that. But a merchant guild isn't something you just decide to create one afternoon in a park. You need 4 things, Adam said, ticking them off on his fingers. First, startup capital of no less than 10,000 gold. Second, a warehouse or similar property in a commercial district. Third, sponsorship from 3 existing guild members in good standing with the House of Merchants. And fourth, after all the other 3 conditions have been fulfilled, you need to secure a seat among the 50 existing ones in the House of Merchants. He tilted his head. Did I miss anything? Cass' eyebrows rose slightly. You also need merchandise, contacts, shipping routes, and most importantly, experience. All things we can acquire. Adam leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. The training sphere squeaked as he set it aside. I know how this looks, Cass. You see a kid with an impractical idea who doesn't understand the real world. I didn't say that. You didn't have to, but I'm not just some student with delusions of grandeur. His tone shifted subtly. Maybe acting his age would help pass the message better. I have the capital. I've already identified a property in the Eastern Commercial District that would suit our needs, and I have leads on potential sponsors. She stared at him, clearly trying to reconcile his words with his appearance. What I don't have, he continued, is someone with your skills to manage daily operations. You understand commerce, you're honest, and you know how to handle yourself in negotiations. How would you know that? I pay attention. Cass looked down at Zuni, who had curled up contentedly in her palm. When she looked back up, her expression had hardened again. Why me? There are professional guild managers with decades of experience. None I can trust. Adam met her gaze without flinching. None willing to work with someone who looks like me, so I am your only option. No, with or without you I am doing this. It would just happen faster and more efficiently with you on board. He paused. It would also be the biggest mistake of your life to turn this down. She actually laughed at thought, a short, surprised sound. That's quite a claim. It's not a claim, it's a prediction. In 1 month, we'll either have one of the 50 seats in the House of Merchants, or we'll be well on our way. He picked up the training sphere again, squeezing it carefully. I am offering you a partnership, not employment. 5% ownership from the start, with performance bonuses that could take that to 10. Adam waited as she studied him, taking in his posture, the certainty in his voice. You're serious, completely. And the academy, your training, will continue as normal. The guild is an investment in the future. Cass shook her head slowly. Is this a no? Even if you somehow have the money, even if you find sponsors, the commercial politics alone would crush most new enterprises. The established guilds don't welcome competition. Not a no then, I am counting on it. The corner of Adam's mouth lifted. That's why I need someone like Yaosomion who understands that business isn't just about moving merchandise. And what do you understand about business, exactly? That information and timing are more valuable than gold. He leaned back against the bench. That appearances deceive, and that's an advantage if used correctly. That the most successful merchants aren't the ones with the most resources, but the ones who see opportunities others miss. Silence fell between them. Zuni stirred in Cass' palm, stretching before curling up again. You've really done your homework, she finally said. It wasn't quite agreement, but the dismissal had faded from her voice. I have. Adam glanced down at the quillic. Surprising, isn't it? Another silence settled between them. Longer this time. Adam watched Cass, noting the slight furrow in her brow, the way her eyes seemed focused on something far beyond the park. She was weighing options, calculating risks and rewards. I pushed too hard, he thought. The whole merchant guild pitch suddenly felt absurd. A 13-year-old proposing a business partnership to a woman nearly twice his age. What had he been thinking? He began. I want 10% base, Cass interrupted, and 20% performance bonus. Adam blinked, then slowly smiled. You're I'm negotiating, she corrected, scratching Zuni behind his ear spikes. There's a difference. 8% base, Adam countered, and 15% performance bonus. That's insulting, it's practical. If we succeed, 15% of our profits will be substantial. If we succeed, Cass emphasized. That's a massive if for a venture this ambitious. 9% base, 18% bonus. Adam shook his head. 7% base, 12% bonus, and you get naming rights for the guild. Naming rights? Cass snorted. That's worth maybe 0.5%. It's worth more than you think. The right name opens doors. She studied him carefully. 7 and 14. 7 and 12, Adam held firm. Final offer. Cass extended her hand, carefully transferring Zuni to her lap with the other. 7 and 12. We have a deal. They shook. Her grip was firm, calloused. You're quite good at negotiation for someone your age, she remarked. Don't let it go to your head. She gently returned Zuni to the bench between them. Now for the hard part. We need to register as a guild before next week. Adam's eyebrows shot up. Next week? Why so soon? The deadline for candidates for this cycle's House of Merchants evaluation is the 20th. Miss that, and we wait a year for the next cycle. She leaned back against the bench. And that's just to get on the list of candidates. Actually securing one of the 50 seats, that's where the real challenge begins. I thought we'd have at least a month. A month to secure a seat, yes, but only 7 days to even qualify as contenders. She turned to face him directly, and that's assuming we have everything else in order. Capital, property, sponsors. 2 out of 3, Adam admitted. I'm still working on sponsors. Cass nodded slowly. About that capital. I've done some research on you and your family. I'm not surprised. Your father is a star knight. Your mother is a healer mage. She ticked these facts off on her fingers. Comfortable, financially speaking, but not merchant guild comfortable. No offense. None taken. So where exactly are you planning to get these resources? Her expression hardened slightly. If it's anything illegal, I am out. I've worked too hard to maintain my reputation. Nothing illegal, Adam assured her. House Scylla will be our backer. The Merchant Guild will operate under the house's name and protection. House Scylla. She repeated the name. I wasn't aware the Scyllas had commercial interests. They do now. Adam squeezed his training sphere. As for the rest, I have a few ideas. Cass studied him for a long moment. All right, she finally said. I'll trust you on this. For now, don't thank me yet. She scooped up Zuni, who'd been attempting to scramble down from the bench, and placed him on her lap again. You need to understand what we're up against. Cass leaned forward, voice dropping slightly. The 50 seats in the House of Merchants aren't just positions. They're fortunes, power. Each seat represents exclusive trading rights, tax exemptions, and access to imperial contracts. Adam nodded. I know. It was the main reason he needed a merchant guild. By having an influence on the economy, he could gain power by the time he was an adult, and through the roots he'd obtain with the guild, he could place spy networks all over the continents, giving him the chance to know who exactly were his enemies and find leads on the Dragon's Breath development. Do you? Because those 50 seats are held by guilds backed by the most powerful forces in Arcos, noble houses, religious orders, even foreign interests operating through proxies. Her fingers traced idle patterns on Zuni's back. Every cycle, the 5 weakest performers face challenge. This cycle, those 5 are the Crimson Scale Consortium, Whiteshire Traders, Evernight Exchange, Dusk Caravan, and Saffron House. Who backs them? Crimson Scale is backed by House Vrental. She watched his reaction carefully. They have the weakest position this cycle, but crossing the Vrentals is ambitious. And the others, Whiteshire has the Church of the New Gods behind them. Evernight is independent, but has connections to the dwarven allies of Sundar. Dusk Caravan is backed by 3 minor houses working together. Saffron House has foreign backing, probably Therian merchants, though they keep their arrangements private. Adam nodded slowly, absorbing this information. Which would you target? That depends, said Cass. Are we aiming to merely succeed, or are you planning to make a statement? Both, if possible. She smiled thinly. Then Crimson Scale is your target. They've had 3 consecutive week cycles. Rumor says House Vrental is already preparing to back a different guild next year if they don't improve. They're vulnerable. And the most dangerous, exactly. The Vrentals don't take losses well. She leaned back. Even if we manage to register in time, even if we somehow secure sponsors, we'll face resistance. Not just competition, active sabotage. Shipments will go missing. Deals will mysteriously fall through. If we start to look like a genuine threat, there might be worse, accidents or intentional examples. Her voice was matter of fact. This isn't academic competition, Adam. People have disappeared for less. Understand the risks, do you? Cass didn't sound condescending, just concerned. Because once we start this, backing out isn't an option. Not without consequences. I understand, he repeated. He reached over and took Zuni from her lap, settling the quillic on his shoulder. The question is, do you still want in? Cass looked at him for a long moment, then a slow smile spread across her face. Oh, I am in. This is either going to be the most spectacular failure in Sundar's commercial history, or... She shrugged. Well, let's just say I've always wanted to see the inside of the Grand Exchange. You okay? Adam asked, watching Cass' face in the dim light of the cave. SHH, she replied, not taking her eyes off the mountain of gold before them. The only sound was Zuni chirping softly as he hopped around the edge of the treasure pile, occasionally pawing at a shiny coin before moving on to investigate something else. Adam stood quietly beside Cass, hands in his pockets, trying to look casual while she absorbed the sight. He brought her here after they'd sealed their deal in the park. The silence stretched. Adam's thoughts kept spinning. Doubt. Is this too fast? More doubt. Is this too much? He was essentially putting everything of this business venture on Cass. She would be the main face of it, all the management, the negotiations, the day-to-day operations. And as it happened, she would also be the primary target if someone decided to make a move against them. The sort of move that'd be bad for one's overall health. He tried not to feel bad about putting her in danger like that. He could maybe manage this all by himself, but with everything else he had going on, it would take too much of his time. And quite honestly, he'd be much less efficient than someone like Cass even if he was to take over, and the whole operation would suffer. Wisdom is knowing when to lead, when to delegate, and when to stand alone. That's why Shed got in the 7% base with 12% performance bonus. The risk premium was built in. He'd spent enough time with her in the dungeon, and over the past few weeks to know she was the right choice. As the porter, Cass took care of loot management during their expeditions. Adam had tested her subtly a few times, accidentally mixing in a few extra coins with her share, or forgetting to add certain items to the group's inventory. Shed always corrected these mistakes, returning excess items without hesitation. But people could change, especially when they saw this much money. Adam looked up at her again as she stared at the vast amount of gold and other treasures. He sighed. He'd never seen her with that sort of expression before. Didn't even know she could make a face like that. This is your startup capital, she finally asked, her voice oddly strained. Yup, Adam replied. Cass turned to him, blinking rapidly. How? There must be at least 45 billion gold here. Hold on. Adam squinted at her, momentarily distracted from his assessment of her character. Did you make that number up, or can you tell that just from a glance? I have a talent, she said with a shrug. My father was a courier for the Silver League. I could tell approximately how much he'd brought in just by looking at the size of his pouch. Bullshit. It's true. Adam reached for his own coin pouch. 23 gold pieces, 4 silver, and 1 copper that's been worn down on one side, she said before he could even tell her to prove it. He blinked, opened the pouch, then counted slowly. 22 gold, 4 silver, and he pulled out the copper piece, examining its edge. One side was indeed worn smooth. How did you? I was 1 gold piece off, she said, frowning slightly. That's annoying, but the copper piece, when you walk, it makes a different sound against the other coins. Higher pitch, uneven resonance. You've been carrying that same copper piece all afternoon. I hear it whenever you shift your weight. She pointed to his pocket. You keep it on the left side so it hits against the gold rather than the silver. Zuni chirped in what sounded like amazement, and Adam found himself echoing the sentiment. Whoa, I know. Cass exhaled heavily, turning back to the mountain of treasure. You're a 13, she finally said, barely above a whisper. We've established that, Adam replied. No, I mean, Cass turned to him, gesturing at the treasure hoard. You're a 13 and you have approximately 45 billion sitting in a cave, just sitting here. Is that really what it's worth? Give or take a few million. She ran a hand through her hair. That's the kind of wealth a full-fledged guild with years of establishment accumulates. Her laugh was short, almost hysterical. You're the richest 13-year-old I know, probably the richest person in Arcos under 50. So we have enough for the guild? Adam asked, deliberately casual. Cass shot him a look. Enough, we have enough to start 50 guilds, though I wouldn't recommend that. She walked to a nearby chest that was overflowing with jewels. Where did you find all this? In the cave, like I said, Adam said. Ha, she turned, hands on hips. You don't think the origin of your fortune might be relevant to our business plans? I promise you I found it here, Cassandra. Why would I lie about that? She studied him for a long moment, then shook her head. You're a strange kid, Adam, but I'm beginning to think that's not a bad thing. He watched her carefully as she began to move methodically around the treasure, making mental calculations. This was the real reason he brought her here. Not just to show her they had the capital, but to see how she would react to it. The wealth itself was a test. You know, she said, her back to him as she examined a collection of rare coins. Most people would be asking how much they could skim off the top without you noticing, or plotting how to take it all. Are you most people? She turned, expression serious. No, but it'd be lying if I said I wasn't thinking about what I could do with even a fraction of this. And I am thinking that 7% of a legitimate, successful merchant guild will be worth more in the long run than anything I could stuff in my pockets today, both in terms of money and in terms of not having to constantly look over my shoulder. Adam nodded. That was the answer he'd been hoping for. This, Cass continued, gesturing at the hoard, is seed money. Impressive seed money, but still just the beginning. The real value isn't in what's here, it's in what we can build with it. Good. Cass tapped her chin thoughtfully, still absorbing the mountain of treasure. You know, legally speaking, you're required to declare this fine to the Empire and pay the discovery tax, she said. Adam looked at her. She looked at him. They held each other's gaze for a long, silent moment. Come on, Cass. They both laughed at the thought, the sound echoing against the cave walls. Yes, terrible idea, Cass agreed, shaking her head. Officially, the Empire takes 45% of discovered treasures. But what actually happens? The Imperial officials show up, catalog everything, take almost all of it for war and expansion efforts, and leave you with just enough gold to not work for a few weeks. And no way to dispute their accounting, Adam added. Exactly. You go from richest 13-year-old to slightly better than average 13-year-old overnight. She kicked at a small pile of coins. Only a complete idiot would voluntarily hand this over. Adam watched Zuni try to stuff a gold coin into his mouth again. Why would he even do that? So what do we do? I've got the money, but I have no idea how to transform this into a legitimate business. That's where I come in. Cass began pacing. We need to launder this not because it's illegal, but because I found it in a cave, isn't a satisfactory explanation for the House of Merchants Registration Committee. How do we do that? Multiple steps. First, we physically move maybe 5 million to the Imperial Bank. That's enough to raise eyebrows, but not enough to trigger a full investigation. We say it's a gift from Housilla to establish you in business. Housilla will back that up. You better, or we're not getting far. Cass continued her methodical pacing. Second, we establish a small import business specializing in Therian luxury goods. Those have high markups and low volume, which means we can claim significant profits on relatively few transactions. Adam nodded, following her logic. And the third step, we use that to buy the warehouse property you mentioned and register officially. Can we do all that in 7 days? Cass snorted. 7 days is tight but doable. The real challenge is the sponsors. Adam had been thinking about that. I might have some options. Sam's father is in the House of Merchant Shed. Sponsor us if Sam asks. That's one I know Duke Lightbringer personally. He has connections with several established members. The Duke of Caddy. How do you know? Cass shook her head. Never mind. That could work for the second. And Adam smiled slightly. I think Mr. Biggins might be convinced to help. The weird stuff store with the strange old man? Cass asked. Precisely. How is he connected to the House of Merchants? Just let me handle that part. Cass studied his face for a moment, then shrugged. Sure. Fine. That gives us 3 potential sponsors. One legitimate, one through Noble Connection, and one through. Whatever your plan is with Biggins. Will it work? It might if we move fast. Cass' eyes narrowed in thought. We need to establish the initial bank deposit by tomorrow. By day 2, we need articles of incorporation drawn up and at least one sponsor officially signed on. then secure the property by day 4, finalize the other sponsors by day 5, and complete registration by day 6. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. That's cutting it close. Welcome to commerce. Cass gave him a thin smile. The house doesn't make it easy on purpose. They don't want new players unless they're serious. Adam scratched Zuni behind the ear spikes as the Quillic returned to his side. So we'll need to move some of this today. Yes, but discreetly. We can't just walk into the Imperial Bank with sacks of gold. Too many questions. Cass surveyed the cave. Do you have a dimensional bag? Something inconspicuous but sturdy? Yeah, well, take about 50,000 now. Enough to open the initial account without raising too many eyebrows. Then I'll come back with you later with proper containers for the larger transfer. Adam nodded. Smart. I've been dreaming about this kind of opportunity my whole life, Cass admitted, walking towards Adam. Just never thought it would come from a kid who showed up at my fruit stall a few weeks ago. Life is full of surprises. Apparently so, Adam. Cass smiled. Shall we begin? Adam looked at her for a moment. It was done now. The die was cast. He brought her into his plans, shown her his fortune, and put her in a position where she could either make his ventures soar or completely destroy them. There was no going back, only forward, hoping he'd bet on the right person. No, it'll be all right, he thought, fighting the little voice in his head that often made him overthink things. She is the right person. We shall. He finally said, smiling back at her. After finalizing their plans, Adam and Cass walked back to the Strider waiting patiently outside the cave entrance. The creature huffed at their approach, claws glinting in the late afternoon sun. Tomorrow, Cass said, climbing onto the cart behind Adam. Imperial Bank first thing. I'll need to look respectable when I make the deposit in House Scylla's name. Y'all manage, Adam said with a slight smile. The Strider Rydra weathered man with skin like tanned leather clicked his tongue, and the beast started its rhythmic stride back toward the city. As they rode, Cass leaned forward slightly. Do your parents even know about this? Using House Scylla's name isn't a small thing. I'll send a letter tonight, Adam replied, adjusting Zuni on his shoulder. They'll understand. You seem awfully confident about that. Adam shrugged. My parents and I have an arrangement. After his regression they'd learned about the future, Sinhai's parents had committed to helping him in any way possible. Told them everything he could remember about a few minor events, the dungeon breaks that would occur near the western border around next month, the pirate attacks that would claim hundreds of lives in the southern isles, the unexpected famine that would hit the northern provinces after an early frost. There would be a necromancer there in the north a few years from now. He appeared some time after the wars started, and Dragon's breath fell on the lands, and his experiments had birthed the first plague. The necromancer had seized the opportunity created by worldwide chaos, raising an army of the dead that marched relentlessly across the continent. It wasn't just the fighting that killed millions, it was the disease that spread from the decomposing cadavers, animated by bound spirits and forced to walk among the living. The malady spread frivolously, jumping from village to city to kingdom. Millions died, only to rise again under his command. Adam wasn't certain what had finally stopped the necromancer's campaign of terror, whether it was the devastating dragon's breath attacks or the sudden rise of the world dungeon that changed everything. All he knew was that in the last decade of his past life, the necromancer's armies had vanished from the world stage. But by then, the damage had been done. Adam's father had started investigating the region before the rise of the mage who would do this, and had already prevented 2 minor events, quietly deploying Star Knights to troubled areas just before disaster struck. To most, it would seem like coincidence or excellent intelligence work. Only their family knew the truth. A guild established in their name would hardly be the strangest thing they've helped me with, Adam added. Someday, Cass said, y'all have to tell me the full story. Someday, Adam agreed, knowing that day might never come. As they entered the city proper, Cass tapped Adam's shoulder. You can drop me at the edge of the dregs. Adam turned. The dregs? You live there, she shrugged. Not for long if we do things right. When they reached the border between the merchant district and the dregs, the Strider rider slowed without being asked. Here is fine, Cass said, sliding off the cart. Adam watched as she straightened her clothes, suddenly seeing them in a new light. Not just practical, but probably all she could afford. I'll meet you at the cave entrance tomorrow, she said. 3 sharp, don't be late, I want, and Cass. Don't, she cut him off with a sharp gesture. I don't need your sympathy, just your partnership. Her expression softened slightly. For what it's worth, Adam, I've lived in worse places. The dregs aren't so bad if you know how to handle yourself. With that, she turned and walked away, disappearing into the warren of narrow streets and dilapidated buildings. Where to now, young sir? The Strider rider asked, clearly relieved they weren't venturing further into the dregs. Adam opened his mouth to say the academy but paused. The dregs, the guild, Valiant. The thought connected instantly. Valiant lived somewhere near Banat in the dregs proper, but close enough to know its rhythms and secrets. Valiant, who'd helped him multiple times already, who knew people, who could find things out. Adam frowned, suddenly aware of an oversight in his planning. He'd been thinking about the spy network as a future endeavor, something to build once the guild was established, using trade routes as cover for his agents. But that assumed success, assumed they'd get their seat. What if they failed because of something they didn't know, some connection or rival plan they weren't aware of? The House of Merchants wasn't just a commercial body, it was a pit of vipers, each guild looking for advantages over the others. They'd need information now, not later. Information about Crimson Scale, about House Rental's operations, information that someone like Valiant might be able to acquire or at least point him toward. Young sir, the writer's voice broke through his thoughts. Where to? Oh, Adam blinked, realizing he'd been staring at the spot where Cass had disappeared. Sorry, just thinking. No worries, the man said, though his posture suggested he was eager to get moving. The sun was setting, and not many people wanted to be near the dregs after dark. Adam made a quick decision. Actually, I'll get down here. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a gold piece of far more than the ride was worth. For your trouble. The writer's eyebrows shot up, but he took the coin with a quick nod. Much appreciated, young sir. Adam slid off the strider, Zuni clinging to his shoulder. As the strider trotted away, he turned toward the dregs, mentally mapping the route to Valiant's place. The dregs smelled like wet laundry and sour beer. Adam moved quickly, Zuni still clinging to his shoulder like a bizarre fashion accessory. The Quillick's head swiveled constantly, taking in the narrow streets and crumbling facades. This wasn't Adam's first trip to Valiant's place. The mouse beastkin lived on the edge of the dregs, where the buildings gradually transitioned from actively collapsing to might stand another decade. His home was surprisingly normal, a two-story stone and timber structure wedged between a tannery and what might have once been a bakery. Adam reached the door and knocked firmly. 3 short raps, their usual signal. A moment passed, then another. He heard movement inside, quick, light footsteps approaching, not from the main door but from a smaller entrance near the bottom. Adam had initially thought it was some kind of drainage opening when he first visited, but it was actually Valiant's personal door. The mouse beastkin had installed it himself for convenience, he explained in quick exits. The small door swung open and Valiant's head poked out. His whiskers twitched as he squinted up. Adam, what are you doing here? Hi, Valiant. Mind if I come in first? Oh, sure. Valiant's words cut off abruptly. Say, is that a Quillick? Zuni chirped curiously from Adam's shoulder, leaning forward to get a better look at the mouse beastkin. The Quillick's ear spikes perked up and he made a series of interested clicking sounds. Yes, he's a Quillick. Can we come in now? Preferably before someone decides I look worth robbing. Valiant was still staring at Zuni. Those things eat rodents, you know. He doesn't eat mice. His ancestors did. Your ancestors ate bugs and seeds. Do you want me to judge you for that? Valiant's whiskers twitched irritably. That's different. It really isn't. Now can we please come inside? I need to talk to you. The mouse beastkin hesitated for another moment, then sighed. Fine, but keep that thing away from me. He disappeared from the small door, and a few seconds later the main door swung open. Valiant stood there, wearing what looked like a modified bathrobe with the sleeves and bottom hem shortened. Come in. Valiant sat on his oversized kitchen chair, chin resting on his paws, eyes narrowed in concentration, or at least what was supposed to look like concentration. Adam waited, watching the mouse beastkin's whiskers twitch every few seconds. A tell Adam had learned meant Valiant was stalling. The silence stretched. Adam took the opportunity to glance around the house again. The place never stopped confusing him. Everything was human-sized: the table, the chairs, the kitchen counters. Even the bed upstairs was a full-sized human one, which made absolutely no sense for someone Valiant's size. When Adam had asked about it once, the beastkin had simply shrugged and said, I like to spread out. Right, Adam refocused on the reason he'd come. House Rental, the Crimson Scale Consortium. Information that could give them an edge in their bid for a seat in the House of Merchants. You can stop pretending to think really hard now, Adam said flatly. Valiant's eyes snapped open. I'm not pretending, right? Your Quillick is eating my almonds. Adam glanced over. Zuni had indeed discovered a bowl of almonds on a side table and was happily crunching through them one by one. You have plenty. Those are premium almonds. Imported. Valiant. Adam leaned forward, cut to the chase. What's going on? You looked concerned the moment I asked about gathering information on House Rental. The mouse beastkin's whiskers drooped slightly. He sighed. Well, you see. Oh no. Adam put his face in his hands. Please don't tell me you've already tried to spy on them and got caught, or that you owe them money, or that you accidentally burned down one of their warehouses. What? No, nothing like that, Valiant said, looking offended. It's just that I've kind of lost most of my information network in the past month, and I don't exactly have the sources I used to have. And the people who used to work for me have moved on to other opportunities, not because they're traitors or anything, but because that bastard Marcaujo, by the way, we still haven't found, was basically running the whole structure under my uncle. And when he disappeared, a lot of the operation went with him, and now I'm trying to rebuild, but it's not easy when you're small. And people don't take you seriously, even though I've been in this business for years and... Valiant. Adam cut him off. Breathe. The mouse beastkin inhaled deeply. So you have a money problem, Adam asked, and structure, and logistics, and manpower, but nothing that can't be solved with money, right? Valiant's tail swished nervously against the chair. Not exactly, he said. In the undertow, territory isn't bought, it's taken. What do you mean? Valiant hopped down from his chair and paced the floor. 3 key information brokers I worked with have been absorbed by street gangs in the past month. The broken fangs took my eyes in the harbor. The nightshades control my contacts in the merchant quarter now. And the red hooks, he shuddered. Let's just say they're not the diplomatic type. I still don't see why money can't fix this. Valiant stopped pacing and looked up at Adam, because the undertow has rules. You can't just buy territory back once it's been claimed. You have to win it through the right of contest, which is a challenge, your champion against theirs. No magic, no fluid arts, just raw physical ability. Valiant's whiskers twitched. If they accept and your champion wins, you absorb their organization. Their assets, their people, their territory, everything comes under your control. We do that to avoid fucked up things like the Children of the Moon with that all-out war from last time. And if you lose, same thing happens to you. Valiant shrugged. It's why the gangs have been growing. The strong consume the weak. Adam leaned back in his chair, taking this in. You need a champion. I need 3 champions, Valiant corrected. 1 for each gang. And I need them soon if I'm going to help you get information on House Frental. How soon? Valiant looked at him, then out the window at the darkening streets. Well, anytime really, he said, scratching behind his ear. We could go right now, issue challenges to whichever gangs we want. If they accept and we win, we get to keep their territory, their people, their resource, everything. Just like that, just like that. The undertow respects strength above all else. Win the right fights and overnight you become a power player. So what's stopping you? Valiant laughed nervously. Haven't you been listening? I need champions. He gestured at himself. Look at me. It'd be squashed like a mouse. Adam nodded slowly, looking thoughtful. Zuni chirped from the side table, having finished the almonds and now watching the conversation with a smile. I'll do it, Adam said. Valiant blinked. Do what? I'll be your champion. Adam straightened in his chair for all 3 fights. The mouse beastkin stared at him, whiskers frozen in shock. Then he burst out laughing. He wheezed between laughs. You realize it doesn't count if you use magic or fluid. Right, I'm aware. No, you're not. Valiant's laughter died. You have no idea what these challenges are like. These aren't amateurs. Even Thormund tried challenging the red hooks last month and ended up with 3 broken ribs and his only arm nearly torn off. And he's a seasoned. The champions are chosen specifically for their brutality. The Broken Fangs champion is an ogre who eats the hearts of his opponents. The Nightshades have a beastkin panther who's killed 20 men with her bare hands. And the red hooks, he shook his head. Their champion is just called the Butcher. That should tell you enough. Adam shrugged. Doesn't matter. I'll fight them. Valiant fell silent, his mouth still open, eyes darting between Adam and Zuni. The Quillic was still perched on the side table, looking at them with that permanent, slightly idiotic grin on its face. You, Valiant pointed at Zuni accusingly. Please tell me I'm being the reasonable one here. This kid, without his fancy mage powers, is just a regular 13-year-old who's going to get absolutely crushed. These people don't play games. They don't pull punches. They kill for sport and respect only the strong. Zuni kept smiling, head tilted slightly. Are you even listening to me? Valiant slurred in frustration, throwing his paws up. Adam stood up slowly, brushing crumbs from his trousers. I thought you'd think higher of me after the dungeon episode. Adam, I like you. That's precisely why I'm trying not to let you get yourself killed. Without responding, Adam walked over to the far corner of the room where a heavy oak bookcase stood, filled with leather-bound tomes and scrolls. Did Valiant actually read all that? Impossible. He placed his hands on one side, and with a single fluid motion, lifted the entire bookcase off the ground. Take me to them, Valiant, Adam said calmly, the massive piece of furniture held easily above his head. I'll be your champion. That was magic, wasn't it? I told you, no magic is allowed in the challenges. It's not magic, Adam said, carefully setting the bookcase back down. Bullshit, Valiant squeaked. Complete and utter rodent droppings. You said you could smell my mana signature, right? Yeah, of course I can. All mouse beastkin with enhanced senses can detect. Then did you smell anything just now? Adam asked, arms crossed. Valiant froze, his nose twitching rapidly as he sniffed the air. His eyes gradually widened until they seemed about to pop out of his small head. Oh my gods. Damn, Valiant's curse hung in the air, cut short as his tiny jaw dropped open. Adam smiled down at the stunned mouse beastkin. There was something oddly satisfying about watching someone's entire worldview shift in real time. The way Valiant's whiskers froze mid-twitch, how his eyes widened to perfect circles. Careful, he told himself. This kind of ego trip would put him on par with Helios, and the thought of developing an ego that massive made him shudder internally. Best to nip that satisfaction in the bud, he grunted, shaking off the feeling. So are you going to lead the way or not? Valiant blinked rapidly, as if rebooting his tiny brain. How you're not using magic? You're actually that strong? Did you do another one of your transmutation thingies? Can you do that to me? His words tumbled out in an excited squeak. Give me electrical powers. I've always wanted to shoot lightning from my paws. Electrical powers. Adam raised an eyebrow. Yeah, imagine me, but with electricity. Valiant's whiskers vibrated with excitement as he mimed shooting lightning bolts. Zap, zap, no one would mess with an electrified mouse. It'd be the terror of the undertow, a rodent-like creature with electrical powers. That's oddly specific. I've given it a lot of thought, Valiant admitted, climbing onto the table to be more at eye level. He still wasn't. Think about it small, quick, and packing a thunderous punch. It'd be legendary. No one would ever see you coming, Adam deadpanned. Exactly, except everyone would see you coming because you'd be shooting lightning everywhere. Details, details. Valiant waved a paw dismissively. So can you do it or not? No, I can't give you electrical powers, Adam said flatly. Why not? You did something to yourself, clearly. It's complicated. I can handle complicated. It involves alchemical formulations. That was true. I am listening. Ancient forgotten runes. That was partially true. Keep going. And a very specific type of dungeon core manipulation that took years to perfect. A blatant lie that made no sense whatsoever. Valiant deflated slightly. Oh, also, you'd probably explode. What now? Your body mass is too small to contain that kind of power without extensive preparation. Adam improvised, fighting to keep a straight face. The energy discharge would likely launch you through the roof. Valiant opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. Would I at least get one good zap in before exploding? Valiant. Right. The mouse beastkin hopped down from the table. But seriously, what did you do to yourself? I've never seen a human your age lift something that heavy without magic. Adam crossed his arms. Can we focus? I need you to take me to these gangs so I can challenge them. I have other things to do tonight. Other things. You just volunteered to fight 3 of the most dangerous champions in the undertow, and you're acting like it's an errand you need to squeeze in before dinner. Is that a problem? It's bizarre. Normal people don't. Valiant threw up his paws. You know what? Fine. You want to fight monsters and killers using whatever freakish strength you've given yourself. Be my guest. Great. So which one first? Valiant stared at him for a long moment. You're really serious about this. I wouldn't have offered otherwise. The mouse beastkin sighed, his tiny shoulders slumping in resignation. The broken fangs meet at the old fighting pit near the docks. The nightshades gather in what used to be the silk market before it burned down 3 years ago. The Red Hooks, he hesitated, they're the worst of the bunch. Their territory is the old slaughterhouse district. Appropriate. Terrifying is what it is. Valiant shuddered. Are you sure about this? You could end up dead, or worse. Adam tilted his head. What's worse than dead? You ever seen what an ogre does with the hearts he doesn't eat? Can't say that I have. He'd seen worse. Let's keep it that way. Valiant grabbed a small coat from a hook near the door. I'll take you to the broken fangs first. They're the most straightforward. Accept the challenge, fight, win or die. Simple. Simple is good. Valiant paused at the door, looking back at Adam with an expression that might have been concern if it wasn't buried under layers of exasperation. Just try not to die, okay? Finding semi-reliable humans is hard enough without them getting themselves killed on a random night in the undertow. Adam nodded, gesturing for Zuni to hop onto his shoulder. I'll do my best. That's what worries me, Valiant muttered, pushing open the door. The streets of the dregs grew darker as Adam and Valiant made their way toward the docks. Oil lamps flickered in windows. Hunched figures huddled around dice games in doorways. A woman argued with a drunk outside a tavern. Somewhere a baby cried. 2 skinny children darted between buildings, clutching something that might have been bread. Everyone moved with purpose, even those who were just standing still, watching with cautious eyes as strangers passed through their territory. Zuni chirped softly on Adam's shoulder, his quills occasionally rising and falling as they passed particularly suspicious alleys. So these 3 gangs that took your networks, Adam asked, they're major players in the undertow. Valiant snorted. Major, hardly. They're just slightly bigger operations than mine opportunists who saw weakness after the children fell. The real power players wouldn't bother with my small networks. We're talking about neighborhood-level stuff here, not the kind of organizations that control entire districts. So we're not exactly overthrowing the undertow's hierarchy tonight. Adam was a bit disappointed. No, just reclaiming my modest slice of it. But for me, that's everything, I see. Adam stopped suddenly, halfway down a narrow street lined with crooked buildings. We need to make a detour, he said. Valiant, who'd been scurrying a few paces ahead, turned back with a frown. A detour. The fighting pit is just 20 minutes from here if we keep going straight. Is there a vendor nearby? Someone who sells masks or disguises? Masks. Valiant's whiskers twitched in confusion. What for? I'd rather not have my face associated with whatever happens tonight. Mouse Beastkin studied him for a moment, then nodded. Ooh, good idea. He pointed down a side street. There's a place 3 blocks that way. Old woman sells festival supplies year-round. Masks, costumes, that sort of thing. Perfect. Valiant led them through a maze of increasingly narrow passages until they reached a small square dominated by what looked like a former warehouse. Its windows were boarded up, but light spilled from beneath a cracked door. Wait here, Valiant said. She doesn't like new faces. What about Quillic faces? Adam asked, nodding toward Zuni. Let's not find out. Valiant disappeared through the door before Adam could respond. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Adam leaned against a wall, idly scratching behind Zuni's ear spikes while watching the sparse foot traffic cross the square. Most people hurried with their heads down. A few gave him curious glances but seemed to decide he wasn't worth the trouble. Finally, the door creaked open, and Valiant emerged, dragging something white in his paws. "Best I could do on short notice," he said, handing Adam a simple white mask with 2 eye holes cut into it. She wanted 3 copper pieces for this piece of garbage. I talked her down to 1.5. Adam took the mask, turning it over in his hands. Plain, featureless, and made of some kind of hardened pulp paper. It would do. "So what now? We heading to the pit?" Valiant asked. "In a minute." Adam held up his index finger, and a tiny flame no larger than a candle appeared at the tip. Carefully, he began etching marks onto the mask's surface, the controlled fire spell burning delicate lines that formed interlocking patterns around the eyes and along the edges. Valiant watched, his nose twitching with interest. "What are you doing?" "Runes." Adam didn't look up from his work. "What kind of runes?" "1 second, please." Adam finished the last marking, a curved line that connected to the first rune he'd drawn. He inspected his work, nodded once, then placed his palm over the mask's face. A soft blue glow emanated from beneath his hand, illuminating his fingers from below. "Whoa," Valiant's eyes widened. "What kind of magic is that? Can you teach me? Is it dangerous? Will it explode? Can I touch it? What does it smell like? I can smell ozone, but is that just the ambient?" Valiant, right, sorry. The mouse beastkin took a step back, but his eyes remained fixed on the glowing mask. "But seriously, what did you just do?" Adam lifted the mask. The runes had settled into the material, barely visible now. Where before it had been completely plain, the mask now had subtle contour-slight ridges above the eyes, a hint of cheekbones, a few decorative lines along the jawline. Nothing dramatic, but enough to give it character. He slipped it over his face, securing it with the attached string. "How do I look?" he asked. Valiant's jaw dropped slightly. The voice that had emerged from behind the mask wasn't Adam's. It was deeper, resonant, and mistakably adult. "That's unsettling," Valiant said, taking a step back. "You sound like a different person, that's the point." Adam ran a hand over his head, making sure the mask's illusion properly concealed his hair. "But you still look like, well, you, just with a mask on." Valiant circled him, studying the transformation or lack thereof. "You didn't make yourself taller or anything. I don't need to. The runes create a perception filter. People will see what they expect to see: a short adult man, not a child. Everyone will perceive me slightly differently, filling in details with their own assumptions. And the voice, basic sonic manipulation. The mask alters the vibrations as they pass through." Valiant's whiskers twitched rapidly. "That's slightly terrifying. Where did you learn that?" "I wonder, where would a mage student learn a magic skill?" Adam's new voice somehow made his tone even drier. "Perhaps I learned it while shopping for turnips, or maybe at the local butcher. Oh, perhaps the town drunk taught me between hiccups. Certainly not at the Zerk's Celestial Academy of Mystical Arts, where I spend every waking hour. That would be ridiculous." Valiant sighed and pinched the bridge of his snout. "That was on me. Yeah, I walked right into that one." Zuni chirped in what sounded suspiciously like a laugh. "So you're prepared now?" said Valiant, deciding to ignore the quillic. "Ready to go challenge the meanest fighters in the undertow while looking like some mysterious masked stranger." Adam adjusted the mask, then suddenly froze. "Wait." "Zuni," he said, glancing at the quillic on his shoulder. "He's too recognizable." Valiant blinked. Oh yeah, that's a big problem." Adam thought for a moment. "Do you have anything else I could use? A small trinket, maybe a band or ring?" Valiant rummaged through his dimensional bag, pulling out a thin copper band with worn engravings. "Will this work? Got it off a charm seller years ago. Has some minor enchantment, but nothing useful." Adam took the band, examining it carefully. Just as he had with the mask, Adam etched delicate runes into the copper, the controlled flame spell burning precise patterns into the metal. When he finished, a soft blue glow emanated briefly before fading. "Let's see if this works." He slipped the band around Zuni's foreleg. The quillic chirped, then shimmered as Valiant blinked in surprise as Zuni's appearance transformed before their eyes. Where the distinctive quillic had been, a common gray squirrel now sat, though the creature's movements and chirps remained unmistakably Zuni's. "A squirrel," Valiant said, leaning closer to inspect the transformation. "Not bad, common enough not to draw attention, but not so small hell get lost." Zuni chirped, examining his now furry tail with apparent confusion. "Perfect," Adam said with satisfaction. "Now we're properly disguised. Let's go." The night air carried the scent of salt water and rotting fish as they approached the docks. Street lamps grew scarcer, and most buildings here leaned precariously, as though the foundations were slowly surrendering to the constant pull of the nearby ocean. "Almost there," Valiant said, voice barely above a whisper as he scurried ahead of Adam. The mouse beastkin moved differently, Harashooter's hunched, head swiveling constantly, his normally confident stride replaced by something more cautious. "What exactly am I looking for when we get there?" Adam asked, his deepened voice still strange in his own ears. Valiant paused at an intersection, nose twitching as he sampled the air. The old fighting pit is in what used to be a warehouse basement. Big stone circle, maybe 40 feet across. Wooden bleachers all around. Smells like blood, sweat, and cheap beer. I meant who not what. Oh, Valiant's whiskers twitched. We're looking for Grieve. He's the leader of the Broken Fangs. Big guy missing his left ear. Has a scar that runs right down his face, split his nose in half. Looks like someone tried to cleave his head in two, but only got halfway. Charming. He's actually the reasonable one of the three gang leaders. Valiant turned down a narrower street where the buildings pressed in so tightly they nearly touched overhead. Got control of the Broken Fangs the same way Yurei trying to challenge the previous leader, and won. They passed a group of sailors stumbling from a tavern, their laughter cutting through the night. The men gave them a curious glance, particularly as Sunubut kept moving. So this is how things work down here? Adam asked once they were alone again. Fighting for leadership. It's how things have always worked in the undertow. Valiant hopped over a puddle of something that definitely wasn't water. After the mess with the Children of the Moon, everything's been unstable. You should know you were right in the middle of it. I was hoping things had improved since then. Valiant snorted. Improved, the exact opposite. The challenge system was supposed to prevent all-out war, but after what happened, he shook his head. Some gangs disappeared entirely, others merged, and the strong ones like these three have been swallowing up whatever they can, including your network, exactly. Valiant clapped his hands. The right of contest has always been there, but the smaller operations like mine never had to worry about it much before. Now everyone's fair game. They turned another corner, and Adam could suddenly hear a distant roar like the sound of many voices shouting at once. I suppose you guys ban mages and fluid users to avoid a situation like Gale's? Adam asked. That's exactly it, Valiant replied, grimacing at the memory. The undertow has always had one central principle or should remain distributed. No kings, no emperors, just different organizations handling their territories. When that guy started to dominate everyone else, Valiant's tail twitched nervously. It wasn't just that he was stronger, it was that nobody could effectively challenge him. One person with that much power goes against everything the undertow stands for. He turned to Adam. Believe it or not, we hate centralized authority down here even more than we hate each other. The Emperor can rule the cities above, but the undertow belongs to everyone. If we allowed mages or powerful fluid users to participate in our challenges, we'd just be replacing one tyrant with another. Makes sense, Adam nodded. Besides, Valiant added, it keeps things fair in a way. When it's just muscle against muscle, anyone theoretically has a chance. The moment someone can throw fire or manipulate space, that balance disappears. Fair. Adam raised an eyebrow behind his mask. Your champions aren't exactly of similar strength. Hargest is an ogre. Maybe not, Valiant conceded with a shrug, but I'd still rather face a heart-eating ogre than a mage or fluid user who knows what they're doing. At least with Hargest, I can see the attack coming. Valiant glanced up at him. You may not realize it, but a lot of people down here are terrified of you mages, of what you can do. I am aware, Adam said quietly. The roar grew louder as they approached a squat, wide building with boarded-up windows. Two burly men flanked the entrance, arms crossed over massive chests. One had tusks protruding from his lower jaw, half orc most likely. What if they refuse our challenge? Adam asked, keeping his voice low. Then nothing happens, Valiant replied. We walk away. But refusing challenges creates problems for gang leaders. Do it once, maybe you're just busy. Do it twice, people whisper. Do it 3 times. They get replaced. Exactly. Honor requires you to accept. Adam mulled this over as they approached the entrance. If anyone with a strong champion could issue challenges freely, they could potentially take over everything. But a system that despised centralized power would surely have safeguards against that too. There must be unwritten limits to how many challenges one could make before others united against Theman invisible boundary that kept the undertow's balance of power intact under normal circumstances, he assumed. They stopped about 20 paces from the entrance. Valiant turned to Adam, his expression suddenly serious. Last chance to back out. Once we go in there and issue a challenge, there's potentially no turning back without serious consequences. Adam adjusted his mask again, making sure it was secure. I am ready. Are you? Valiant took a deep breath. As ready as I'll ever be to watch someone who helped take down the children fight a heart-eating ogre. Yurei finally showing some confidence in me. Don't push it. The guards at the entrance stiffened as they approached, the half-orc's hand dropping to the club at his belt. What's your business? He grunted, voice like gravel. Valiant stepped forward, somehow managing to look both nervous and determined. We're here to see Grieve. Grieve don't take visitors without prior notice. Dude, tell him it's Valiant. Valiant Mouse. Cisco's nephew. I'm here to invoke the right of contest. The guards exchanged glances, surprise evident on their faces. The human one snorted. You. Invoking the right, he looked Valiant up and down. What, you gonna fight someone? The cat's been fed already. Both guards laughed at this, but Valiant didn't flinch. My champion will fight, he said, gesturing to Adam. The laughter stopped. The guard scrutinized Adam, taking in the mask, the slight frame, the quillic perched on his shoulder. What's with the mask? The half-orc asked. Personal preference, Adam replied. The human guard squinted. You look familiar. I get that a lot. The guards exchanged another glance, then the half-orc shrugged. Wait here. He disappeared inside, leaving the human to watch them with a suspicious gaze. The muffled roar of the crowd continued to pulse from within the building, punctuated occasionally by a particularly loud cheerer scream. Don't stare too much, Valiant murmured to Adam. Makes people uncomfortable. I'm wearing a mask. They can't see where I'm looking. Trust me, they can tell. The half-orc returned a minute later, nodding curtly. Grieve says come in. Fight's almost over. Hell see you after. Valiant visibly swallowed, then nodded. Let's go. The interior was poorly lit by scattered torches. They followed the half-orc down a narrow staircase, the roaring growing louder with each step. The air became thick with the smell of sweat, blood, and something else, excitement maybe, or fear. The two often smelled similar. At the bottom of the stairs, a short corridor opened into a vast circular chamber, the fighting pit Valiant had described. Stone bleachers ringed a sunken arena where two figures circled each other, one massive and hulking, the other smaller but quick. Blood already stained the sand covering the pit floor. The half-orc led them to a section of seats off to one side, where a cluster of particularly tough-looking individuals sat watching the fight. At their center was a man who could only be grievenormous, scarred exactly as Valiant had described, with a face that looked like it had been assembled from parts that didn't quite fit together. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the fight, barely registering the newcomers. In the pit, the massive fighter, a bald man with arms like tree trunks, lunged forward, catching his smaller opponent with a crushing blow to the ribs. The crowd roared as the smaller man crumpled, tried to rise, then collapsed face first into the sand. Winner, shouted someone from the opposite side of the pit, the Broken Fang's own stone fist. Cheers erupted, coins changed hands, and several people shouted for more ale. The victor raised his bloody fists, basking in the adulation. It was only then that Grieve turned his attention to them, his mismatched Ison brown, one milky white narrowing as they approached. Valiant, he said, voice like a boulder being dragged across gravel. Heard you were looking for me. Dozens of eyes turned to stare at them. Adam felt the weight of their gazes, calculating, assessing, dismissing. Beside him, Valiant straightened to his full height, which was still quite small. Grieve, Valiant began, his voice surprisingly steady. I've come to invoke the right of contest. Your champion against mine for control of the territory and assets you took from my network last month. A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd. Grieve's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his good eye, surprise, perhaps, or amusement. That's so, he drawled, looking from Valiant to Adam. And this is your champion, the man in the mask. Yes, Valiant said firmly. Grieve leaned forward, elbows on his knees. And who might you be, masked man? Got a name? Adam had considered this. In stories, masked vigilantes always had some dramatic alias, but that felt unnecessary here. Just a friend, he replied evenly. More murmurs from the crowd. Grieve's scarred lips twitched, almost forming a smile. A friend willing to fight Hargest for a mouse's honor. He gestured toward the far side of the pit, where a hulking figure sat apart from the others. Even seated, the ograte could only be Hargest towered over everyone nearby. His gray-green skin was marked with tribal scars, and a necklace of what looked disturbingly like small bones hung around his thick neck. Very stereotypical. That's correct, Adam said. Grieve studied him for a long moment, then barked out a laugh. You've got guts, I'll give you that. He leaned back, crossing massive arms over his chest. But I'm curious. What's with the mask? We don't usually get mystery fighters in the pit. Personal reasons. And the rat on your shoulder, that your good luck charm? Zuni chirped indignantly. He's a squirrel, Adam corrected. And yes, something like that. Grieve's gaze hardened slightly. The rat stays outside if it's got any tricks. He's just a pet. Make sure it stays that way. Grieve shifted his attention back to Valiant. You really want to do this, Mouse. You know what Hargest does to the hearts of those who challenge him. Valiant swallowed visibly but stood firm. We invoke the right of contest. Your funeral. Grieve shrugged, then raised his voice. We have a challenge. The right of contest has been invoked. The crowd's attention fixed on them fully now, 100 pairs of eyes suddenly alive with interest. The noise dropped to a low murmur as Grieve continued. Valiant of the, he paused, frowning slightly. What do you call your little operation these days? The Whispers, Valiant said, the name clearly improvised on the spot. Adam resisted the urge to look down at him. The Whisperers, really. Valiant of the Whisperers, Grieve announced, voice carrying throughout the chamber, challenges the Broken Fangs for control of the Harbor District Information Network. His champion will face Hargest in single combat. No magic, no fluid arts. Grieve's eyes narrowed, scanning Adam from head to toe. Just to be clear, you're not a mage or a fluid user, are you? No, Adam replied evenly. Grieve rose from his seat, his massive frame unfolding as he stepped closer. See those? He pointed to several crystals embedded in the pit's walls, their surfaces dull and cloudy. They detect mana. Start channeling, they light up like festival lanterns. He leaned in, close enough that Adam could smell stale beer on his breath. As for fluid, well, know the moment you try it. Suddenly, fluid energy rippled across Greaves' skin, a cold yellow light that cast harsh shadows across his scarred face. The display wasn't subtle, it was a warning. You look too small to challenge Hargest, he growled, which tells me you've got something hidden. Try using it, and if it's against the rules, we will have a problem. The fluid receded back beneath his skin. Do we understand each other? Adam and Valiant exchanged a brief glance before answering in unison, absolutely. The murmurs grew louder. Someone laughed. At the far side of the pit, the ogre stood, his massive form unfolding until he stood well over 7 feet tall, his small eyes fixed on Adam with what might have been hunger. The challenge will commence once the pit is cleared, Grieve declared. Prepare yourselves. As attendants rushed to drag away the unconscious fighter and rake the bloodied sand, Grieve turned back to them, his voice lower. Any last requests, masked man? A quick prayer to whatever gods you follow. Adam shook his head. Just one question. How exactly does this work? What are the victory conditions? Grieve's mangled face twisted into what might have been a smile. Simple. You win by submission or knockout. And if neither happens, then it continues until one does. Grieve's good eye gleamed. Or until one of you dies. Hargest prefers the latter. I see. I should warn you, Grieve added almost conversationally. Hargest has never accepted a submission, and he's never lost. There's a first time for everything, Adam replied. Grieve studied him a moment longer, then shrugged. Your life, your choice. Pit will be ready in 5 minutes. As Grieve turned away to speak with his lieutenants, Valiant tugged at Adam's sleeve, pulling him slightly aside. You still sure about this? The mouse beastkin whispered urgently. That's not just any ogre. That's Hargest the Heart-Taker. They say he's killed 50 men in that pit. Then it's time someone taught him some manners. This isn't a joke, Adam, Valiant hissed. Look at him. Really look at him. Adam did. The ogre was massive, with muscles that bulged beneath his leathery skin. His hands were the size of dinner plates, and when he grinned at something one of his companions said, his mouth revealed rows of yellowed, pointed teeth. But Adam had faced worse, much worse. I can handle him, he said quietly. You better, Valiant muttered, because if you don't, I've just signed your death warrants. In the pit, the sand had been raked smooth, covering whatever blood had been spilled in the previous fight. The crowd's energy was building again, an electric tension that hummed through the air. The pit is prepared, announced a thin man standing at the edge of the arena. Champions approach. Hargest moved toward the pit's entrance, each step making the wooden bleachers vibrate slightly. Adam carefully put Zuni on the ground just beside Valiant. Watch him for me, he said. What do I do if you die? Valiant asked, his whiskers trembling slightly. Heh, I'm not gonna die. With that, Adam turned and walked toward the pit entrance, conscious of every eye in the place following his progress. As he stepped down into the pit, he heard Grieve's voice boom out over the crowd. The challenge has been accepted. By the right of contest, the victor claims all. Let the fight begin. The crowd's roar swelled as Adam stepped fully into the pit. Coins flashed in the torchlight as bets exchanged hands, voices rising over each other in a chaotic auction. 20 on the ogre in the first minute. He doesn't even have a weapon. 50 says the masked man doesn't last 30 seconds. I'll take that. 100 says Hargest eats his heart before midnight. Adam's gaze swept the audience, tracking the movement of money and the gleeful anticipation on faces that had paid to watch someone die. His eyes landed on a familiar small figurine narrowed. Valiant, that scheming little rodent, was frantically passing coins to a bookmaker. Where the hell is he even taking this from? Does he have a dimensional bag? Adam nearly shouted across the pit. The absolute audacity. Here he was about to risk his life for the mouse's information network, and Valiant was gambling on the outcome. Then he caught the beastkin's words as they carried through a momentary lull in the noise. All of it on the masked man. Every copper I have. Zuni chirped encouragingly from beside Valiant, his permanent smile somehow seeming even wider as he bounced excitedly on his haunches. Well, at least the treacherous mouse was betting on him to win. You might want to focus on me instead of your friends, rumbled a voice like stones grinding together. Adam turned to find Hargest looming over him, blocking out the torchlight. Up close, the ogre was even more imposing, scarred green-gray skin stretched over muscles that bulged like small boulders. The bone necklace clicked softly as he shifted his weight. Hey, do you really eat people's hearts? Adam asked, looking up at the massive creature. Hargest's heavy brow furrowed. What do you think? His voice carried a surprising lilt. I don't know. I thought ogres preferred onions. The ogre's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed. We do like onions, he admitted gruffly. Layers, complex flavor, heart things mostly exaggerated. Was only one time, really. Adam tilted his head. So you do kill people? Course I do. Hargest shrugged massive shoulders. Not all of them, though. Mostly the real pricks. Rapists, slavers, people who need killing. He gestured vaguely at the crowd. This is the undertow, not a charity ball. Not exactly overflowing with innocent souls. The ogre leaned down slightly, his breath hot against Adam's mask. Tell you what, I like you. Got guts, walking in here like this. So I'll just break a few bones and let you live. How's that sound? His mouth twisted into what might have been a sympathetic grimace. Not sure what you were thinking, but maybe don't kill yourself like this. Before Adam could respond, the crowd's impatience erupted. Fight already. Break his skull. Blood, blood, blood. Hargest's expression hardened. Well, they're paying for a show. He took a step back, raised his enormous fists, and lunged forward with surprising speed. Night-night, masked man. Flow prediction. Time seemed to slow. Adam watched the ogre's massive fist approach, cutting through the air toward his face. He tracked the trajectory, noting the slight overextension in Hargest's shoulder, the way his weight shifted too far forward. Was it just him, or was the ogre moving really, really slowly? Fighting people like Gale and Helios had apparently recalibrated his sense of dangerous. Adam simply took a single step to the side. Confusion flickered across Hargest's face as his momentum carried him forward, his fist whistling through empty air where Adam's head had been a moment before. The ogre's small eyes widened as he realized he'd missed, his head turning in slow motion to locate his target. Adam almost smiled. He could see the exact moment the ogre understood what was about to happen, dawning realization, the attempt to shift his weight, already too late. Night, ogre. Adam thought, carefully measuring his strength as he drove his fist into the ogre's exposed midsection. Whack. The sound was not the dull thud of flesh striking flesh, but something sharper, like a hammer striking wood. Adam felt the ogre's muscles compress under his knuckles, felt the exact moment to pull back to avoid doing permanent damage. He had more control of Silverback's might when using flow prediction, it seemed. When time slowed in his perception, he could feel each muscle fiber, each tendon adjusting with more precision. The slower world gave his mind time to fine-tune exactly how much strength to apply. It was simple physics. The same force applied more precisely created better results with less collateral damage. A useful discovery. Very useful. Hargest's massive body lifted completely off the ground. His expression froze somewhere between shock and disbelief as he sailed backward across the pit, arms splayed wide, legs trailing behind him like a rag doll thrown by a petulant child. He hit the stone wall with a sickening crunch, the impact knocking dust from the ceiling. The ogre slid to the ground, gasping as all the air evacuated his lungs at once. Silence fell across the pit like a physical weight. The crowd, mid-cheer just seconds ago, froze with drinks halfway to lips and coins suspended between hands. Every eye fixed on the Ceneth massive ogre champion crumpled against the wall, a wheezing lump of defeated flesh, and the masked figure standing calmly in the center of the pit, not even breathing hard. Someone's mug slipped from nerveless fingers, the crash of pottery against stone startlingly loud in the absolute silence. Hargest tried to rise, managed to get one knee under him, then collapsed again, clutching his midsection. Vibrant bruising was already forming across his torso, a perfect imprint of Adam's fist centered in a rapidly darkening circle. The ogre wheezed, voice barely audible. I yield. Silence. Absolute silence. Adam turned to face Grieve, who stood at the edge of the pit, his mismatched eyes wide with disbelief. I believe, Adam said, his magically deepened voice carrying easily through the stunned quiet that counts as submission. Damn, that was cool. I must look so cool right now. Then remembered Helios and his ego and winced. Be modest, Adam. Let's be modest. Valiant was the first to break the silence. The mouse beastkin leapt onto the bookmaker's table, sending coins scattering, and pumped his tiny fists in the air. That's right, that's right. Pay up, you mangy lot of street trash. The whispers are back. The stunned silence lasted only a moment before pandemonium erupted. What the hell was that? He cheated. Check the mana crystals. Nobody BATSHARGST. It's a trick. People leapt to their feet, pointing accusingly at the dull crystals embedded in the walls, which remained stubbornly unlit. Others shouted for the fight to continue, claiming Hargest had merely stumbled. He must have used fluid. A woman with scarred cheeks shouted, jabbing a finger toward Adam. You all saw it. No one's that strong naturally. Check him, strip the mask. Adam tensed, shifting his weight slightly as several Broken Fangs members moved toward the pit's edge. Was he about to face a mob? He scanned the crowd, calculating escape routes, when Grieve's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Silence. The roar died instantly. Grieve stood at the pit's edge, his scarred face unreadable as he stared down at Adam. He raised a hand, and the yellow fluid energy from before rippled across his skin, more intense this time, crackling between his fingers. Approach, he commanded. Adam walked forward, stopping at the base of the steps leading up from the pit. Grieve descended until they stood face to face, close enough that no one else could hear his murmured words. You hiding something, masked man? Nothing against the rules, Adam replied quietly. Grieve's good eye narrowed as he studied Adam's mask, searching for any hint of deception. A muscle worked in his jaw. Boss, one of his lieutenants hissed from above. It had to be fluid. Nobody hits that hard without it. He must mask it somehow. Grieve didn't respond, still staring at Adam. The fluid energy writhed more intensely around his hand as it hovered near Adam's chest close enough to feel its cold emanation but not quite touching. Is he going to try something? Adam wondered, readying himself. Was he? Grieve sighed heavily, the fluid energy dissipating as he lowered his hand. No, he said, loud enough for everyone to hear. No fluid, no mana. He turned to face the crowd. He won fair and square. Angry mutters rippled through the audience, but no one dared contradict him openly. But HOW, someone finally shouted from the back. Grieve shrugged massive shoulders. Don't know, don't care. Rules are rules. He turned back to Adam, his voice dropping again. Though I'd be very interested to learn your secrets someday. From the side of the pit, Valiant had already scurried to the bookmaker and was collecting his winnings, stuffing coins into a small pouch that bulged comically against his tiny frame. I knew it, the mouse beastkin crowed, dancing a little jig that sent several coins spilling onto the floor from his tiny dimensional bag. So it was a bag. That was the smallest one Adam ever saw. Never doubted for a second. The whispers rise again. He pointed at various stunned gang members. You, and especially you, all work for me now. HHHHA. Greaves' face twitched in what might have been amusement before he composed himself. He turned to address the entire gathering, voice carrying to every corner of the pit. By the rules of the undertow and the right of contest, witnessed by all present, I declare the champion of the Whisperers victorious. The Harbor District Information Network, its assets, and its personnel now belong to Valiant Mouse and his organization. The announcement landed with all the grace of a dropped anvil. Some of the Broken Fangs members looked outraged, others confused, and a few surprisingly seemed almost relieved. Near the pit entrance, two men were helping Hargest to his feet. The ogre's face was a mask of pain and bewilderment as he clutched his midsection, staring at Adam. Zuni darted across the sand, quills bouncing with each hop, and leapt up to Adam's shoulder with a triumphant chirp. Valiant wasn't far behind, skidding down into the pit and racing toward Adam with his arms outstretched. We did it, you did it, he shouted, launching himself at Adam's legs. Adam sidestepped smoothly. What are you doing? Let me hug you, you absolute genius. Valiant spun in a little circle, coins still falling from his overstuffed bag. You made me rich and got me my men back. HHHA, glad I could help with your gambling addiction. It's not addiction if you win, Valiant replied sagely, then turned to face the crowd. All right, everyone who worked the Harbor District, you report to me again starting right now. A group of about 15 people shifted uncomfortably near the back of the crowd. A tall woman with a scar running down her neck stepped forward. We answer to the whispers again, she asked, looking uncertainly between Valiant and Grieve. Grieve nodded once, his expression grim but resigned. That's how it works. You know the rules. The woman sighed, then offered Valiant a stiff half-bow. Welcome back, boss. Valiant practically vibrated with glee. Oh, this is just the beginning. We've got 2 more stops to make tonight. Adam glanced down at him. Valiant gestured excitedly at the still dazed ogre. We're going to own half the undertow by sunrise. The crowd had started to disperse, some grumbling about lost bets, others discussing in hushed, incredulous tones what they'd just witnessed. Grieve remained at the pit's edge, watching Adam with an unreadable expression. I assume we're done here, Adam asked him. Grieve nodded slowly. For now, take your people and go. He glanced at Valiant, who was now directing his reclaimed informants with exaggerated authority, and maybe keep your enthusiastic friend under control. Not everyone appreciates a gloating victor. I'll do my best. As they prepared to leave, Hargest limped over, still supported by his companions. The ogre stopped a respectful distance away, wincing with each breath. You, he grunted, fixing Adam with a pained stare. What are you? Adam considered the question. Just someone who knows how to throw a punch. Bullshit, Hargest said. 20 years fighting, never felt anything like that. He shook his massive head. If you ever want work that pays better than following this rodent around, come find me. I'll keep that in mind. Valiant, who had been proudly strutting among his reclaimed informants, spun around. Hey, no poaching my champion, you oversized garden statue. Hargest's lips twitched. Still got a mouth on you, I see. And I've got my network back, so my mouth can say whatever it wants. Valiant retorted, though he prudently remained behind Adam as he said it. A few of Valiant's people approached. Hey, you 3, can you please head to the Nightshades and Red Hooks? Tell them I'm coming with my champion to issue formal challenges tonight. Tell them to prepare. Boss, you sure that's wise? One asked, warning them. Valiant shared a glance with Adam, then continued. Trust me. After what they just heard about Hargest, they'll think I'm acting out of desperate bravado. They'll accept the challenges just to make an example of me. That's actually pretty smart of Valiant. The informants nodded and disappeared into the streets. They'll never expect what's coming, Valiant said, turning back to Adam. They probably think you got lucky or Hargest was having an off night. The undertow runs on reputation, and right now you don't have one. And after tonight, Valiant grinned. After tonight, that will change dramatically. They left the fighting pit with Valiant leading the way. The mouse beastkin practically bounced with each step. 1 down, 2 to go. He declared as they emerged into the night air. Next stop, the Nightshades. Adam adjusted his mask, ensuring it was still secure. Are you sure you want to continue tonight? Your people might need time to reorganize. Are you kidding? Valiant spun to face him, eyes bright with excitement. Strike while the iron's hot. Word will spread through the undertow like wildfire. If we wait, the other gangs will have time to prepare. He rubbed his paws together gleefully. Besides, I want to see the look on Selena's face when her precious panther champion gets tossed around like a ball of yarn. Zuni chirped from Adam's shoulder, seemingly sharing in Valiant's enthusiasm. Fine, Adam sighed. Lead the way. 1 hour later, the abandoned silk market was a maze of half-collapsed wooden stalls and tattered banners, illuminated by scattered torches that cast twisting shadows across the cobblestones. Unlike the fighting pit, this challenge would take place in the open air, with spectators perched on rooftops and balconies surrounding the central market square. As they approached, Valiant's excited chatter died away. He suddenly looked nervous. Selena fights differently than Grieve, he whispered. The Nightshades aren't just thugsthier assassins, information brokers, blackmailers. They don't believe in fair fights. You're telling me this now? Adam asked, adjusting his mask. Just be careful. Dashathier championches fast, really fast. The crowd parted as they entered the square, whispers spreading like wildfire. News of Hargast's defeat had clearly preceded them. That was fast. In the center stood a slender panther beastkin, her black fur gleaming in the torchlight. Unlike Hargast's brutish presence, Dasha exuded lethal elegance. She wore minimal leather armor that left her limbs free to move, and her claws both natural and the metal extensions fitted over her fingers glinted wickedly. Beside her stood a woman Adam presumed was Selenatal, pale, with hair so blonde it appeared white in the flickering light. Her eyes narrowed as she spotted them. So she called across the square, "The mouse comes to challenge with his mysterious champion." Her voice carried a slight accent Adam couldn't place. "We heard what happened at the pit. Impressive, if true." Valiant stepped forward, somehow managing to look commanding despite his size. "Selena of the Nightshades, I invoke the right of contest for the return of my merchant's quarter network and all associated assets." Selena's lips curved into a cold smile. "And if we refuse, then word spreads that the Nightshades fear a fight they cannot win," Valiant replied. "How long before your own people start questioning your leadership?" The crowd muttered. Selena's smile faltered slightly. "Very well," she said finally. "Dasha will fight your champion. The usual rules: no magic, no fluid." She looked directly at Adam, "and no tricks." Dasha stretched languidly, rolling her shoulders. "This won't take long," she purred, her tail swishing behind her. Adam stepped forward, studying his opponent. Where Hargast had been all brute force, Dasha was clearly built for speed and precision. Her muscles rippled beneath her fur, coiled and ready. "Begin," Selena shouted, stepping back. Flow prediction. Unlike Hargast, Dasha didn't rush in. She circled, analyzing tail flicking methodically. Adam mirrored her movements, keeping his distance. The crowd grew restless, muttering at the lack of immediate action. Dasha lunged suddenly. She was like a blur, black and silver. Adam sidestepped, but she anticipated this, changing direction mid-air with feline agility. Her claws raked across his shoulder, not deep, but enough to draw blood. "First blood," she hissed, eyes gleaming. Adam touched his shoulder, feeling the wetness. The cut stung, but wasn't serious. He'd been too slow, or rather, shed been faster than expected. +3 white worm's body, +2 healing factor. "Hey, at least I got something out of it. You're not going to knock me out with one punch," Dasha taunted, resuming her circling. "I'm not some lumbering ogre." She was right. This fight required different tactics. Adam adjusted his stance, centering his weight more, preparing for rapid movement. Dasha attacked again, this time feinting left before diving right. Adam read the movement, but still barely avoided her main attack, catching another shallow cut across his forearm. The panther beastkin laughed, a throaty sound. "Too slow, masked man." Adam remained silent, calculating. He needed to anticipate better, commit to his movements more fully. With flow prediction active, he could see her intentions forming before she moved, but her natural speed made capitalizing on that knowledge difficult. The next time she attacked, he was ready. Instead of dodging, he stepped into her path, forcing her to adjust. As she twisted, he struck not with full strength, but with precision, catching her side with a short, sharp blow. Dasha grunted, eyes widening in surprise as she skidded sideways. The crowd gasped. She touched her ribs, wincing. "Lucky hit," she snarled, but her confidence had clearly faltered. Now Adam advanced, no longer waiting for her attacks. He moved deliberately, controlling the space between them. When Dasha darted in, he was there to meet her, blocking her path and forcing her to retreat or risk another precise strike. Frustration showed in her movements, more aggression, less calculation. Exactly what Adam wanted. "Stand still," she hissed, launching a flurry of attacks that Adam neutralized with controlled movements, each time positioning himself to limit her options. When she overextended on a desperate lunge, Adam saw his opportunity. He sidestepped her claws, grabbed her extended arm, and used her own momentum to slam her into the ground. The impact knocked the wind from her lungs. Before she could recover, Adam pinned her, applying carefully modulated pressure to her shoulder enough to immobilize without causing permanent damage. "Yield," he said quietly. Dasha struggled, then went limp as Adam increased the pressure slightly. "I yield," she gasped. The crowd erupted into a mixture of cheers and disbelieving shouts. Selena stood frozen, her composed facade cracking. Adam released Dasha and stepped back, offering a hand to help her up. She ignored it, rising with a wince. "Who are you?" she asked, rubbing her shoulder. "Just someone who knows how to read his opponents," Adam replied. Valiant was practically dancing with excitement, hopping from one foot to another. Zuni chirped happily beside him. By the right of contest, the Merchants' Quarter Network and all associated assets now belong to the Whisperers, Selena declared formally, though her voice was tight with suppressed anger. "Two down," Valiant crowed, hurrying to Adam's side. "You're amazing, but are you okay? Those cuts." "There ain't nothing," Adam said, wiping blood from his shoulder. "Let's move on." As the crowd dispersed and Selena's people reluctantly gathered to acknowledge their new leadership, Valiant grabbed Zuni and hugged the Quillic tightly. "We're going to rule the Undertow by morning." 2 hours later, the slaughterhouse district carried its name honestly. The stench of old blood and decay hung in the air, turning stronger as they approached the Red Hook's territory. Their headquarters was a 3-story abattoir, its stone walls stained dark with years of butchery. By now, a substantial crowd followed them, Valiant's reclaimed informants, curious onlookers, and those eager to witness the masked champion's third challenge. The story of his victories had spread like wildfire through the Undertow, growing with each telling. "The Red Hooks are the worst," Valiant warned, his earlier exuberance tempered by obvious anxiety. "Their leader, Ruckus, he's not right in the head, and the butcher he swallowed. They call him that for a reason." As they approached the abattoir, figures emerged from the shadows, men and women with red hooks tattooed on their forearms or necks, all armed, all watching with predatory focus. The massive doors of the abattoir swung open. A mountain of a man stepped out, easily 7 feet tall, with shoulders like a bull and arms corded with muscle. His face was a nightmare of scar tissue, one eye milky white, the other glittering with malice. In his hand he carried a massive cleaver crusted with what looked like dried blood. "The butcher," someone whispered behind them. Behind him came a smaller figureea wiry man with a shock of red hair and a necklace made of what appeared to be human teeth. His smile didn't reach his eyes. "Valiant Mouse," the man said, his voice surprisingly soft. "Come to lose everything, have you?" "Ruckus," Valiant replied, standing straighter. "I invoke the right of contest for the return of my Eastern District network." Ruckus ran a finger along his necklace, toying with one of the teeth. "I've heard strange tales tonight. Your masked friend beat Hargest with one punch. He outmaneuvered Dasha like she was a kitten, his eyes fixed on Adam, but the butcher isn't like them." "The butcher enjoys pain," the massive man grinned, revealing blackened teeth. He dragged his cleaver across the ground, creating a sound like a dying animal. "No magic, no fluid," Ruckus continued, circling them, "just flesh against flesh, blood against blood." He stopped, his smile widening. "Fight till submission, or death." Adam studied the butcher carefully. Unlike his previous opponents, there was no calculation in those iconly hunger. This wasn't just a fighter, this was a sadist who lived for combat. The fight area had been prepared in advance, a crude ring marked with splashes of red paint that Adam suspected wasn't paint at all. What the hell is wrong with these people? The crowd pressed back against surrounding buildings, leaving the center clear. "Begin whenever you're ready," Ruckus said, stepping back with a theatrical bow. The butcher didn't wait. He charged with surprising speed, cleaver raised high. Flow prediction. Whoa! Adam dodged the initial swing, feeling the air displacement as the massive blade whistled past his head. The butcher's momentum carried him forward, but unlike Hargest, he recovered quickly, pivoting with unexpected agility for his size. The second attack came low, forcing Adam to leap backward. The butcher pressed forward relentlessly, each swing of his cleaver driving Adam further back. This wasn't working. Unlike Dasha, who could be countered with positioning, or Hargest, who overcommitted to his attacks, the butcher combined raw power with controlled aggression. He didn't expose weaknesses, he created openings through sheer pressure. Time to change strategies. When the next attack came, instead of retreating, Adam stepped into the butcher's space. The move surprised his opponent, disrupting his rhythm. Adam struck hard at the butcher's cleaver arm, aiming for the nerve cluster near the elbow. The butcher grunted, his grip on the weapon loosening momentarily, but not enough to drop it. He slammed his free fist into Adam's chest, sending him staggering back. "You hit hard, little man," the butcher growled, voice like gravel, "but not hard enough." Adam steadied himself, re-evaluating. The butcher was stronger than he'd anticipated and far more resistant to pain. Direct attacks wouldn't work, he needed to be smarter. He circled warily, watching the butcher's movements. The man relied heavily on his right side, favoring his cleaver arm. There was a slight hitch in his left knee, an old injury, perhaps. The butcher attacked again, a diagonal slash that would have bisected Adam if it had connected. Adam ducked under it and drove his fist into the butcher's left knee with carefully controlled force enough to cause pain without shattering the joint. Getting the hang of it, he thought. This series of brawls had become an opportunity for him to learn how to control his skill. And it was working, the butcher roared, leg buckling slightly. Adam followed through immediately, hammering 2 rapid strikes to the man's ribs before dancing away from the retaliatory swing. "I'll skin you alive," the butcher snarled, fury replacing his earlier confidence. The fight intensified. The butcher abandoned technique for rage-fueled power, each attack wilder than the last. Adam remained disciplined, targeting weak points systematically: injured knee, the overextended elbow, the unprotected ribs. Blood streaked the butcher's face from a cut over his eye. One arm hung slightly lower than the other, the accumulation of Adam's precise strikes taking their toll. But still he kept coming, driven by something beyond pain or reason. The crowd had fallen silent, watching in awed disbelief as the masked challenger systematically dismantled the butcher. When the butcher lunged forward in a desperate attack, Adam was ready. He stepped aside, caught the cleaver arm at the wrist, and applied a joint lock. It wasn't much. He just stopped using flow prediction for less than a second, and AARGH, the sickening crack of breaking bone echoed through the slaughterhouse district. The cleaver clattered to the ground. The butcher dropped to one knee, his right arm hanging uselessly. "Yield," Adam said firmly, standing over him. The butcher looked up, his one good eye burning with hatred. "Never," he spat, then lunged for Adam's legs. Adam sidestepped the clumsy attack and delivered a final, precise strike to the base of the butcher's skull, just enough to render him unconscious without causing permanent damage. The butcher collapsed face first onto the bloody ground. Silence stretched for several heartbeats before Ruckus began to slow clap. "Well played, masked man," he said softly. "Well played indeed. I do not like this guy," thought Adam. Valiant stood speechless, actual tears welling in his eyes. Behind him, his reclaimed informant stared in disbelief. Zuni chirped excitedly, bouncing on his haunches. "By the right of contest," Ruckus declared, his voice carrying across the silent crowd, "the Eastern District Network and all associated assets now belong to the Whisperers." Valiant finally broke his stunned silence, rushing forward with Zuni in his arms. The mouse beastkin was openly weeping. "You did it," he choked out. "You actually did it, all three, in one night." Tears streamed down his furry face. "I can't believe. I never thought." Unable to complete his sentence, Valiant simply hugged Adam's legs, Zuni sandwiched between them, chirping happily. "Does it hurt?" Valiant asked, dabbing antiseptic on the shallow cuts across Adam's shoulder. They were back in Valiant's living room. The place looked different, no more alive. Extra lamps had been lit, papers were spread across the table. A half-eaten celebration pastry sat abandoned on a plate. The room practically hummed with new energy. "Not really," Adam replied, wincing slightly as the antiseptic stung. Surprisingly, it didn't hurt as much as he thought it would. The cuts could have been much worse without White Worm's body. They were already closing after less than an hour, and had Valiant not insisted on the antiseptic, Adam wouldn't have done it. "I've had worse. I know you have." Valiant's paws worked with surprising delicacy. Zuni chirped from a nearby shelf where he was methodically reorganizing Valiant's collection of small trinkets. "You're exactly what I was thinking," Valiant replied to the Quillic. "This kid's really something. You understand him now?" Adam asked. "No, but it feels rude not to respond." Valiant finished bandaging Adam's shoulder and stepped back to admire his work. "I can't believe we pulled it off. 3 major gangs in one night." He spun in a circle, arms outstretched. "The Whispers are back, baby. Don't strain yourself," Adam said dryly. "Your ego looks heavy. Oh, let me have this." Valiant hopped onto the table, dancing a little jig that sent papers flying. "Do you have any idea how long I've worked for this? My uncle spent years building his network and I lost it in weeks. And now he did a surprisingly athletic backflip. It's all back. I'm happy for you." And Adam genuinely was. There was something infectious about the mouse beastkin's unbridled joy. "We should celebrate," Valiant declared, snatching up the half-eaten pastry. "I know a place that serves the best honey cakes in." "I need a favor," Valiant froze mid-bite. "A favor? You just reclaimed my entire life's work and you're asking for a favor like it's some big request." He set down the pastry and planted his paws on his hips. "Name it, anything. You want someone followed, information on a noble, the crown jewels? I mean, that last one might be tricky, but I need information on the House of Merchants." Oh, Valiant's whiskers twitched. "That's surprisingly reasonable." Adam leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "I'm establishing a guild. We have property funding, but we need to secure a seat in the House of Merchants." "Wait, why are you starting a merchant guild?" Valiant blinked rapidly. "I thought it was just some research project for the academy or something." "You're literally 13. Almost 14, Adam corrected. "And that makes it better how? Most kids your age are worrying about homework, not establishing merchant guilds and punching ogres." "I'm not most kids, clearly." Valiant rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "So a merchant guild, what kind?" "Magical artifacts mainly. Monster parts, rare components, possibly some alchemical supplies." Valiant's eyes widened. "That's high-end merchandise. Very profitable, but also very competitive. Which is why I need information on who we're up against." Adam glanced around the room. "Your network reaches the merchant districts, right? Does a bear shit in the woods?" Valiant paused. "Actually, some bears probably don't. Zoo bears, for instance. Or bears in very urban." Valiant, right, sorry. "Yes, we have eyes and ears throughout the merchant districts. After tonight, even more. Adam nodded. I need to know everything. Who holds the power in the house? Who can be bribed? Who can be reasoned with? Who's untouchable? Alliances, feuds, scandals, anything we can use. That's a lot of intelligence gathering, Valiant said, suddenly more businesslike. But doable. There's more, Adam continued. I want to propose a partnership. Once we establish the guild, I want your network to expand with us. Valiant's ears perked up. Expand, like legitimate business expand. Exactly. Your people become our eyes and ears across the world. We provide resources, backing, protection. You're serious. Valiant's voice had lost its usual manic edge, replaced by something quieter, more intense. Completely. My uncle. Valiant looked away, blinking rapidly. He always said the real dream wasn't just running an information network, but using it to actually change things down here. He gestured toward the window. With enough resources, enough legitimate business, we could start making the dregs better. Give people real work, real opportunities. That's what I'm offering. The guild could invest in the dregs. Infrastructures, jobs, security. I think there's a lot of potential here. Iren's a living proof of that. Valiant studied him for a long moment, then his face split into a grin. Well then, partner, consider the whispers at your service. He extended his paw. Adam shook it. Get me that information on the House of Merchants. We'll meet again in a few days to discuss next steps. A few days, I can have preliminary reports by tomorrow. Be thorough, not just fast. We only get one shot at this. Valiant nodded, trying to contain his excitement and failing miserably. Right, thorough. Quality over quantity, got it. Adam rose from his chair, feeling the fatigue of the night finally catching up to him. Zuni hopped from the shelf to his shoulder, settling into his familiar spot. You might want to consider getting some protection, Adam said, adjusting his mask back over his face. You just became much more important to a lot more people. Protection? Valiant scoffed. I wouldn't need protection if I had electrical powers. Adam laughed despite himself. Still on that, are you? Always will be, Valiant replied with a theatrical sigh. One lightning-wielding mouse could change the world, I tell you. Try to be discreet. I am the soul of discretion. Adam gave him a look. Okay, fine. I'll be extra careful. Extra careful, that's all I ask. Good night, Valiant. It's morning, actually. That too. As Adam stepped outside into the early morning light, Valiant called after him, Hey, Adam. He turned back. Yes, the sincerity in his voice caught Adam off guard. You're welcome, he replied simply. Valiant nodded once, then his usual manic energy returned. Now go get some sleep. You look terrible. And don't forget the whispers in Adam's Mystery Guild, partners in crime. He paused. Well, not actual crime. Unless necessary, which it probably won't be, but if it is. Adam closed the door. Adam yawned as he pushed open the door to his dorm room. Morning light streamed through the hallway windows behind him. His muscles ached. The cuts on his shoulders stung. He wanted nothing more than to collapse into bed and sleep for a week. Instead, he found Sam on the floor, arms trembling slightly as he pushed himself up and down. 48, 49, 50, Sam grunted, holding the position at the top of the last push-up for a moment before looking up. Well, look who's back, damn. 50 in a row, Adam closed the door behind him, Zuni hopping from his shoulder to scurry across to his own little nest of blankets in the corner. 52, actually. Sam sat back on his heels, wiping sweat from his forehead with the back of his arm. You missed morning count. I was busy. I noticed. Sam reached for a small towel draped over his bed. Busy avoiding the talk, perhaps. Adam winced. I know how this looks. You don't have to feel obligated to tell me anything. Sam dabbed at his face and neck. Honestly, I shouldn't have pressed. No, it's not that. Adam dropped onto his bed, springs creaking under his weight. He exhaled slowly. The truth was he'd been thinking about this moment for days. What to say, how to say it, whether to say anything at all. It was a risk, a huge one. The fewer people who knew his story, the safer he'd be. If the wrong person found out about his regression, about the future he remembered, about his abilities, they could twist it, use it against him. They could mark him as dangerous, unstable, a threat. So far, only his parents knew the full truth. Bob knew most of it. And now, Sam, trustworthy, loyal, uncomplicated Sam. Would he even believe it? Would he think Adam had lost his mind? Would it ruin their friendship? You look awful, by the way. Sam's voice cut through Adam's thoughts. No offense, but you look like you got dragged through the entire undertow backwards. Maybe you should stay in today. Skip classes. That bad, huh? It's mostly theory lessons anyway. Sam shrugged. Nothing you can't catch up on. Yeah, I was planning to take a sick day regardless. Adam rubbed his eyes. They felt like they'd been scrubbed with sand. Sam stood, stretching his arms over his head. Well, if you need anything. Sit down. The words came out more abruptly than Adam intended. Please. Sam paused, then slowly lowered himself onto his own bed, facing Adam. All right, what I'm about to tell you might sound crazy. Adam found himself staring at the floor, unable to meet Sam's eyes. Hell, even I still have questions about how it happened. You're making me nervous. Adam looked up, meeting Sam's gaze directly. I'm a regressor. Sam's brow furrowed. What do you mean, I died? You. What? Sam's voice rose slightly, confusion evident. Not for long, Adam added quickly, realizing how that sounded. I mean, I died when I was 79, in the future. Then I met Death and she sent me back. Sam repeated. Death was a woman, that's all you got from that. She appeared that way to me. Adam continued, deciding to not change the subject. It's different for everyone. Could be a man, a boy, a truck, whatever, a truck. It's a sort of vehicle that won't be invented for another 50 years or so. Sam didn't respond. He just stared, his expression unreadable. Adam took a deep breath. In my past life or future life, I guess things went badly. Really badly. The world basically went to shit. Okay. Sam's voice was carefully neutral. And Death sent you back to fix things, sort of. Adam shifted on the bed. Look, in my original timeline, I was sick, weak, unable to do anything. I lived through the rise of the world Dungon, watched as the world tore itself apart with new powers nobody understood how to control. I was too old to develop fluid abilities, so I just watched. Sam remained silent, but his eyes never left Adam's face. By the time I was 79, more than half the world's population was dead. Civilizations had collapsed. The few mage enclaves that survived were under constant attack. I had nothing left, so I killed myself. You killed yourself, Sam repeated flatly. Yes, and that's when I met Death. Adam's fingers absently traced patterns on his blanket. She offered me a deal. Come back, try again, get a second chance, but with knowledge that could help me change things. He continued, detailing his regression, his memories of the future, the chaos that would come. He explained his accelerated development, his unusual skill with magic, his behavior as of late, his plans and preparations. He told Sam about his parents, about Bob, about his time at the academy, how he was trying to gather allies, build resources, prepare for what was coming. So when you made that potion in the alchemy in class, Sam interrupted, when you seemed to know exactly what to do. He'd seen it done before, in my previous life. Sam fell silent again, processing. Adam continued his story, explaining more about the future technologies, the conflicts, the changes both wonderful and terrible. How the emergence of Dragon's Breath would upend the world's power structures, how unprepared they all were. Finally, after nearly an hour of talking, Adam fell silent. Sam hadn't moved throughout the entire explanation. He sat perfectly still, barely even blinking, just listening and absorbing. The silence stretched between them, growing heavier by the second. Adam watched his friend carefully. He trusted Sam to keep his secret that wasn't in question. What had stopped him from revealing himself earlier wasn't lack of trust, but fear, a lingering, irrational fear born from the shock of regression. Fear of rejection, of disbelief, of somehow making things worse by sharing his knowledge. Say something, Adam finally said. Sam took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. Well, he said, that explains a few things. You're not freaking out? Adam asked, genuinely surprised by Sam's calm reaction. Sam adjusted his glasses, pushing them higher on his nose with one finger. Well, I had several theories. Time travel was one of them. Time travel. I knew you were still Adam, but also not Adam, see what I mean? Sam's composure suddenly cracked. He leaned forward, eyes wide with excitement. This is absolutely mind-blowing. Do you realize the implications? The metaphysical ramifications alone are staggering. Keep your voice down, Adam hissed. Sorry. Sam lowered his volume but couldn't contain his enthusiasm. It's just, well, I know why you hesitated to tell anyone. The world's stance on temporal manipulation is extremely clear. People have been executed for merely attempting theoretical time travel spells, hence my caution. But this is different. You didn't cause it. Death herself or itself, I suppose, intervened. Sam's hands moved as he spoke, gesturing excitedly. Your sudden behavioral changes, your advanced abilities, your seemingly impossible knowledge, it all fits a regression hypothesis perfectly. You actually believe me. Of course I do. A simple head injury couldn't possibly account for such fundamental changes. The statistical probability of someone spontaneously developing your level of skill is approximately 1 in 7.3 million, according to Professor Nembrecht's research on prodigies. You calculated the odds. I had time to think. Sam suddenly gasped. Oh, you didn't say anything about me in the future. What was I like as an adult? I probably died before you, but still. Was I tall? Did I grow taller than you? Did I have a wife? What was her name? Did I become a researcher like I've always wanted? Adam fell silent. He looked at his friend's eager face, the excited gleam in his eyes, and felt a weight settle in his chest. Sam, he said quietly. Something in his tone made Sam's smile fade. What is it? Adam offered an apologetic half-smile. You killed yourself during our 4th year at the academy. Because of the bullying. Oh, Sam's voice was very small. That's darker than I imagined. The room felt suddenly still. Zuni, sensing the shift in mood, chirped softly from his corner. I am sorry, Adam said. I shouldn't have. No, Sam straightened his shoulders. I am not the same Sam who would do that. Sam. I mean it, his voice was firm now. I'm determined to be the best version of myself. This just gives me more reason to try harder. He suddenly got up. I will go above and beyond. That was incredibly cringy. I know, right? Sam grinned, adjusting his glasses again, but I meant it. Anyway, since you're technically an old man now, don't you get bored hanging around with a kid like me? It's a bit more complicated than that. Adam started removing his shoes and glasses. But that's a story for another time. Fair enough. Sam watched as Adam stripped down to his underwear, exposing a few more shallow cuts and bruises across his torso. Where did you get all those, by the way? I'll tell you about that tomorrow. Adam yawned widely. It's been a long night. He collapsed onto his bed, feeling the familiar bone-deep weariness that came from using his abilities extensively. Every time he pushed his skills, especially healing factor, it drained his energy reserves more and more. You look like you're about to pass out, Sam observed. Acute observation. Adam's eyelids felt like they had stones tied to them. Wake me if the building's on fire. Otherwise, assume I'm dead. Technically, you already were. Shut up, Sam. Sleep well, old man. As consciousness slipped away, Adam felt an unexpected lightness. Telling Sam had been easier than he'd expected. No drama, no disbelief, just acceptance. And maybe a bit too much enthusiasm. He should have done it sooner. His last thought before sleep claimed him was that he'd forgotten to tell Sam about Cass and the Merchant Guild. Tomorrow, he decided. He'd explain everything tomorrow. Then he was gone, pulled under by exhaustion, while Zuni chirped softly in the corner and Sam quietly returned to his push-ups, counting under his breath. 1, 2, 53 was my record. I can do better. 3. Adam stood in line at the post office, tapping the envelope against his palm. It felt heavier than it should have, though it contained just a single sheet of paper. He counted the people ahead of him. 4. His eyes drifted to the clock on the wall. 1:17 p.m. The place smelled of paper and ink and something faintly spicy that might have been the perfume of the woman 2 spots ahead. He stifled a yawn. 6 hours of sleep hadn't been nearly enough, and his body was making that abundantly clear. The bed back in his dorm still called to him like a siren. The line shuffled forward. The letter to Duke Lightbringer was carefully worded, signed with his father's name and sealed with the Housilla crest he'd borrowed from the Academy's heraldry collection. Not technically forgery since his father would absolutely approve, but still not entirely above board. The Duke would understand the necessity. 3 people ahead. Adam shifted his weight from one foot to the other. The messenger service wasn't cheap, especially for priority delivery to Sundar, but he needed this letter in Duke Lightbringer's hands by tomorrow evening at the latest. The Duke had connections throughout the House of Merchants connections that could mean the difference between securing their seat and watching the whole plan collapse. 2 people ahead. His finger traced the wax seal. High-quality stuff, at least. The kind that would pass cursory inspection from the Duke's staff. And the letterhead was genuine Housilla stationery. His mother had given him a stack when he was leaving Caddy. For whatever important matters may arise, Shed said quietly. At the time, Adam had simply nodded and tucked them away. He hadn't expected to need them so soon, and certainly not for something like Merchant Guild applications. The line moved again. Zuni chirped quietly from inside Adam's jacket pocket, apparently bored with the waiting. Adam gently tapped the pocket, signaling for quiet. The last thing he needed was to draw attention in a public place. 1 person ahead. The clerk behind the counter looked half asleep, weighing packages and stamping forms. His eyes never quite focused on the customers, and his responses were monosyllabic grunts that somehow still conveyed exactly what he meant. Next. Adam stepped forward, placing the envelope on the counter. Priority delivery to Sundar, House Lightbringer Estate. The clerk raised an eyebrow, finally looking fully awake. House Lightbringer, that's noble correspondence. His eyes flicked to the seal. Is that, Housilla, I'll need verification. Adam slid his Academy identification across the counter. I am authorized to send on behalf of Lord Scylla. It wasn't a complete lie. His father had given him carte blanche when it came to correspondence, even if he hadn't specifically approved this particular letter. The clerk examined the ID, then the letter, then Adam's face. Adam met his gaze evenly. After a moment, the clerk nodded and reached for his stamp. 15 silver for priority to Caddy. 20 if you want confirmation of receipt. 20 then. Adam counted out the coins from his pouch, placing them on the counter with a soft clink. The clerk swept the money into his drawer and handed Adam a receipt. 1 to 2 days delivery. Confirmation will come by return messenger. That done, Adam stepped back into the morning sunlight, checking the second item off his mental list. The first had been easier, just asking Sam to approach his father about sponsorship. Sam had agreed immediately, almost eager for the chance to show his usefulness. My father's always going on about business opportunities, he said. He'll jump at this if I frame it right. Adam wasn't so sure, but he trusted Sam to handle it. Pulling out a folded piece of paper from his pocket, Adam consulted his to-do list. Sam's request was marked with a check. The letter to Duke Lightbringer now had won 2. Next on the list, visit Mr. Biggin's sponsor 3. He tucked the list away and headed east toward the merchant district. The early afternoon crowds parted around him as he walked, lost in thought. Today's brief sleep had been strange. In fact, these past few days, all his dreams had been sporadic, disjointed things. Random images forgotten upon waking. But this time was different. He dreamed of the tree Againth, that apple tree in the cave, its branches thriving sunlight. He had no idea where the source was. And at its base, surrounded by twisted roots and leaves, lay the egg. It burned with blue fire that gave off no heat, its flames licking the air but consuming nothing. In the dream, Hidi approached the egg, reached out to touch it. But just before his fingers made contact, the scene dissolved and then he would wake up. Before, it had taken Vaishari tea to induce such vivid dreams, but now they were coming on their own, unannounced and uninvited. Perhaps Mr. Biggins would know something about it. The old dragon had been alive for centuries, after all. If anyone might recognize the significance of recurring dreams about eggs wreathed in blue flame, it would be him. A cart rumbled past, splashing through a puddle. Adam sidestepped neatly, avoiding the spray. Mr. Biggins' shop wasn't far now, just past the baker's and around the corner. The wooden sign Weird Stuff Store came into view, swinging gently in the afternoon breeze. No cats today. They were rarely here as of late. Third sponsor and perhaps answers about the dreams. 2 birds, 1 stone. Adam rolled his shoulders, feeling the lingering soreness from last night's fights. The cuts on his arm had already completely healed, leaving only faint pink lines where Dash's claws had struck. Healing factor was certainly useful, even if it drained him for heavier wounds, and sleeping seemed to accelerate the healing too. Zuni chirped again from his pocket, more insistently this time. I know, Adam muttered. Well, get lunch after this. The Quillick's answering chirp sounded suspiciously like disagreement. As Adam reached for the shop door, he paused, glancing back over his shoulder at the busy street. For a moment, Hidi felt something, a prickling at the back of his neck like he was being watched, but the feeling passed as quickly as it had come. Just nerves, probably, or lack of sleep. The bell above the door jingled as Adam pushed it open, releasing the shop's scent this time, a peculiar blend of old parchment, exotic spices, and something faintly metallic. Emma stood behind the counter, her hair pulled back in a messy bun, absent-mindedly reshelving a row of small crystal figurines. She looked up at the sound of the bell, her rehearsed greeting already halfway out. Welcome to Weird Stuff Stow, hey Adam. Her professional smile shifted to genuine recognition. A small crystal dragon nearly toppled from her hand before she caught it with an impressively quick save. Hey Emma, it's been a while. Dom nodded, stepping over what appeared to be a self-sweeping broom that had fallen asleep on the job. The bristles snored softly against the floorboards. Was this by design? Almost 3 weeks. She carefully set down the dragon figurine. I was starting to think you'd found a better Weird Stuff store, as if such a thing exists. Adam glanced around at the impossibly cramped shelves that somehow contained more items than the space should physically allow. How's 4th year treating you? Brutal. She tapped a thick tome beneath the counter. Professor Lachna assigned a 15-page essay on the socio-political implications of healing magic. Due tomorrow. Sounds thrilling. About as thrilling as watching paint dry on a sloth. She blew a stray hair from her face. How about you? Still the Academy's most famous 3rd year. I prefer enigmatic, Adam replied. Is Mr. Biggins around? Yeah, he's in the ADOMSYLLA. The voice boomed from somewhere behind the beaded curtain at the back of the shop, causing several delicate glass objects to rattle ominously on their shelves. The curtain parted with dramatic flair as Mr. Biggins emerged, resplendent in a purple top hat adorned with what might have been peacock feathers if peacocks were fluorescent and occasionally blinked. His coat a patchwork affair of at least 17 different fabrics swirled around his ankles as he strode forward. Perfect timing, absolutely perfect, Mr. Biggins declared, adjusting his monocle, which magnified his right eye to almost comical proportions. I was just saying to myself, Biggins, what you need right now is an Adam Scylla, and lo and behold, her you are. Emma stifled a laugh. I was just telling him you were in the... No time for explanations. Biggins cut her off, seizing Adam by the arm with surprising strength. Terribly urgent business, my boy. Simply can't wait. Whoa, Adam found himself being steered toward the door. Emma, dear, Biggins called over his shoulder. Mind the shop. Everything is 100% off for the next hour. Emma's eyebrows shot up. 100% off, as in, free, precisely. Marvelous grasp of mathematics you have. Biggins beamed at her. Take care of yourself as well. Don't let the miniature crocking out of its tank. It's been rather moody since Tuesday. Before Adam could process what was happening, he was halfway out the door, Zuni chirping in confusion from his pocket. Wait, 100% off, Adam asked. Are you looking for another employee or going out of business? Biggins tusked, pushing him fully outside. As greedy as a dragon, this one. Already has a mountain of gold and still wants discounts. Did he just imply dragons are greedy? Adam wondered, not for the first time. He'd always wanted to ask if the stereotypes were true, but something about Biggins' knowing smile always made him hesitate. The door closed behind them with a definitive click, Emma's bewildered expression visible through the window as she looked around at the suddenly free merchandise. Shall be fine, Biggins said, adjusting his hat. Probably. Wait, slow down. Adam tried to dig in his heels, but it was like trying to anchor a ship with a teacup. Biggins propelled him forward with uncanny momentum, weaving through the crowded marketplace with the precision of a needle through fabric. Yes, that was the perfect description. This could only be a spell, as Adam was not even using his legs, they were just moving between people like fluid. Did that make sense? That did not make any sense. No time for dawdling, Biggins declared, his purple hat somehow remaining perfectly balanced despite their pace. They were probably faster than a horse at full speed right now. No time at all. The afternoon crowd was thick, merchants haggling, customers browsing, street performers juggling what appeared to be small flaming salamanders. A cart of apples tipped over as they rushed past, sending fruit rolling across cobblestones. What's going oh whoa? Adam nearly collided with a woman carrying a stack of fabric bolts. Sorry, he called back as Biggins yanked him onward. Zuni chirped frantically from his pocket, tiny quills vibrating in agitation. Aha, Biggins exclaimed, not slowing. Listen to your little friend there. Quillix know, they always know. Know what? Adam stumbled over an uneven paving stone. What is he saying? Biggins suddenly stupid so abruptly that Adam nearly crashed into him. The old shopkeeper's expression shifted, playfulness giving way to something sharper, more focused. He turned to face Adam directly. His pupils were a line vertical. You're being followed, my boy, he said, voice dropping to just above a whisper. By shadows. Adam's blood ran cold. Shadows, what do you? Biggins was already moving again, pulling Adam down a narrow alley between a bakery and a blacksmith's shop. The sounds of the marketplace faded slightly, replaced by the hiss of a forge and the scent of baking bread. Don't look now, Biggins murmured, but they're right behind us. Have probably been since you left your dormitory. Instinctively, Adam glanced back. The alley appeared empty save for a stray cat licking its paw. I don't see anything. Of course you don't. Biggins sounded almost delighted. That's why they're called shadows, not obvious pursuers wearing bright orange hats. They emerged from the alley into a smaller square. A fountain burbled at its center, children tossing copper coins into the water. Now that they know you're aware of them, Biggins continued, his pace quickening. They'll likely move to capture rather than follow. Oh, how exciting, exciting, Adam hissed. I don't even know who they are. Details, details. Biggins waved dismissively. The important thing is that we're having an adventure. Adam tried to process this madness as Biggins dragged him across the square. He scanned it but saw nothing suspicious, just ordinary people going about their day. No one seemed to be paying them any particular attention. Then he saw it, or rather, didn't see it. A patch of nothing, like a piece of the world had been cut out, leaving a person-shaped hole in reality. It moved with purpose through the crowd, which parted unconsciously around it. What the? Don't stare, Biggins yanked him behind the fountain. They feed on attention. They what? Figure of speech. Mostly. Biggins adjusted his hat. Now I hope you're not afraid of heights. Before Adam could respond, Biggins grabbed his arm with both hands. The world lurched sideways, then upward. What are you putting me down? But it was too late. The ground fell away beneath them. Wind rushed past Adam's face as they shot upward, leaving his stomach somewhere around his ankles. Buildings shrank below, people reduced to specks. They were flying, actually flying. Zuni chirped in alarm, clinging to the inside of Adam's pocket. I hate flying. Adam shouted over the wind, eyes screwed shut. Nonsense. Biggins called back cheerfully. Everyone loves flying, they just don't all know it yet. Adam risked opening one eye. The city sprawled beneath them, a patchwork of rooftops and streets. People continued their business, apparently oblivious to two figures soaring overhead. Why isn't anyone looking up? Adam managed, fighting nausea. We're invisible to most, Biggins explained, steering them east with casual ease. A simple perception filter. Only those with the sight can spot us now. The sight, mages with certain talents, children under 7, cats and fairies, of course. Fairies, naturally. Adam's tearsweather from the wind or sheer terror, he wasn't sure blurred his vision as they soared over the eastern districts. The city gave way to suburbs, then to countryside, and finally the coastline came into view, a long stretch of sand meeting the vast blue expanse of the ocean. Biggins began to descend toward a secluded cove, hidden from the main beach by jutting rocks. No people, just sand, waves, and seabirds circling overhead. Their landing was less graceful than their takeoff. Adam's feet hit the sand first, his knees buckling beneath him. He sprawled forward, face planting into the cool, damp sand as Biggins landed beside him with the delicate precision of a ballet dancer. There we are, the shopkeeper declared, dusting off his coat. Safe and sound, miles from any shadows. Adam pushed himself up, spitting sand. What he demanded, the hell was that? Oh, shadows, Biggins said, brushing sand from his outlandish coat as casually as if Adam had asked about the weather. Nasty little things, like parasites, really. They attach themselves to the mortal plane through cracks between dimensions. Must be working for a greater demon, judging by their coordination. Adam's heart pounded in his chest. His mouth opened, but no words came out. The blood rushing in his ears drowned out even the sound of the waves. Biggins let out a hearty laugh. No need to be afraid, my boy. You're with me after all. He adjusted his monocle with practiced precision. Most people go their entire lives without seeing shadows. Consider yourself fortunate. Adam finally found his voice. Fortunate, they were hunting me like. One moment, please. Biggins held up a finger, turning toward the horizon. He clacked his fingers, toed through a simple snap that shouldn't have sounded like thunder. A shockwave rippled outward, distorting the air like heat over summer roads. The effect was immediate. Where there had been nothing but empty beach and sky, Adam now saw them black figures moving across the sand. Not running, not walking, but gliding. Their forms shifted and wavered like smoke caught in conflicting winds. They had no faces, just darker spots where features should be. Adam scrambled to his feet, hands already weaving the pattern for a thunderbolt spell. Electricity crackled between his fingers. Thunderb. "Oh, no need for that," Biggins said, pulling a set of small glass bottles from his seemingly bottomless pockets. "If they knew who I was, they'd have never followed us here. Poor decision-making, really." In their defense, the shadow brain is quite small, about the size of a pebble. The shadows advanced, their movements becoming more erratic as they drew closer. One lunged forward, stretching impossibly long, its dark mass hurtling toward Adam. Biggins stepped in front of him and uncorked a bottle. What happened next defied explanation. The shadow screamed not with a mouth, but with its entire being. The sound pierced Adam's ears like icicles. The black mass contorted, stretched, and then collapsed inward, sucked into the tiny bottle as if it were a black hole. Biggins corked it casually. "See that? It's all in the wrist." He tossed the bottle to Adam, who caught it reflexively. Inside, the shadow pressed against the glass, its form contorting in rage or pain. Two more shadows attacked simultaneously, one from above, one from below. Biggins sidestepped the first, uncorking another bottle. The shadow above him screamed as it was pulled in. The one below tried to wrap around his ankles. "Oldest trick in the book," Biggins scoffed. He stomped his foot, and the sand beneath the shadow turned to glass, trapping part of its form. "You see that, Adam? Always control the battlefield. Remember that." The trapped shadow thrashed wildly. Biggins uncorked a third bottle, capturing it with a flourish. "Are you taking notes? There will be a quiz later," he called over his shoulder, dodging another attack with a dancer's grace. Four more shadows circled them now, moving in perfect synchronization. They attacked from all sides at once. Biggins spun in place, bottles in both hands. His purple hat never moved. The shadows shrieked as they were captured, their sounds cutting off abruptly as the corks went in. "Teamwork," Biggins exclaimed. "Shows higher intelligence. Bravo." Three more shadows emerged from behind a rock formation. Two charged forward while the third held back. "The cautious one's the leader," Biggins told Adam. "Always look for the one that hesitates." The attacking shadows met the same fate as their companions, sucked into bottles with almost comical efficiency. The leader turned to flee, stretching itself thin, moving across the sand faster than any human could run. Biggins sighed. They always run. Then he simply wasn't where he had been. One moment beside Adam, the next directly in front of the escaping shadow. He hadn't seemed to move, just relocated, as if the space between were an inconvenient detail. "Going somewhere?" he asked, bottle already uncorked. The shadow's scream was louder than the others, more desperate. Then silence as the cork went in. Biggins walked back to Adam, 9 bottles clinking in his pockets. "And that's how it's done," he said, brushing invisible dust from his sleeves. "Shadows are nasty, but predictable. They actually love light, love fear, and have absolutely no appreciation for fine millinery." He adjusted his hat for emphasis. Adam stood frozen, the bottle still clutched in his hand. Inside, the shadow pressed against the glass, a living blob of darkness. What are you going to do with them?" he finally managed. Biggins took the bottle from Adam's hand and examined it like a fine wine. "Oh, various things. Shadow essence has many uses." He pocketed the bottle and looked at Adam directly, all traces of whimsy suddenly gone from his face. "So," Biggins said, his voice now serious, "I think it's time we had a little talk, don't you? Have you been dream-walking lately, my boy?" "Dream-walking?" Adam asked, the words feeling strange in his mouth. "What are you talking about?" Biggins studied him. The playful shopkeeper was gone, replaced by someone sharper, more focused. "Have you been having unusually vivid dreams lately, my boy? Dreams that feel more real than they should?" Adam's mind immediately flashed to the apple tree, the blue-flamed egg. The cave that felt more solid than any dream had a right to be. Wait, that was dream-walking. Well, sort of. Biggins carefully arranged his bottles in a row on a flat rock, each shadow pressing against the glass like angry smoke. "True dream-walking is an active skill. What you've experienced sounds more like you've been invited, pulled into someone else's dreamscape. Someone else's who? Spirits are generally the only beings capable of dream-walking. Some fae too." Biggins tapped one bottle thoughtfully. Its occupant recoiled. "More likely, a fae has been pulling you into their realm while you sleep." Adam sat down heavily on a nearby rock. Sand clung to his clothes, but he hardly noticed. "Why would they do that?" "That," Biggins said, "is the interesting question." He gestured at the bottled shadows. "These fellows don't typically hunt humans at all. For them to track you to follow you from the dream realm into the waking world means you caught their attention. A human crossing into their territory would be quite unusual." "I don't know what to make of what I saw," Adam admitted, running a hand through his sand-dusted hair. "It seemed significant, but I don't understand why." "Shadows usually serve demons," Biggins continued, "which means you've attracted the attention of something far more dangerous than these little parasites." Adam's brow furrowed. "I thought demons were extinct." Not extinct, Biggins corrected, his voice dropping lower. Just contained, mostly. He tapped the bottle. These little fellows suggest that mostly might be becoming less so these days. The dragon looked at him. Tell me exactly what you saw, every detail. Adam closed his eyes, trying to recall the dream precisely. There's a cave, not dark somehow. In it grows an apple tree, its branches spreading out, basking in sunlight even though we're underground. The roots twist around the base of the trunk, and nestled among them is an egg. An egg, yes, not a bird's egg, larger, about the size of my head. And it's wreathed in blue flames that don't burn anything. Biggins stroked his chin. Anything else? Any sounds, sensations, presences? Adam hesitated. I think. There was someone else there. I never saw them clearly, but I felt watched. A presence. A woman, maybe. She spoke in what I assumed to be Fey language. Biggins tapped his fingers against his thigh in a complex rhythm. A dryad, most likely. The tree would be her sure physical anchor to our world, but why pull me into her dreams? I've never even met a dryad. Another excellent question. Biggins gathered his bottles, tucking them carefully into various pockets. I'll need to investigate this further. Dryads don't typically interact with humans unless they have a very specific need, and they certainly don't share visions of blue-flamed eggs. He approached Adam, suddenly serious. In the meantime, we need to ensure you don't accidentally drift back. If shadows have found you once, others might follow. Others? What others? Let's just say shadows are the less ambitious of the dream predators. Biggins raised his hand toward Adam's forehead. May I? Adam hesitated, then nodded. Biggins pressed his index finger to the center of Adam's forehead. A warm sensation spread outward, like honey flowing under his skin. For a moment, Adam's vision swam with golden light and then nothing. Just the normal afternoon sun, the sound of waves, the smell of salt. There, Biggins said, withdrawing his hand. With this, you shouldn't be able to dream walk again accidentally or otherwise. You'll be invisible to what should not see you. What did you just do? Adam asked, touching his forehead. It felt normal. A simple warding, Biggins replied vaguely. Nothing to concern yourself with. But what about the dryad, if she's trying to contact me for a reason? If a dryad truly needs to speak with you, Biggins interrupted, she'll find another way. One that doesn't involve painting a target on your back for every shadow creature between here and the far realms. For a long moment, Adam just stared at Biggins. The old shopkeeper stood there, casually brushing sand from his outlandish coat, as if they hadn't just battled shadow creatures, as if he hadn't just casually mentioned demons being interested in Adam. As if everything about this situation was perfectly normal and required no further explanation. Adam opened his mouth to demand answers, but Biggins cut him off. Young Adam, you've already got enough on those shoulders, he said, his voice unexpectedly gentle. Always overthinking, always worrying. Always trying to carry the weight of every problem you encounter. He adjusted his glasses. It's a commendable trait, but also exhausting. For you, most of all. The words hit. Adam closed his mouth. Focus on what's in front of you, Biggins continued. The things within your control. Let others handle what you can't. He tapped the bottles in his pocket. Yes, a demon showing interest in you is concerning, but I'll look into this matter. Adam let out a deep exhale. So Biggins said, his tone brightening, why don't you tell me why you really came to my shop today? I doubt it was just to discuss your dreams, though. That turned out to be rather fortuitous timing. Dom blinked, realizing how far they'd drifted from his original purpose. I actually came to ask for your help with something else entirely. Thought as much. Biggins smiled. Well, out with it then. Adam cleared his throat, abruptly shifting mental gears from demon hunters to business plans. It felt absurd to discuss something so mundane after what had just happened, but Biggins was waiting expectantly. I'm trying to secure a seat on the House of Merchants, Adam explained. I need 3 sponsors from existing guild members. I've got one lined up already, possibly 2, but I was hoping you might be able to help with the 3rd. Ah, guild politics. Biggins clapped his hands together. Delightful mess those are. He dropped down onto the sand, crossing his legs. The bottles in his pockets clinked as he settled. We've been reviving the order these past few months, he said, voice becoming more measured. Contacting old allies, re-establishing connections. Not quite operational yet, but we're getting there. Adam nodded. He couldn't count on the order's resources right now, not while Biggins was busy with the painstaking reconstruction. This had been the case for months, a topic of several late-night discussions over tea in the back room of the shop. Finding trustworthy members is harder than you'd think, Biggins continued, pulling a pocket watch from his vest. People can hide their true intentions remarkably well, even from a dragon. The order's fracturing wasn't news. What had once been an organization dedicated to protection had seen several of its branches drift toward power and control over the decades. Biggins had been methodically verifying each member, a process that couldn't be rushed. I can help with your guild situation. I know several members who owe me favor, some dating back centuries, if I'm being precise. Centuries, Adam repeated flatly. Well, from the time of the other, Biggins before me. Biggins winked. I'll pull a few strings, get you those sponsors. By the way, Biggins said, adjusting his hat, I was quite impressed with how you handled the silverback situation. Adam stared at him. You were there. Of course I was there. You think it'd let you wander into that death trap alone? Biggins looked genuinely offended. After all the work we've put into keeping you alive this far, but if you were there, why didn't you help? That thing nearly killed me. Biggins sighed, suddenly serious. The goal of the order is to prepare you, young Adam, to give you structure, allies, resources. My personal goal is to see to it that you develop properly. That means not intervening at the slightest sign of danger. He tapped his hat thoughtfully. But yes, I do check up on you from time to time. Adam felt a knot in his chest loosening. Well, that's one thing taken care of then, he said, brushing sand from his trousers. Now I just need to buy the property with Cass and well be set. Before you go, Biggins said, rising to his feet with unexpected grace, how about a little duel? Zuni, who had been quietly examining a seashell, perked up instantly. A duel? Adam glanced between Biggins and the Quillic. Now, why not? Biggins stretched his arms above his head. Several joints popped. I'd like to see how far you've come, how that skill of yours has developed overall. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. Perhaps I could give you a few clues on how to better channel so much strength in such a little body. He winked. I know a thing or two about that particular challenge. Zuni chirped excitedly, circling Adam's legs. Adam hesitated, then broke into a grin. After some time holding back, measuring his strength, carefully controlling every movement, the chance to go all out was too tempting. All right, he said, let's do it. Biggins nodded, looking pleased. He removed his coat and hat, putting them on the ground. The beach should give us enough room, he said, walking toward the water's edge where the sand was firm, and fewer things to break out here. Adam followed, rolling his shoulders. Rules? Don't kill me, I won't kill you. Biggins shrugged, then adjusted his glasses. Beyond that, let's see what you can do. Ha, as if. Zuni scurried to a nearby rock for a better view as Adam took a ready stance. The sun cast their shadows long across the sand. The tide was coming in, waves lapping at the shore just beyond their makeshift arena. Biggins stood perfectly still, hands clasped behind his back. He looked completely at ease, like an elderly gentleman waiting for a carriage. Whenever you're ready, he said mildly. Adam didn't need to be told twice. He lunged forward, pulling on his skill, feeling the familiar surge of power filling his limbs. He'd start with something simply to the waters. Biggins remained motionless, watching Adam approach with that same mild expression. Just as Adam was about to reach him, the old man smiled. His fist met nothing but air. Too direct came Biggins' voice from behind him. Flow prediction. The world slowed around him as he sensed the old man's presence. He spun, already countering with a low sweep. Biggins wasn't there either. Better, the shopkeeper called from 5 paces to the left, but Uray just reacting. Adam pivoted again, this time reaching deeper into Silverback's might, letting the raw power fuel his speed. He launched a flurry of strikes, each one missing as Biggins seemed to leave afterimages, always one step ahead. Uray using strength like a hammer, Biggins commented, casually sidestepping another attack. But it should be a blade. Frustration built in Adam's chest. He paused, breathing hard, and watched Biggins, who hadn't even broken a sweat. Stop trying to hit me and hit me, Biggins said with a grin. Adam narrowed his eyes. The old man was enjoying this a little too much. He closed his eyes for a second, focusing on flow prediction, letting the ambient sounds and movements around him paint a picture. When he moved again, it was with purpose. He feinted left, then right, creating his own rhythm of motion. Now Uray thinking, Biggins said, still evading but with slightly more effort. Channel that strength through your whole body, not just your strikes. Adam tried a different approach. Instead of chasing Biggins, he positioned himself near the water's edge, using the environment to limit the old man's movement options. Clever, Biggins nodded approvingly. He suddenly appeared in Adam's blind spot, tapping him lightly on the shoulder. Limiting your opponent's movement means nothing if they're still faster than you. Adam spun, channeling all his strength into a palm strike that should have caught any Onevan someone as quick as Biggins, but the old man simply raised a finger, redirecting the force of the blow upward into empty air. Seriously, good power, Biggins said, poor efficiency. For the next few minutes, Adam tried every combination of strikes and tactics he could think of. Biggins countered each one without ever seeming to exert himself, offering critiques as they went. That remarkable skill you have, flow prediction was it. It alerts you to danger, but you're not using it proactively. Then it just went on and on and on. Advices on advices. Don't waste energy. Every movement should have purpose. Strength isn't just in your muscles, it's in how you use them. Finally, after a particularly aggressive combination that left Adam panting, Biggins caught his wrist mid-strike. The old man's grip was like iron, gentle but immovable. Enough, Biggins said. You've improved significantly, young Adam. You could hold your own against many opponents now in pure combat. Adam nodded, catching his breath. Despite not landing a single hit, he felt oddly satisfied. There was something liberating about going all out, even if it hadn't been enough. Can I ask you something? Biggins released Adam's wrist. Have you ever tried using your full strength combined with fluid? Fluid? Adam frowned. I have thought about it, but would that not be too soon? I mean, I haven't gotten used to my new skill yet. Your skills don't have to exist in isolation, Biggins said. They can inform each other, enhance each other. He tapped Adam's forehead lightly. Right now your mind sees them as separate tools. What if they were aspects of the same tool instead? Biggins crossed his arms, studying Adam with a critical eye. You're mentally blocking yourself. I can see it in how you move. What do you mean? Adam wiped sweat from his brow. You've spent some time suppressing your silverback's might, holding back, being careful not to break things or people. Biggins gestured at the shoreline around them. That creates habits, mental barriers. Your body learns that using full power is dangerous, so it automatically restricts itself. Adam frowned, but isn't that good? I mean, I don't want to accidentally crush someone's hand when I shake it. Control isn't suppression, Biggins replied. One is mastery, the other is fear. He picked up a handful of sand, letting it pour through his fingers. Right now, you're trying to hold back an ocean with your bare hands. Eventually, that dam will break. Adam was struck by how different Biggins seemed now. Gone was the eccentric shopkeeper with his oddball humor and rambling stories. This Biggins was focused, analytical, almost stern. It was the first time Adam had seen him this serious, and it was slightly unnerving. Had he been faking his personality? So what's your solution? Just let it all out and hope for the best. The opposite, actually. Biggins dusted his hands. You need to become intimately familiar with your full capacity. Face it head on. Only then can you truly control it with precision. Adam considered this. It made sense in a way he hadn't thought about before. It's like learning to drive a fast carriage, Biggins continued. You don't practice at half speed and then suddenly take it to full throttle on a crowded street. You find an empty field, push it to its limits, feel how it responds, and develop the muscle memory to handle it properly. And you think combining it with fluid is the way to do that, precisely. Biggins nodded. Fluid enhances and stabilizes. It will give you a framework to channel the raw power you already possess more effectively. Adam took a deep breath. He never attempted to use fluid alongside his permanent silverback's might. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. Fluid isn't just about power, Biggins added. It's about harmony, balance. It can help you integrate this strength that's now part of you instead of treating it as a foreign element you need to constantly wrestle with. All right, Adam said after a moment. Let's try it. He planted his feet firmly in the sand, closed his eyes, and exhaled slowly. The first step with fluid was always the same, finding the center, the quiet place within where energy naturally gathered. Inhale, hold, exhale. Adam searched within himself for the familiar spark spike. It wasn't hard to find. The annoyance of not landing a single hit on Biggins, the frustration of being so easily outmaneuvered, the determination to prove himself to the old dragon. These feelings coalesced, igniting like kindling catching a flame. The familiar warmth started in his core, spreading outward along pathways through his body, like water finding channels in dry earth. Whatever your emotions are, Biggins instructed quietly. Let it flow naturally. Adam nodded slightly, keeping his eyes closed. The warmth intensified, becoming a heat that traced his limbs, his fingers, the base of his skull. His heartbeat quickened as blue light began to shimmer across his skin, the visible manifestation of fluid. Now let it interact with your strength, Biggins said. Don't try to separate them. Think of them as aspects of the same force. Adam allowed the fluid to flow into the spaces where his silverbacks might resided, permanent lithe constant power beneath his skin. The response was immediate. The always-present strength in his muscles seemed to awaken fully, not just the surface-level power he normally accessed, but something deeper, more refined. The blue glow of fluid deepened, then blazed brighter as his spite fed it, a constant fuel source that made the energy pulse and surge. Good, Biggins murmured. Now stabilize it. Adam struggled as the energies seemed to fight each other, at first fluid wanting to flow smoothly, his inborn strength pushing to explode outward. Don't control them. Direct them, Biggins advised, like rivers joining to form something greater. Adam adjusted his approach, and suddenly the energies aligned. It wasn't a new sensation exactly, more like his existing strength had been amplified, layered upon itself. The familiar power he'd grown accustomed to was now concentrated, refined, like steel folded upon itself dozens of times. Open your eyes, Biggins said. Adam did. Everything looked the same, but he felt different, more solid, more present, as if he'd been living as a partial version of himself until now. How does it feel? Biggins asked. Honestly, Adam whispered. Nothing much. Try a simple movement first, Biggins suggested. Just take a step. Adam nodded and lifted his foot to step forward. He shot into the air. Whoa! The exclamation escaped him as he flailed, suddenly airborne. Gravity reasserted itself quickly, and he plummeted back down, landing with enough force to send sand spraying in all directions. Biggins somehow remained completely dry and sand-free. Perhaps a bit less enthusiastic next time, he said, though he was clearly fighting a smile. Adam got back to his feet, feeling simultaneously embarrassed and exhilarated. That was unexpected. Try again, Biggins encouraged, but think gentle tap rather than forceful step. Adam nodded, took a breath, and tried again. This time he barely lifted his foot from the sand, applying the tiniest fraction of force he could manage. He He still rose off the ground but landed more gracefully. This is ridiculous. Better. Biggins clapped his hands together. Now try to reach me. He backed up about 30 paces and stood waiting. Adam studied the distance, calculating. If the slightest movement sent him flying, how was he supposed to? Stop overthinking, Biggins called. Just move, feel it, adapt. Adam exhaled, letting his instincts take over. A spark of spite flared at Biggins' commanding tone, making his fluid burn brighter. He pushed off, intending a simple leap forward. The world blurred, wind rushed past his face. One moment he was standing in the sand, the next he was flying past Biggins like a bolt from a crossbow. Too far, he yelped, tumbling through the air. He twisted mid-flight, trying to correct his trajectory, but it was like steering a runaway carriage. He hit the sand hard, rolled, and came to a stop facing the sky, breathing hard. When he sat up, spitting out sand, he saw Biggins walking calmly toward him. "Y'all get the hang of it," the old man said cheerfully. "It should take you about a month to stop crashing into things." Adam stared at him. "A month? Well, if you're particularly stubborn about it." Biggins offered a hand to help him up. "Most figure it out faster." Adam accepted the help, marveling at how the combined powers still coursed through him. Despite the rough landing, he felt incredible. Again, he said, brushing sand from his clothes. The spite that powered his fluid was shifting now less about frustration and more about determination. The need to master this to prove he could do it. Biggins stepped back, giving him room. Try thinking of it as precision rather than restraint. You don't want less power, you want more accurate application of it. Adam nodded, focusing. This time he visualized exactly where he wanted to go, a spot about 10 paces to Biggins' left. He pushed off much more gently. His body responded, launching forward in a controlled arc. He still overshot by several feet, but nowhere near as badly as before. "That's it," Biggins called. Again, for the next several minutes, Adam practiced simple movements, jumping, stopping, changing direction. Each attempt was better than the last as he learned to calibrate his new capabilities. "It's like learning to walk all over again," he said after a particularly successful landing. "In many ways it is," Biggins agreed. "You've changed the fundamental rules of how your body works. Your mind needs time to adapt." Adam flexed his fingers. "It's incredible. I feel like I could do anything." "That feeling can be dangerous," Biggins warned, "but it's not entirely wrong either." He gestured toward the open beach. "Want to see what you can really do? No holding back this time." Adam's heart raced at the thought. "What should I try? How about?" Biggins pointed to a distant outcropping of rocks nearly a quarter-mile down the beach. "Reaching those rocks. As fast as you can." Adam grinned. "You're on." He settled into a sprinter's stance, took one deep breath, focused on his target, and pushed off. The world became a blur of color and sound. Wind tore at his clothes, sand erupted behind him, and the beach disappeared under his feet faster than his mind could process. It was exhilarating, terrifying, perfect. Ha ha ha! Adam lay flat on his back, chest heaving, staring up at the clear blue sky. His limbs felt like lead, but it was a satisfying kind of exhaustion. The golden glow of fluid had faded to a faint shimmer on his skin. Biggins stood over him, nodding approvingly. "Good, very good for a first attempt. You should come here often, train more, get a proper hang of it." Biggins tapped his cane against the sand. "When you've mastered the basics, it'll teach you a neat trick about fluid that most humans don't know. One that Law used too." Adam's eyes widened. He sat up too quickly and had to brace himself on the sand. "Really? You teach me that?" His own enthusiasm made him pause. Here he was, 80 years old, acting like a child being promised sweets. He felt heat rise to his cheeks that had nothing to do with exertion. "Must be the hormones." "Sure," he said more composedly. He stood up, brushing sand from his clothes. "I'd appreciate that." Biggins was watching him with that knowing look again. "You're still holding back, even at your fastest." "I know," Adam admitted, "but it might take a while before I'm comfortable with all of it." The old dragon nodded, seeming satisfied with the answer. Progress, not perfection. Adam glanced toward the city, its distant spires visible over the dunes. "Do you think you could take me back to the city?" "I have a meeting with Cass that I can't miss." "Cass?" Biggins raised an eyebrow. "My business partner. We're looking at property today." "Ah," Biggins gathered his things. "Well, let's not keep your partner waiting." The sun had already begun its descent behind the city's western towers by the time Adam reached the meeting point. The Imperial Bank loomed ahead, all cold marble and rigid columns. Late afternoon light bounced off its pale facade while pigeons squabbled over crumbs on the steps. A bell tower somewhere struck 5, its deep tones mixing with the constant background hum of the city. A few well-dressed merchants were concluding their business for the day, chatting idly as they descended the wide stone steps. Cass was waiting on a bench near the entrance, one leg crossed over the other, a leather portfolio balanced on her knee. Shed made an effort with her appearance-her usual practical attire, replaced by a tailored jacket in deep burgundy over a simple white blouse. Her hair was pulled back neatly, and Shed somehow managed to look exactly like what she was pretending to be, a representative of a noble house conducting important business. When she spotted Adam, she pointedly glanced at the bank's ornate clock tower, then back at him. "Took you long enough," she said as he approached, closing her portfolio with a snap. "I was beginning to think you'd changed your mind about the whole venture." "Sorry about that," Adam replied, slightly out of breath. "Had a little unexpected event earlier. Also had to drop Zuni at my dorm before coming." He adjusted his collar, still feeling sand in places sand had no business being after his training session with Biggins. Cass studied his face for a moment, then shrugged. "Don't worry about it. At least you're here now." She stood, tucking the portfolio under her arm. "While you were otherwise occupied, I've been rather productive." She gestured for him to walk with her, away from the bank and toward the less crowded side street where they could speak more privately. "The initial deposit has been made," she said once they were clear of potential eavesdroppers. 5 million gold, as planned. I presented the necessary documents with House Silas Sealwich. By the way, y'all need to explain how you acquired. Later, Adam promised. "Right." Cass pulled a slip of paper from her pocket and handed it to him. "This is your official receipt. Don't lose it. I've also drafted the articles of incorporation for our trading company." Dom examined the receipt, noting the impressive letterhead of the Imperial Bank. "You've been busy. That's why you're paying me." Cass' lips quirked in a small smile. "I've also made inquiries about the warehouse property. It's still available, but there's another interested buyer. We'll need to move quickly." She paused, looking oddly hesitant for a moment. "I went ahead and registered our official name. You said I could choose, remember?" "Of course," Adam said. "What did you decide on?" "The Wangara Guild." Cass' voice became softer. "Trading and expeditions." Adam considered the name. It had a good ring to it, suggesting both commerce and adventure. "Wangara Guild, I like it. Does it mean something to you?" Cass looked away briefly, watching a group of children chasing each other around the square. "The Wangara were some of the first human merchants," she explained, her eyes brightening with enthusiasm. "They braved the 1,000 oceans and the 10 continents to establish trade routes. They were the first to open commerce with 7 different races, including the early sea elves. It was the name my father wanted for his guild if he ever managed to start one." Her fingers tightened slightly on her portfolio. "He used to tell me stories about it when I was little, how one day we'd have our own banner hanging in the merchant quarter." "Used to?" Adam asked carefully. "He died 5 years ago, courier route ambush." She said it matter-of-factly, but Adam caught the tension in her jaw. "Anyway, I've had the name in my head ever since." "I'm sorry about your father," she shrugged. "It was a long time ago." Adam nodded, studying her profile. This explained a lot about Cass's practical nature, her knowledge of commerce, her independence. And now she was emotionally investing herself in their venture, tying it to something deeply personal. It meant she would care for the guild with genuine passion, not just professional interest. "Which is exactly what I need from her," Adam thought, then immediately felt a pang of guilt. Here she was opening up about her father's dreams, and he was calculating how her emotional attachment would benefit his business interests. "I'm a terrible person sometimes. If you're happy with the name, then I am too," he said sincerely. "It suits what we're building." Her expression brightened. "I've even drafted our guild motto." She cleared her throat with a touch of self-consciousness. "Integrity in trade, innovation in approach, adventure in spirit." "That's actually perfect." "I know," she said, a hint of her usual confidence returning. "I'm good at this, Adam, trust me." "I do," she nodded, then got back to business. "What about you? Did you manage to contact the potential sponsors?" "Yes," Adam said, carefully folding the receipt and tucking it into his inner pocket. "I sent a letter to Dama's father this morning. He should respond favorably. Sam also spoke to his father about us. Others should get back to me soon." "Soon isn't good enough," Cass replied, her brow furrowing slightly. "We need at least one confirmed sponsor by tomorrow if we want to maintain our timeline." A cart rumbled past them, the driver shouting at pedestrians to clear the way. Adam and Cass stepped closer to a shop front displaying expensive glassware, their reflections distorted in the window. "I'm working on it," Adam said. "Duke Lightbringer isn't exactly someone you can rush." Cass glanced at him sideways. "And the third option, your mysterious Mr. Biggins. That's progressing. Progressing how exactly?" Adam thought about his afternoon on the beach, flying through the air, crashing into sand, the old dragon's cryptic promises. "It's complicated," he admitted. "I'll trust you to manage the sponsor situation," Cass said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Just don't leave it too long. Timing is critical here." They walked along the edge of the square, past vendors packing up their stalls for the evening. "Well," Cass said after a moment, her portfolio tapping rhythmically against her leg, "with today's tasks completed, our little reunion is almost done." Adam nodded, already mentally planning his next steps. "Before we part ways, though," she continued, "I've been meaning to ask you something." "Oh," Cass stopped walking, turning to face him fully. "I've been looking into our competition, the existing guilds in the House of Merchants. Find anything interesting?" "Do you know how long it's been since a new guild successfully claimed a seat?" Cass asked. 6 years, I think." Eight years." She leaned against the stone wall of a nearby building. and that was the Carden Shipping Guild, who only succeeded because they revolutionized hull design and cut trade route times by 20%. A merchant passed by, pulling a cart loaded with unsold fabric. Cass waited until he was out of earshot before continuing. "We're not just applying for membership here," she said, voice low. "We're asking the house to eject an existing guildevan if it's the 50th Rankadan give us their place instead. We need to demonstrate significantly more value than what they're currently providing. The economics need to make sense," Adam agreed. "More than make sense. They need to be compelling." Her fingers drummed against her portfolio. "These guilds have been entrenched for generations. They have connections, established trade routes, political backing. We can't just be good. We need something they don't have." She fixed him with that direct stare of hers. "So do you have any ideas? Something we could introduce soon that would make us stand out enough to break an 8-year streak of rejections?" Adam was quiet for a moment. He'd seen 80 years of innovations in his past life, techniques and products that hadn't been invented yet in this timeline. "Actually," he said finally, "I do." Cass' eyebrow lifted slightly. Interest peaked despite her attempt at professional detachment. Adam looked at her, weighing how much to reveal. "But I'd need you to run a few errands for me first." Her expression shifted to one of deadpan skepticism. "Errands?" An hour and a half later, Adam stood at the shoreline, watching the waves slide in and out. The tide was low, exposing dark strips of wet sand that gleamed under the moonlight. A chill breeze swept in from the water, carrying the sharp tang of salt and seaweed. He hadn't planned on being here this late. The moon was already up, and Mercer's Cove was quiet at this hour, just the occasional distant shout from the docks and the constant rhythm of water against shore. "I'm doing everything but attending school lately," he muttered to himself, then shook his head. Focus. He was here for a reason. He stripped down to his underwear, folding his clothes into a neat pile on a nearby rock. The night air raised goosebumps across his skin. Cautiously, he dipped a toe into the water. Damn it, it was freezing. Adam glanced back at the hulking figure, standing motionless several paces back from the water's edge. "You sure you can't swim, John?" The golem didn't respond. Of course it didn't. It wasn't sentient, just following basic commands. He tried several times to make the golem enter the water. He removed its armor, adjusted its balance, even attempted to modify its command runes. Every attempt ended the same way. The golem sank like a stone, completely useless once submerged. All that advanced magic, and water was the weak point. It was ridiculous, really. He'd need to find a way to fix that eventually. Maybe some kind of flotation enchantment or waterproofing for the command runes, something to work on later. Adam took his glasses out of his pocket and held them up, examining his handiwork. The simple night vision rune he'd spent an hour carving into the inner rim of the lenses glowed faintly blue in the darkness. Not his best work, but it would do the job. He slipped them on, and the shoreline immediately brightened to a grainy but visible scene. Nice. He'd already expanded his mana pool enough that maintaining 2 spells simultaneously was no longer the strain it used to be. Good thing, too, considering what he was about to do. "All right, let's not freeze to death," he muttered. Closing his eyes briefly, Adam constructed the fire spell in his mind, visualizing the energy forming a protective sphere around his body. The spell settled around him like an invisible bubble, radiating gentle warmth. Not exactly toasty, but it would keep hypothermia at bay. The downside, he'd have to consciously maintain the spell the entire time, which meant dividing his attention. Could be worse. Adam glanced back at the golem one more time. He'd left it standing guard, not because he expected trouble, but because he'd previously adjusted the displacement crystals in his pocket, lowering their mana signature in them. If something went wrong in the water, he could swap places with the golem instantly. "All right, Adam, the shores of Arcos don't have predators," he reminded himself, which was exactly the kind of thing people said right before something ate them. With his luck, he'd probably discover the one shark that decided to vacation in these waters. Water lapped at his ankles, then his knees as he waded deeper. The fire spell created a weird sensation in his torso, relatively comfortable, while his legs grew increasingly numb. "Here goes nothing," he said, taking a deep breath before plunging forward. The cold hit him like a slap, his fire spell flickering dangerously as his concentration wavered. He stabilized it with a mental push. The night vision rune worked better underwater than he'd expected, turning the murky darkness into a grainy, ghostly landscape of swaying plants and scattered rocks. Now he just needed to find what he was looking for before his willpower body temperature gave out. Adam pushed deeper into the water. Silverback's might skill that had seemed excessive on land was a blessing here, propelling him through the water with each powerful stroke. His arms cut through the darkness, pulling him down where light struggled to reach. The iron lung skill was proving surprisingly effective underwater. 3 minutes had passed since his last breath, and the pressure in his chest was only a mild discomfort, not the burning need for air most people would feel. Still, he didn't want to push it too far. Adam's enhanced night vision revealed a world most never saw. The seafloor was a landscape unto itself, with hills and valleys carved by currents over centuries. Schools of silverfish darted away as he approached, moving as one like liquid metal. Seagrass swayed in the underwater currents, reaching up from the sand like grasping fingers. Something large and dark moved at the edge of his vision, then vanished. Probably just a grouper, he told himself, but quickened his pace anyway. The farther he descended, the more apparent it became how vast the ocean truly was. The shoreline of Arcos was behind him now, the familiar replaced by the unknown. There was something unsettling about being surrounded by so much water it pressed against him from all sides, a constant reminder that he didn't belong here. When his lungs finally began to burn, Adam paused, treading water. He weaved a spell and a bubble of air formed around his head, drawn from the water itself, not large, just enough for a few deep breaths. He inhaled gratefully, the spell taxing his concentration as he maintained both it and the warming spell around his body. Crystals, he reminded himself, voice sounding strange in the bubble. Focus. He was looking for deep glow crystals, bluish-green formations with an inner luminescence that grew stronger the deeper they were found. They were rare but not impossibly so, forming in places where strong magical currents met underwater pressure. They could be found in some dungeons, deep caves, and occasionally if you knew where to look in underwater trenches near magical settlements like Arcos. At this point in time, these crystals were practically worthless, overlooked, and undervalued by everyone. Most who knew of their existence saw them as merely decorative oddities, good for nothing but ambient lighting in upscale homes. What made them truly valuable, though unknown to nearly everyone, was their unique magical resonance properties. With the right runes and complementary materials, paired crystals could transmit sounds between each other over vast distances. This property hadn't been fully utilized by humans yet, but Adam knew from his future knowledge that these crystals would become the foundation of long-range communication, first revolutionizing battlefield coordination, then eventually enabling continent-spanning communication networks. The Whisperstones he planned to create would solve an immediate need, while positioning his guild to monopolize this technology, the time others understood the full potential. He'd be leagues ahead in its development and application. Adam had researched the most likely locations before diving in. The eastern edge of Mercer's Cove had a deep underwater trench that ran parallel to the magical ley line feeding the academy. If there were deep glow crystals anywhere accessible in Arcos waters, they'd be there. Something massive loomed ahead in the gloom, not living, but sculpted, the broken remains of a statue. As Adam approached, he recognized the features of La Borealis, seated atop his dire bear Grayman. The statue had once stood proudly in Arcos' central plaza, commemorating the city's founder. That was centuries ago, before storms and time had claimed it, pulling it into the sea to be forgotten by most. The stone eyes seemed to watch him as he passed. Adam resisted the urge to look back. He continued downward, following the sloping seafloor as it descended sharply into the trench he sought. The pressure increased, squeezing against his ears until he had to pause and equalize with a swallow. His warming spell flickered, requiring another burst of concentration to maintain. The trench opened below him like a wound in the earth, dark and impossibly deep. Adam followed its edge rather than plunging into its depths. The deep glow crystals he needed would form along the walls where the magical current from the ley line brushed against the trench. That's when he saw it, a faint blue-green glow emanating from a cleft in the rock face. Exactly what he'd been looking for. He swam closer, excitement building. The deep glow crystals were growing in a cluster, jutting out from the rock like frozen flames. Each was roughly the size of his thumb, with faceted surfaces that caught what little light penetrated this depth, amplifying it. Inside each crystal, a soft pulse of energy ebbed and flowed, almost like a heartbeat. Adam reached out. He formed a new air bubble, letting the previous one dissipate, and took a deep breath. Then he simply grasped the nearest crystal firmly and pulled it free from the rock wall. The crystal came loose with a satisfying crack, its blue glow undiminished. In the inventory it went. He was so focused on harvesting the crystals that he didn't notice movement in his peripheral vision until it was too close to ignore. Adam spun, nearly losing his air bubble in surprise. A face distinctly human, but somehow not watched him from less than an arm's length away. Large, dark eyes with vertical pupils caught the meager light, and what he'd initially mistaken for flowing hair was revealed to be fine, translucent fins extending from the head like a lion's mane. A mermaid. And she wasn't alone. 3 more forms hovered nearby, watching him with curiosity. Adam's first instinct was to reach for the displacement crystal in his pocket to swap places with his golem and escape to the surface, but something in their posture stopped him. Despite their unnerving appearance, he recognized the Cantantes subspecies from his arrival at Arcos. These weren't the kind that enjoyed watching bubbles stop. His air bubble began to destabilize as his concentration wavered. The nearest mermaid noticed his predicament. Her lips parted in what might have been a smile, but revealed teeth too sharp, too numerous for comfort. She moved closer, her webbed fingers with their hint of claws making a fluid gesture. Suddenly, the pressure around Adam's head changed, and his failing air bubble was replaced by something more substantial, a sphere of air that encompassed his entire head and shoulders. Her turquoise hair floated around her face like living tendrils as she tilted her head, studying him with the fascination of a child examining an interesting insect. The effect was immediate. The mermaids burst into laughter, not the bubbly, muffled sound you'd expect underwater, but crystal clear, like wind chimes in a summer breeze. It was beautiful. It was melodic. It was absolutely terrifying considering his current situation. The turquoise-haired one who'd fixed his air bubble darted around him in a tight circle, her powerful tail propelling her with grace. Another with silver-streaked hair joined her, and soon they were swimming circles around him. "I'm just looking for some crystals," Adam said, pointing to the cluster he'd been harvesting, not trying to trespass or anything. They tilted their heads in unison, watching him with those unnervingly large eyes. They didn't respond verbally, but their expressions shifted in subtle ways: curiosity, amusement, something else he couldn't quite identify. Great. Either they didn't understand him, which was likely, or they were just enjoying watching him squirm. The silver-streaked one reached out and poked his arm with a webbed finger, then quickly pulled back, darting away a few feet before cautiously approaching again. The others chittered to each other in a language that sounded like dolphin clicks mixed with something vaguely reminiscent of Elvish. "Look, I'm not going to hurt you," Adam said, trying again, "and I'd appreciate it if you'd extend the same courtesy." They blinked those sideways lids at him. This wasn't working. He needed another approach. An old saying floated through his mind: perfect practice makes for the perfect moment to practice. Worth a shot. Adam closed his eyes, focusing inward. Druid magic wasn't about complex runes or elaborate spellcasting, it was about emotion. Clear, pure emotion projected outward with mana. No language, no words, just feeling and intent. He concentrated on curiosity first, Thy's own interest in them. He visualized it as a soft green light emanating from him, reaching out to the merfolk. Nothing happened for a moment. Then he felt a gentle push against his mind, like someone tapping on a door. The turquoise-haired mermaid had moved closer, her head tilted, eyes narrowed. She was responding. Encouraged, Adam tried again, this time focusing on his purpose. He visualized the crystals, their glow, their formation. He projected an image of himself, carefully removing a few knot allens, swimming back to the surface. No harm intended, just collection. The mermaid's eyes widened slightly. She turned to the others, and they exchanged those strange clicking sounds again, faster this time. She turned back to him and sent something in return, not words, but a clear mental image of a deep underwater trench, a place full of what he was looking for. Oh, the silver-streaked one darted forward suddenly, coming face to face with Adam. He instinctively recoiled, an emotion of alarm flashing out before he could control it. She chuckled an eerily human sound and sent him an image of humans in boats, throwing spears at her kind. Adam understood. "I'm not like them," he projected, along with regret for her experience. The turquoise-haired mermaid swam closer, circling Adam once more, but slower, more deliberate. She sent him an image of the crystals, more than the few he'd been harvesting, an entire wall of them somewhere deeper. Adam's eyes widened in surprise. She was showing him where to find more. He projected gratitude, his intention clear. The mermaids exchanged looks, and two of them suddenly darted away into the depths without explanation. The turquoise-haired one stayed, watching Adam with unblinking attention. The remaining mermaid, one with coral pink fins he hadn't noticed before, approached cautiously. Adam felt a reflexive wariness rise within him. After all, this was still a powerful predatory being with claws and too many teeth. The mermaid chuckled as she sensed his reaction, sending him a teasing image of herself looking exaggeratedly menacing, then immediately contrasting it with another of herself simply swimming alongside schools of fish. Not a threat, at least not right now. Adam relaxed slightly, projecting curiosity about where the others had gone. The coral-finned mermaid simply pointed in the direction they'd disappeared, then made a grabbing motion with her hands, getting something. A movement caught his attention. The two mermaids who had swum away earlier were returning, their arms laden with crystals, deep-glow crystals, already harvested and glowing brilliantly. Adam couldn't help the smile that spread across his face. They knew where to find the crystals in abundance, and had simply gone to get some for him, saving him the trouble and risk of diving deeper. He let his appreciation flow outward. The mermaids seemed pleased by his reaction, their fins fluttering slightly. The turquoise-haired mermaid who'd first approached him gestured for him to hold out his hands. When he did, she carefully placed several crystals in his palms, more than he could have safely harvested on his own, and of better quality too. Perfect specimens with no cracks or flaws. He then pulling the crystals into his inventory. To the merfolk, the crystals simply vanished from his outstretched palms, disappearing into thin water. Their reaction was immediate, a chorus of excited clicks, their eyes widening as they darted closer, examining his now empty hands. "Oh, this," Adam laughed, "it's my inventory skill. Cool, huh? I can put a lot of things in it," he explained, knowing full well they didn't understand the words, but finding it easier to convey his thoughts and emotions when he talked at the same time. He mentally projected an image of the crystals being stored in a safe place he could access later. The turquoise-haired mermaid circled him again. She made a grabbing motion toward his hands, then opened her own palms questioningly. "You're wondering what else I can do with it?" Adam grinned. "Well." This time, Adam retrieved a small paper bag from his inventory. He bought these candies from the weird stuff. "I'm not sure if y'all like these," he said, opening the bag inside his air bubble, "but on the surface, people like them a lot." He held out his palm, offering several small wrapped candies. The turquoise-haired mermaid approached excitedly. She hovered near his outstretched hand, examining the colorful offerings. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and delicately plucked one from his palm. She held it up, turning it this way and that, looking back at Adam questioningly. "Like this," Adam said, taking one for himself. He made sure they were watching as he brought it to his air bubble, carefully unwrapped it, and popped the candy into his mouth. He hummed appreciatively as the sweet, slightly tangy flavor spread across his tongue. The turquoise-haired mermaid watched with rapt attention. Then, mimicking his movements perfectly, she brought the candy to her own face and promptly popped the entire thing, wrapper and all, into her mouth. "No, the wrapper is not to be eaten," Adam started, but it was too late. The wrapper was made of a special dissolving film that would eventually break down harmless lightsign to minimize litter in Arco's streets, but still. That wasn't exactly how humans did it. The mermaid's eyes suddenly widened, her pupils dilating dramatically. Her entire body went rigid for a moment. Then, in a burst of movement, she executed a perfect backward flip through the water, her tail leaving a trail of bubbles. She mimicked, the sound remarkably similar to Adam's appreciative hum despite passing through water instead of air. She began clicking rapidly as she darted between her companions. The others immediately crowded around Adam, their hands extended eagerly toward the remaining candies. "Whoa, easy there," Adam laughed. He carefully distributed the candies, making sure each mermaid got one. They all copied exactly what they'd seen some unwrap them as he had. Others followed their friend's example and ate the whole thing, wrapper and all. Each reaction was similar: widened eyes, excited movements, and that same rippling through the water. "You guys like that?" Adam asked, grinning as they continued to savor the taste, some of them performing elaborate spins and twirls in what he guessed was their version of a sugar rush. It was like watching kids at a birthday party, just with more fins and teeth. The turquoise-haired mermaid circled back to him, her expression almost reverent as she pointed to his hand, then to her mouth, then made a series of hopeful clicks. "Sorry, that's all I've got for now," Adam said, turning his hands palm up to show they were empty. "But I'll bring more next time," he added, projecting an image of himself returning with more candies. Her fins fluttered in that smile-like expression, and she nodded. "I should go now," Adam said, pointing upward and hoping they'd understand. To Adam's surprise, all 4 mermaids accompanied him as he kicked toward the surface. They swam circles around him, occasionally darting ahead only to loop back. The journey back seemed much shorter with his unexpected escorts. As the water grew shallower and moonlight began to filter down more clearly, Adam could see the seafloor rising to meet the shore. He turned back when he reached the shallows, and there they were, 4 heads poking above the gentle waves, watching him with those large, curious eyes. They hadn't fled as he'd expected. The mermaids responded with a chorus of clicks and that strange, musical laughter that somehow sounded both delightful and slightly menacing. The turquoise-haired one raised a webbed hand in what might have been a wave. Then, as if on some silent signal, all 4 turned in perfect unison and submerged with barely a ripple. Adam stood there for a moment, dripping wet and suddenly alone on the moonlit beach. The place was completely empty save for himself and his golem standing motionless where he'd left it. This whole encounter felt incredibly fortunate. If he could establish some sort of ongoing link with the Cantante's sirens, they could become suppliers of the crystals he needed. In exchange, he'd bring them candies and whatever else might interest them. Simple trade, mutually beneficial, and one that would give him access to materials most humans would find difficult or dangerous to acquire. That could work. The night breeze reminded him suddenly that it was, in fact, the middle of the night. Cass was probably done running the errands he'd sent her on, and here he was, standing half-naked on a beach like some kind of deranged midnight swimmer. He canceled his warming spell and immediately regretted it as the cold night air hit his wet skin. "John," he called to the golem, walking over to where it stood sentinel. With a quick mental command, he returned the massive construct to his inventory. ATCHOO. The sneeze caught him by surprise, echoing across the empty beach. "Great," he muttered, hurrying to where he'd left his clothes. "Just what I need. A cold." He dressed as quickly as his shivering hands would allow, stubbornly ignoring the way his shirt clung uncomfortably to his damp skin. At least he had the crystals. And perhaps more valuably, he had made some rather unusual new acquaintances. All in all, not a bad night's work. Crafting magic wasn't dissimilar to cooking, Adam had always thought. It required precision, patience, and a willingness to burn your fingers at least twice before getting it right. He arranged the components Cass had acquired in a semicircle on his workbench. Each piece had been chosen with methodical care. 3 brass rings of different diameters, carved with minute notches along their inner edges, a handful of silver pins no thicker than sewing needles, a small leather pouch containing scraps of rare metals, and most importantly, a jar of alchemical solution that had cost nearly as much as everything else combined. The crystals he obtained from the merfolk sat in a shallow dish of purified water, their glow muted but constant. Even in this dormant state, they pulsed with potential. Step 1, Adam muttered to himself, reaching for the smallest of the glowing stones. He lifted it carefully, examining it against the light. A perfect specimen, no inclusions, no fractures, just pure crystalline potential waiting to be awakened. This was where most enchanters would immediately start carving runes, eager to impose their will on the raw material. That was also where most enchanters failed. Adam did the opposite. He closed his eyes and rested the crystal in his palm, feeling its natural resonance. Each deep glow crystal had its own signature frequency, a unique vibrational pattern that distinguished it from all others. Understanding that pattern was crucial, fighting against it was futile. After several minutes of concentration, Adam opened his eyes and reached for his logbook. He recorded the crystal's resonance as a series of numerical values, a 7-digit sequence that represented its unique vibrational pattern. Frequency code 3825197, he muttered as he wrote. Each digit corresponded to a specific vibrational harmonic within the crystal's structure. He then picked up a thin silver stylus and made a series of precise marks on the crystal's surface, not imposing arbitrary runes, but enhancing the natural flow lines in a pattern that encoded this numerical signature permanently into the stone's structure. He set that crystal aside and repeated the process with a second one, this time feeling for a complementary frequency that would naturally harmonize with the first. When he found it, he recorded its unique 7-digit code, 4276358. Again, he marked the crystal with the same encoding pattern. Now came the more technical phase. Adam mixed a paste from the alchemical solution, adding precise amounts of powdered silver and gold from the leather pouch. The mixture began to emit a faint humming sound as he stirred, a good sign. One by one, he applied the paste to specific points on both crystals, creating a conductive network that followed their natural energy flows. As the mixture dried, it sank into the crystal's structure, becoming part of it rather than merely sitting on the surface. The real challenge came next, awakening the stones. Adam placed both crystals in a small ceramic bowl and covered them with the remainder of the alchemical solution. Then he began a slow, steady infusion of mana, not forcing it in, but letting it seep gradually into the crystal's lattice structure. For 3 minutes, he maintained perfect concentration, feeling the stones gradually accept his offering. Their glow intensified, shifting from blue-green to a deeper blue with pulsating undertones. When the awakening was complete, he removed the crystals from the solution. They were transformed, no longer just pretty trinkets, but active conduits of magical energy. Even without further enchantment, they would now perpetually draw small amounts of ambient mana from their surroundings, self-sustaining their new awakened state. Next came rune construction. Adam pulled a small notebook from his pocket, flipping to a page of diagrams he sketched earlier. The rune sequences were his own design, a hybrid of classical patterns modified with innovations that wouldn't be discovered for decades. He began carving the first crystal with a diamond-tipped etching tool, his movements precise and unhurried. These weren't just decorative markings. Each line, curve, and intersection served a specific purpose in the magical circuit he was creating. The primary rune cluster handled voice conversion, transforming sound vibrations into mana pulses that could be transmitted. A secondary array managed reception and reconversion. A third, more complex pattern, this one entirely his own invention, created what he mentally called a frequency lock. This was the real breakthrough, a runic sequence that permanently encoded the crystal's numerical frequency signature, allowing it to be dialed by another stone. Most modern mages would have used a binding spell for this purpose, but binding spells required maintenance. Adam's approach was structural. Once established, it would work indefinitely without further magical input. When both crystals were fully inscribed, he fitted them into the brass rings, which would serve as both protection and amplification chambers. The smallest, innermost ring was positioned to directly contact the crystal. The middle ring, slightly larger, contained the input runes. The outermost ring housed the frequency control, a series of precisely spaced notches marked with tiny numerical indicators from 0 to 9. Users would align these numbers in sequence with a reference point on the casing to input the 7-digit code of any crystal they wished to contact. He assembled the first device methodically, securing each component with the silver pins and sealing the junctions with drops of the remaining paste. When completed, It resembled a small brass compass with a glowing blue stone at its center, surrounded by numbered dials. The second device he assembled with identical care, though the rune pattern was mirrored to complement rather than duplicate the first. With both devices complete, Adam positioned them on opposite sides of his workbench. This was the moment of truth. Either they would connect, or he wasted hours of preparation and a small fortune in materials. He picked up the first device and rotated the outermost ring, carefully aligning the sequence for 27635, the unique frequency code of the second crystal. A tiny click confirmed the sequence had been fully entered, the mechanism locking into its final position. Testing, Adam said quietly, speaking directly into the crystal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, from the second device across the workbench, his own voice emerged clear as if he were standing next to it, testing. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Phase 1, successful. He repeated the test from different positions in the room, noting signal clarity and volume. The devices performed flawlessly regardless of distance or obstacles. Even when he placed one inside a metal box, the connection remained unbroken. Satisfied with the basic functionality, Adam moved on to testing range. He took one device and walked out of the room, down corridors, around corners. The connection held steady, sustained by the ambient mana throughout the building. By the time he returned to his workbench, he confirmed the range extended at least throughout the entire building without any signal degradation. The final step was housing the devices in something more practical than exposed brass rings. From a drawer, he retrieved 2 custom wooden cases Cass brought earlier, palm-sized ovals with hollowed centers perfectly sized to hold the assemblies. The casings weren't merely decorative. The wood had been soaked in a preservation solution that would protect against moisture and impact damage. More importantly, thin channels carved into the inner surface would help focus sound waves toward the crystal core, improving both transmission and reception quality. Adam fitted the devices into their housings, secured them with tiny brass clasps, and gave each a final inspection. From the outside, they looked like nothing more remarkable than polished wooden eggs with a small glass window showing the crystal within, a small dial with numerical markings visible along one edge. Simple, elegant, revolutionary. He heard footsteps approaching and quickly cleared away the excess materials, leaving only the completed devices on the workbench. Cass appeared in the doorway, her expression shifting from mild annoyance to curiosity as she spotted the glowing objects on the workbench. "Could you please not scare off my neighbors with your late-night wandering?" she said, walking into the room. She balanced a small waxed paper package in one hand and 2 steaming mugs in the other. "Mrs. Haldon from downstairs came knocking just now. Apparently you were seen mumbling to yourself all over the neighborhood, laughing maniacally, and mumbling 'it works' at yourself." The warm, buttery scent of fresh Kazbun bread, a flaky, layered pastry unique to Arcos Baccherius, filled the room as she set everything down on the one clear corner of the workbench. "I brought you breakfast," she added, looking Adam over critically. "You should eat." Adam ran a hand through his disheveled hair, dark circles under his eyes contrasting with the satisfied gleam in them. He reached for one of the mugs of hot chocolate gratefully. Lost track of time, he admitted, savoring the hot drink. "But it was worth it, so I step out for half an hour to get us breakfast, and you decide to terrorize the whole neighborhood," she said, eyeing the glowing objects. "What exactly have you been working on all night?" Adam picked up one of the devices and held it out to her. "This is what's going to put the Wangara Guild on the map." She took it cautiously, turning it over in her hands. "It's pretty. What exactly am I looking at here?" "The answer to your question about what would make us stand out," Adam replied. He picked up the second device and gestured for her to step back, walk over to the other side of the room. Cass raised an eyebrow but complied, moving to the far corner. "Now hold it up to your ear like this." Adam demonstrated with his own device. "And notice the numbered dial on the edge. That's how you select which crystal to contact. Each crystal has its own unique 7-digit code." She mimicked his position, her expression skeptical. "What is this supposed to?" "Can you hear me?" Adam spoke softly into his device. Cass nearly dropped hers, eyes widening as his voice emerged clearly from the stone she held to her ear. "What in the world?" She stared at the device, then back at Adam across the room. "That's just the beginning," he said, both directly and through the connection. Cass lowered the device slowly, her eyes never leaving Adam's face. The skepticism had vanished, replaced by a sharp, calculating look. "Range?" she asked, her voice measured despite the intensity in her gaze. "Citywide at minimum, with proper setup, potentially across provinces." She turned the device over in her hands, examining it with new appreciation. "How difficult to reproduce. The crystals are rare but obtainable. The crafting requires precision, but it's a process I can teach to others." Adam took a sip of his chocolate. "I've designed templates for the rune sequences. Security: each crystal pair has a unique frequency. No one can listen in without the matching stone." Cass paced 3 steps, then stopped. "Cost per unit: high initially, but scalable once we establish supply lines for the materials. Her fingers traced the dial, and the numbering system this means any stone can contact any other stone in the network, provided you know the correct code. She set the device down carefully as if it might suddenly increase in value before her eyes. Military applications, immediate battlefield coordination. Instant communications between outposts, strategic advantage to whoever deploys it first. Merchant houses, real-time market information, trade coordination across provinces, no more waiting weeks for messages to arrive by courier. A hint of a smile played at the corner of her mouth. The imperial court, governance without delay, immediate response to crises, power projection. Cass leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and we control the entire production. We do. She closed her eyes briefly, calculating. Where did you buy these? It's really good, asked Adam, biting into the Cosbun bread. When Cass opened her eyes, Adam recognized something he rarely saw: their excitement, carefully contained but unmistakable. This isn't just a product, Adam, this is. She hesitated, searching for the right words. This is the beginning of an entirely new world, I know. She picked up the device again, holding it with newfound reverence. The House of Merchants won't just give us a seat at their table. They'll rebuild the entire table around us. That's the idea. Cass laughed at a short, rare sound from her. God, we're creating an entirely new field of commerce, one that every kingdom, every army, every merchant house will soon find themselves unable to function without. Adam nodded, allowing himself a small smile, and the Wangara Guild will hold the keys to it all. A monopoly, she murmured, on the future itself. Seriously though, where did you buy these? A little more than a day later, Adam stifled a yawn as he slid into the bench beside Sam. The wooden seat creaked in protest, its sound echoing slightly in the high-ceilinged chamber of the academy's dueling arena. Around them, other students were settling in, some stretching, others checking equipment, all preparing for another grueling session of practical combat magic. Despite 14 hours of sleep, his body still demanded more. Ever since Silverback's might and healing factor had manifested, his physiology had fundamentally changed. His muscles looked ordinary but operated on different principles entirely. His metabolism ran at twice the normal rate, demanding double the calories while providing extraordinary benefits. Could push himself far longer than before, but the recovery debt remained constant. 14 hours was efficient for someone who depleted themselves as thoroughly as he had, but ideally he needed about one more hour to feel fully refreshed. His body's ledger was precise that way. You look like death warmed over, Sam remarked, not looking up from the notebook where he was sketching what appeared to be formation diagrams. Sam glanced up, brow furrowing. Where's your Quillic? Zuni's always perched on your shoulder by now, still sleeping in our dorm. Adam's second yawn threatened to dislocate his jaw. He refused to move this morning, just hissed and burrowed deeper under the pillow. I didn't know he could hiss. Yeah, me neither. Sam closed his notebook. Are you all right? You slept all day yesterday. Missed Professor Orloff's lecture on ward penetration. He specifically mentioned your absence, by the way, twice. Adam winced. Yeah, I was, working on something. Something, guild-related. The one I am forming with Cass. Adam straightened his uniform collar, which was askew. I'll show you later. Ah, speaking of guild, Sam's expression brightened. He reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, corners crisp and sealed with a wax impression that caught the light. Couldn't tell you yesterday since you were hibernating, but my father agreed to be one of the sponsors for the... He paused. What is your guild's name, by the way? The Wangara. Wangara. Sam's eyebrows rose slightly. Nice. Some of the first human merchants, weren't they? Crossed the great desert with just camels and star charts. Yeah, Cass told me, Adam replied, eyeing the paper Sam was still holding. Your father actually agreed, said your father asked for it. Sam extended the paper with a smile. That, and he was quite eager to hear your guild's plans. Adam stared at the paper for a moment before taking it. His eyes scanned the elegant script, widening slightly at the seal and signature. This is, he broke off, suddenly throwing his arms around Sam in an unexpected hug. This is huge. Do you know what this means? How, out of character to be acting that way. An hormonal change perhaps, Adam thought. Well, whatever. All right, Sam laughed, awkwardly patting Adam's back while trying to extricate himself. Just take the paper before you wrinkle it. Father would kill us both. Adam released him, clutching the sponsorship document like it might vanish. House Harbinski's Bakinthas gets us one sponsor. He was still staring at it when the double doors at the far end of the arena swung open with deliberate force. Conversation died instantly, replaced by the scrape of benches as students straightened their postures. Professor Crowley strode into the room. His deep blue battle mage robes billowed slightly despite the absence of any breeze, a subtle display of mana control that wasn't lost on the more observant students. Good morning, he said, voice carrying effortlessly to the farthest corners. I see most of you managed to find your way here despite the schedule changes. Sam nudged Adam, who reluctantly folded the precious document and tucked it into his inner pocket. Crowley reached the center of the arena and turned to face them, hands clasped behind his back. For those who haven't had the pleasure, I am Professor Crowley. This is advanced combat applications, and as I understand it, this is the first meeting for all of you due to the recent administrative adjustments. A few students exchanged glances. Details remained deliberately vague. Unlike your previous combat classes, Crowley continued, this arena operates under different protocols. Here, you will engage in authentic dueling conditions against your peers. His eyes scanned the room, settling briefly on each face. The limitations and safety measures you've grown accustomed to have been significantly reduced. A quiet murmur rippled through the room. That doesn't mean there are no rules, he added, his tone sharpening. It means the consequences for your actions are more immediate, like reality itself. He gestured toward the ceiling, where a complex array of runes glowed with subdued golden light. This monitoring system will assess your performance, track damage potentials, and most importantly intervene only when absolutely necessary. Crowley paced a measured circuit in front of them. The purpose of this class is simple, to prepare you for combat outside these walls, where your opponents won't politely wait their turn, where defensive failure means actual injury, and where creative application of your abilities often means the difference between victory and defeat. He stopped and conjured a small, swirling orb of densely packed mana between his palms. You will use everything in your arsenal, every spell, every technique, every advantage you can create. The orb pulsed once before dissipating. Your objective isn't merely to win, it's to understand why you won, or why you lost. A few students murmured. Each of you will participate in a minimum of 3 official duels this semester, Crowley explained. The matchups will be determined partly by my assessment and partly by challenge system. The results will account for 30% of your final. The arena doors swung open again, cutting him off mid-sentence. All heads turned toward the interruption. A collective intake of breath followed. Oh, they're done for, someone whispered from a few rows back. Crowley hates lateness worse than incompetence, another muttered. Sam raised his eyebrows at Adam, who was already craning his neck to see the late arrival. Standing in the doorway was a figure who didn't seem particularly concerned with the stir shed caused. She was taller than most of the male students, with skin the deep crimson of sunset. Dark, intricate patterns that might have been tattoos or might have been natural markings traced across her visible skin in abstract whorls. When she spoke, apologizing for her tardiness, 2 delicate fangs caught the light. A pair of small, polished horns curved up from her forehead, and behind her a small tufted tailknot unlike a rabbit's, but with the same crimson hue as her skin flicked once in apparent nervousness. Ah, Miss Lazari, Crowley said, his tone unexpectedly neutral. I was informed you might be joining us. The whispers intensified immediately. Is that? Turrigan has to be thought they never left their islands, heard their magic, is all blood-based. I apologize for my tardiness, Professor, she said. The shifting buildings. I'm afraid I'm still learning my way around. A group of boys in the front row were already leaning toward each other, whispering and casting glances her way. Even Sam looked surprised. A Turrigan, he breathed. Here? Adam said nothing, simply observing. He read about the Turrigan people, an ancient race from the volcanic archipelago in the southern seas, but seeing one in person was another matter entirely. This never happened before. Quite understandable, Crowley replied. It's your first day after all. He turned to address the class. Everyone, this is Nea Lazari, daughter of Ambassador Korik Lazari of the Turrigan Sovereignty. She will be joining our class for this semester, and possibly longer, depending on her father's diplomatic assignment. The room erupted into excited conversation. Heard their diplomats can breathe fire supposedly. They can see magic itself. My cousin said they only eat things that are still moving just here. Because of the treaty negotiations, wonder if shall duel. Nea Lazari stood perfectly still amid the commotion, her expression unreadable. Her eyes, a startling amber with vertical pupils, briefly scanned the room before settling on Crowley again. Silence. Crowley didn't shout so much as project, his voice cutting through the chatter like a blade. The room went instantly quiet. Miss Lazari, please take any available seat. We were just discussing the parameters of this course. Crowley cleared his throat and resumed as if there had been no interruption. As I was saying, the monitoring system will track your performance statistics. These will factor into your final evaluation, alongside written assessments of your strategic choices. He gestured toward the walls, where rune-inscribed plates hummed with contained energy. The arena barriers will contain most spell work, but be aware that certain high-level techniques may trigger additional safeguards. He reached into his robe pocket and withdrew what appeared to be a handful of small crystals, each about the size of a thumbnail and etched with intricate runic patterns. These are protection amulets, he explained, letting one dangle from his fingers where the entire class could see it. You will wear them during all duels. They contain specialized barrier runes that activate automatically when detecting potentially lethal damage. After all, the goal here is not to have you kill each other. His tone suggested this was both a reassurance and a mild disappointment. They will not protect you from pain, minor injuries, or the humiliation of poor performance, he added with a thin smile. merely from permanent harm. He paused, scanning the attentive faces. Questions so far, no one moved. Either they understood perfectly or more likely were too intimidated to speak up first. Excellent, Crowley said, clapping his hands together once. Since today is our first session, I see no reason to delay practical application. Who here would like to participate in our inaugural duel? Hands shot up immediately, mostly from the usual suspects. Karian Dmitri, heir to the Dmitri barony in the northern reaches of Sundar. Lucia Wei, who'd never met a challenge she wouldn't accept. Many others Adam was familiar with. And of course Damas. Crowley nodded approvingly. Good, enthusiasm is. Another hand rose, more deliberately than the others. Nea Lazari, still standing near the entrance, had raised her arm with the casual confidence of someone who didn't expect to be refused. The room went quiet again. Even Crowley seemed momentarily caught off guard. He recovered quickly. Miss Lazari, perhaps you misunderstood. These duels involve actual combat magic, not the demonstration exercises you might be accustomed to from your previous institution. Given that you missed the initial explanation, I suppose you should be briefed first. I heard your voice from the third corridor, Professor, Nea replied. Something about authentic dueling conditions and consequences being more immediate. It sounds not dissimilar to our training methods at home. Someone whispered, holy shit, they heard that. Loud enough for half the room to hear. Did she just say enhanced hearing is definitely a Turrigan trait, but she can smell fear too? Crowley's lips twitched into what might have been the ghost of a smile. Well, it seems you're integrating more quickly than anticipated. He turned to address the other volunteers. The protocol is simple. Those willing to duel may challenge any student present. The challenged may refuse 3 consecutive times without penalty. A 4th refusal results in automatic grade reduction. He paused to let this sink in. This system prevents both forced participation and excessive avoidance. The room went still again, dozens of eyes tracking Nea as she surveyed the assembled students. She began to walk, moving not toward the arena floor but along the tiered seating, her gaze sweeping across the students. She's looking at us, Sam muttered, slouching lower in his seat. Adam followed her gaze. She is. Why is she looking at us? Sam's whisper had taken on a panicked edge. I have no idea, Adam replied, watching with growing curiosity as Nea continued her approach. She ascended the steps toward their row with unhurried grace. The buzz of whispers intensified. Heading straight for them, isn't that Scylla? Must have some reason. Sam made a small, distressed noise as she stopped directly in front of their bench. Oh God, oh God, oh God, he whispered. Nea smiled, revealing just the tips of those delicate fangs. Hello, she said. You're Adam Scylla, aren't you? Adam straightened slightly, surprised at being addressed by name. Yes, he answered, aware of just how many people were watching this exchange. I am. Her amber eyes studied him for a moment, then she extended a hand palm up, fingers slightly curled in what seemed like a formal gesture rather than a typical handshake. Would you like to duel, Adam Scylla? Adam stared at Nea's outstretched hand. Time seemed to slow as his brain processed what was happening. Being singled out wasn't unusual for him, but being challenged to a duel by a Turrigan diplomat's daughter on her first day, that was new. The entire room had gone completely silent. He could practically feel the weight of everyone's stares boring into his back. The logical part of his mind, the part that had survived decades of experience, condensed into memories that sometimes felt like someone else's life, assessed the situation clinically. Combat-capable species, unknown magical affinity, probable diplomatic training, but the 13-year-old part of him, the part that still sometimes forgot he was actually Atyphal, a simple, undeniable spark of curiosity. What's her angle? Nea hadn't moved. Her hand remained extended, amber eyes fixed on his with an intensity that suggested she wouldn't be deterred easily. The slight curl at the corner of her mouth hinted that she might be enjoying his hesitation. Adam mentally shrugged. What the hell? He'd faced far worse than an impromptu duel with a mysterious foreign student. Sure, he said, taking her hand. Her grip was firm, her skin surprisingly warmer than any human's would be. The collective gasp that followed made him wonder if he'd accidentally agreed to something more serious than a supervised classroom duel. Very dramatic. Dude, what are you doing? Sam hissed beside him, but his friend's tone lacked real alarm. It was more the obligatory protest of someone who'd long since accepted that Adam would do exactly as he pleased. You don't know anything about her abilities. That's rather the point of a duel, isn't it? Adam replied quietly. Nea's smile widened, revealing more of those delicate fangs. I'm glad, she said, her voice carrying just enough to be heard by the nearby rows. I worried you might be a coward. Ha, Adam couldn't help but chuckle at that. I think caution and cowardice aren't the same thing, he said, rising from his seat. He stood and suddenly became acutely aware of just how tall she was. The top of his head barely reached her shoulder. At 13, his body had barely hit the growth spurt that would eventually bring him to his adult height. Nea, meanwhile, easily topped 6 feet, her slender frame making her appear even taller. Scylla, sit down. Are you insane? She'll crush you. The comments drifted up from various parts of the room. Adam ignored them as he gestured for Naya to lead the way down to the arena floor. As they descended the steps, she leaned slightly closer. "I've heard quite a bit about you, she said conversationally, as if they were discussing the weather rather than preparing to fight. Commander Scylla's son, the boy who survived a high-ranked dungeon. Adam raised an eyebrow. "They say you emerged with white hair," she continued. Her eyes flicked to the stark white streak that ran through his otherwise dark hair, though I confess I expected it to be more complete. I imagined your entire head turned white from whatever horrors you witnessed. "Sorry to let you down," Adam said dryly. "I'll try for a more theatrical trauma next time." That surprised a laugh out of Hera light, elegant sound that seemed at odds with her imposing appearance. "You're funny, I wasn't expecting that." They reached the arena floor, their footsteps echoing slightly on the polished stone. The space seemed larger from down here, the tiered seating rising around them like the walls of a pit. Every face was turned toward them, every conversation hushed. "I do appreciate your willingness to accept my challenge," Naya said, her tone shifting to something more formal. "It's refreshing to meet someone who doesn't immediately assume I am to be feared or avoided." "Is that what usually happens?" Adam asked, genuinely curious. A flicker of something Ganyan's resignation crossed her features before her composure returned. "Let's just say your classmates' reactions were not unexpected." Professor Crowley appeared beside them, crystal amulets in hand. "Since you two seem eager to provide our first demonstration, let's proceed." He handed them each a protection amulet. "Place these around your necks." Adam slipped the crystal over his head, feeling the cool weight of it against his chest. It hummed faintly, responding to his proximity. Remember, Crowley addressed them both, but his eyes lingered on Naya. "This is a controlled exercise. The objective is demonstration of skill and adaptability, not injury." Naya nodded respectfully. "Of course, Professor." "The rules are simple," Crowley announced, loud enough for all to hear. "Combat continues until one participant yields, is rendered incapable of continuing, or until I determine further engagement would serve no educational purpose." He stepped back, gesturing to opposite sides of the arena. "Take your positions. When I signal, you may begin." As they separated, Naya rolled her shoulders and cracked her neck, bouncing lightly on the balls of her feet. Her tail flicked with what appeared to be excitement, and when their eyes met across the arena, she winked at him. Adam responded with a slight nod and a small smile of his own. He was curious about her abilities, certainly, but didn't overthink her motives. She was probably just another combat junkie looking for a decent fight. The academy was full of them people who collected interesting opponents like trophies. His dungeon survival story had obviously put him on her list of people worth challenging. From across the arena, Naya took her position with the poised confidence of someone thoroughly trained in formal combat. Her posture was perfect, her expression composed. Crowley raised his hand, preparing to give the signal. The room held its breath. Crowley's hand began to descend. Flow prediction activated. Time slowed to a crawl. The world around Adam sharpened into hyper-focus. Every detail, every movement, every flicker of energy suddenly outlined with crystal clarity. Naya was already moving. The average human reaction time is about a quarter of a second to 50 milliseconds from stimulus to response. Naya had started her spell before Crowley's hand had dropped even an inch. She was operating at least twice that speed, her mind to magic pathways clearly well developed and heavily trained. Embers formed around her palms without any visible weaving gestures. No finger movements, no verbal components, just pure mental construction. Most mages needed at least some physical focus to channel mana properly. A well-practiced spell took under a second to form if you could hold the construct clearly in your mind, but this thighs was high-level weaving. Under her feet, a heat shimmer appeared at the beginnings of a propulsion spell. The construct was efficient, minimal energy waste, perfect form. She wasn't planning to run at him. She was going to launch herself, closing the distance in a fraction of a second. The angle of her body, the slight coiling of her muscles, the distribution of her weight all told him exactly where she'd land. At least 3 feet in front of him, right hand leading with what would likely be an enhanced fire strike. Crowley's hand continued its descent, now halfway down. The embers around Naya's hands had grown into small dancing flames. Based on their color and intensity, she was using a mid-level fire technique hot enough to cause serious pain, but not lethal. Good control. She was taking this seriously, but being mindful of the classroom setting. Her center of gravity was shifting forward. Her weight was distributed 70-30 between her back and front legs. She'd push off that back foot, using it as her primary launch point. Her legs were her anchor, her foundation. Take those away and her entire attack sequence would crumble. Time to move. Crowley's hand completed its downward arc. Begin. Naya launched forward exactly as he predicted, a crimson blur propelled by flame. 1 second. Adam weaved 2 spells simultaneously, stone grip flowing into his right hand, wind shield forming around his left. The spells snapped into place immediately. 2 seconds. She was halfway to him, her trajectory perfect, right fist wreathed in flame and cocked back for a devastating strike. Her eyes widened slightly. She hadn't expected him to remain stationary. That was her first mistake. As she entered his range, Adam stepped slightly to the left. Her momentum carried her forward, her punch slicing through empty air where his head had been a split second before. 2.5 seconds. His right hand shot out, stone grip activating as his fingers clamped around her throat, not squeezing, just controlling. His left hand caught her fire-wrapped fist, windshield neutralizing the flames on contact. Her eyes widened in shock. Using her own momentum against her, Adam pivoted sharply, sweeping her legs out from under her with a low kick to the back of her knees. Without her legs to stabilize her, Nea's balance collapsed instantly. 3 seconds. Adam drove her downward, slamming her back against the arena floor with enough force to knock the wind from her lungs. The impact echoed through the arena like a thunderclap. Before she could recover, he had a spell primed above her face, a concentrated ball of pressure that would cause no permanent damage but would definitely hurt if released. Nea lay there, pinned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her chest heaved as she tried to regain her breath. Adam blinked, surprised by his own efficiency. He'd expected more resistance, more challenge. He'd fought thugs in the undertow who'd put up a better fight. He'd prepared himself for a difficult battle against this diplomatic daughter from a warrior race, and yet, I guess a kid's still a kid. Nea's surprise faded. I yield, she said, her voice steady despite her position. For a frozen moment, no one moved. No one spoke. The entire room seemed to be processing what they'd just witnessed. Then chaos erupted. Holy crap, did you see that? He just in like 3 seconds. Did anyone even see what happened? Sam, meanwhile, had launched from his seat, applauding wildly with a triumphant grin spread across his face. He caught Adam's eye and gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. Adam returned the gesture with a subtle thumbs up of his own. Sam, please sit down, someone nearby groaned. You're blocking the view. Sam responded by applauding even louder while remaining firmly on his feet. Professor Crowley watched it all with a thin smile, making no immediate attempt to restore order. He seemed to be studying the reactions as much as he had studied the brief duel itself. On the arena floor, Nea pushed herself up onto her elbows, then to her feet with a fluid motion that suggested she wasn't badly hurt, just winded. She stood for a moment, rubbing the back of her neck where it had impacted the floor, then looked at Adam. She smiled and extended her hand again, the gesture different this time, horizontal. Was there a meaning behind that? Adam took it without hesitation. Her grip was noticeably firmer than before. You're much stronger than you look, she said, not bothering to lower her voice despite the ongoing commotion around them. I hear that a lot. Nea shook her head, her small horns catching the light. No, she said with conviction. I don't think you do. She flexed her hand, the one he caught mid-punch. You didn't use fluid. No enhancement spells at all, just raw physical strength and technique. She stepped closer, lowering her voice slightly. Turrigen are naturally much stronger than humans. It's not boasting, just biology. Even a half-grown Turrigen like me. She gestured to herself with a quick flick of her tail. I wasn't expecting you to take such a physical approach. Most humans rely on spellwork when facing my kind. Oh, maybe I'm not most humans. Did that sound too cocky? I definitely sounded cocky. Clearly not. The corner of her mouth quirked up, and thank the one God for that. Most humans are terribly boring. Professor Crowley had finally moved to the center of the arena, raising both hands for quiet. The excited chatter continued unabated. Silence, he commanded, his voice amplified by a subtle pulse of mana. The room fell instantly quiet, a few students wincing at the volume. The winner of this demonstration duel is Adam Silla, Crowley announced, gesturing toward Adam. A clear victory through excellent tactical assessment and efficient execution. A few students started to clap, but Crowley silenced them with a look. This is not a theatrical performance. It is an educational exercise. You would do well to consider what you observed rather than merely react to it. He turned to Nea and Adam, lowering his voice. Miss Lazari, are you injured? No, Professor, she answered promptly. Just my pride, perhaps, and that will heal quickly enough. Sure, Adam said easily. Whenever you want. Tomorrow, she asked immediately. He was taken off guard. Was he even free tomorrow? Probably not. Maybe he jus. I insist, Nea pressed. Tomorrow works. Adam finally said. This wasn't so bad after all. Maybe he get to make a new ally even. Crowley turned his attention to Adam. Mr. Silla, I must say you've improved considerably since I last observed your combat abilities. The professor's gaze was penetrating, assessing. Your response time and technique were, notably advanced. I'm pleased to see you can defend yourself so effectively now. The professor glanced between them, then addressed Nea again. Miss Lazari, do not be discouraged by this outcome. Mr. Silla here has unfortunately had the benefit of real battle experience with his life at genuine risk unlike any other student in this classroom. He paused. Experience is often a more effective teacher than formal training, though considerably less pleasant. I'm not discouraged, Professor, she said, her tail swishing. I am motivated. Before Adam could respond, Crowley clapped his hands once. Back to your seats, both of you. We have more duels to observe today. As they walked back toward the tiered seating, Lucia Wei leaned over the railing. Scylla, did you practice all summer or something? Or something, Adam replied vaguely. A few rows up, someone whispered loudly enough to be heard. Maybe it's the white streak in his hair. It's like magic power stored in there or something. That's not how magic works, you idiot, their neighbor hissed back. Then how did he move so fast? Maybe he's just good. Nea chuckled beside him. Your classmates are very creative with their theories. You have no idea, Adam muttered. Just wait until tomorrow's rumors. Dom and Sam cut across the academy grounds, taking the most direct route to the crossbow pitch. The sun was high in the sky mid-afternoon. Some first years were practicing their weaving in the gardens while others were going to the library. Early semester was always calm. So let me get this straight, Sam said, still processing everything Adam had told him about the duel with Nea. You just, saw her attack before she even launched it, pretty much. Adam shifted his training bag to his other shoulder. Once flow prediction activated, her movements became obvious, like watching someone try to sneak up on you in slow motion. And you just caught her fist, a Turrigin's fist. Sam's eyes widened. You know they're supposed to wrestle adult dire bears for coming-of-age rituals, right? I think that might be an exaggeration. My cousin swears he saw one lift a big cart to retrieve a coin underneath, the one that also swears he dated a mermaid. That was a misunderstanding. She had very scaly skin. Sam protested, then waved it away. Beside the point. Physically restraining a Turrigin is crazy. I still don't fully understand how those passive skills of yours work. Which part confuses you? Mostly the energy consumption. Sam adjusted his glasses. When we first talked about Silverback's might and healing factor, you mentioned your metabolism runs hot, but you don't seem to be constantly ravenous. Dom glanced around to make sure no one was within earshot. My body's operating at optimal efficiency now. I eat more, sure, but the conversion rate is incredible. Like how incredible. Remember when I came back to the dorm with those deep cuts and bruises a couple days ago? They mostly were gone by morning. Sam whistled low. And that didn't put you in an energy deficit. Healing that fast should have you eating like a troll. That's the fascinating part. My system extracts and stores energy from food much more efficiently than before. I only need significant extra calories when I am actively healing or pushing my strength to the limit. Adam flexed his hand. The rest of the time, my consumption is just moderately higher than normal. And your muscles, same principle, different application. They look normal but perform at levels no human should be capable of. Sam stopped walking, his face scrunched in concentration. Actually, you need to teach me that transmutation technique you used. I don't think it's a good idea to try it. I know I did, but I was kind of desperate with Shadow Fade Syndrome an hour away from me. Adam motioned for them to keep moving. I almost died. They passed under the shadow of the all-new Arcanum Tower, its spire reaching high above them. Students moved in orderly patterns across the grounds. You know what's weird, Sam said after a moment, is how much lighter you seem now. Lighter, yeah. Like ever since you told me everything about your past life, the reincarnation, all of it you just seem, I don't know, less burdened. Sam gestured vaguely at Adam's posture, like you're not carrying it alone anymore. Sam wasn't wrong. There was something freeing about having someone who knew everything, someone he didn't have to lie to or edit himself around. It helps, he admitted, being able to talk openly with you. Must have been exhausting, keeping all that bottled up. You have no idea. Actually, I do have some idea, Sam said, more seriously than his usual tone. I'm the one you talk to now, remember, and I gotta say your life story is a lot to process. Sorry about that. Don't apologize. It's fascinating. Sam's voice dropped to an excited whisper. I'm friends with someone who's literally lived another lifetime. Do you have any idea how cool that is? Is that all I am to you? Adam asked dryly. A walking historical curiosity. A walking historical curiosity with combat skills and secret identities. Sam grinned. Best friend ever. They rounded the corner past the alchemy building and the crossbow pitch came into view. A few figures were already running drills on the field. Speaking of your past knowledge, Sam said, his tone becoming more thoughtful, were you expecting the Turrigan to show up like this? At the academy? Adam shook his head. Never happened in my timeline, not even close, and that worries you. It wasn't a question. Sometimes Sam was too perceptive. Yeah, Adam admitted. It means things are diverging from what I remember even more. Political alignments, alliances, maybe even major events, so your future knowledge is becoming too unreliable. Adam kicked at a loose stone on the path. In my timeline, the Turrigan were isolationists. They barely traded with the Empire, let alone sent diplomatic missions or enrolled students in the academy. From what I've heard, Nea's father is a cousin to their king, one of the most influential people in their nation. Where'd you hear all this? Dinner hall. I talked to a few people after the duel. Diplomat kids. Sam adjusted his glasses. Apparently they're here to finalize some kind of alliance with the Empire. An alliance, that was definitely new. In Adam's previous life, the Turrigan had maintained strict neutrality during the coming conflicts. Their involvement would change everything. Mutual defense pact, from what I gathered. They share a border after all. Against what? Adam asked, though he suspected he already knew. The rising orc tribes in the east, for one. The the Farmusian Empire and also the dungeon breaks, said Sam. They're becoming more frequent. 3 major incidents in the last year alone. Dungeon breaks, early signs of the world dungeon stirring. In his past life, they'd started the same way, isolated incidents growing steadily more common until they became near constant emergencies. The pattern was unmistakable. Within a few decades, they'd be happening weekly, then daily. The precursor to what he'd come to know as the end times. It's starting, he murmured. What is? The pattern, the build-up. Adam shook his head. It'll get worse. Sam studied him for a moment. You know, sometimes I forget that you've actually lived through catastrophic events. That you're not just theorizing. Lucky you, Adam said grimly. They walked in silence for a few paces before something small and white fluttered down in front of Adam, landing on the pathway between him and Sam. What the Adam began before both boys looked up. A raven perched on a nearby branch, its feathers glossy black in the afternoon sun. It tilted its head, regarding them with one beady eye, then opened its beak. Student Adam Silla. The bird announced in a voice that somehow managed to be both croaky and officious at the same time. Adam raised an eyebrow. Yes, letter delivery from Biggins. The raven ruffled its feathers importantly. Sam sighed dramatically. These ravens are getting more insufferable by the day. Last week, one dropped a small package directly on Professor Orloff's head during lecture. Didn't even apologize. The raven scoffed loudly, flapped its wings, and soared away without another word. Adam laughed as he bent to pick up the folded paper. What? Sam demanded. Nothing. Just Adam's shoulders shook with suppressed mirth. You're having a feud with the messenger birds. Oh, please, Sam rolled his eyes. Just read your letter. Adam unfolded the paper, immediately recognizing Biggins' distinctive handwriting, looping and elegant, yet somehow giving the impression of being scrawled in a great hurry. My dear boy, simply marvelous news. I couldn't possibly wait until your next visit to share this positively electrifying development. I've secured you a sponsor with the House of Merchants, the Honorable Madame Faraday herself. Yes, that Faraday terrifying woman, magnificent taste in teacups. Do pop by the shop when convenient. We have details to discuss, plans to finalize, and I've acquired a new tea blend that tastes like sunshine filtered through cloud vapor, or possibly just jasmine. My palate isn't what it once was after all. Yours in anticipation, the astonishingly clever and modestly humble Mr. Biggins. WHOO Adam whooped, startling a group of first-years practicing nearby. He folded the letter and tucked it carefully into his inner pocket. Sam eyed him curiously. Good news, I take it. That's sponsor number 2, Adam said, unable to keep the excitement from his voice. Someone named Faraday, Madame Faraday. Wait, Madame Faraday, she basically owns half the shipping routes to the Southern Isles. I didn't know that. Sam whistled. Impressive. Her guilds ranked among the top 10 seats, I think. Adam gave him a playful shove. 2 sponsors. We're almost there, Sam. The Wangara Guild is going to happen. Just the Lightbringers left then, just the Lightbringers. Adam started walking again, his pace quickening. They continued toward the crossball pitch, which was now fully visible ahead. Several players were already running drills, their movements quick and precise. Hugo stood at the center, clipboard in hand, barking occasional instructions. Speaking of following, Sam said, You're going to be late if we don't hurry. They jogged the rest of the way, arriving just as the team was gathering for a huddle. Hugo spotted them and broke away, making a beeline for Adam. Adam, he called, waving at both of the boys. Perfect timing. Coach wants to see you. Coach Virium, Adam asked, setting his bag down. I thought I'd meet him at the next regular practice. Change of plans. He's here now and he's particularly interested in seeing you in action. Why the sudden interest? Sam asked. Hugo shrugged. Word gets around. Not every day a third-year bests Serena in a duel. He glanced over at the field where the tall fifth-year was demonstrating a blocking technique, though I'd recommend not mentioning that to her face unless you enjoy pain. Noted, Adam said dryly. Anyway, Hugo continued, we've got some good news. Remember our missing runner position, the one we didn't have during tryouts, filled as of this morning. Hugo said with a wide grin. Coach wants to run some plays with the full lineup, see how everyone meshes together. Sounds good, Adam said. Who's the new guy? Hugo started to answer, but was cut off by Sam suddenly nudging Adam in the rib shard. Adam turned, following Sam's gaze toward the equipment lockers at the edge of the pitch. A tall, broad-shouldered figure was emerging, adjusting armor plates. Even though his face was partially obscured by the helmet he was securing, there was no mistaking that particular way of rolling his shoulders. Damus. His eyes locked with Adam's across the pitch, and he scoffed visibly, turning away. Our new runner, Hugo confirmed, apparently oblivious to the tension suddenly crackling in the air. Coach says he's got the best acceleration he's seen in years. Well, Adam thought, as Damus began walking toward them, this should be fun. This is him, the spear you've been raving about. Coach Virium squinted across the pitch, voice pitched just low enough that he probably thought it wouldn't carry. He's barely taller than the crossball posts. Hugo shifted uncomfortably, his massive frame making the weathered bench beneath him creak in protest. I know he doesn't look like much, but Doesn't look like much, Virium interrupted, scratching at his salt and pepper beard. He looks like someone's little brother who wandered onto the field by mistake. Are you sure we're looking at the same kid? The skinny one with the white streak in his hair. That's him, Hugo confirmed. God preserve us. I could snap him like a twig with one hand. The murmurs rippled through the gathered players. Adam kept his eyes fixed straight ahead, pretending not to hear any of it while strapping on his right gauntlet. Next to him, Sam winced. They're not exactly being subtle, are they? Sam whispered. Adam said nothing, tightening the gauntlet with perhaps more force than necessary. Hey, Mini Spear, called Taylor from a few feet away, his tone light and teasing. Don't worry if someone charges you, just duck. They'll fly right over you. Several players laughed, not unkindly. Or you could run between his legs, added Myra, grinning. Tactical advantage of being fun-sized. More laughter. Children, Adam thought, all of them. Playing at competition with absolutely no concept of real battle. In his first life, by their age, most would have already faced genuine life or death situations. Look, Coach Virium continued, I am sure he's a nice enough kid, but this is Crosball, not storytelling hour at the library. People get hurt. Badly. Remember Galen Knox, shattered his entire arm cage on that bad fall last season. Rib cage, Hugo corrected. And yes, but... My point exactly. We're talking broken bones as a matter of course. And now you want me to put Virium gestured vaguely in Adam's direction, that on the field. Again. Coach, Hugo said, lowering his voice slightly though not nearly enough. I know this sounds crazy, but you have to see him play. He's got the best spatial awareness I've ever seen in a third year. Maybe in any year. The dungeon hero, right. Virium's tone made it clear exactly what he thought of that title. Look, I'm sure the stories about him are very exciting, but they're probably exaggerated. Kids that age tend to. I watched him take down Serena in a duel, Hugo cut in. Clean win. No tricks. That caused a moment of silence. Even Virium seemed to hesitate. You told me already, but are you sure? Absolutely. Probably a fluke, Virium muttered, but with less conviction now. Or she was going easy on him. Serena doesn't go easy on anyone, you know that. From the bench nearby, Serena herself looked up sharply. Her eyes found Adam, measuring him silently. Unlike the others, she wasn't laughing. Her jaw tightened and she scoffed loudly enough for everyone to hear. It wasn't a fluke, she said flatly, and I wasn't going easy. She returned to adjusting her gauntlets, adding under her breath, won't make that mistake again. Sam leaned closer to Adam. You okay? Fine, Adam replied flatly. You don't look fine. You look like you're plotting someone's violent demise. That's just my face. Sam snorted. No, your plotting violence face has more of a squint to it. This is your I am too dignified to acknowledge I am annoyed face. Very different. Despite himself, the corner of Adam's mouth twitched upward. The difference is smaller than you'd think. Sam snorted. Your sense of humor gets really dark when people underestimate you. It's not the underestimation, Adam said quietly. It's the tedium of it. 80 years and I still have to deal with the exact same nonsense. Across the field, Coach Virium was still expressing his reservations. And what about his parents? You think they'd be happy to learn we've put their precious boy on a collision course with some fifth year's fist. He's Commander Scylla's son, Hugo reminded him. Oh, even better, Virium threw up his hands. So when he gets his arm broken, I'll have one of the Empire's top military commanders on my doorstep. Fantastic. Coach, Hugo said with the patience of someone explaining a simple concept to a particularly stubborn child. Just watch him. One practice. That's all I am asking. Virium stared at Hugo for a long moment, then let out an exaggerated sigh. Fine, one practice, but if he gets flattened, that's on you. You saw what his father did last semester. I want none of that. Deal. Adam finished adjusting his gear and stood up. All right, Virium shouted, suddenly shifting to his full coaching voice. Everyone on the field, let's see what we're working with. Adam caught Hugo giving him an encouraging nod. He returned it with the barest inclination of his head. Remember, Sam said as Adam prepared to join the others on the field, no magical death spells if someone laughs at you. I'd never, Adam replied with feigned innocence. I saw your face when Talif made that height joke. Pure murder, not murder, just mild maiming. Sam grinned. Show them what you've got, old man. Adam allowed himself a small, genuine smile. Oh, I intend to. The players filed onto the crossball pitch, equipment rattling softly with each step. Adam took his position, feeling the familiar texture of the gauntlets against his palms. The grass beneath his feet was freshly trimmed, springy and perfect for sudden direction changes. Coach Virium moved to the center of the field, crossball tucked under one arm. His expression shifted from skepticism to something almost like concern as his eyes found Adam among the players. Scylla, he called, beckoning Adam forward. A word. Adam jogged over, aware of the eyes tracking his movement. Coach. Virium's weathered face creased into a frown. Up close, Adam could see the thin scar that ran from his left eyebrow to his temple, an old crossball injury, most likely. Listen, kid, Virium said, voice pitched low. Hugo tells me you've got talent, and I respect his judgment. But crossball isn't just about talent, it's about staying in one piece. He glanced around at the larger players. These fifth years hit like battering rams. You sure you want to do this? I'm sure, coach, Adam said firmly. I can handle it. Virium studied him for a moment longer. Your father know about this. He taught me how to fall properly when I was 6, Adam said. It wasn't exactly an answer, but it wasn't a lie either. That earned a short laugh from Virium. Okay, no need to be sarcastic, kid. He slapped Adam lightly on the shoulder. All right then, but you tell me if anything feels off. Pride's not worth a shattered collarbone. He turned to address the entire group, voice booming across the pitch. Listen up for those who need reminding. Crosball has 3 simple rules. He held up a finger. 1. No magic, fluid enhancement only. A second finger. 2. Duels are one-on-one. A third finger. 3. Intentional targeting of vulnerable areas means immediate ejection. His eyes swept over the assembled players. This isn't a brawl, it's a sport. You hit to disrupt, not to damage. Clear. A chorus of yes, coach echoed back. Good. Virium consulted a clipboard. For today's practice match, we're mixing experience levels. I want to see how you work with unfamiliar teammates. He began rattling off names and positions. Adam listened for his own. Blue team spear, Scylla, no surprise there. What did surprise him was the next assignment. Blue team runner, Damas. Adam's eyes snapped to Damas, who was adjusting his armor. The taller boy looked up briefly, his expression unreadable, before returning to his equipment. Great, just great. On the bright side, at least they wouldn't be actively trying to flatten each other. For now, the teams separated, blue and red vests distributed. Adam found himself standing with Damas, Talif, and 4 others he recognized only vaguely from previous practices. Adam, Talif nodded. Don't worry about Damas. He's fast, but he'll get the job done. I'm standing right here, Damas said flatly. Exactly my point, Talif grinned. All speed, no subtlety. Damas rolled his eyes and turned to Adam. Just give me the ball, he said simply. I'll handle the rest. That's not exactly how a spear works, Adam pointed out. Then show me how it works, Damas replied. This was probably the longest conversation they had in a while. Coach Virium's whistle cut through the air. Positions. Adam moved to the defensive half of their side, settling into his stance. Across the pitch, the red team's runners were already coordinating, planning their attack pattern. The spear, a 4th-year named Jensen, kept his eyes fixed on Adam with obvious skepticism. The crossball gleamed in Virium's hand as he held it aloft. The sunlight caught its leather surface, highlighting the intricate runes sewn into the seams. Begin. The ball arced high into the air and everything else disappeared from Adam's mind. Flow prediction activated instantly, sharpening his senses. The world decelerated around him, movements becoming telegraphed and readable. The ball's trajectory stretched before him like a glowing path. It would land approximately 7 meters to his right, where red team's tallest runner was already positioning himself. Adam's mind raced. Standard defensive positioning would put him at least 4 steps behind the play, too slow, too reactive. He needed something different. His eyes flickered to the runner's legs, the way he balanced his weight on the balls of his feet, preparing to leap. There was a pattern there, a rhythm to the movement. Like a grasshopper. Oh, the thought crystallized with sudden clarity. Grasshoppers didn't rely on running speed, they channeled immense power through their legs, converting stored energy into explosive movement. Adam dropped lower, shifting his weight back. He channeled fluid into his thighs, feeling the energy build and compress muscle fibers tensing under Silverback's might. 5 meters from the ball touching down. 4 meters. 3. The red runner's knees bent, preparing to jump. 2 meters. Adam released. The stored energy exploded through his legs, launching him forward like a bolt from a crossbow. His body shot across the pitch, covering the distance in a blurred instant. The red runner was still mid-jump when Adam intersected his path, snatching the ball from the air with one outstretched hand. He hit the ground in a controlled roll, absorbing the momentum, then pivoted sharply. The red team's defense was still reacting to his unexpected interception, their formation momentarily broken. Damas had already spotted the opportunity. He was sprinting up the right flank, having slipped behind Red's blocker. Adam didn't hesitate. He planted his back foot and channeled another burst of fluid-enhanced strength, launching the ball in a tight spiral. It cut through the air at a speed that made it whistle, curving slightly to lead Damas' run. Perfect placement. Damas caught it without breaking stride, spinning past Red's desperate keeper and slammed the ball through the highest hoop. 3 points. 20 seconds from whistle to score. The pitch went quiet for a beat, then erupted in scattered exclamations. What the? Did you see that jump? How did he even? Talif jogged past Adam, slapping him on the back. That, he said with appreciative emphasis, was not normal. Damas trotted back to position, tossing the ball to Coach Virium. He met Adam's eyes briefly, giving him a single, curt nod. Coming from Damas, it was practically a standing ovation. Adam felt a rush of satisfaction so intense it was almost embarrassing. The technique had worked perfectly better than he anticipated. The grasshopper leap combined with Silverback's might gave him an explosive speed that nobody would expect from someone his size. That would be pretty good in a fight. He could hear Sam whooping from the sidelines, could see Hugo's barely contained grin. Even Coach Virium was watching him with a new intensity, his earlier skepticism replaced by calculating interest. For a moment, Adam was tempted to say something cool, something that would capitalize on the stunned expressions around him. A witty one-liner, perhaps, or a confident declaration. The perfect cue for some edgy remark that would haunt him in his nightmares for decades. But he didn't. Thank God he didn't. Too old for team drama and wannabe protagonist moments, even if his body disagreed. Instead, he simply readjusted his gauntlets and returned to position, fighting to keep his face neutral even as a warm glow of vindication spread through his chest. An hour of effort, sweat, teenage drama, and strategic grasshopper leaping later, the final whistle blew. Red team, 16, blue team, 13. Serena, who'd subbed in for Jensen midway through the match, had just scored the final three-pointer with a move that even Adam had to admit was impressive. A spinning leap over Talif's attempted block, followed by a no-look shot that somehow curved around their keeper's outstretched arms. Dom bent forward, hands on his knees, sweat dripping onto the grass beneath him. His lungs burned, muscles trembled with exertion, and yet, it didn't feel like losing. Not really. Not bad out there, Talif said, clapping Adam on the shoulder as he passed. 7 interceptions, 4 assists, and 2 scores. Even Damas seemed impressed. Adam glanced over to where Damas was already stalking off the field, not bothering to look at anyone. High praise coming from him, Adam remarked dryly. Trust me, if he didn't approve, you'd know it, Talif replied with a knowing smile. Coach Viriam's reaction, however, was anything but subdued. SYLLA, the coach's voice boomed across the pitch as he barreled toward Adam like an excited bull that had just discovered sentience. MY Ace. Before Adam could react, Viriam had lifted him clean off the ground in a bear hug that threatened to rearrange his internal organs. Coach and hand me. Did you see him? Viriam shouted to no one in particular, still crushing Adam against his chest. Did you all see what I've been telling you about? That's my spear. THATSMY spear. You've been telling us he's too small, Talif pointed out, walking past while toweling off his face. A momentary lapse in judgment. Viriam declared, finally setting Adam down. Size means nothing when you've got that kind of field vision. 3 steps ahead of everyone else, like he could see the future. Adam tried very hard not to react to that particular observation. Minimal praise would be sufficient, coach, he managed, subtly checking if any ribs had been displaced. Minimal. Viriam's eyes bulged slightly. I haven't seen a third-year move like that since me, and I was extraordinary. From the sidelines, Sam caught Adam's eye and mouthed what is happening, while making exaggerated gestures of confusion. Adam responded with the smallest shrug possible, equally baffled by the coach's complete reversal. The match itself had been chaotic and punishing. Red team had quickly adapted to Adam's unconventional style, double-teaming him whenever possible. But that had created openings for Damas and Talif, who'd capitalized with ruthless efficiency. For his part, Adam had discovered that flow prediction combined with his enhanced speed made him nearly impossible to pass against. It was like having a map of everyone's intentions stamped directly into his brain and being able to act on it. By the second quarter, Red team had stopped trying to pass anywhere near him. There had been complications, of course. Silverback's might combined with fluid enhancement was like trying to control a runaway horse with silk threads. Twice he overshot his jumps, once sending himself crashing into the stands much to Sam's amusement. Another time, he passed the ball with such force it nearly broke through the keeper's protective gear. Biggins had been right. Flow prediction helped him manage his strength better, anticipating how much force was needed rather than just unleashing raw power. But even with that advantage, there had been moments when his control slipped. A misjudged tackle that sent both him and Serena tumbling across the pitch. A blocked shot that rocketed off his gauntlet and almost took out Coach Viriam on the sidelines. Still, they'd adapted. By the final quarter, he found a tentative balance between power and precision. You need work on your endurance, Viriam continued, now in full coaching mode as the team gathered around. And your shooting form is terribly, absolutely atrocious, like watching someone throw a dead fish. But your positioning, your anticipation, divine. He clapped Adam on the shoulder with enough force to make his knees buckle slightly. What is it with that old man and his strength? I'm putting your name down for the tournament roster, Viriam announced. First string. A murmur rippled through the gathered players. First string, someone whispered. After one practice, told you, Hugo said smugly from nearby. Your father will be all right with that, yes, Viriam asked, suddenly remembering the potential complication. Commander Scylla won't mind you traveling for the tournament circuit. Absolutely not, Adam said, perhaps a bit too quickly. He's very supportive of athletic pursuits. Excellent, Viriam beamed. Then it's settled. Well, start special training tomorrow. I have some techniques from my playing days that will transform your game. Ancient secrets passed down through generations of spears. They're not ancient secrets if you read them in The Comprehensive Guide to Crossball, Coach Serena called out deadpan. Silence, heathen. My wisdom is beyond textbooks. As Viriam launched into an enthusiastic speech about the tournament schedule, Adam found himself suppressing a smile. The plan had worked almost too well. He now had his ticket to the north, to North Haven, and from there to the giant highlands, the primordial runes, the grimoire, understanding why Law gave it to him, all of it now within reach. He'd been so caught up in the match in proving himself that he'd almost forgotten why he was doing this in the first place. The sport itself had been unexpectedly fun. Sam sidled up next to him as Coach Virium continued extolling the virtues of proper hydration before long journeys. SYLLA-LIGHTBRINGER. Virium's voice cut through their conversation. Pay attention when your coach is dispensing invaluable wisdom. Yes, coach, they chorused, straightening up immediately. Virium nodded, satisfied, and returned to his lecture. After practice, Adam and Sam headed toward Old Mari's, the former's body aching and stomach growling in protest of being empty for so long. I'm going to eat at least 5 meat pies, Adam declared as they rounded the corner onto Market Street. Maybe 6. Y'all explode, Sam replied. Apparently Mari's trying something new too. Irene wouldn't shut up about it earlier. New, Mari hasn't changed her menu in 20 years. According to Irene, it's some kind of flat bread with sauce and cheese on top. She adds different toppings depending on what you want. Sounds messy. Sounds perfect. The evening air was cool against their still sweat-dampened skin. Students milled about, some heading to evening studies, others clearly bound for less academic pursuits. We're supposed to meet Irene there, Sam said, checking the time on his pocket watch. He's probably already halfway through his second pie by now. Adam. At the sound of his name, Adam turned. Is that Cass? Sam squinted down the street. It was. Cassandra was hurrying toward them, her usual measured stride replaced by something close to eagerness. In her hand was a slender bottle filled with a sparkling blue liquid that seemed to glow faintly in the evening light. I was just coming to find you, she said as she reached them. Is that Moonswell? Adam asked, eyeing the bottle. Are you celebrating something? Moonswell was expensive and rare a drink reserved for milestone achievements or life-changing events. In his first life, Adam had tasted it exactly twice, once when he got into Zerks and once when he found a bottle among the debris of a destroyed caddy. Cass smiled. Her eyes moved from Adam to Sam, a question in them. Sam knows, Adam said quickly, about the guild. Everything, everything. Cass raised an eyebrow, her smile turning wry. That's a lot of everything. Enough, Adam amended. I am trustworthy, Sam added. Cass glanced around at the passing students, then stepped closer, lowering her voice. Yes, I am celebrating, she said. She looked between them, letting the moment stretch before adding, we received the Lightbringer sponsor.